Chapter 1. Transmigration into the world of Naruto. In the 43rd year of Konoha's founding, which corresponds to the 43rd year of Konoha, 3 years later, in the 46th year of Konoha, the third Kazekage mysteriously vanished, with the culprit being none other than the puppet master Sasori of Sunagakure. However, this was unknown to the majority, subsequently igniting the flames of the Third Great Ninja War. In the same year, the infamous graduation of Zabuza, who graduated by slaughtering his entire class, created quite a stir, marking a significant shift in the graduation examination methods of the village hidden in the mist. That year, the Uchiha clan of Konoha welcomed a prodigious talent into its ranks. Uchiha Itachi, while Uchiha Shisui was born in the 42nd year of Konoha, as the specific date of Shisui's birth remains elusive, it is approximated. In the original storyline, Shisui was the fourth Uchiha to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, following Madara, Izuna, and Obito, and was recognized as a genius. Perhaps fate could not bear to witness the demise of such a talent, leading the soul of a downtrodden university student named Shisui, a fervent fan of Naruto from Earth in 2017, to transmigrate into the body of Uchiha Shisui. What extraordinary events might unfold this time? Let us await with bated breath. Upon Shisui's soul transmigrating into Uchiha Shisui's body, it took him a month to come to terms with this reality. Perhaps due to the effects of the transmigration, when the news of Uchiha Shisui's parents' deaths in a battle reached Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, decided to raise Uchiha Shisui himself, ensuring that the Sun Toba-born Uchiha Itachi would have a companion. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye. The Third Great Ninja War broke out, and during the Battle of Kaminari no Kuni, Uchiha Obito met his demise. On a bright morning, beneath a grand tree in the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Shisui sat in solitude, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Brother Shisui, what are you doing sitting here all alone?" It was Uchiha Itachi, who had noticed Shisui's prolonged solitude. "Oh, Itachi, I was just daydreaming. Where have you been?" Shisui replied lazily. Itachi responded with excitement. "Father asked us to wait by the river yesterday. He is going to teach us ninjutsu. Don't you remember, Brother Shisui?" "Oh, now I remember. Let's hurry," Shisui exclaimed. His interest piqued as he eagerly took Itachi's hand and dashed towards the riverbank. After a short while, approximately 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the river's edge. There stood a tall man with dark hair, clad in a loose-fitting long robe, exuding an air of elegance. He was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Father, Itachi and I are here," Itachi called out joyfully, thrilled at the prospect of learning ninjutsu. Shisui, too, shared in the excitement, for it was his first encounter with ninjutsu since arriving in the world of Naruto 3 years ago. "Itachi, why are you shouting? You are the young heir of the Uchiha clan. You must learn to be composed," Uchiha Fugaku admonished sternly. He then turned to Shisui and said, "Shisui, come here as well. Today, Father will teach you the first step to becoming a ninja, how to gather chakra." Since Shisui was being raised by Uchiha Fugaku himself, he was encouraged to call him father. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Itachi pouted, clearly displeased, yet his demeanor was utterly adorable. "All right, both of you come closer. I will first explain what chakra is and how to gather it." Chakra is a form of energy produced by the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy, serving as the source of power for ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. It can take the form of threads to bind opponents or sever materials composed of chakra. In simpler terms, chakra is the essential energy required for utilizing ninjutsu, primarily drawn from the Buddha's 130 trillion cells, extracting physical energy from each cell. A ninja is one who has trained extensively, accumulating experience to hone their spiritual energy. This means that the so-called ninjutsu involves extracting these two forms of energy from within, refining chakra, and finally executing hand seals to unleash it. Now, how do we extract or sense the chakra within our bodies? Shisui inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. However, he soon realized something peculiar. He seemed to remember everything Uchiha Fugaku was saying, word for word, which left him feeling bewildered, contemplating the possibility of an optical illusion. Yet, what followed confirmed for Shisui that this was no mere illusion. Yes, yes. Father, how do we extract chakra? Itachi, evidently hearing this for the first time, asked with keen curiosity. First, you both need to sit down and quietly feel your bodies. Try to guide the energy from just above your stomach slowly outward, just like I'm doing, Uchiha Fugaku instructed, settling into a meditative posture, his legs crossed and hands touching, as if he had severed all ties with the outside world. Imitating him, Shisui and Itachi sat on the ground, occasionally glancing at Uchiha Fugaku, anxious about performing correctly. After 3 to 5 minutes, both Shisui and Itachi gradually entered a meditative state. Approximately 10 minutes later, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly sensed a faint ripple of chakra emanating from behind him. It was subtle, but to an elite genin like Uchiha Fugaku, such a slight fluctuation was unmistakable, akin to a lantern igniting in the night. Uchiha Fugaku was astonished, for those who could sense and extract chakra within a month were deemed to possess ninja aptitude. Those who accomplished it within 20 days were elite ninjas, while those who achieved it in 10 days were recognized for their extraordinary talent, and those within 3 days were considered to have the potential of a Kage, a true genius. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who could do so in mere minutes. As he contemplated nurturing this chakra-extracting prodigy, he felt another faint ripple of chakra, distinctly different from the previous one. Uchiha Fugaku quickly turned around, only to find that both Shisui and Itachi were exhibiting subtle fluctuations of chakra. Though not overtly pronounced, it left him speechless with astonishment. Without disturbing Shisui and Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku resolved in that moment to cultivate these two as the most promising heirs of the clan, destined to become pillars of the Uchiha clan. He understood all too well the remarkable potential these children possessed and recognized their future was boundless. About an hour later, Shisui slowly emerged from his meditative state, realizing that the sensation he had just experienced was indeed real, not an illusion. Initially, he had contemplated concealing his abilities, but upon seeing the astonished expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face, he abandoned that thought. Shisui turned to Itachi, noting that he had not yet awakened from his trance, and internally mused, truly a testament to Itachi's brilliance. His talent is astounding. Shisui then looked at Uchiha Fugaku, feigning innocence as he softly asked, "Father, did I successfully extract chakra?" At that moment, Itachi also stirred from his meditation, noticing Uchiha Fugaku's joyful expression and innocently inquired, "Father, did both Shisui and I succeed?" Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the two children, his face beaming with delight as he replied, "Indeed, both of you are geniuses among geniuses, having extracted chakra in such a short time. Truly, you are remarkable children of the Uchiha clan." Shisui and Itachi beamed at Uchiha Fugaku's praise, their faces alight with joy. "All right, we shall conclude our session for today. Once you return home, practice diligently. In a month's time, if you both perform well, I will teach you the hand seals," Uchiha Fugaku said cheerfully, leading the two children back to the Uchiha clan's compound. On the way home, Uchiha Fugaku walked slowly behind, while Shisui and Itachi animatedly discussed what they would have for lunch. "I want salad, chicken legs, and the seafood that mother makes," Itachi exclaimed joyfully, sharing his culinary desires, while Shisui also expressed his own preferences. By the time they reached home, Itachi dashed inside to share with his mother, Mikoto, what he wished to eat and the day's achievements by the river. Shisui, however, quietly returned to his room, preparing to practice the chakra extraction techniques he had learned that day. After all, the soul residing within Shisui's body belonged to a man in his 20s, who would not indulge in the carefree existence of youth like Itachi. Meanwhile, within a chamber of the Uchiha clan, many prominent members gathered, as Uchiha Fugaku recounted the events that transpired by the river that morning. After an intense discussion among the members, an elder of the Uchiha clan addressed Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Fugaku, both Itachi and Shisui are remarkable geniuses. Therefore, our Uchiha clan must dedicate ourselves to nurturing them. Shisui, being a direct descendant of Kagami, and Itachi, your own child, deserve our utmost attention. If you're comfortable with it, we can also take Itachi under our wing." As the elder concluded his statement, several other elders nodded in agreement, recognizing that nurturing such prodigies would yield immense benefits for them in the future. Uchiha Fugaku, however, merely chuckled coldly. Despite being the clan leader, his position was still precarious, as he had only recently seized power. Although he had brought up the matter, he harbored his own intentions. "This matter is out of the question. Shisui and Itachi shall be entrusted to my guidance alone. I firmly believe they possess the highest potential within our clan. While you are indeed capable, can you guarantee that Shisui and Itachi will awaken the ultimate glory of our clan, the Manjiki Sharingan? If you can, then I shall have no further objections." With this statement, no one dared to make any guarantees, and silence enveloped the room. Noticing the lack of response, Uchiha Fugaku turned to leave. Suddenly, a man from the Uchiha clan stepped forward, addressing him. "We may not dare to make such guarantees, but do you have the courage to? If you do, then we shall entrust both Shisui and Itachi to you, for that would be the highest honor for our clan. However, what if you fail?" With a mocking laugh, he added this final note. This man was Fugaku's rival for the position of clan leader. Others chimed in, echoing, "Yes, what will you do if you cannot achieve it?" Faced with their expressions, Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly, "This year, Itachi is 3 and Shisui is 5. If by the time they turn 18, they have not awakened the ultimate glory, I shall resign from my position as clan leader." "How about that?" "Agreed. It is a promise," the Uchiha man proclaimed once more. With that, he exited the room, followed closely by Fugaku as he returned to his own home. Chapter 2. The Conversation. That evening, after dining, Shisui and Itachi returned to their quarters, preparing to delve deeper into chakra extraction. Shisui was acutely aware from his previous life that all ninjutsu, jinjutsu, sealing techniques, and taijutsu relied heavily on chakra supply. As Shisui entered that extraordinary state once again, he distinctly felt each cell in his body as if they were individual spheres, some of which he could manipulate. The cells he could control were those capable of extracting chakra. This revelation filled Shisui with elation. He mused that if he could one day command every cell in his body, he could release chakra in quantities dictated by his needs, enabling him to deceive his enemies. The thought made him exuberantly happy. Thus, Shisui began to extract chakra. After approximately 2 hours, he was thrilled to discover that he could now command about 1/10th of his Bodhi cells, which would likely provide enough chakra to perform in a ranked jutsu. At that moment, Shisui recalled the plot of Naruto, remembering that the Uchiha clan faced extermination in Konoha in the year 55, coinciding with the time he had his Sharingan plucked out by Danzo, meaning he was just shy of 14 years old at that time. As Shisui contemplated methods of self-preservation, a series of knocks resounded at the door. "Shisui, are you there? It is your father," called Uchiha Fugaku from outside. Shisui hastily snapped back to reality, rising to open the door, saying, "Father, please come in. What brings you here?" It was unusual for Uchiha Fugaku to visit his adopted son. Fugaku entered slowly, surveying the room, and remarked, "Shisui, you are 5 years old now, are you not? In just a year, you will be entering the Konoha Ninja Academy. Once you graduate, you will be a true ninja. I am curious about your aspirations. Let us discuss them today." Unsure of Fugaku's intentions, Shisui answered earnestly, "Father, I wish to protect Itachi and my parents, becoming a powerful and formidable ninja." He feigned a degree of naivety, aware of the man's authoritative role within the clan. "Excellent, Shisui. A commendable ambition indeed. Should you encounter any difficulties in ninjutsu, do not hesitate to consult me. Together with Itachi, strive to become the strongest of our Uchiha clan, leading us to the pinnacle of the ninja world." Pleased with Shizui's response, Fugaku dismissed the notion of his son having ulterior motives, as how could a 5-year-old possess such cunning? With that, Uchiha Fugaku urged Shisui to rest well before making his way to the door. As Fugaku exited, Shisui called out, "Yes, father, I shall become the strongest." After this, Shisui and Itachi trained together daily, returned home together, and engaged in playful activities, their bond deepening with each passing day. However, due to Shisui being approximately 2 years older than Itachi, Itachi was exceedingly obedient to Shisui's words. One day, 3 months later, the two arrived at the woods by the river in the village, where they beheld a woman of striking allure. This woman was Tsunade Senju, the princess of the Senju clan. Shisui and Itachi did not advance forward. Instead, they exchanged a distant glance. In that moment, Shisui conceived a plan to master medical ninjutsu. Although medical ninjutsu is not favored by the majority in the world of Naruto, Shisui understood that many forbidden techniques rely on medical ninjutsu for their execution. Otherwise, Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, would not have nurtured someone as proficient in medical ninjutsu as Kabuto. Shisui gently led Itachi home, glancing at him and inquiring, "What would you like to eat today? Perhaps salad and chicken legs once more?" These dishes were among Itachi's favorites. "Brother Shisui, who was that peculiar woman we just encountered?" Itachi asked, before a playful smile graced his face. "But today, I don't wish for those. I crave fish. Come on, let us hurry home." Despite his curiosity about the unusual woman, Itachi shifted the conversation back to food, perhaps a reflection of his youthful spirit. Even someone later revered as the god of Itachi could still embody such innocence. Shisui replied, "I am uncertain as well. Let us not linger. If we tarry too long, Mother will surely blame us." Itachi, too, wore a troubled expression. As they conversed, Shisui and Itachi made their way towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, Shisui pondered for a moment before heading to Fugaku Uchiha's room. He knocked gently on the door, and a response from Fugaku echoed within. The door swung open, and Shisui addressed Fugaku, saying, "Father, I would like your assistance in locating a few books on the fundamentals of medicine. Would that be possible?" "Oh, it's Shisui. Come in. Why are you interested in basic medical texts? I would have thought your focus would lie in ninjutsu, considering your aspirations to become the strongest ninja. Besides, medical ninjutsu is primarily for support roles, which may not align with your ambitions," Fugaku replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Over the past 3 months, Shisui's displayed talents had surpassed even those of his own son. After listening, Shizumi did not become angry. Instead, he gradually articulated his reasoning. "Father, although medical ninjutsu may not significantly enhance my own techniques, I have heard from some villagers that it can refine my control over chakra, enabling me to better manage the chakra that I emit." "Ah, I see," his father replied. "Very well, come to me tomorrow evening, and I shall provide you with the books. However, should you find it challenging to grasp the concepts, do not squander excessive time on it. Remember, you are one of the prodigies of our clan," Uchiha Fugaku cautioned. After listening to the words, Shisui expressed his delight, saying, "I understand now, father. If I cannot master it, I shall refrain from pursuing it further. Thank you, father, and good night." With that, he hurried off to his room. The following morning, Shisui awoke early, as he did each day. He contemplated the notion that children seldom resist the allure of slumber. So he remained in bed until the adults in the household had risen, at which point he would feign awakening. During this interval, Shisui diligently reviewed the lessons he had absorbed the previous day, reflecting on his shortcomings and striving for improvement. Today was no exception. He first recalled the method Tsunade had imparted to Sakura, then pondered the principles underlying Tsunade's healing jutsu. It was only upon hearing sounds from outside, indicating that others were awake, that he donned his clothing and ventured out. As Shisui observed the Uchiha family gathering in the courtyard, he approached them with a warm smile and greeted, "Good morning, father, mother, Itachi." The trio returned his greeting with a cheerful good morning, after which Makoto began to prepare breakfast. Itachi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Shisui, let's spar. I've recently mastered the great fireball technique." Upon hearing this, Shisui felt a surge of joy and remarked, "Truly, Itachi is remarkable. To master the great fireball technique in such a short span of time is nothing short of extraordinary. Come now." As he spoke, he assumed the necessary hand signs. 10 minutes later, Itachi's small face bore a hint of bitterness as he slowly declared, "Brother Shisui is truly exceptional. He has even mastered the Phoenix Fire technique, which our father has only used once. Humph. I shall also be able to do so next time." With that, he turned to Uchiha Fugaku, seeking instruction on the Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Fugaku observed the two with renewed admiration for their talents, particularly for Shisui, as this technique had only been imparted to them 3 days prior. Itachi had only just grasped the Great Fireball technique and had not even been taught the Phoenix Fire technique. Yet Shisui demonstrated such proficiency after only a single attempt. All right. Father will teach you shortly, but do not let pride consume you. Arrogance is a grave sin for a ninja, Uchiha Fugaku said, looking at Itachi with affectionate eyes. Afterward, he turned to Shisui and remarked, Shisui, come with me. He then proceeded towards the backyard, in a hurry to keep up. Shisui realized that it was undoubtedly the use of his Phoenix Fire technique today that had unveiled his innate talent. In the backyard, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Shisui and said, Shisui, I have only demonstrated the Phoenix Fire technique before you once. How is it that you have mastered it? Could it be that your Sharingan has awakened? Shisui acknowledged the inevitability of his situation and responded earnestly, Father, my Sharingan has not awakened. However, it seems that I possess the ability to commit many things to memory after seeing them just once. Oh, is that so? It appears Shisui has this remarkable talent. How impressive. With that, he produced a scroll, eager to verify the truth of his claim. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, This is a C-rank fire-style jutsu flame dragon. Let us see if you can memorize it within a minute. As he spoke, he handed the scroll to Shisui. After receiving the scroll, Shisui began to meticulously record the text and sealing techniques inscribed upon it. In less than a minute, he returned the scroll to Uchiha Fugaku and remarked, Father, I have memorized it. However, I cannot guarantee my ability to utilize it. Uchiha Fugaku, curious to ascertain the veracity of Shisui's claim, replied, It matters not whether you can employ it. The mere act of memorizing the content and the seals is already a remarkable feat. No sooner had he spoken than the incantation echoed, Fire release, Great Fireball technique. A modest-sized fire dragon erupted from Shisui's mouth, appearing vividly alive. It was estimated that if Shisui were to unleash all of his chakra, the technique's potency could rival that of a B-rank ninjutsu. Witnessing this spectacle, Uchiha Fugaku could no longer maintain his composure. Although Shisui's fire dragon technique did not reach the level of his own, the fact that a 5-year-old could master such a technique in such a brief span of time spoke volumes of his extraordinary talent. In contrast, it had taken Fugaku himself around 10 days to learn this jutsu. This realization further solidified his conviction that wagering his position as clan leader was indeed a prudent decision. After Shisui extinguished the flames of the dragon, Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed with excitement, Shisui, you are truly remarkable, possessing extraordinary talent. You will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. However, what I must convey to you, my son, is that this gift must never be displayed before outsiders. Do you understand? Shisui was taken aback, yet he heeded Fugaku Uchiha's words, for he understood that they were indeed for his benefit. He then replied, I understand, Father. From now on, I will only use it in front of Itachi and you. Thank you, Father. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard Makoto Uchiha calling them for breakfast. All right, Shisui, you are truly understanding. Come, your mother is calling us. Let us go and have breakfast, Fugaku said, leading Shisui toward the front yard. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Sharingan. After finishing breakfast, Fugaku Uchiha set out to find foundational medical books for Shisui. Meanwhile, Shisui and Itachi prepared to practice ninjutsu by the river, where Shisui intended to teach Itachi the Phoenix Fire technique. Upon reaching the riverbank, Shisui inquired, Itachi, are you aware of our Uchiha clan standing within the village? Itachi, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, Of course. Our Uchiha clan is the most prominent family in Konoha. Many hold us in awe, and our family is responsible for the village's police force. How impressive. Upon hearing Itachi's response, Shisui fell silent for a moment. He was acutely aware that the Uchiha clan wielded no real power in Konoha, and the police force often found themselves in contentious situations. Their status was certainly not as formidable as Itachi perceived it to be. As Shisui contemplated the events leading to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan orchestrated by Itachi and Danzo, he felt compelled to impart some new ideologies to Itachi. While Shisui was deep in thought, Itachi, noticing the expression on Shisui's face, inquired with curiosity, Brother Shisui, did I say something amiss? As Shisui regained his composure, he softly addressed Itachi. Itachi, do you know why we exist in this world? Each individual harbors their own aspirations. Some live for themselves, others for their families, and some dedicate their entire lives to their village, regardless of what is deemed right or wrong, as long as it serves the needs of the village. They are willing to bury their own emotions, even to the extent of sacrificing their family members. They are utterly unrelenting in this pursuit. Upon hearing this, Itachi, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Why do such individuals exist, Brother Shisui?" Shisui smiled and remarked, "Well, that is what these individuals refer to as their absurd ideals." Itachi then inquired, "And what about you, Brother Shisui?" "As for me," Shisui replied, "what I detest most is the fact that these people, who are merely pursuing their own power, speak of their intentions in such a glorified manner, claiming it is for the greater good. If it were up to me, I would live primarily for myself. If given the opportunity, I would strive to improve my family, and if I possessed the capability, I would seek to influence my village, or even the entire world." In that moment, Shisui expressed the thoughts he had long wished to share with Itachi. Itachi gazed at Shisui with admiration and said, "Brother Shisui, you are truly magnificent. I aspire to be like you in the future indeed." Shisui looked at Itachi, who was resolute, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Very well, then, Itachi, you must strive diligently. But first, we must possess strength. Only with strength can we have a voice, and only then will others take heed." Shisui encouraged Itachi. What Shisui did not realize was the profound impact his words would have on Itachi Uchiha later on. "All right, Itachi. Weren't you pestering Father to teach you the Phoenix Fire technique this morning? Today, Father has gone to fetch a book for me, so I shall instruct you instead. If that is agreeable?" Shisui said, observing Itachi deep in thought over this serious matter. Upon hearing this, Itachi's face brightened with joy, and he exclaimed with a radiant smile, "Yes, yes, Brother Shisui, please teach me the Phoenix Fire technique. Once I master it, I will definitely defeat you. Hee, hurry up, I can hardly wait." "Very well. Then watch closely. First, we must form the hand seals. Like this. Pay attention." Shisui replied with a smile. "Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique." As soon as Shisui finished speaking, Itachi saw flames in the shape of phoenix flowers erupt from Shisui's mouth. When the flames finally extinguished, Shisui turned to Itachi and asked, "So, did you see it clearly?" At that moment, Itachi was earnest in his learning, stating, "I saw it clearly. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, fire release, Phoenix Fire technique." However, despite being a prodigy in fire release ninjutsu, Itachi was merely 3 years old, and his chakra could not be mobilized effectively. Thus, when he attempted the technique, only a few tiny flames sputtered forth. With a distressed expression, Itachi lamented, "Brother Shisui, I failed. Am I truly that useless?" Shisui gazed at Itachi earnestly and said, "How could that be? Our Itachi is a genius among geniuses. It's merely the influence of the chakra within him that causes this. Once Itachi matures a bit more, he will undoubtedly excel. So do not lose heart." Upon hearing Shishui's words, Itachi's face lit up with joy as he replied, "Yes, yes, Brother Shisui, I will surely master it. And I intend to surpass you one day." Shisui remarked, "Indeed, I will certainly do so. Brother, await this day with anticipation and give it your all." The two spent the morning by the river, diligently studying and practicing until they concluded their efforts as noon approached. Shisui gazed at the sun hanging in the sky and addressed Itachi. "All right, Itachi, let us conclude our outing for this morning. If we delay any longer, Mother will surely grow concerned." As he spoke, the two clasped hands and made their way toward the territory of the Uchiha clan. However, after just a few minutes of walking, they once again encountered the peculiar woman they had seen the previous day. Due to his tender age, Itachi felt a twinge of fear towards strangers, but Shisui recognized her as Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Yet, upon recalling his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, Shisui decided against approaching her. He was acutely aware of the animosity the Hokage faction harbored towards the Uchiha, even if it was but a mere sliver. Thus, he guided Itachi homeward. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but wonder why Tsunade, a prominent figure among the Sannin, would appear in such a manner. Curiosity piqued, they continued their journey without pausing. Upon returning home, Shisui discovered that Uchiha Fugaka had yet to return, so he shared a meal with Uchiha Makoto and her son before retreating to his own room. After resting for approximately half an hour, Shisui settled cross-legged on the floor of his room, his demeanor transforming from lethargy to a serene stillness. He gradually entered a wondrous state, discovering that the cells within his body had seemingly revived by about 1/50th of their potential. This indicated that Jishui's chakra was now 5 times that of what it had been when extracted 3 months prior. In tranquil contemplation, Jishui endeavored to communicate with those revived cells, slowly. Each awakened cell responded to him like obedient children, ready to be guided. Shisui attempted to extract the chakra from within those cells, but he restrained himself and slowly returned the extracted chakra back. To his astonishment, he discovered that his chakra levels had reverted to what they had been 3 months prior. This revelation filled Shisui with immense joy, for it sparked an ingenious idea in his mind, an artifice of feigning weakness to conceal strength. The thought that he could alter his chakra levels at will exhilarated him beyond measure. As time swiftly passed, evening arrived. Itachi, during this interval, sought to practice shuriken throwing with Shisui. However, noticing the stillness emanating from Shisui's room, he chose not to disturb him. Later that night, Fugaku Uchiha returned home. After the family had dined, he summoned Shisui to his chamber, imparting essential medical knowledge and reiterating his instructions before allowing Shisui to return to his own quarters. Once Shisui re-entered his room, he took a moment to center his emotions. He then retrieved several books, their covers inscribed with titles such as Human Meridian and Acupoint, Fundamentals of Medical Knowledge, and Medical Ninjutsu. Shisui meticulously extracted the meridians and acupoints of the human body, diligently committing to memory the various acupoints detailed in the text. Following this, he perused the subsequent sections on the human meridians. Blessed with an exceptional photographic memory, Shisui effortlessly retained the information presented in the book. Subsequently, guided by the descriptions of the ocular acupoints, Shisui recalled that the activation of the Sharingan occurred only after enduring a series of intense stimuli. Shisui gathered all of his chakra, yet he hesitated, for it was merely his own conjecture. If he succeeded, all would be well. However, should there be an unfortunate misstep, he might be doomed to a life of blindness. After much hesitation, Shisui steeled his resolve, contemplating the notion that sacrificing everything might enable him to unseat the emperor. He channeled chakra into the veins surrounding his eyes, only to be met with a sudden and excruciating pain. Cold sweat cascaded down his brow as the veins around his eyes throbbed violently, the agony intensifying with each passing moment. 10 minutes later, Shisui succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. Hours later, he gradually regained awareness. Enduring the torment, he slowly settled into a meditative position on the floor, striving to replenish his internal chakra. After a while, the searing pain began to subside, allowing him to rise. Though he remained uncertain of his success, as he prepared to succumb to slumber, his gaze fell upon a mirror on the table, and to his astonishment, he discovered a conspicuous tomo appearing in his eyes, dark and strikingly vivid. Suppressing the elation within, Shisui was acutely aware that his conjecture was indeed accurate, at least until the completion of the 3 tomo. As he pondered this, he gradually drifted into slumber. Over the subsequent 6 months, Shisui devoted himself to studying several foundational medical texts. However, he refrained from attempting the 2nd tomo's chakra impact, fully grasping the wisdom that haste begets waste. Moreover, the ocular meridians were exceedingly delicate. A moment's impatience could render him a sightless child, a loss far too great to bear. Nevertheless, Shisui was by no means idle. Each day, apart from practicing ninjutsu and kunai throwing with Itachi, he dedicated his remaining hours to honing his chakra control techniques. Throughout this half-year, Shisui not only invigorated his body's cells to a remarkable 20%, but also, utilizing the knowledge gleaned from those rudimentary medical volumes, devised an E-rank medical ninjutsu, which he aptly named rapid hemostasis technique. As the commencement of ninja school approached, Shisui found his days to be quite tranquil. One day, while he and Itachi were in the backyard practicing kunai throwing, Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly entered, addressing both Itachi and Shisui. Shisui, Itachi, your father has been busy these past 6 months and has not imparted much knowledge to you. Today, I find myself with time to spare. What would you like to learn? Allow me to teach you, haha? Upon observing Uchiha Fugaku's apparent joy, Shisui curiously inquired, Father, do you have some delightful news? It has been quite a while since I have seen you this elated. Itachi, equally perplexed, added, Indeed, Father, do share with us. With a beaming smile, Uchiha Fugaku replied, Shisui, Itachi, you shall soon welcome a younger brother or sister into our family. This revelation left Itachi even more bewildered, pondering how another sibling could possibly come into existence. A brother? A sister? He echoed, as Shisui, observing Itachi's confusion, recognized that their younger sibling was soon to arrive in this world. Turning to Itachi, Shisui clarified, You simpleton, mother is pregnant, just as you were brought into this world. Itachi's eyes widened in understanding. Shisui then turned back to Uchiha Fugaku and exclaimed, Congratulations, father. How wonderful it would be to have a brother to play with. Since you were so joyous today, why not spend some time with Mother? You can teach us ninjutsu tomorrow just as well. Itachi chimed in. Yes, father. It has been quite some time since you have spent time with Mother. Thus, the trio returned home in high spirits, and that evening, the family enjoyed a joyous gathering. Chapter 4. Chakra Attributes. In the Ninja Academy on the following day, Uchiha Fugaku indeed came as promised to teach Shisui and Itachi. However, instead of commencing with ninjutsu, he presented them with 2 sheets of paper. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku holding 2 sheets of paper, Shizumi and Weasel inquired with curiosity, Father, what purpose do these 2 sheets serve? Could they possibly be related to the ninjutsu you were teaching us? Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly and replied slowly, Indeed. This is closely linked to your ninjutsu training. However, it is not about imparting new techniques. Rather, it is a means to assess your chakra attributes. Understanding your chakra nature will enable you to utilize ninjutsu aligned with your inherent attributes, thereby conserving unnecessary chakra expenditure. Furthermore, some individuals are born with a singular attribute, while others may possess 2, or even 3 or more. Upon hearing the inquiry, Shisui and Itachi posed a question. Father, does that mean a person with only 1 chakra attribute can only utilize jutsu of that specific nature? Furthermore, how many chakra attributes exist? I am only aware that both of us wield fire-type chakra. Uchiha Fugaku, pleased by their curiosity, responded, Chakra attributes include fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Additionally, there is the wood attribute belonging to the first Hokage of our Hidden Leaf Village, which falls under the category of bloodline limits. Much like our Uchiha clan Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Now, you can discern your own chakra attributes by channeling your chakra into these 2 sheets of paper. Allow me to inform you that fire will ignite, earth will crumble, wind will sever, water will dampen, and lightning will create wrinkles. Itachi was the first to channel his chakra into the test paper, which exhibited portions that ignited, dampened, and severed, indicating that Itachi possessed 3 chakra attributes: fire, water, and wind. Upon witnessing his son's diverse abilities, Fugaku's smile broadened. In exuberance, Itachi exclaimed, Father, brother Shisui, I possess 3 attributes. How splendid! Both Fugaku and Shisui, charmed by Itachi's pride, laughed and remarked, Indeed, our Itachi is a prodigy of 3 attributes. Realizing their teasing, Itachi's cheeks flushed crimson. Prompting him to shift the conversation, Brother Shisui has yet to be tested. Please do so. I am certain you are also a genius. Encouraged by this, Shisui eagerly channeled his chakra into the test paper. Soon enough, a portion ignited, reflecting the Uchiha heritage, while another part wrinkled, and yet another was severed. Thus, Shisui discovered that his chakra attributes were fire, wind, and lightning. Delighted, Itachi cheered. I knew it. Brother Shisui is undoubtedly a genius of 3 attributes. Jisui was also quite pleased, for the elemental affinities of wind, lightning, and fire were all offensive chakra types, and their combined usage would amplify the power of ninjutsu. However, the most elated was not Jisui or Itachi, but rather Uchiha Fugaku standing nearby. He understood that the Uchiha clan, having remained dormant for so long, had finally welcomed 2 towering geniuses capable of sustaining the clan's supremacy for a century. He secretly rejoiced at having made a wise choice in the past. Haha. The Uchiha clan shall once again bask in the glory of our ancestors. With these 2 prodigies, how can our clan not flourish? Uchiha Fugaku could scarcely contain his inner joy, laughing heartily. Well, I did not fail to teach you ninjutsu yesterday, did I? Today, I shall impart to you the techniques of wind chakra. You both possess affinities for wind and fire. I have already taught you the fire techniques, so today, I will teach you a C-rank wind technique, vacuum sphere. As Uchiha Fugaku observed the eager expressions on their faces, he felt a surge of happiness. Watch closely, Zimao-su. Wind release, vacuum sphere. With that, Uchiha Fugaku began to form hand seals and unleash the wind technique. At that moment, Jisui and Itachi beheld beautiful orbs of wind, reminiscent of jade, being expelled from Fugaku's mouth, filling them with envy. Inspired, the 2 began to practice as well. After about a minute, Jisui successfully uttered, Zimao-su. Wind release, vacuum sphere, producing his own smaller orbs of wind release, though their power paled in comparison to that of the elite Jonin, Uchiha Fugaku. Just as Fugaku was about to commend Jisui, he heard Itachi's voice as well. Zimao-su. Wind release, vacuum sphere. But the strength of Itachi's technique was slightly less than that of Jisui's. This was primarily due to Itachi's age, which limited his chakra reserves. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku laughed again. exclaiming, "Ha! Truly deserving of the title genius among geniuses. Remarkable. Keep practicing, and should your chakra be depleted, sit down and recover before continuing. At your tender age, achieving this is already commendable. Keep it up." With a smile, Uchiha Fugaku took his leave. Thus, the two young boys remained in the backyard, intermittently echoing the incantation Z, Mao, Su, wind release, vacuum sphere, until noon, when the sun shone fiercely, prompting them to gradually cease their efforts. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto had just finished preparing a meal and was on her way to call Shisui and Itachi to eat. She found them sprawled on the grass like two exhausted little monkeys, their pale faces glistening with sweat, realizing they must have been practicing tirelessly since her husband had left. Uchiha Makoto felt a pang of compassion. Although Shisui was not her biological child, they had spent 3 years together, and a maternal instinct began to radiate from her. "Oh dear children, why are you working so hard? You're completely drained of chakra and don't even realize it. Get up and wash yourselves. It's time for dinner," she said playfully, her heart aching for them. As Shisui gazed upon Uchiha Makoto's expression, a warmth surged within him. He spoke reassuringly, "Mother, fret not. We are destined to become formidable warriors. How could we falter over a mere bit of fatigue?" Itachi, rising beside him, added, "Indeed, Mother, you need not worry. We have grown considerably strong and it won't be long before we catch up to Father." "Very well, then. If you both are so strong, I shall forego lunch today. I had prepared salad dressing, chicken legs, and seafood." Uchiha Makoto sighed, her gaze shifting between Shisui and Itachi, a smile breaking upon her lips. Upon hearing Makoto Uchiha's words, Shisui and Itachi quickly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, No, please, Mother, we were wrong, we want to eat." They hurriedly scurried off to wash the dirt from their bodies. Watching Shisui and Itachi dash away, Makoto Uchiha couldn't help but smile with joy. During mealtime, as Fugaku Uchiha had yet to return, Shisui and Itachi, one requesting chicken legs and the other seafood, were engaged in a lively competition for food, filling the air with laughter and cheer. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the commencement of the Konoha Ninja Academy was approaching. Shisui had turned 6, and Itachi was already 5. In just a few months, the births of Sasuke and Naruto would occur, heralding the tumultuous events of the Nine-Tails incident in Konoha. On one hand, Shisui felt a sense of joy in his personal growth. On the other hand, he pondered how to obtain the flesh of the Nine-Tails. He recalled that the brothers, Kin and Jin, from the hidden cloud village had consumed the flesh of the Nine-Tails to acquire its chakra. However, given his current level of cultivation, such aspirations seemed as distant as dreams, tantalizing yet unattainable. Sighing, he resolved to diligently practice the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique. Over the past few months, Shisui had been dedicated to mastering the body flicker technique, and he had made considerable progress. In essence, he had already attained the strength of a newly graduated genin. While many 6-year-olds would be impressive as genin, Shisui was acutely aware that Kakashi Hitaki had already graduated at that tender age. "Keep at it, young one," Shisui mused softly. Today marked the day he would enter the Konoha Ninja Academy. Shisui felt a flutter of excitement. Although there were no particularly outstanding ninjas during this period, he harbored his own ambitions. Rising early, he engaged in his usual practices and entered a remarkable state, feeling as though he could control 30% of his living cells, gradually storing the chakra he had extracted. He did not wish to attract the attention of Danzo by becoming renowned at the academy. At that moment, Shisui exited his meditative state upon hearing the voices of Fugaku Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha outside, hastily dressing and stepping out of his room. "Good morning, father, mother," Shisui greeted. "Good morning, Shisui. Today is the day you enter the ninja school. Be sure to build good relationships with your classmates," Makoto said with a smile. "I understand, mother. You need not worry," Shisui replied cheerfully. Beside him, Fugaku added, "When you go, do not tarnish the honor of our Uchiha clan. Strive to be the best, understand?" "I understand, father. Rest assured, with my strength, I am already capable of graduating as a genin. How could I possibly be outdone by those little brats?" Shisui responded with a grin. "You rascal, regardless of your abilities, you must study diligently. Although your skills are commendable, there are lessons that can only be learned at school. Put in the effort," Fugaku reiterated, offering further reminders. Upon arriving at the ninja school, it was Fugaku who accompanied him. Nearby, a group of young girls spotted Shisui and exclaimed, "That boy is so handsome. How wonderful it would be to be in the same class as him." Hearing their chatter, Shisui pouted, reflecting on how precocious children in this world seemed. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a little girl with flowing hair, fair skin, and delicate features, resembling a doll, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. Shisui found himself somewhat entranced, and by the time he regained his senses, he had already entered class 1 of the first grade. As he pondered over that girl, he glanced to the side and noticed her sitting quietly, exuding a serenity that made it difficult to disturb her peace. Chapter 5. The Orphan Reign, Luciener, and the Chakra Conjecture. While Shisui observed the girl, he became aware that many of his male classmates were fixated on her, yet none approached to engage her in conversation. The same was true for the other girls. This puzzled Shisui. Typically, among the children of Konoha, whether from humble beginnings or esteemed families, there would always be 1 or 2 friends. Yet this remarkably beautiful girl seemed to possess not a single companion. As Shisui pondered, approximately 10 minutes slipped away. At that moment, a man appeared at the entrance of Class 1, bearing a long scar across his face. He entered slowly, approached the podium, and addressed the class. "Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, a nin from Konoha, named Moonlight Jiyu. You may call me Teacher Moonlight or Teacher Jiyu. Today marks our first meeting. So I would like each of you to introduce yourselves briefly, including your name, age, interests, and dreams, starting from the front row and proceeding to the back." As soon as Moonlight Jiyu concluded his statement, a young boy from the front row stood up and softly said, "Hello everyone. My name is Zhongshan Jingfeng. I am 6 years old, I love flowers, and my dream is to become a ninja who can stand on my own." Subsequently, each student began to introduce themselves. When it came to a girl with a delicate appearance, she cheerfully stated, "Hello everyone. My name is Uchiha Shisui. I am also 6 years old. My hobby is painting, and my dream is to become the strongest woman of the Uchiha clan." After a while, it was finally Jisui's turn to introduce himself. He stood up slowly and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Uchiha Shisui. I am 6 years old. I have no particular interests, and my dream is, I prefer not to share." After speaking, he sat back down. "Ah, quite the personality," Moonlight Jiyu remarked. Finally, it was the turn of the girl sitting next to Shisui. She appeared somewhat shy as she stood up and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Luciener. I am also 6 years old. I am an orphan. I enjoy playing with the children at the orphanage, and my dream is to have a complete family. I hope you will all be kind to me." Only after Luciener finished her introduction did Shisui understand why no one sat with her. In Konoha, the atmosphere was often somewhat exclusive. "Well, now that we have a brief understanding of each other, you are all classmates from this day forward. Let us get along well, as we shall spend the next 6 years together," Moonlight Jiyu stated after the last introduction. There were a total of 35 students in the class, making the classroom feel somewhat spacious. As Shisui listened to Moonlight Jiyu's words, he found them rather dull. Before long, the bell rang for recess. "All right. We will stop here for today. Tomorrow, we will continue with the extraction of chakra. Class dismissed," Moonlight Jiyu announced as the recess time approached. Shisui gazed at Luciener, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, and slowly approached her. He greeted her, "Hello, Luciener. It's already after class. Why haven't you left yet? By the way, my name is Uchiha Shisui." Upon noticing Jisui's attentive gaze, Luciener felt a surge of fear and stammered, "Hello. I'm sorry. I will leave right away." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, believing Shisui had come to urge her to depart. Seeing her in such a state, Shisui could not help but anxiously exclaim, "Oh, please do not cry. I merely approached to greet you as I noticed you lost in thought all alone. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave." As Shisui was about to turn away, Luciener, taken aback by Jisui's worried expression, hurriedly called out, "Please don't go. I assumed you were one of those who enjoy bullying others as mentioned by my sister, the dean. I apologize for my misunderstanding." She then graciously continued, "Greetings, Shisui. My name is Luciener. If it pleases you, you may call me Ciener. The other students do not play with me upon learning that I am an orphan. What prompted you to approach me?" Shisui responded, "As for me, I too am without friends. Since my earliest memories, my sole companion has been you. Oh, by the way, you might not know, but you is truly a wonderful person." Hiki. Shisui pondered, somewhat perplexed, as it seemed rather unusual for a soul nearing 30 to find themselves in such a predicament. Luciener, equally elated, chimed in. "Then one day after school, bring you along so we can all play together." "Certainly, I'll introduce you to you when I have the chance, and then you'll understand." Shisui replied with a smile. As time leisurely passed, the two engaged in conversation for quite a while before parting ways to return home. Upon returning home, Shisui was greeted by Itachi, who hurried over with a joyful expression. "Brother Shisui," he exclaimed, "you're back. I've been so lonely here by myself. Father isn't home, and mother is too busy to keep me company. Practicing ninjutsu alone is truly tedious. Please, share with me the delightful people and events you encountered at the ninja school today." Shisui, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "All right. Just give me a few moments to rest, and then I shall share with you." After a brief interlude, Shisui recounted to Itachi the people and events he had encountered at school that day, mentioning a new acquaintance by the name of Julius Yenner. As soon as Shisui finished his tale, Itachi, with an expression of envy, exclaimed, "If only I could attend school too. I would be able to meet so many new friends." Having spent his childhood solely in the company of Shisui, the concept of friendship had always seemed a distant aspiration for Itachi. Shisui turned to Itachi and said, "How about I take you to meet Yenner another day?" Itachi joyfully exclaimed, Sure. Just don't go back on your word, okay?" "Hiki. All right, it's a promise," Shisui replied with a hint of resignation. As night fell, Shisui returned to his room after dinner. He took a moment to rest before embarking on his development of medical ninjutsu and reviewing his techniques. He practiced hand seals for a while and then delved into the study of human meridians. Shisui pondered the Byakugan and gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan, reflecting that since the Sharingan and Byakugan were revered as the two great Kekkei Genkai of Konohagakure, perhaps he could delve into this area of study himself. Thus, Shisui endeavored to channel his chakra into his fingertips, meticulously targeting the acupuncture points along his meridians. Upon gently tapping his thigh, he was astonished to discover that the area he had struck felt entirely devoid of chakra flow. This revelation filled Shisui with elation, as it affirmed the validity of his hypothesis. After experimenting for a while, Shizuki deduced that if he could accurately pinpoint the enemy's acupoints during battle and infuse his chakra into them, he could render the enemy immobile, thus allowing himself to strike at will. Consequently, Shizuki retrieved an anatomical chart of human meridians and acupoints, meticulously comparing it with his own body. Once he had identified the various acupoints, he closed his eyes to reflect, contemplating the necessity of testing this theory in a real combat scenario. Approximately half an hour later, Shizuki seated himself on the floor, entering a remarkable state he referred to as focusing mind. In this state, he gradually began to communicate with the cells he had gained control over. Extracting his chakra and reintegrating it, he discovered that the cells from which he had repeatedly extracted chakra were significantly larger than those he had not controlled, and they possessed a greater capacity for chakra storage. Shizuki mused, if he could continuously extract and store chakra, might this not augment his overall chakra reserves? Thus, Shizuki extracted all the chakra from 30,000ths of his living cells that he could command, subsequently returning it slowly. After repeating this process 3 times, he felt as if each cycle of extraction and storage resembled a banking system from a past life, with each subsequent total of chakra slightly exceeding the last. Although the increase was not overtly significant, it was still perceptible. The validation of this hypothesis filled Shizuki with immense joy, as he had developed a chakra storage theory that did not exist in the world of Hokage, enabling the enhancement of the body's limited chakra capacity. If he could increase the chakra storage within the human vessel, it would undoubtedly confer an extraordinary advantage in combat. With a sense of exhilaration, Shisui drifted into slumber, enjoying a night of profound tranquility. The following morning, he awoke early, not waiting for the Uchiha Shisui couple to emerge before stepping out of the house. He swiftly donned his attire and ventured into the courtyard to engage in his exercise routine. Before long, Uchiha Shisui appeared, observing Shisui, who was already drenched in sweat from his vigorous training. Approaching him, Uchiha Shisui inquired, "Shisui, what prompts you to rise so early today? Come, join me for a spar." Shisui halted his training and declared, "All right, father, I shall commence my assault now." With that, he activated his Sharingan, the one-tomo variant, and launched his attack. Initially, during their exchange, Uchiha Shisui remained oblivious to Shisui's Sharingan. It was only after a few minutes of combat that he noticed Shisui's movements were remarkably more agile than usual. Upon observing the one-tomo Sharingan in Shisui's eyes, Uchiha Shisui was once again astounded, for it was truly astonishing for someone of Shisui's age to possess such a power. Stop, Shisui. What is the meaning of your eyes?" Uchiha Shisui urgently called for a halt, inquiring about Shisui's condition. With a hint of exasperation, Shisui remarked, "Father, is it not merely the awakening of the Sharingan? You have done so as well, have you not? Furthermore, your Sharingan boasts 3 tomo, while mine has but 1. What is remarkable about that? But when did you awaken your Sharingan? I was unaware of this, Uchiha Fugaku inquired, a touch of urgency in his voice. Do you realize that in our clan, the most gifted among us typically awaken it only in their teenage years? Yet you have managed to do so at such a tender age? Pray, enlighten your father. Upon witnessing the urgency in Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui spoke, Father, several months ago. My Sharingan awakened. That day, I was filled with a certain anger, which triggered its activation. Shisui dared not confess that he had forcefully channeled chakra into his ocular pathways. Thus he fabricated a tale. Upon hearing this revelation, Uchiha Fugaku was even more astonished. For it was the first time he had encountered someone who had unlocked the illustrious Sharingan of the Uchiha clan at the tender age of 5. He gazed at Shisui and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, splendid, truly remarkable. You are indeed a prodigious talent of our Uchiha lineage. At such a young age, you have awakened your eyes. How can our clan fail to prosper? Upon hearing this, Shizwater felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had initially intended to activate his Sharingan to replicate Uchiha Fugaku's martial arts techniques, never anticipating that it would bring such immense delight to Uchiha Fugaku. Shisui chuckled and said, Hee, I never anticipated this. I inadvertently awakened my eyes. Thus, during this period, Shisui basked in the praises of Uchiha Fugaku. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Shisui with a grave expression and remarked, Shisui, you must never speak of your awakening in front of others, not even to your mother or Itachi. Do you understand? Otherwise, certain individuals may harbor ill intentions towards you. Shisui understood that Uchiha Fugaku was referring to the conflict between the Hokage faction and Danzo's camp. He replied earnestly, Rest assured, Father, today marks the first occasion I shall unveil my Sharingan before you, and I shall not disclose this to anyone else. Indeed. That is reassuring. Remember this well. Uchiha Fugaku reiterated with emphasis. Now, let us head home for a meal. Your mother must have prepared breakfast by now, Uchiha Fugaku stated. After enjoying breakfast, Shisui cheerfully set off to the Ninja Academy with his lunchbox and backpack, for he was eager to see Lucien Air once more. Chapter 6. A fortuitous encounter with the Leaf Village's ninja, Sarutobi Izashi. As Shisui stepped out of his home, he began to hum a nursery rhyme. Skipping joyfully along the way, his voice resonating with the cheerful tune of Little Ma, Little Erlang, carrying a school bag to the schoolhouse, unafraid of the scorching sun. Undaunted by the raging storm, just as Shisui was nearing the school, he encountered a middle-aged man standing ahead. Approaching slowly, he recognized the figure to be Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, affectionately known as the Ninja Doctor. However, since Shisui had yet to meet him since his arrival in this world, he feigned ignorance and strolled past, addressing Hiruzen with a puzzled expression. Good day, sir. You seem quite familiar. Have we met before? Shisui maintained an air of innocence and bewilderment. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed towards the 4 statues on Hokage Rock and remarked, Just take a look. Doesn't the 3rd statue resemble me? Shisui, with a sudden realization, remarked, It bears some resemblance, yet the statue above appears significantly younger. After a brief pause, Shisui seemed to comprehend and said, I understand now. You are the esteemed 3rd Lord of the village. Greetings to you, 3rd Lord. Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at the bewildered Shisui and inquired, You must be Shisui Uchiha of the Uchiha clan. Am I correct? Upon hearing the words, Shizuki was taken aback. Pondering to himself, Is it truly over? Despite my low profile, has he discovered my presence? He hesitantly inquired, Lord 3rd Hokage, how could you possibly know of me? Is it because of my striking handsomeness? Shizuki feigned a playful demeanor as he spoke. Not waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's response, he muttered to himself, Could it be? While I do possess a certain charm, it seems rather improbable that the 3rd Hokage would be aware of me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Shizuki's musings, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, you little rascal, how amusing you are. Whatever has fostered such self-adoration? He concluded his jest with a dramatic roll of his eyes. Shisui appeared somewhat bashful. His cheeks flushed as he replied, No, it's nothing. Seeing Shisui in this manner, Sarutobi Sasuke chuckled and said, Child, are you aware of our village will of fire? Even if one is aware of the truth, it is imperative to categorically deny it. Otherwise, revealing one's secrets could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Shisui feigned ignorance and inquired, The will of fire? What is that? Can it be eaten? Is it delicious? Upon hearing Jishui's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen's nostrils flared with exasperation, Yet upon observing the innocent confusion on Shui's face, he reminded himself that this was merely a child. With a smile, he responded. The will of fire is the essence that ignites wherever leaves dance in the air. It is the flame that illuminates the village, nurturing new leaves to sprout anew. Feigning ignorance, Shisui listened as Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to elucidate. The will of fire, a belief that has been upheld since the era of the first Hokage, embodies the essence of protecting those dear to us, ensuring they remain unharmed. Upon concluding his explanation, Sarutobi gazed at Shisui, who, while appearing to contemplate, secretly mused, if I were not a traveler from another world, unaware of the tragic fate awaiting the Uchiha clan, I might have genuinely been swayed by this old man. After a moment, Shisui regained his composure and noticed Sarutobi's attentive gaze. He promptly declared, Third Hokage, I shall diligently study ninjutsu, striving to avenge our village and my family. Sarutobi, delighted by Shisui's response, beamed with joy, thinking he had successfully convinced the young man. He replied, Excellent. Then do your utmost. I shall take my leave now, so as not to hinder your studies. With that, he turned, hands clasped behind his back, and walked towards the Hokage building. Shisui exclaimed from behind, I shall undoubtedly safeguard the village. As Shisui watched Sarutobi Hizashi recede into the distance, he clenched his fists tightly, vowing to himself he would become the strongest, so that he would never again be at the mercy of danger. Regulating her emotions, Shishui's smile returned as she gradually made her way towards the ninja school. Upon entering the classroom, she noticed tears glistening on Yulia Siener's face as she quietly wept. Nearby, several young boys gleefully remarked, She's merely an orphan. Not even one of us from the village. What right does she have to be in our class? Moreover, she possesses no chakra at all. Haha. She deserves to be bullied by us. Upon witnessing this scene, Shisui felt an overwhelming surge of anger, and he strode forward decisively. With a series of resounding slaps, he struck the faces of the four boys, leaving them dazed and bewildered. One of them shouted, Who dares to attack a member of the Hyuga clan? After catching sight of Shisui, he clenched his fists and charged. However, these boys were no match for Shisui, who had already attained the rank of an elite genin. In a matter of moments, within 30 seconds, they lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The onlooking classmates hesitated to approach, fearing that Shisui might perceive them as accomplices and deal with them similarly. Shisui gazed at the individuals before him, all of whom belonged to the Hyuga clan, seemingly from the branch family. He spoke vehemently. Indeed, the members of the Hyuga clan are as insufferable as ever. Depart at once. Should you dare to bully Luciano again, I shall ensure you face the consequences. The group hastily scrambled to their seats, terror gripping their hearts. Yet they defiantly retorted, Uchiha Shisui, just you wait. You shall see what awaits you after school. After listening to the discourse, Shisui let out a cold laugh. Fully aware that this was what they referred to as losing personnel but not losing the formation, Shisui turned around and beheld the weeping Yulia Siener. He approached her with a tender heart and said, Siener, do not cry any longer. If you do, you shall transform into a little kitten. Upon hearing Shishui's comforting words, Yulia Siener ceased her tears and smiled. Before long, the two were engaged in light-hearted banter. Shortly thereafter, Yuegwang Jiyu entered and commenced his lesson. Initially, Shisui was attentive. But after a while, he could no longer withstand the enchanting lullaby that Yuegwang Jiyu wove, and he succumbed to slumber atop the desk. Observing Shisui peacefully asleep, Yuegwang Jiyu approached and called out, Uchiha Shisui, rise and respond to the question I just posed. Shisui gradually emerged from his stupor and said, Teacher Jiyu, could you kindly reiterate the previous questions? Thank you. Upon hearing Jishui's request, Yuguang and Jiyu repeated the questions once more. However, for someone with Jishui's exceptional memory, these inquiries were rather trivial. He effortlessly answered several of the questions and even ventured into areas that Yuguang and Jiyu were unaware of. Unable to express his frustration, Yuguang remarked, Jishui, although you possess knowledge of these questions, it is essential for you to study diligently. Jishui readily agreed. Yet it was not long before he succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the desk. In light of Jishui's behavior, Yuguang and Jiyu found themselves powerless. They reasoned that since he would eventually awaken, they might as well acquiesce. Thus, our revered Jishui would arrive in class only to drift into sleep, remaining oblivious until the class concluded. It was not until dismissal that he was roused by the gentle call of Yulia Siener. From that moment forth, Jishui earned the moniker of God of Sleep within the school. During lunchtime, while each student indulged in their own bento, Yulia Siener sat apart, for she had grown up in an orphanage and had no one to prepare a meal for her. Observing her plight, Shisui approached and graciously offered her a portion of his own bento. Shisui said, "Sienna, please eat. My mother has prepared an abundance for me today. Far more than I can consume. Let us share it together." Upon seeing the bento box that Shisui offered, Yulu Sienna immediately burst into tears. Yet she did not reach out to take it. Shisui, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Why are you crying? Please don't cry. It's all right, it's all right. If you don't eat, I cannot finish it either, and it would be a shame to waste such food." As Shisui observed Yulu Sienna weeping uncontrollably, he decided to lighten the mood with a jest, regardless of whether she was inclined to respond. Adopting a mischievous demeanor, he lifted her chin and playfully remarked, "My dear." Grant this old man a smile. However, his efforts seemed futile. Undeterred, he continued, "Since you refuse to smile, allow me to bestow one upon you. Heh." At that moment, a soft chuckle escaped Yulu Sienna's lips as she accepted Jishui's bento, murmuring a heartfelt, "Thank you." The two of them then joyfully shared their meal together, and later, Jishui recounted the incident to Uchiha Makoto, who readily agreed to prepare 2 bento boxes for him each day. Thus, each afternoon became a cherished ritual, with Jishui and Yulu Sienna dining together, their bond deepening with each passing day. Although Yulu Sienna was an orphan, no one dared to bully her any longer. Time rushed forth, and Jishui spent his days either attending school or playing with Yulu Sienna, dedicating his post-lunch hours to teaching her chakra extraction techniques, which improved her academic performance to an average standing. As days blended into one another, Jishui was acutely aware that the 23rd of July, the birth date of Sasuke Uchiha, was fast approaching. The Uchiha family was enveloped in joy during this time. Meanwhile, Jishui diligently honed his skills, successfully revitalizing 50% of the cells within his body and mastering B-rank medical ninjutsu. Throughout this period, Jishui would sneak several dead fish into his room each night. Initially, his attempts were fruitless, resulting in several extravagant fish feasts for the Uchiha clan. Eventually, Itachi voiced his discontent, declaring, "Jishui, if there is another fish meal tomorrow, I shall ignore you for 3 days." After a moment of contemplation, he amended his statement, "No, make it 2 days of silence." Humph. Jishui gazed at Itachi's small face, filled with bitterness and a sense of helplessness. Perhaps it was Itachi's threat that bore fruit, as he successfully mastered the B-rank ninjutsu, the sage technique. Additionally, the birth of Sasuke, the second pillar, placed considerable pressure on Jishui, prompting him to activate the second tomo of his Sharingan. Chapter 7. The awakening of the second tomo Sharingan and the birth of the second pillar. The night was extraordinarily beautiful, with a resplendent starry sky. Jishui couldn't help but ponder where on earth one could find such a clear night sky. Even if there were, it would be obscured by the dreadful haze. Regaining his focus, Jishui first settled cross-legged on the floor of the room, gradually preparing to awaken the second tomo of his Sharingan. First, Shisui repeatedly extracts and stores 50% of the living chakra from the cells he can control, 3 times. He then reviews and consolidates the human meridian and acupoint system, comparing it with his own body. Since Shisui has only studied the meridian and acupoint system of adult bodies, he must first compare it with his own before commencing the activation of the double tomo Sharingan. Though Jishui had previously experienced the piercing agony of unlocking the one tomo Sharingan, that excruciating pain remained etched in his memory. After much contemplation, he resolved to activate the 2 tomo Sharingan. To allow the fear of momentary pain to deter him from a lifetime of regret was an unthinkable prospect. With a heart steeled by previous anguish, Jishui concentrated his chakra, directing it gradually towards the chakra points surrounding his eyes. While he was hopeful of success, uncertainty lingered regarding the exact amount of chakra required for this endeavor. Thus, he proceeded to infuse his chakra incrementally into the ocular channels. As soon as he began channeling chakra to his eye's meridian, a sharp, searing pain surged through him. As the volume of chakra increased, the pain seemed to multiply exponentially. Just as he approached the threshold of unbearable agony, Jishui realized that the total amount of chakra he possessed might not suffice to sustain the activation of the 2 tomo Sharingan. Anxiety began to creep in. But with no paths left to turn, he gritted his teeth and poured the remnants of his chakra into his eye's channels. With an agonized cry, he heard a faint sound, a soft thud, and in that moment, he understood that he had triumphed. The 2 tomo Sharingan had officially awakened. However, even with the Sharingan now activated, the intense pain lingered. He bore the torment and removed his sweat-soaked garments, settling onto the floor to recuperate his chakra. Gradually, as Shisui entered a state of deep focus, the excruciating pain began to fade. To his astonishment, he discovered that this state of concentration had significantly enhanced his living cells, increasing their vitality to 3 times that of his previous state, reaching an astonishing 150%. Shisui surmised that this enhancement was a beneficial byproduct of unlocking the 2-Tomo Sharingan. Slowly, Shisui exerted control over a mere fraction of his cells, precisely 150 thousandths, employing the previously established method to repeatedly extract and store his chakra until his body regained its flawless state. Only then did Shisui cease his training. As he approached the culmination of his efforts, he adorned himself in a fresh garment and once more infused the chakra he had gathered that evening into his cells, maintaining a reserve of 30 thousandths of his chakra. After all, he surmised that releasing all his chakra at once would likely render him a subject of study, akin to a rare species. Having completed these tasks, Shisui could no longer contain himself. He eagerly positioned a mirror before him and channeled his chakra. Instantly, 2 black tomo manifested in his eyes, evoking an involuntary shiver. Unable to suppress the elation within, Shisui broke into a jubilant smile. That night, he did not drift into a peaceful slumber, but instead remained exhilarated throughout, aware that he had taken another step closer to his goal. The following morning marked the weekend, a day when the Konoha Ninja Academy was closed, and it also coincided with the birth of Sasuke, a pivotal figure. Shisui tidied his clothes and stepped out of the house, taking a deep breath of fresh air, instantly feeling invigorated. For Shisui at this moment, even the prospect of sleeplessness for 3 consecutive days would not diminish his vibrant spirit. As the dawn light gradually illuminated the backyard, Shisui commenced his morning training. He first practiced the physical techniques of Uchiha Fugaku, which he had replicated using his Sharingan, followed by a session of wind release, vacuum sphere. This time, Shisui channeled 30 thousandths of his chakra, achieving a power that closely rivaled that of Uchiha Fugaku's technique. True to his expectations, Shisui nearly breached the wall of the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Fugaku arrived to spar with Shisui. To Shisui's astonishment, despite maintaining the same chakra output of 30 thousandths, the effectiveness of his technique reached what previously required 50 thousandths. After training for a while, both Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of genius. Once their morning practice concluded, Shisui approached Uchiha Fugaku and requested, "Father, may I have some money? I wish to purchase some weights and kanai." Without hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku inquired about the amount needed and then entered the house to retrieve it for Shisui. After receiving the money, Shisui expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, father," before heading back inside to freshen up. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shisui stepped outside again and noticed Itachi waiting for him. He walked over and teased, "Ah, what wind has blown our Itachi awake today?" Haha. Itachi, aware that Shisui was poking fun at his late rising, he rarely got up before 9, blushed slightly and replied, "I was awakened this morning by your ninjutsu. Now I can't get back to sleep." "Where are you headed, Shisui and I? Can I join you?" "Hiki." Shisui smiled and said, "I apologize for waking you. I'm planning to visit the weapons shop in the village shortly to purchase some weighted objects and shurikens. If you wish to join me, please do." With that, he took Itachi's hand and began walking towards the village. As they gazed upon the dazzling array of merchandise in the weapons shop, both Shisui and Yulai were filled with wonder, their eyes sparkling with excitement. A staff member approached and said, "Young patrons, what might you be looking to purchase? Allow me to introduce you to our offerings. Our weapons are renowned in Konoha for their exceptional quality at reasonable prices." Upon hearing the server's words, Shisui felt it inappropriate to lead Itachi around aimlessly, so he replied, "We wish to purchase some weighted tools and shuriken." The server, upon hearing this, responded, "Allow me to first take you to view the shuriken. Please follow me. Shortly, I shall guide you to the area where you can select the weighted tools." With that, he gestured towards a distant section. Come, take a look. These are the finest shuriken available at our weapon shop. Please examine them closely," the server said as he led Shisui and Itachi to the display of shuriken. After some deliberation, Shisui ultimately decided on 2 items and inquired about their price. The attendant calculated and replied, 300 taels. Recognizing the fairness of the price, Shisui opted not to haggle. However, the subsequent events nearly brought the attendant to tears. The attendant then led Shisui and Yao to the area designated for selecting weights, encouraging them to choose suitable burdens. Shisui picked up one of the weights and murmured, "This is far too light, utterly useless." He then asked the attendant if there were heavier options available. The attendant, incredulous, responded, "There are heavier weights, but you wouldn't be able to lift them. They are custom orders, far too heavy for you." As he gestured towards a set of weights not far away, Shisui approached to lift one. The attendant exclaimed, "I told you, you cannot lift that. It weighs a full 50 kilograms. Shisui, with an air of tranquility, remarked, "Why not give it a try to find out?" The waiter, noticing that Shisui appeared to be merely 6 years of age, whimsically declared, "If you can lift it, including that throwing knife you just wielded, I shall ask for no payment. I will cover the bill for you." Shisui smiled and said, "Very well, it is settled. If I cannot lift it, I shall pay you double the price." The waiter also agreed, "All right, it shall be as you say." Thus, Shisui bent down and effortlessly lifted the 2 heavy weights with both hands. Observing Jisui's relaxed demeanor, the waiter broke into a cold sweat. For the 2 weights, each priced at 300 taels, were custom-made and cost 500 taels apiece, an astonishing total of 800 taels, a sum he would need to toil for nearly 40 days to earn. Shisui held the burden in his hands, while you strolled out the door, confidently wielding 2 shuriken. Before departing, he cheerfully remarked, "Boss, you are truly a good person. Thank you, hehe." The waiter, driven by a desire for a meager profit, had unwittingly sacrificed his own wages, filled with regret. Shisui and you both acquired what they desired without spending a single penny, leaving them in high spirits. As they strolled past a ramen shop, their stomachs began to grumble, prompting them to indulge in a sumptuous feast prepared by the skilled hands of a local chef. Upon returning home, they were greeted by a flurry of activity. Many were bustling about, some carrying hot water, while others awaited outside. Spotting Uchiha Fugaku pacing at the entrance, Shisui approached him and reassured, "Father, do not worry. Both my brother and I will surely be safe." Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "You little rascal. How do you know it is your brother and not your sister?" Suddenly, Shisui was taken aback and remarked, "I was merely guessing. Does not a father wish for a younger brother?" Before he could finish his words, a resounding cry echoed through the room, and soon someone emerged to deliver the joyful news, exclaiming, "Congratulations, clan leader. Congratulations. It is a young master." After the midwife spoke, she turned to Uchiha Fugaku, who finally responded, saying, "Splendid. Splendid indeed. Rewards for everyone." Upon hearing this, the midwife beamed with satisfaction and hurried back to her tasks. Before long, she reappeared, cradling the newborn Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku, upon seeing this, joyfully declared, "From this day forth, you shall be named Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke." Haha. This marked Shisui's first encounter with the storyline Sasuke, filling him with curiosity. He leaned in closer to observe, discovering that Sasuke smiled upon seeing himself and Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku then stated, "You 3 brothers must get along well from now on." Chapter 8. Extreme Training and Schemes. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, both Shisui and Itachi responded in unison, "Understood, father." Shisui and Weasel accompanied Erjuzi for a while before they were taken inside to be fed. Finding it rather dull, Shisui brought the shuriken and the weighted vest he had purchased with Weasel into the room. He rolled up his pant legs and proceeded to strap the weight around his legs. After taking a few steps, he realized the significant difference compared to when he was unencumbered, as the weight was, after all, a formidable 50 kilograms. Although he felt out of place at present, Shisui understood that once he acclimated, his abilities would witness significant advancement. He stepped forward and exchanged a word with Uchiha Fugaku before making his way towards the training grounds typically frequented by Might Guy. As he traversed the path, Shisui moved at a languid pace. After a while, he gradually began to adapt and attempted to jog lightly, yet he still felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if his feet were ensnared by some invisible binds. As Shisui ventured into the forest, he was greeted by the rhythmic counting, 1,545. 1,546. He could not help but marvel at the exceptional prowess of the Azure Beast, the Wood Leaf. Such stamina and resilience were truly remarkable. Had Shisui been unaware of the impending outcome, he would undoubtedly have refrained from subjecting himself to such rigorous trials. However, the memory of Might Guy unleashing the Eighth Gate and overwhelming Madara urged him to persevere. Jisui's plan was to become acquainted with Might Guy first, then acquire the knowledge of this forbidden technique, which was not truly forbidden, and subsequently embark on a journey of exploration to see if any improvements could be made. As he continued on his path, Jisui spotted Might Guy, clad in a snug green uniform, fiercely striking a wooden post. Surrounding him were numerous splintered posts and stones, with craters scattered about. a testament to the intense training he had undergone to achieve such formidable results. Shisui approached slowly, careful not to interrupt Might Guy's training. Only when Might Guy noticed him did Shisui feign a look of confusion and ask, "Who are you? What grievances do these wooden stakes and stones hold against you? Why do you compel him to strike them?" Upon hearing this, Might Guy immediately responded, "This is a form of training, a celebration of youth. Would you like to join?" As he spoke, he demonstrated his signature move, his pearly white teeth glinting in the light, his hair cut short like a pot lid. Clad in his vibrant green spandex, if one were unaware of his prowess, Shisui could hardly suppress a laugh, for the gesture appeared almost comical. "Really? Can I train alongside you? But I can't yet perform like that. What should I do?" Shisui pretended to be distressed, wearing an expression that suggested he would cry if deceived, which was utterly endearing. Might Guy, upon hearing Jisui's words, beamed with joy and replied, "Oh, absolutely. Youth is meant to flourish. Every step taken on the path of youth is worthy of admiration." Typically, no one was willing to train with him, for the intensity of his regimen was exceedingly high. Might Guy continued, "Now, let's not hesitate any longer. Come, we shall begin with 500 push-ups, followed by 1,000 kicks at the stakes. Let us get started." With that, he commenced his push-up training. Shisui found himself somewhat speechless. He had initially thought that the person he was training with would be difficult to approach. To his surprise, without even inquiring about his name, they began their training together. Consequently, Shisui followed Might Kai in their exercises. Mirroring Might Kai's efforts, Shisui attempted to match his pace, but initially struggled to keep up. Often, by the time Might Kai completed his set, Shisui had only managed to finish a third, and at times, even less than that. The two continued their training until dusk, when Jisui's stomach began to grumble, signaling the end of their session. As they prepared to part ways, Might Kai unexpectedly asked, "What is your name? I forgot to ask you earlier." Jisui fell into a moment of silence, contemplating the futility of the situation. As he acknowledged the clumsiness of the individual before him, with sincerity he introduced himself, saying, "I am Uchiha Shisui, a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "And you, esteemed senior?" Might Guy responded with enthusiasm, "I am Might Guy, delighted to meet you." Upon hearing this, Shisui immediately said, "Hello, Senior Kai. I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow." Upon hearing Shisui's mention of tomorrow, Might Guy instantly expressed his joy, exclaiming, "See you tomorrow. To celebrate the fact that Shisui is training with me, I have decided to reward myself with a burst of youthful vigor. Thus, I shall run an additional 10 kilometers." With that, he began to sprint off into the distance. Jisui found himself momentarily speechless, reflecting on the admirable dedication of a true master of physical arts. With great effort, he dragged his weary body towards the Uchiha clan's residence, feeling as though he had traversed a considerable distance before finally arriving home. Jisui first returned to his dwelling to change out of his sweat-soaked garments. After taking a refreshing bath, he strapped on his weighted gear once more, before stepping outside to join the Uchiha Fugaku family for dinner. Just as Jisui was about to head back to his room, Uchiha Fugaku noticed his fatigued appearance and inquired, "Jisui, wait a moment. How extensive was your training today? You seem utterly exhausted. Do remember to take some time to relax." Upon hearing the words, Shisui responded, "Understood, father. It's just that today is the first day, and my body is still adjusting. There's nothing to worry about. In a few days, I shall feel much better. Thank you for your concern." Hearing the exchange between Shisui and Fugaku Uchiha, Itachi, who was standing nearby, interjected, "Indeed, brother Shisui, you have already achieved such greatness. I have yet to catch up to your progress. Why must I strive so diligently in my training?" A hint of confusion adorned Itachi's youthful face. Upon witnessing Itachi's demeanor, Shisui felt a warmth in his heart. He gently patted Itachi's head and smiled, saying, "Itachi, do not fret about your brother. However, to become a formidable warrior, this training is merely insufficient." After hearing this, Itachi replied, "Brother Shisui, I too aspire to be strong, and thus, I wish to train alongside you." Shisui chuckled and responded, "Very well. It seems I shall have a companion in my endeavors from now on. Haha." With that, Shisui returned to his room, valiantly suppressing his fatigue. He promptly seated himself and entered a state of deep concentration, commencing the extraction and storage of chakra within his body. Gradually, he sensed the weariness dissipating, and after 3 cycles, he realized his body had fully recuperated, the fatigue vanishing entirely. Rising slowly, Shisui began to swing his fists, discovering a tangible increase in his physical strength. Although he had only trained for a few hours that day, having surpassed his previous limits was evidently beneficial. The following day, after breakfast, Shisui made his way towards Might Guy's training grounds. However, due to the adaptation from the previous day, he noticed a distinct lightness in his steps. A stark contrast to the previous day's exertion. Before long, he arrived at the training area, where Guy was already drenched in sweat, having engaged in an intense training session. Upon noticing Shisui's approach, Guy exclaimed, "Ah, I thought you would not show up. Ha ha, it seems the vigor of youth works wonders for your recovery." Shisui was once again at a loss for words. What on earth is this? Nonsense, youth. If it weren't for my own chakra recovery, I would never have found myself here. Might Guy looked at Shisui, mistakenly believing he had agreed, and said, "Come on, let us continue our training. We shall start with 500 push-ups for warm-up, followed by 1,000 kicks to the post." As time progressed, Shisui, accompanied by Might Guy, gradually adapted after yesterday's transition. Although he still struggled to keep pace, by the time Guy completed his exercises, Shisui was able to manage approximately half of them. After enduring a significant portion of the day's training, Shisui once again pushed beyond his physiological limits, continuing to train until evening. When hunger struck, Shisui presented the bento he had prepared, but Guy remarked that enduring hunger was also a form of training. Consequently, Shisui had no choice but to finish his meal before resuming, especially considering he was just over 6 years old and in a crucial stage of growth. As time flew by, the day of Naruto's birth approached. During this period, aside from attending classes at the Konoha Ninja Academy, sleeping, and playing with Rainflow Sannin, Shisui dedicated himself to physical training with Might Guy, yielding remarkable results. Shisui not only governs his bodily cells with remarkable precision, but he also channels chakra from his palms to his fingertips. This implies that his fingers can serve as daggers, and with the addition of wind attribute chakra, they become extraordinarily sharp, capable of drawing blood at a mere touch. On the night of October 9th, Shisui could no longer find tranquility in his training. He was acutely aware that the chaos of the Ninetales incident in Konoha was imminent. The following day would mark the fateful moment when the fourth Hokage would succumb to death from the Reaper death seal. This also meant that Danzo would have the opportunity to focus his efforts on the Uchiha clan, placing Shisui's own situation in even greater peril. In the original narrative, Shisui recalls that he would be recruited by Danzo into the Root organization, which implies that his secrets are at great risk of being uncovered by Danzo. Although Shisui's current prowess may reach that of a Chunin, he lacks the capacity for self-preservation against a master of Danzo's caliber. This precarious situation leaves him in a state of distress, adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Shisui resolves to acquire the 8 Gates technique in the shortest possible time, with the ability to unleash the 8 Gates and wield his Mangeki Sharingan. He believes that even if he cannot contend with Danzo, he would at least be able to escape. He is convinced that as long as he can reach the Uchiha clan's territory swiftly, he will ensure his safety. Subsequently, Shisui contemplates methods to obtain the 8 Gates technique. He surmises that he must engage in a spar with Might Guy, compelling him to utilize the 8 Gates. After being bested, he plans to lavish praise upon Guy, expressing his earnest desire to learn the technique, believing that with the legendary might of the Blue Beast of Konoha, he could secure it. With a strategy in mind, Shisui realizes that his only course of action is to enhance his strength and await the aftermath of the Ninetales attack to acquire the 8 Gates technique. Previously, he had considered obtaining the flesh of the Ninetales to gain its chakra. However, given his current physical condition, such an endeavor could backfire and cause him harm. Thus, Shisui sits in meditation, repeatedly extracting and storing the living cells within his body. After several cycles of this process, as dawn breaks outside, he finally ceases his efforts. Chapter 9. The Ninetales attack on the morning of October 10th. 48 years into the era of Konoha, Shisui awakens early from his training. Rising to greet the day, he observes a crimson sun slowly ascending in the eastern sky. Inhaling the fresh morning air, he stretches his arms. From this day forth, as long as Shisui refrains from altering any significant events in the original storyline, the annals of history will continue to unfold along their destined path. As Shisui gazed upon this beautiful scene, he was acutely aware that on this night, many would embrace the cold clutches of death. However, for him, this moment represented a rebirth. With his mastery over the original narrative, he believed that as long as no significant mishaps occurred, he could navigate this world with remarkable ease. Yet, given that he had been granted a second chance in this realm, how could his small butterfly-like presence fail to influence the course of events? This evening, Shisui had no intention of venturing outside. He even planned to forego school, intending to request a leave of absence from Yue Guang and Jiyu, choosing instead to remain at home and patiently await the resolution of the Nine-Tails incident. Shortly thereafter, he observed Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto emerging slowly. With Mikoto cradling an infant in her arms, undoubtedly it was little Sasuke. Shisui felt a profound envy at this sight, for in his previous life, he was an orphan. Having never laid eyes upon his parents, he had once thought that he might finally experience such happiness, but fate had other plans, and he lost his parents nonetheless. This is why, upon discovering that Lu Xiener was also an orphan, he reacted so strongly, driven by an instinctive desire to protect her. Perhaps this is what they call shared suffering. Shisui approached, evading the gaze of Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, and cheerfully greeted, "Good morning, father, mother." He then turned his attention to little Sasuke cradled in Mikoto's arms, grinning as he said, "Good morning, Sasuke. Come here, let your brother hold you for a moment. Do you still remember your brother?" With that, Shisui gently took Sasuke from Mikoto's embrace. Upon recognizing Shisui, Sasuke beamed at him, exuding pure joy, which only delighted Shisui further. He remarked to Sasuke, "Oh my, how adorable. Our Sasuke will undoubtedly grow up to be an extraordinary individual." After a brief moment, Shisui returned Sasuke to Mikoto once she had finished her morning routine. He then approached Fugaku and inquired softly, "Father, may I refrain from attending school today?" Upon hearing this, Fugaku did not question his son's reasoning. He regarded Shisui with a thoughtful expression and replied, "If you do not wish to go, then do not. You have already mastered the material taught there. I shall instruct the butler to excuse your absence." Fugaku understood that Shisui was always considerate and had never caused him any trouble. Following their breakfast together, Fugaku departed for the Konoha police force, while Shisui retreated to his room. Shortly thereafter, Itachi appeared at Shisui's door, requesting his brother's company for practice and throwing shuriken in the backyard. With nothing else to occupy his time, Shisui agreed, and the two ventured outside to begin their training. Over the past few months, Shisui's physical prowess had significantly improved under the tutelage of Might Guy. As he hurled shuriken towards the target, a series of resounding thuds echoed through the air. Looking up, Shisui beheld the shuriken embedded deep within the bullseye, a testament to the level of his physical conditioning. Itachi, witnessing this spectacle, pouted and remarked, "Shisui, are you some kind of monster? I rarely see you practice throwing shuriken, yet you are far more accurate than I. I must surpass you." With determination, Itachi resumed his attempts, but his results paled in comparison to Shisui's. Observing his brother's frustration, Shisui offered, "Itachi, aim your shuriken slightly above the bullseye. This way, as they descend, they will strike true. Give it another try." Heeding his brother's advice, Itachi threw once more, and to his delight, every shuriken found its mark at the center. Ecstatic, he turned to Shisui with a beaming smile and asked, "How did you know that, Shisui? Did father teach you? I must learn from him too." He concluded with a playful huff. Shisui smiled and said, "The principle is actually quite simple. It's merely that you have yet to realize it." He then picked up a small stone from the ground and continued, "Observe, if I place the stone flat, it will naturally fall. The same logic applies when throwing a kunai. With a little attention, you can strike the target with precision." After finishing his explanation, Shisui threw the kunai, which embedded itself firmly into the target. After a long session of practice, Shisui and Itachi lay on the ground, exchanging insights on ninjutsu. Itachi's words left Shisui in awe, comprehending why Itachi was regarded as a prodigy. Time swiftly passed, and nightfall approached. Shisui gazed with excitement towards the center of Konoha, aware that monumental changes were about to unfold. In another corner of the village, a masked man and a figure resembling a carnivorous plant observed the myriad lights of Konoha. These two were none other than Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, calculating the exact moment of Naruto's birth. Clearly, only at this time could the nine-tails sealed within Kushina Uzumaki take advantage of the weakening seal, marking their opportunity. Elsewhere in Konoha, outside a room guarded by numerous masked Umbu, within, the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, anxiously awaited. Inside, Kushina Uzumaki cried out in pain. Moments later, an explosion rocked the village, heralding the onset of the Nine-Tails rampage. Just as Minato was about to investigate, the sound of a newborn's cry captivated his attention. He realized his child had been born. Approaching the midwife, he declared, "Jiraiya-sensei has named you Naruto, meaning to be remarkable, and from this day forth, you shall be called Naruto." He gently placed Naruto in a swaddling cloth and moved to be by Kushina's side. However, as he turned, a masked figure appeared beside Naruto, saying, "Fourth Hokage of Konoha, Kindly step away from the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, or your child may not survive. This voice stunned everyone in the room. Minato halted, shouting, "Where are the Umbu?" but received no response from outside. The masked man chuckled. "I was able to come here because I dealt with the Umbu outside. There is no need to shout." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Minato understood that the man before him was either extraordinarily powerful or possessed a mastery of space-time ninjutsu surpassing his own. Minato confronted the masked man. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" The masked man replied with a grin, "Of course. I am here for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki behind you. Surely, I am not here merely to congratulate you, haha." As Minato pondered his next move, Kushina, provoked by the tension, released the Nine Tails chakra. An overwhelming surge of malevolent chakra erupted, signaling the unsealing of the beast. The Nine Tails burst forth, exclaiming, "Ah, finally free. What a delightful sensation." It then turned its gaze upon Minato and the masked man, suddenly fixating on the latter with its crimson eyes. "Such a loathsome chakra." The Nine Tails remarked, "It reminds me of a past I despise." But before it could finish, it found itself ensnared. The image of the masked man's eyes reflecting in its own. The masked man commanded, "Nine Tails, return to my service and wreak havoc." Thus, he drove the Nine Tails to unleash destruction upon Konoha. Chaos erupted within the village as citizens fled in panic. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, a group of Umbu gathered as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, urgently commanded, "Umbu Team 1, evacuate the populace. The rest of you, along with the Jonin, prepare for battle. Disperse." With that, they all utilized the body flicker technique to vanish. In no time, Konoha faced significant casualties, while the Nine Tails prepared a colossal-tailed beast bomb, intending to obliterate the village. Witnessing this, the third Hokage could do nothing but watch helplessly as the bomb soared towards Konoha. Just as despair settled, a brilliant flash of gold surged toward them. Flying Thunder God technique, transfer. A voice called out, and all watched as the immense tailed beast bomb gradually vanished, ultimately exploding far from Konoha. It was Minato, having successfully redirected the bomb to a pre-established location outside the village. However, such a monumental transfer nearly depleted his chakra, leaving him unable to perform another. The Nine Tails, irate at its bomb's failure, sensed the loss of control over its chakra. Yet, its innate disdain for humanity led it to once again gather a tailed beast bomb, preparing to eradicate all of Konoha's inhabitants. Minato, realizing the threat, glanced at the village and then at Kushina, preparing to use a sealing technique to bind the Nine Tails. At that moment, Kushina, now awake, cradled Naruto and approached, employing a sealing technique that summoned chains to bind the Nine Tails firmly. With the Nine Tails immobilized, Kushina believed success was at hand, and Minato and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, as the Nine Tails attempted to escape, it discovered itself ensnared within a barrier. In a furious attempt, it aimed to pierce Naruto, only to be thwarted by Kushina, who took the blow herself, though Naruto remained safe. Chapter 10. The fourth Hokage's grief and the school competition. As Kushina was injured, the sealing technique holding the Nine Tails weakened. Minato, desperately contemplating various strategies, found them all lacking. He turned to Kushina and said, "If you have any words for Naruto, speak now. I will seal your chakra within him, so he may see you again." Understanding Minato's intentions, Kushina began to impart her wisdom to the swaddled Naruto. Meanwhile, Minato formed hand seals: snake, boar, ram, hare, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake, invoking the sealing technique, Reaper Death Seal. Instantly, a colossal specter in white appeared behind him, the Shinigami, wielding a massive scythe. Before the Shinigami, a bound soul emerged. Once Kushina finished her words, Minato split the Nine Tails chakra in two, sealing the positive chakra within Naruto to ensure he would become the next Jinchuriki. The negative chakra, however, was sealed within himself. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived, and Minato addressed him. "Third Hokage, I entrust Naruto to you. Please care for him, and do not reveal my identity." Hiruzen promptly agreed, and upon seeing this, Minato offered a reassuring smile to Kushina. At that moment, the Grim Reaper had seized the soul of Minato Namikaze, drawing forth the blade from his mouth, delivering a decisive strike that consumed his very essence, subsequently vanishing into the ether. Both he and his beloved wife met their tragic demise. A prodigious talent, the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, a disciple of Jiraiya. One of the legendary Sannin, endowed with a calm and astute intellect, unparalleled strength, and unrivaled speed in the shinobi world, he was famously known as the Yellow Flash. His sacrifice during the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha left many in astonishment and lamentation. Thus, the turmoil of the Nine-Tails came to a close. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, cradled Naruto in his arms, his countenance reflecting deep sorrow. In addition, Konoha mourned the loss of 12 elite shinobi and 47 chunin, with civilian casualties numbering in the hundreds, resulting in grave losses. The following day, upon hearing the news, Shisui was overwhelmed with grief, for the illustrious Golden Flash had indeed perished. With the Nine-Tails chaos subsiding, Konoha began its gradual recovery in the ensuing days. Under a rain-soaked sky, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, once more assumed the mantle of Hokage, leading the community and attending the funeral. Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha's root, Danzo Shimura seethed with anger. He had anticipated ousting the third and forcing Orochimaru into rebellion, yet was blindsided by Sarutobi's strategic choice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, just as he awaited the fourth's demise to select a fifth Hokage. With both Jiraiya and Tsunade absent from the village, he found himself thwarted once again by his former friend, losing the coveted position of Hokage. In a fit of rage, Danzo shattered the cup in his hand with a resounding crash. After venting his frustrations, he begrudgingly swallowed his pride and the shards of his shattered ambitions. Konoha eventually returned to normalcy, with the Ninja Academy resuming its classes. Meanwhile, Shisui prepared to execute his plans, aiming to acquire the Eight Gates technique from Might Guy. That afternoon, after school, Shisui did not return home, but instead made his way to the training grounds where Guy typically practiced. However, perhaps due to the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident, Guy was absent, leaving Shisui disheartened as he turned toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon returning home, Shisui engaged in a friendly contest with Itachi, which, as expected, concluded with Itachi's defeat. That evening, Shisui once again settled onto the floor, extracting and storing the chakra from the living cells within him. Indeed, these 200 living cells proved to be more substantial than those he could not control, and he found himself with a significantly increased chakra reserve. However, Shisui noted that the rate at which he could control the living cells fell short of his aspirations. With a sigh, he mused to himself, "It seems I must indeed master the 8 gates of Duinjia." After some time spent in training, boredom overtook him, leading him to drift into slumber. The following day, Shisui awoke early, entering a state of cultivation as the dawn's light began to break. Itachi was aware of Shisui's formidable strength, yet remained oblivious to the fact that, regardless of his daily commitments, Shisui had never once neglected his training. Today, upon awakening from his training, Shisui shared a meal with the Uchiha family and then set off for school, carrying 2 bento boxes. As he approached the classroom, he spotted Yuliyo Sinner beaming at him, prompting a smile to spread across his own face as he walked over and inquired, Sinner, is there something delightful that you wish to share today?" With a grin, Yuliyo Sinner replied, "Shisui, you won't believe it. Lord Danzo visited our orphanage yesterday, bringing with him a substantial supply of resources. He mentioned that the orphanage will receive such provisions every month from now on. This is wonderful news. Our headmistress need no longer worry, and the little ones will finally have enough to eat. It's truly splendid." After listening, Shisui remarked, "That is truly splendid news." However, he understood that Danzo intended to seize control of the orphanage, preparing it as a supply base for Root. Although Danzo refrained from involving Root in the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, the underhanded and perilous dealings of Konoha's Root were unavoidable. Yet, Danzo hesitated to recruit the prodigies from various clans, for his ambition to become Hokage hinged on the support of Konoha's prominent families. He could not afford to offend them too severely. Even though Root boasted a considerable number of personnel, surpassing that of Konoha's Umbu, the high mortality rate among Root members compelled Danzo to extend his reach toward the orphanage. Contemplating this, Shisui felt a wave of concern for Yuryu Sana, as her performance had consistently ranked among the top in her class after months of his guidance. Given Danzo's tendencies, it was implausible that he would overlook someone as exceptional as Senna. Should she catch Danzo's eye? As a member of the Uchiha clan, one of Danzo's most despised families, his attention would undoubtedly put her in a precarious position. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Tsukiya Karijiyu, who entered and announced, "Today, our lessons will be relocated to the training grounds for practical combat training. Please follow me." As the students gathered at the training ground, Uedwang Jiyu stepped forward and continued, "Today marks our practical combat training, an essential skill for all ninjas in the future. Therefore, we will commence with team battles. I will call out the names of the participants. The first match features Uchiha Yunshio against Yamanaka Jifeng. The rest of you may step back, Jiyu proclaimed. Once both individuals were prepared, he instructed, step forward and form the hand seals. After Uchiha Yunshio and Yamanaka Jifin completed their seals, the confrontation began. Despite the formidable techniques of the Yamanaka clan, it was somewhat unfair against the Uchiha clan, who were inherently born for combat. Indeed, as Yamanaka Jifin prepared to execute the heart transfer technique, he found himself swiftly overcome and fell to the ground, promptly conceding defeat. Following Jiyu's command to halt, the two performed the reconciliation seals. Thus commenced the second group, followed by the third and the fourth, until the 13th group. When Jiyu announced, next up, Yulio Siener against Hinata Baiyu, begin. Upon hearing this, Shisui thought to himself, well, it seems that where adversaries meet, trouble is bound to follow. As it turns out, Hinata Baiyu is the very person who had bullied Yulu Siener at the beginning of the school year. At this moment, Yulu Siener slowly emerged, having made significant progress with Shisui's guidance, and she contemplated finally being able to teach this wicked individual a lesson. However, it appeared that fate had other plans. After being reprimanded by Shisui at the start of the term, the once cowardly minion had returned home, diligently training and ultimately achieving a measure of improvement. With a gaze filled with resentment, Hinata Baiyu glanced at Shisui and then at Yulu Siener before swiftly stepping forward. Under the watchful eyes of the moon and the seasonal rain, the two began to form their respective stances, marking the commencement of their confrontation. Yet, just as Shisui believed that Yulu Siener would be able to reprimand Hinata Baiyu, the reality diverged from his expectations. From the outset, Yulu Siener found herself at a disadvantage, utterly lacking in resistance. Despite having made some progress under Shisui's tutelage, she was still no match for the renowned techniques of the Hyuga clan, particularly their Byakugan and Gentle Fist. Indeed, it was not long before numerous scars began to mar Yulu Siener's body. Though they were not severe, Shisui felt a pang of sympathy. At that moment, Hinata Baiyu sneered, declaring, outsiders are indeed worthless, and you, without Uchiha Shisui's assistance, would merely be a lamb to the slaughter. Today, let me give you a thorough lesson. With that, he intensified his assault. Jishui's expression darkened considerably upon witnessing the scene, for even though Hinata Baiyu had emerged victorious, the lack of mercy was disheartening. Just as Jiyu prepared to intervene, Yulio Siener, fueled by Hinata Baiyu's taunts, endured her excruciating pain and fixed her unwavering gaze upon him, refusing to concede. Jiyu remained silent, yet Shisui, noticing her resolute determination, hastily urged, Siener, enough. Surrender now, and you shall triumph next time. However, Jishui's plea only exacerbated the situation. Hearing his words, Hinata Baiyu intensified his assault. After landing a powerful punch that sent Yulio Siener sprawling to the ground, blood trickled from her lips as she attempted to rise. Observing her unwavering spirit, Hinata Baiyu unleashed a fierce battle cry. Preparing to deliver a final blow, a kick aimed squarely at Siener's head, which would undoubtedly result in dire consequences should it connect. Just as Hinata Baiyu's foot was about to strike, Jiyu sprang into action, poised to shield her. In that fleeting moment, a shadow darted past, deftly intercepting Hinata Baiyu's foot, halting it with unyielding precision. Jishui gazed at Siener and inquired gently, Siener, are you all right? Is there anything amiss? Upon recognizing Jishui, Siener offered a faint smile before succumbing to unconsciousness. Jishui gazed at the delicate Siener in his arms, a sinister expression creeping across his face. He turned to Hinata Baiyu and remarked, is this how you choose to play so ruthlessly? I anticipate our future confrontation. Ignoring the still dumbfounded Hinata Baiyu, he clutched Siener tightly and set off towards the Konoha hospital. Chapter 11. The first glimmer of prominence. Jishui had just cradled Siener in his arms as he approached, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. Jiyu hurried forward to take Siener from him, casting a glance at Jishui, who remained silent. Moments before, he had intended to rescue Siener, only to be outpaced by Jishui, who had effortlessly thwarted Hinata Baiyu's attack. Observing Jishui's demeanor, it was evident that such an assault had posed no challenge to him. Indeed, it seemed to have been dispatched with remarkable ease. This revelation left Jiyu somewhat astonished. While he was aware of Jishui's prodigious talent, he had never anticipated such swiftness. This implied that Jishui's prowess was at least comparable, if not slightly inferior, to his own. What transpired next left Jiyu utterly astonished. Within mere minutes, the medical ninjas from Konoha arrived to transport Siener to the hospital for treatment. However, as the competition continued, a medical ninja assessed her condition and declared there was no significant injury, merely a need for a few days of rest. With this assurance, Jishui's anxieties were alleviated. At that moment, Yueguang Jiyu addressed the crowd, saying, "An unexpected incident occurred earlier. Therefore, I urge all students to concede promptly if they find themselves at a disadvantage during the matches. Understood?" The crowd responded in unison, "Understood, Teacher Jiyu." Thus, the competition resumed. And soon it was time for the 19th group, where Jishui was set to participate. He had anticipated this as an opportunity to stretch his limbs. Yet his earlier display of speed had already intimidated many competitors. Ultimately, upon hearing their names called, several participants immediately surrendered, leaving Jishui feeling somewhat exasperated. However, when he caught sight of Hinata Bayu's jubilant expression, he couldn't suppress the urge to deliver a sound thrashing. Finally, perhaps the heavens themselves could no longer bear witness. As the next pairing was announced, Uchiha Shisui versus Hinata Bayu, with Yueguang Jiyu's voice resonating in the air. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui could not help but let out a cold chuckle as he slowly approached. Meanwhile, Hinata Shirayuki, upon realizing that his opponent was Uchiha Shisui, wore an expression of exhilaration. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Uchiha Shisui, come at me quickly. Last time you gave me a beating, heh. Now it is my turn for vengeance. Just watch as I turn you into a pig's head. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing the words, Shisui smiled slightly and said, "Come on. I'll give you a chance, but I fear you may not succeed." Thus, the two approached each other to form a seal, slowly stepping back until a voice declared, "Begin." Hyuga Shirayuki clenched his fists and charged towards Shisui. However, Shisui appeared oblivious to Shirayuki's actions, standing there motionless. As Shirayuki's fist neared its target, he instinctively assumed that Shisui was intimidated by his advance and consequently increased the force behind his punch. Just as Shirayuki was about to strike Shisui, the latter moved with astonishing swiftness, delivering a punch that resounded with a loud bang as it struck Shirayuki's face. The onlookers quickly turned their gaze, witnessing Shisui standing calmly while Shirayuki lay motionless on the ground, a distinct bruise marking his face, which had sunk inwards, leaving him unconscious. This blow was a manifestation of Shisui's gathered chakra, a powerful strike. Had it not been for the knowledge that Wairi Senanai was unharmed, Shirayuki might have lost his life. Shisui could have taken a gentler approach, but after careful consideration, he feared that Shirayuki would concede immediately after their engagement. Additionally, he was wary of being interrupted by Tsukiyakari Jiyu. Should that happen, he would lose the opportunity to teach Shirayuki a lesson. Tsukiyakari Jiyu, observing the scene, felt a sense of dread. If Shirayuki were to perish in this competition, it would spell trouble for him. This punch exceeded Jiyu's expectations. He had anticipated that even if Shirayuki were to lose, he would at least engage in 1 or 2 exchanges with Uchiha Shisui, allowing him a chance to intervene. To his astonishment, Shisui had opted for a quick resolution, incapacitating Shirayuki with a single blow, leaving his fate uncertain. Hastily, Jiyu approached and lifted Shirayuki, relieved to find that he still breathed, albeit unconscious. Soon after, a medical ninja arrived to assess Shirayuki's injuries. After a thorough examination, the ninja remarked, "Who dealt this blow? It was rather ruthless. The facial bones are shattered, and even the nasal bone is pulverized." The crowd gasped in disbelief. No one expected the usually cheerful Shisui to strike with such ferocity, prompting them to instinctively step back, distancing themselves from him. Shisui could not help but smile at this reaction. Once the medical ninja had taken Shirayuki away, Tsukiyakari Jiyu addressed Shisui, saying, "Uchiha Shisui, your strike was excessively harsh. If this continues, prepare yourself for the consequences." Upon hearing this, Shizushui smiled and said, "Teacher Jiyu, it shall not happen again. I was unaware of my own strength and did not gauge my power appropriately. Please forgive me." After this, he bowed sincerely. Witnessing Shizushui's earnest apology, the moonlight, and Jiyu also forgave him. After all, it is somewhat normal for a 6-year-old child to lack control over their strength, yet the force behind that punch was extraordinarily abnormal, almost monstrous. Consequently, the group resumed their sparring matches, but when it was Shizushui's turn, no one dared to step forward. Upon learning that Shizushui was their opponent, they hastily conceded. Everyone thought to themselves, "What a joke. If that fist were to strike my face, it would shatter my bones. Is my life worth risking?" Thus, until the very end, no one dared to challenge Shizushui, and as a result, he secured the first place. However, due to his display of power, he was privately dubbed the Violent Demon by his peers, while some referred to him as a genius and viewed him as a rival. This individual was Uchiha Yunshio, also of the Uchiha clan. At noon, after school, Shisui bid farewell to Jiyu and hurried to the hospital to visit Yuliuxian. Upon discovering that Yuliuxian had awakened and was looking healthier, Shisui finally felt at ease. After conversing with Yuliuxian for a while, he returned home, where he requested the butler to excuse him from school, after which he began his training. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office within the Hokage building, a conversation was taking place between two individuals, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the teacher from the Ninja Academy, Jiyu. Hokage-sama, this is the situation. I suspect that Uchiha Shisui has already attained Chunin level proficiency. What do you think about allowing him to graduate early? Jiyu cautiously inquired after recounting the events. The third Hokage pondered for a few moments before replying, I will consider this matter. If feasible, I shall inform you to arrange for Uchiha Shisui's graduation examination. Just then, the door to the Hokage office swung open, revealing a man with a bandaged right eye, leaning on a cane, who entered and said, Hiruzen. However, before he could finish his sentence, Sarutobi interrupted him, waving his hand and instructing Jiyu, you may leave now. I have matters to discuss with Danzo. Thus, Jiyu bowed slightly and addressed Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo, saying, Third Hokage, Danzo, I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the Hokage office. Left alone in the office were Sarutobi and Danzo, the atmosphere grew tense. Finally, Danzo spoke again. Hiruzen, hand that child over to me. I will ensure he becomes Konoha's most loyal subordinate. Moreover, you are aware that the Uchiha clan has been acting strangely of late. According to my subordinates, that child and Uchiha Fugaku's son, Uchiha Itachi, possess talents that the clan deems classified, not to be investigated. After a few moments, Danzo noticed the frown on Sarutobi's brow deepen and continued. Consider this. The only reason someone so young would be kept secret by the Uchiha clan is due to their extraordinary talent. What else could it be? Sarutobi's furrowed brow deepened further upon hearing this. Danzo pressed on, taking advantage of the moment, and let us not forget. The second Hokage once stated that the Uchiha clan is a lineage of hatred. While mediocrity may exist, the birth of a strong individual must be prevented. Sarutobi recognized that Danzo was leveraging the authority of the second Hokage against him, and he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, I am the Hokage. This is my prerogative. With that, he released a powerful chakra. Though Danzo served as an aide to the Hokage, he still felt a degree of apprehension towards the currently vigorous Sarutobi. With a cold huff, he retorted, You will come to regret this, and stormed out of the Hokage office. Jisue was diligently honing his skills at home, unaware that a momentary impulse today had exposed him to the watchful eyes of the Naruto clan. Had Jisue been cognizant of this, he might have still chosen the same course of action, for after all, Yuliuxian was the only person he found somewhat akin to himself in this world. In the confines of his room, Shisui entered a state of deep concentration, diligently extracting and storing the living cells he could control. However, this time, the results were far from satisfactory. Ever since he managed to harness the living cells to a precision of 1 in 200, although his chakra levels had reached that of a novice Chunin, his progress remained stagnant. This realization solidified Shisui's determination to acquire the forbidden technique of the 8 gates from Might Guy. Consequently, Shisui made it a daily routine to visit Guy's training grounds after school, yet he consistently found them deserted. He recalled that Guy had ascended to the rank of Chunin in Konoha within just 45 years. Perhaps he was out on a mission. Thus, Shisui returned home to train alongside Itachi. During this period, Itachi had fully showcased his innate talent, mastering ninjutsu that had previously eluded him. Even in the art of kunai throwing, Shisui dared not claim superiority over him. Therefore, during their sparring sessions, Shisui had to take the practice seriously, though he ultimately emerged victorious. Yet, the lack of time spent training with Itachi left the latter harboring a hint of resentment towards Shisui. To mend their friendship, Shisui took it upon himself to cheer Itachi up, and they soon reconciled. Over the past few days, Shisui had been visiting the Konoha hospital to see Ri-sen Suna. However, ever since he learned that Shisui had severely injured Hige Byakuya in his quest for vengeance, every time he glanced at Ri-sen, her delicate face would flush a shade of red, exuding an irresistible charm. Chapter 12. The acquisition of the 8 gates on this particular day. As Shisui entered the hospital to visit Ri-sen Suna, he was taken aback to find the room completely empty. While pondering where she might have gone, a nurse entered and said, Little brother, are you here to see that lovely girl, Suna? She was taken away this morning by the director of the orphanage, Yenayu. Upon hearing this, Shisui replied, Thank you, sister. I shall take my leave now. Thus, Shisui exited the Konoha hospital. However, as school was closed for the day, he found himself rather bored and meandered towards the training grounds of Might Guy. As he stepped into the forest, Shisui heard the rhythmic counting, 1448, 1249, 1500. Yosh, he exclaimed, that concludes the push-ups. Next up are 2,000 kicks at the striking post. Let us strive forward. For youth must not be squandered. Shisui, aware of Might Guy's return, approached and said, Senior Guy, you have returned. It has been so many days since I last saw you. Might Guy turned around and, upon recognizing Shisui, began to kick a wooden post while replying, Ah. It is Shisui. I was away on a mission. Upon hearing Matakai's words, Shisui playfully responded, Senior Kai, you are already so formidable and have begun undertaking missions. Yet, I remain unaware of my own abilities. As she spoke, her delicate face was etched with a hint of bitterness. Observing Shishui's expression, Kai paused to offer comfort, saying, Little Shisui, you are still young. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you too will have your opportunities. There is no need to rush. Upon hearing his words, Shisui contemplated the initiation of his plan. After a few moments, he turned to Kai and exclaimed, Ah, I have an idea. Senior Kai, let us engage in a match. If I manage to defeat you, then I could claim that I am also capable of undertaking missions. Huh? Truly, I am a genius. Shisui gazed at Kai with a naive expression, his face lighting up with joy. Kai, intrigued by Shishui's suggestion, acknowledged the proposal. Although they had trained together for several months, he was still unaware of Shishui's true abilities. A splendid idea, he replied. Come forth and let me witness the prowess of this little genius. With that, he assumed the stance of the leaf fluid technique. Shisui was filled with excitement. For the man before him was none other than the esteemed figure known as Kai among the people of Earth. He thus addressed him, Senior Kai, I look forward to your guidance. With that, he launched an attack towards Kai. However, from the very onset, Shisui found himself at a disadvantage. Kai's martial arts were not only vigorous, but also immensely powerful. Shisui surmised that had he not undergone months of training with Kai, he might not even withstand a single blow. Yet, even as Shisui managed to absorb the impacts, each strike felt akin to battling against a massive hammer. He was acutely aware that Kai was deliberately holding back, refraining from unleashing his true strength. After a few minutes of back-and-forth exchanges, Shisui could no longer endure the onslaught. Suddenly, a resounding leaf hurricane echoed, and Shisui was sent flying, ultimately crashing into a large tree. As Shisui lay beneath the tree, feeling somewhat dazed, he slowly rose to his feet and unbuckled the weights strapped to his legs. With a loud thud, the weights fell to the ground. Stretching his legs, he called out to Kai, Senior Kai, shall we engage in another match? Seeing Jisui's weights removed, Kai was taken aback, astonished that a mere 6-year-old child could bear such a heavy burden. Filled with admiration, he remarked, Truly impressive, Jisui, you are indeed walking the path of youth. Without delay, the two resumed their battle. Jisui discovered that he could still keep pace with Might Guy's rhythm. Thus, they exchanged punches and kicks once more. Noticing Jisui's ability to match his speed, Kai could not help but increase his velocity once again, catching Jisui off guard and sending him flying once more. Jisui gradually rose to his feet, shaking his somewhat dizzy head. He then summoned his chakra, and a black tomo appeared in his eyes. Indeed, this was Jisui's Sharingan with a single tomo. He pondered, how could he attain this power without forcing Might Guy to unleash the 8 gates? Thus, shortly after, the two engaged in battle once more. At this point, Jisui was able to discern Guy's movements clearly and employed his Sharingan to replicate them for his own combat against Guy. The two exchanged blows, and Jisui discovered that each time he was sent flying, his strength would increase. Furthermore, after being thrown back a second time, he found himself capable of utilizing the very Taijutsu he had just executed against Guy. This ability was undeniably formidable. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if an adversary were to suddenly wield one's own techniques against them. Throughout the world, only Kakashi and the Uchiha clan Sharingan could achieve such a feat. Guy glanced down at Jisui and, as expected, the single tomo in Jisui's eyes was unmistakably vivid, leaving Guy somewhat astonished, causing him to halt his movements. However, Jisui seized this opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent Guy flying. Guy executed a backflip to regain his footing and looked at Jisui, saying, You truly are a genius to awaken the Sharingan at such a young age. It is quite remarkable. Yet, to celebrate your impressive journey through youth, I have decided to showcase my strongest ninjutsu against you. Be cautious, Opening the 8th gate. First gate. Open. Upon witnessing Guy finally unleash the 8 gates, Shisui felt a surge of joy. However, that joy was fleeting as a green blur surged towards him. Even with his Sharingan activated, Shisui could only perceive a vague silhouette. With a resounding bang, he was propelled backward, crashing through trees before coming to a halt. At that moment, he felt a searing pain coursing through his body, prompting him to exclaim, "Senior Guy, I concede." He quickly settled down, gathering medical chakra in his hands to gradually heal himself. Noticing Shisui sitting down, Guy realized that his strike may have been too forceful, leading to a sense of embarrassment. He hurried over, asking Shisui, "Are you all right?" After the restoration of his body, Shisui felt no significant injuries and thus addressed Kai, saying, "Senior Kai, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly no match for you." Kai replied, "I am considerably older than you, and the fact that you managed to withstand me for such a long time is already quite impressive." Shisui slowly remarked, "Senior Kai, the martial arts you just employed are truly impressive. What are they? May I learn them? If I could, I would be able to protect my dearest ones." Upon hearing this, Kai responded, "This is a forbidden technique, the 8 gates of Duinjia." Shisui feigned confusion and inquired, "Forbidden techniques? Aren't they prohibited from cultivation? How is it that you, Senior Kai, are able to practice them?" In truth, this could be considered a forbidden technique that is not truly forbidden. Practitioners must possess exceptional physical prowess, or else it may inflict harm upon their bodies. This is precisely why the 8 gates technique is categorized as such. Kai explained with a somewhat serious demeanor. "Ah, that makes sense. No wonder I always see you, Senior Kai, tirelessly training." Shisui exclaimed, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him. After a few moments, Shisui looked earnestly at Kai and hesitantly asked, "Senior Kai, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, might I learn the 8 gates technique from you?" Kai regarded Shisui with surprise, for ninjutsu is typically not imparted to outsiders. However, seeing the fervent desire in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, he found it difficult to deny the earnest young boy. Thus, he inquired, "What is your motivation for wanting to learn this martial art? You do understand that mastering it requires extensive training and is quite arduous. Given your talents, would it not be more beneficial to pursue other ninjutsu?" The resolute voice of the water barrier articulated, "Because I have people I wish to protect, I aspire to safeguard the village. The 3rd Hokage imparted to me the will of fire. Therefore, I must become stronger. I fear not the hardships. As long as I can protect those dear to me and the village, I am willing to endure any suffering." Shisui was aware that Kai was the inheritor of the will of fire, and during his instruction of Shaoli, he mentioned that the 8 gates of Duinjia were intended to protect those who were dear. Consequently, he expressed this sentiment. Indeed, the eccentric Might Guy was profoundly moved by these words, tears glistening in his eyes as he embraced Shisui. Moments later, Kai commenced the teaching of the 8 gates of Duinjia to Shisui. He began by introducing the names of the 8 gates: the opening gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the wound gate, the dust gate, the scenery gate, the alarm gate, and the death gate, with the latter being permissible only in the direst of circumstances. Subsequently, he imparted the cultivation methods to Shisui, marking the success of Shishui's aspirations to master the 8 gates. In the ensuing months, Shisui excelled in school examinations, consistently ranking first with outstanding scores, while Lucien Air held the 6th position. After the school break, Shisui received commendations from Uchiha Fugaku, representing the glory of the Uchiha clan. Whenever Might Guy was free from missions, or Shisui had time, they would engage in grueling training sessions that were nothing short of inhumane. Under Kai's vigilant supervision, Shisui repeatedly shattered his physical limits and grew increasingly formidable. By the conclusion of the holiday, Shishui's training had reached alarming heights. He had elevated the live cells within his body to 510,000ths, achieving a chakra volume equivalent to that of an elite nin. He also unlocked the 3rd gate, the life gate, and, armed with his double Tomo Sharingan in the 8 gates, his combat prowess surged to the brink of that of a special nin. In numerous duels with Kai, Shisui realized he had attained a level comparable to Kai's and believed he could triumph over some complacent nin. However, Shisui understood that despite his newfound strength, should he engage in a serious battle with Kai, he would undoubtedly be the one to perish. After all, he lacked battle experience, rendering him a mere novice in the realm of ninjas, a fledgling who could fall at any moment. Thus, Shisui began to contemplate the notion of applying for the graduation examination, eager to immerse himself in the ninja profession. Only by surviving the harsh realities of blood and death could he hope to grow stronger. Chapter 13. The Summoning Beast, the Little Crow in the Evening. After completing his training, Shisui was preparing to return home when he noticed some commotion in the forest. Driven by curiosity, he ventured closer. Upon parting the foliage, he discovered an injured crow flapping about, its wing marred by a gaping wound, rendering it unable to fly. Shisui extended his hand to gently lift the injured crow, saying, "Poor little creature, how did you come to be hurt? Come along with me to my home, and once you have healed, you may depart." The crow, initially filled with a hint of panic in its eyes, gradually calmed upon hearing Jisui's words. Thus, Jisui carried the crow back to his abode. Upon arrival, he spotted Weasel sitting at the doorstep, seemingly bored, propping his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Shiz approached Itachi and inquired, "Itachi, where's the first aid kit at home? I came across an injured crow on my way back today, and I wish to tend to its wounds." Although Shiz possessed the ability to utilize medical ninjutsu, he refrained from doing so in the forest, fearing that someone might be watching him. Thus, he chose to bring the crow back for treatment. Itachi, upon noticing the crow in Shiz's hands, felt a surge of curiosity, for as a child, he was naturally drawn to small creatures. He responded, "Wait a moment, Shiz, I will quickly find something for you." With that, he dashed into the house to search for the first aid supplies. Shortly thereafter, Itachi emerged with a medical kit and said to Shiz, "I'm not certain which items are for treating wounds, so I just brought the entire kit." Hee. Itachi finished with a slight blush of embarrassment. Without paying much heed, Shisui took Itachi and brought the crow back to his room. He opened the medicine box, retrieved the ointment, and said to Itachi, "Itachi, hold the crow steady. Do not let it move while I apply the medicine, as it may sting a bit." Itachi immediately replied, "Brother Shisui, rest assured, I can handle it." He patted his chest, adopting a somewhat mature demeanor that elicited a chuckle. Thus, Shisui entrusted the crow to Itachi and proceeded to pour the ointment onto the crow's wing, meticulously spreading it with his hand. Finally, he wrapped the wing in gauze. However, due to his lack of experience, by the time he finished, both Shisui and Itachi burst into laughter, for Shisui had nearly turned the crow into a complete mess, resembling a crow mummy. Hearing their hearty laughter, the crow realized it was the subject of their jest and squawked in indignation, as if to say, "Humph, dare you mock me? Just wait until I recover. I shall not spare you." Jisui and Itachi paid little mind to the matter. After finishing their meal, Jisui approached his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and expressed, "Father, I wish to apply for the graduation examination. I no longer wish to continue my studies at school, as I feel I am not gaining anything of value." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "Jisui, come with me to the backyard." With that, he exited the house and made his way to the rear garden. Once in the backyard, Uchiha Fugaku instructed the steward to erect several torches. He then assumed a stance and said to Jisui, "Very well, since you wish to apply for the graduation examination, I shall first assess your abilities. If you do not meet the required standards, I shall not permit your application. However, should you succeed in my evaluation, I will personally speak to Lord Hokage on your behalf. Otherwise, you shall not proceed." Jisui understood that if he failed the test, his ninja plans would be in vain. Therefore, he channeled his chakra and activated the Sharingan with a single tomo, addressing Uchiha Fugaku, "Father, be cautious. I am about to launch my attack." With that, he charged towards Uchiha Fugaku. As soon as Shisui unleashed his technique, he executed a fire release, great fireball technique, followed swiftly by the leaf whirlwind taught by Might Guy. Engaging in a fierce battle with Uchiha Fugaku, the two exchanged blows, trading punches and kicks with fervor. Before long, Shisui found himself at a disadvantage. Reluctantly, he resorted to the 8 gates technique. In his mind, he declared, "Open the first gate, the opening gate. Open the second gate, the rest gate." Consequently, Shisui activated the second gate, significantly enhancing both his speed and strength. Uchiha Fugaku, realizing that Shisui's speed had surged beyond his own capability to keep pace, had no choice but to channel his chakra, resulting in 3 black tomo manifesting in his eyes. At that moment, Shisui's figure had already materialized a mere meter in front of Fugaku. Just when Shisui believed he would seize victory, a sudden bang echoed as Fugaku grasped Shisui's foot and hurled him away. After a somersault, Shisui regained his footing, and with renewed vigor, he propelled himself back towards Fugaku, creating a crater in the ground beneath him. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, Shisui was ultimately defeated by Uchiha Fugaku, a skilled jonin, with a wind release, vacuum sphere. Following the confrontation, Fugaku could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Shisui, What is the secret behind your taijutsu? It has become incredibly potent, and your body appears to be enveloped in green steam. Who has imparted this knowledge to you? Shisui understood that the knowledge of the 8 gates of Duinjia would inevitably be exposed once he began to utilize it. Thus, he commenced training alongside Might Guy, who recounted the intricacies of the 8 gates. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku felt a mix of elation and apprehension. He was delighted that Shisui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, was rapidly enhancing his prowess, believing that he could be of significant assistance. However, he was also troubled by the fear that Shishui's extraordinary talent might come to the attention of the Hokage faction. Moreover, Might Guy was a staunch adherent of the will of fire. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Shisui and said, Shisui, although your strength has indeed progressed remarkably, it remains insufficient for many, especially those with nefarious intentions who might exploit you to undermine our Uchiha clan. After a moment of silence, he continued, I shall speak candidly. Our Uchiha clan has been at odds with the 3rd Hokage's faction. Should anything unfortunate befall you or Itachi, the future of our clan would be gravely imperiled. After listening to Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku understood that these were the heartfelt words of his son. He smiled and replied, Father, there is no need for concern. Although my current strength is inadequate, I am still just a child, merely 7 years old. I doubt my age will significantly impact the Hokage lineage. Furthermore, I will diligently safeguard myself and our family. Once Itachi and I mature, we shall undoubtedly protect our clan. Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. For Shishui's words rang true. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, Shisui and Itachi, his biological son and adopted son, respectively, would, with their eventual strength, surely bolster his standing within the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku addressed Shisui, saying, Very well. Since you possess such confidence, starting tomorrow, I shall assign a clan elite to accompany you. Should you encounter any danger, you will be there to assist you. Additionally, regarding your application for graduation, I will speak to the 3rd Hokage about it tomorrow, and I believe it will be processed swiftly. Upon comprehending the rationale behind Uchiha Fugaku's actions, Shisui promptly responded, Yes. Father, I shall comply with your arrangements. After these words, Shisui accompanied Uchiha Fugaku back to their quarters. As Shisui entered the room, he was met with the sight of a mummified raven gazing intently at him. He approached the creature and gently patted its head, saying, Little one, still awake, are you? Surely, you must have been longing for me. Look what I have brought for you. With that, Shisui presented a morsel of meat to the raven's beak. Upon hearing Shisui's words, the raven regarded him with a look of disdain, as if to convey, You think a mere tidbit can appease me? I have yet to settle the score for the way you have encased me. Nevertheless, despite its scorn, the raven accepted the meat, delicately savoring it with an air of elegance. As Shisui awaited the raven to finish its meal, he reached out to untie the bandages wrapped around the creature. Channeling his chakra, he directed the vibrant green energy to his hands and gently approached the raven's wounds. The raven, unsure of Shisui's intentions, was taken aback when the chakra made contact. It distinctly felt the injuries beginning to mend. After 10 minutes, Shisui withdrew his chakra and examined the raven's wounds, which had fully healed. With a smile, he addressed the raven, saying, Although I am uncertain whether you can comprehend my words, you are now well. Should you wish to depart, you are free to do so, though it is indeed a pity. The raven, upon hearing Shisui's words, appeared somewhat despondent, gazing towards the water, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, it flapped its wings and expelled a small scroll from its beak, which, upon emergence, expanded to the size of a typical scroll. The water's stillness was somewhat peculiar. Gazing at the scroll ejected by the crow, he fell into a trance, observing his immobility. The crow nudged the scroll towards him with its head. Regaining his senses, he addressed the crow, Little creature, do you wish for me to open this? To his astonishment, the crow nodded for the first time, prompting him to unveil the scroll, which bore only a name inscribed in blood. It dawned on him that this might be a summoning scroll from the world of Naruto, an unexpected encounter indeed. He turned to the crow and inquired, Do you wish for me to inscribe my name as well? The crow nodded once more. He contemplated for a moment, recalling that in the Naruto universe, there existed 3 prominent summoning beasts: the toads of Mount Myaboka summoned by Jiraiya, the slugs of the Wetbone Forest summoned by Tsunade, and the snakes of the Ryuchi Cave summoned by Orochimaru. These 3 were all combat-oriented, while the crow left him uncertain, as his knowledge of crows was limited to their diminutive size and perceived lack of combat prowess. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of reluctance. for this was his first encounter where saving a crow could grant him access to a summoning beast. Thus, he steeled himself, bit his finger, and inscribed his name in blood. As soon as he completed the inscription, he sensed a connection with something. Subsequently, a voice echoed in his mind. "Hey, kid. Thank you for rescuing me. This is the summoning scroll of my crow clan. I see you're somewhat hesitant. If it weren't for your act of saving me, you wouldn't even be considered." Though the voice addressed him as kid, it was comically juvenile, reminiscent of a toddler-esque speech. He glanced around, finding nothing amiss, then turned his gaze back to the crow. At that moment, the voice returned. "Kid, what are you looking for?" "It's me speaking to you." Now aware it was the little crow, he observed its rather haughty demeanor. Amused, he asked, "What is your name?" "From now on, I shall call you Little One." "Yes, that shall be your name." Without awaiting its consent, he entered a meditative state. Hearing such an unflattering name, the little crow was infuriated and prepared to protest. But he was already deep in concentration. Thus, the harbinger of all future summoning beasts was born, the divine crow, Little One. Chapter 14. Graduation from ninja school. The following day, he awoke from his training state to find Little One sleeping on his blanket, appearing rather comical. As if dreaming of something delectable, drooling profusely. He chose to ignore it and proceeded to wash up in the courtyard before heading to the backyard for training. After an hour of practice, the Uchiha couple, Fugaku and Makoto, finally woke. After tidying up, he went to wash, and upon returning, he found Makoto cradling Sasuke, preparing breakfast. He approached and playfully scooped up the young boy, eliciting laughter. He had always held a fondness for Sasuke during his previous viewings of Naruto. Coupled with a sense of sympathy, contemplating his rebirth in this world, he resolved to assist him in altering his fate. Once Makoto prepared breakfast, he shared the meal with the Fugaku family before taking a bento to the ninja school. However, upon arriving at the classroom, he noticed that Ayu had not yet arrived, which puzzled him. She typically was among the earliest to show up, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Shisui, languid and uninterested, succumbed to slumber within the confines of the classroom. Moonlight streamed in, yet Tsukiyakari and Jiyu paid him no heed. Only moments prior, a member from the Dark faction had arrived to inform them that Shisui was to be escorted to the third venue for his graduation examination. As noon approached, the sun blazed with fervor, and Shisui followed Tsukiyakari and Jiyu toward the third venue. At that moment, Shisui had anticipated that the graduation examination would be scheduled for a day or two hence, yet he was taken aback by the astonishing efficiency of Uchiha Fugaku, who had arranged for it to occur by midday. Upon arriving at Field 3, Shisui discovered that Asuma, Hong, and Red Bean had already gathered. Curiosity piqued. He wondered which Nin from Konoha they would face today. Under normal circumstances, graduation would merely require proficiency in the 3 basic techniques, but due to the accelerated program, they were tasked with enduring 10 minutes against a Nin without succumbing to defeat. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, the graduation examination was to proceed. Just a few minutes after Shisui's arrival at Field 3, he observed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, approaching with a retinue. Upon his arrival, everyone greeted him with reverence, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage." Hiruzen responded with a warm smile. At that moment, a nearby Nin, acknowledging Hiruzen's nod, stepped forward and inquired, "Who is Uchiha Shisui? Please step forward." Although it was evident who he was addressing, the Nin maintained a formal demeanor. In his heart, Shisui pondered, "Here I am, just a mere child. It is not I who applied for the graduation exam, but rather these individuals adorned with the Leaf Village headbands? How absurd." Despite his inner sarcasm, Shisui approached and spoke. "Esteemed Nin, I am Uchiha Shisui." The Nin, upon seeing Shisui advance, nodded and inquired, "You are indeed Uchiha Shisui. Did you voluntarily choose to participate in this graduation exam? After all, becoming a ninja often entails facing peril at any given moment." "Indeed, esteemed Nin," Shisui replied earnestly. "I, Uchiha Shisui, willingly applied to partake in the graduation exam, aspiring to join the ranks of the Leaf's genin." The Nin continued, "The rules of the graduation exam are quite straightforward. You must endure for 10 minutes against any Nin. However, if you possess the capability to defeat a Nin, that is acceptable as well. Best of luck to you." As soon as the Nin concluded his statement, a Nin approached with cataract-like eyes. Observing Shisui with a hint of animosity, subtle yet perceptible to Shisui, this Nin was none other than Hinata Hayate's brother, Hinata Byakuren, who had previously suffered a grievous injury at Shisui's hand. Although Shisui was unaware of the reasons behind the hostility directed toward him, he was well aware that both the Uchiha and Hinata clans considered themselves the foremost families of the Leaf Village, often harboring mutual disdain. Thus, as the J-Nin signaled the commencement, Shisui extracted his chakra to a precise 300th of its capacity and activated his Sharingan, revealing a single tomo. The onlookers, witnessing the single tomo in Shisui's eye, finally grasped the essence of genius. A child who awakened their eye at merely 6 years of age was a sight they had never encountered, and even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a flicker of intrigue, recalling the words of Danzo vividly. Nevertheless, irrespective of the spectators' thoughts, Shisui's objective was to swiftly defeat Hinata by Akirin. For he understood that prolonging the encounter could lead to his downfall, especially against a seasoned Nin. As everyone observed, Shisui chose not to charge forward, but rather remained stationary, scrutinizing Hinata by Akirin. Meanwhile, Byakuren unleashed his chakra completely, his eyes transforming into a fierce visage reminiscent of cataracts. Shisui recognized this as a manifestation of the Hinata clan's full commitment. Hinata Byakuren, noticing Shisui's stillness, felt no trepidation, believing it impossible for a mere child, one not yet a genin, to pose any threat. Frustration welled within him, leading him to assume that Shisui was merely studying him. With a roar, he lunged forward, transitioning from a fist to an open palm, the signature of the Hinata clan's gentle fist technique. The palm swiftly approached Shisui, yet he remained unmoved. However, Shisui understood that the Byakugan, often regarded as the counterpart to the Sharingan, was far from simplistic. As Shisui observed the approaching strike, he sensed that the chakra he had just unleashed might be insufficient. Consequently, he summoned every last ounce of his chakra, specifically 1/500th of his total capacity, and concentrated it in his hands, just when everyone believed Shisui was destined to be struck in a fleeting moment. He deftly sidestepped Hinata Hayato's attack and delivered a powerful punch to Hayato's abdomen. With a resounding boom, Hinata Hayato was propelled like a projectile, soaring 10 meters away. The onlookers could see that the menacing white cataract in Hayato's eyes had inexplicably closed, rendering him unconscious on the ground, utterly unaware of his surroundings. This spectacle left everyone in shock, including the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who felt as though he were ensnared in a genjutsu. Yet, the reality was undeniable. A mere child, who had only been in the Shinobi Academy for less than a year, had effortlessly defeated a Nin with a single blow. It was indeed astonishing. However, Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, remained composed. For he had witnessed Shisui's prowess during their sparring session the previous night and had recognized that Shisui had already attained the level of a Nin. Coughing lightly to regain the attention of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced, "Uchiha Shisui has been promoted to genin, effective immediately." Turning to Shisui, he added, "Congratulations, Uchiha Shisui. From this day forth, you are a genin of Konoha." At this moment, Shisui had retracted his chakra and, with a playful smile, addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "Third Hokage. Thank you. I never expected we would meet again so soon." He playfully stuck out his tongue after speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily in response, exclaiming, "Indeed. I too did not anticipate that the little one I encountered that day would become so remarkable. Congratulations to you. By the way, I forgot to mention that you are the second youngest in history to be promoted to a genin in Konoha. Truly impressive." After listening to Shisui, he feigned confusion and remarked, "What? I thought I was the first." His little face contorted in disappointment. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and replied, "The first was Kakashi Hitaki, who achieved the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. Do not let pride swell within you, haha." With that, he paid no further attention to Shisui and waved his hand, signaling for the Umbu members to carry the unconscious Hinata Hyuga as they followed Sarutobi Hiruzen towards the Hokage building. Jisue watched as Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, and then ran to his father, Uchiha Fugaku, exclaiming, "Father, I have become a genin." With a smile, Uchiha Fugaku replied, "Indeed, from now on, you shall stand as an independent ninja. Keep up the good work." Observing this heartfelt exchange, Asuma and others approached to extend their congratulations before taking their leave. Upon returning home alongside Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui entrusted the minor matters of the genin forehead protector and identity registration to the elite members of the Uchiha clan that Fugaku had arranged to assist him. Upon their arrival, amidst Itachi's admiration and Mikoto's elation, they celebrated Shisui's promotion to genin, with even the months-old Sasuke sharing in the joy, beaming with delight. Subsequently, Shisui personally brought some meat into the room, and as he entered, he was greeted by a small creature that swiftly flew over to perch on his shoulder. At that moment, a childish voice echoed in Shisui's mind. "Kid, you're finally back. I was utterly bored to death." Upon hearing the words, Shisui chuckled and inquired. "You haven't even weaned yet, and you already refer to yourself as grandfather, little one. Does your family know about this?" Haha. After Jishui's remarks, the little one ceased communicating and, somewhat embarrassed and angry, pecked at Jishui's head with its sharp beak. After playing with the little one for a while, Jishui prepared to gather some fabrics from her room to place in a basket. Jishui addressed the little creature, saying, "Little one, this shall be your bed from now on. Come, give it a try." Upon hearing this, the little creature swiftly darted inside to test it out. It felt even more comfortable than Jishui's resting place. Stretching its wings, it communicated, "Not bad at all. Henceforth, this shall be the bed of the esteemed little one." Upon hearing this, Jishui was rendered speechless, pondering to himself, "Little thing, esteemed elder? What an absurd title. A mere little thing sufficed." The addition of esteemed elder was quite preposterous, akin to a babe still on the milk. With a smile, Jishui replied, "Very well, if the esteemed elder, the little thing, finds it agreeable, then what further tasks might I assist you with? Please, do not hesitate to command." With that, he burst into hearty laughter. The little one recognized that Jishui was jesting. After all, he was just over a year old, and calling himself an elder was somewhat excessive. Consequently, he buried his head snugly in his nest, occasionally peeking at Jishui, his antics appearing exceedingly comical. Chapter 15. The fusion of 8 gates of escape and leisure. Upon witnessing the amusing antics of the little creature, Shimizu couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since he had rescued the little one, his smiles had become more frequent, and this transformation softened the gaze he directed towards it. As night fell, after the little creature had finished its meal, Shimizu engaged in a conversation about its homeland. He learned that on its first birthday, feeling a twinge of boredom, the little one had secretly slipped away from the crow sage. However, it was soon ambushed by a formidable foe, sustaining injuries in the process. Despite its diminutive stature, the little creature displayed remarkable strength, managing to fend off its attacker even while wounded, which ultimately led to its arrival in Konoha. After conversing with the little one for an extended period, Jishui only began his cultivation once the little one had fallen asleep. Initially, Jishui adhered to his usual practice of regulating the living cells within his body, extracting and storing chakra once more. He ceased this endeavor only when he felt there had been no significant progress. Jishui reflected on his current status as a nin, recognizing that this rank might expose him to perilous situations. However, he found himself at an impasse, as there were no expedient means to augment his strength. The attainment of the Manjiki Sharingan would require a minimum of 3 months, while the 8 gates technique, though capable of providing a rapid enhancement, posed a significant risk to his physical well-being if he were to activate the 3rd gate at this juncture. This caution was precisely why Jisui refrained from unleashing the life gate during his confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku. Although his double Tomo Sharingan was functional, it imposed considerable strain on his body. He recalled how, in the original narrative, Itachi's health deteriorated due to the excessive use of the Sharingan, ultimately leading to his demise in the battle against Sasuke. Jishui understood that, although he had developed the techniques of Zhang Xian and Ji Xian, which could be employed against opponents at close range, they were limited in their effectiveness. His fire-style ninjutsu, the Great Fireball technique and the Phoenix Fire technique, were merely classified as Searank Jutsu, lacking sufficient power. Consequently, his only means of long-range attack was the wind release, vacuum sphere, which was inadequate for ensuring his safety. Should he encounter a skilled jonin, his predicament would be dire. Having arrived in the world of Naruto, Jishui pondered how to leave a lasting legacy. After much contemplation, he finally devised a direction for his development, to activate the 8 gates while in a state of concentration, thereby storing the chakra generated from this state within his cells. This strategy would provide him with a potential solution should he face a jonin. Thus, out of necessity, Jishui developed a ninjutsu that would prove immensely beneficial. With determination, he resolved to create a new technique. He stepped out of his room and made his way to the back mountains of Konoha, where he discovered a cave furnished with tables, chairs, and even a bed. Jishui was likely residing in the village as a hunter. However, due to the biting cold, he had refrained from venturing out for a hunt. Consequently, a thick layer of dust had settled upon him, with a simple yet effective gust of wind. Jishui managed to render the area immaculate. Once tidied up, he began to sit cross-legged, entering a state of deep concentration, gradually seeking to commune with his own body. although he encountered some difficulty. After several attempts, first, second, third, it was only after numerous dialogues that Shisui finally proclaimed inwardly, 8 gates of Duinjia, open the door. Open. Upon opening the door, Shisui was enveloped by a wave of verdant chakra and an abundance of perspiration. Undeterred by this, he commenced the process of channeling chakra into the cells of his own body. Initially, he directed the chakra into the living cells, gradually sensing an overwhelming expansion within them, as if they were on the verge of bursting. At this moment, Shisui comprehended the principle of moderation. Consequently, he redirected the chakra into those cells that had yet to awaken, one after another, increasingly animating more and more cells. It was then that Shisui noticed his bones beginning to grow. After some time, he became acutely aware of the impending threat of dehydration. For the significant outpouring of sweat was no trivial matter. The water supply has ceased, and I have consumed a considerable amount of the salt and sugar solution I prepared. Perhaps some may be unaware that merely drinking water during dehydration is an exceedingly unscientific approach. Shisui had consumed nearly several pounds of salt water and sugar solution, feeling that it was sufficient before he began to rest. After half an hour, Shisui resumed the process of opening the gates, once again extracting chakra into his cells. Consequently, Jisui's chakra levels surged dramatically, reaching 600, 700, 800, until it finally stabilized at 1,200. At that moment, Shisui discovered that he could not close the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, yet the green steam enveloping him had vanished. This revelation filled Shisui with elation. Although the 8th gate could not be closed, it did not deplete his physical strength and continuously supplied him with chakra. This realization brought him immense joy, as he understood that remaining in the state of the 8th gate would significantly enhance his power. Furthermore, after accumulating chakra from the other gates of the 8 gates of Duinjia, even without utilizing the Sharingan, he would be able to stand tall among his peers. For techniques such as Peacock Tide and Day Tiger were immensely formidable, even if he could not activate the Death Gate and employ the Evening Elephant, which had previously incapacitated Madara Uchiha for several seconds. It would still be quite impressive. Thus, having developed the ever-open 8th gate, Jisui's strength soared to the level of a Jonin. Although his 1,200 active cells might not rival the Uzumaki clan's bloodline prowess, they were more than adequate for the 7-year-old Jisui. Moreover, as time progressed, his strength would only continue to grow. After a moment of contemplation, Jisui observed that the sky outside had begun to brighten faintly. He then set off towards home, having restored his chakra only to the level of a proficient Chunin. Upon arriving home, Jisui promptly shed his garments, for the odor of sweat was decidedly unpleasant. After taking a refreshing bath, Shisui emerged with a weighted bundle in tow. At that moment, Fugaku and Makoto Uchiha had just risen from their slumber. Once Makoto had prepared breakfast, Shisui went to rouse Itachi from his cozy cocoon. The family joyfully shared their morning meal, after which Fugaku departed for the Konoha police force, while Makoto took Sasuke along. Feeling a bit bored, Shisui decided to accompany Itachi and the little creature to the riverbank, informing Makoto that he would not return for lunch. Initially, Shisui imparted some ninjutsu techniques to Itachi, and soon they began sparring, correcting Itachi's mistakes as they went along. Itachi, a prodigious talent in ninjutsu, retained every lesson Shisui taught him, ensuring he would not repeat any errors. As noon approached, Shisui and Itachi finally paused their practice, while the little creature flitted about, occasionally glancing at the duo. After their session, Itachi wore a glum expression, upset that despite Shisui's leniency, he had still lost. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Shisui remarked, "Itachi, do not be disheartened. After all, your elder brother is meant to be superior. If I were to lose to you, what would become of my reputation?" He feigned a pained expression, eliciting no relief from Itachi. To lighten the mood, Shisui suggested, "How about this? I will give you some money to purchase seasonings, and I will grill fish for you. After our meal, I shall teach you how to practice tree climbing and water walking. What do you say? Will you be less upset?" Upon hearing this, Itachi chuckled and said, "Hand over the money, and I shall go buy the seasonings. But you must not back out of this deal." With that, he took the money and dashed towards the village, gleefully bounding with joy at having outwitted Shisui. Once Itachi had departed, Shisui prepared to catch fish in the river. However, the chilly weather compelled him to utilize ninjutsu to propel the fish out of the water. He managed to catch over a dozen fish, each weighing around a pound, before he ceased. After cleaning a few, Itachi returned with the seasonings just as Shisui gathered some firewood. With a small phoenix fire set, he began to grill the fish. While Shisui was busy cooking, the little creature savored the fresh fish, relishing every bite while casting triumphant glances at Shisui and Itachi, its expression rather smug. However, it wasn't long before an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the little creature to grow restless, irresistibly drawn to the delightful scent. As the fish cooked to perfection, Shisui and Itachi each took a piece, savoring the flavors. The little creature cautiously approached Shisui, affectionately nudging him with its head, clearly seeking his approval. Shisui, in a somewhat exasperated manner, impaled a freshly grilled fish into the ground for the little creature. The small being hurriedly approached, pecking at it eagerly. However, the newly cooked fish was undeniably scalding, causing the little one to squawk in distress, much to the amusement of Shisui and Yao, who burst into hearty laughter. Before long, Shisui had consumed 3 fish, while Yao devoured 2. The remainder was entirely gobbled up by the little creature, which, despite its diminutive size, barely larger than a palm, managed to stuff so many fish into its belly. After the feast, Shisui and Yao reclined on the grass, enjoying a leisurely chat, while the little creature basked contentedly in the sunlight. Shisui contemplated teasing it, but was met with a disdainful thought transmitted from the creature. "I'm quite comfortable, please do not disturb me." Upon hearing the words of Shisui, he chuckled and remarked, "Alas, next time it shall only be Itachi and I who indulge in grilled fish." Upon hearing Shisui's statement, the little creature hurriedly rose, nudging Shisui with its head, and sweetly exclaimed, "From now on, I shall no longer call you little rascal. Instead, I shall address you as big brother. How does that sound?" Shisui promptly agreed. Upon listening to the tale, Shisui felt a shiver run down his spine, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he thought, "You little rascal. Challenging me? Just wait, I shall deal with you." In the afternoon, Shisui attempted to teach Itachi the art of tree climbing. However, due to Itachi's insufficient mastery over chakra, each attempt ended in failure. As dusk approached, Shisui and Itachi were preparing to head home with the little one when a ninja from the Umbu suddenly appeared and stated, "Uchiha Shisui, the Hokage has summoned you to the 4th training ground tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Without waiting for a response, the ninja vanished into thin air. Chapter 16, The Mission Part 1. The Umbu operatives exude an air of aloofness, disregarding all but their superiors. Yet, this is to be expected. Ninjas inherently navigate the shadows, and the Umbu are the very specters of the night. The less one reveals of their identity, the longer they are likely to endure. With his companions Itachi and the small creature, Shisui remains indifferent to the challenges that tomorrow may bring. For the moment, he possesses the means to safeguard himself and does not need to fret about encountering others during the mission. Conversely, Shisui is acutely aware that his true apprehension lies not in the task at hand, but in the formidable figures within the village, Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The latter, in particular, embodies the essence of treachery. In the original narrative, the destruction of Konoha is either instigated by him or met with his passive complicity. Even when pain ravaged the village, this old man remained conspicuously absent, preoccupied solely with ousting Tsunade to seize the position of Hokage for himself. Casting aside all distractions, Shisui engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Itachi while also communicating with the little creature. Each time he heard the creature sweetly call him Big Brother, a wave of comfort washed over him. The following day, Shisui rose early, forgoing any rigorous training to peruse medical literature, preparing himself for unforeseen circumstances during missions. He awaited the appointed time with a heart full of excitement, for he was on the cusp of becoming a true ninja, ready to engage in the blood-soaked battles that would carve out his place in the world. As the clock approached 9, Shisui made his way to the 4th training ground. Soon, he spotted a jonin accompanied by 2 genin awaiting their arrival. Upon reaching them, the jonin introduced himself, saying, "All right, everyone is here. I am your guiding jonin, Narashikaka. I have no particular likes, but I detest those who betray our village. Now, let us introduce ourselves. Please share your name, age, and interests, starting with you." Shikaku gestured towards a genin beside Shisui. "Hello everyone. I am Yamanaka Shurching from the Yamanaka clan. You can call me Shurching. My passion lies in insects. I adore all kinds of them," the young genin declared, stepping forward. Next, a member of the Hyuga clan stood up and introduced himself. "I am Hyuga Ryuki from the Hyuga clan. I have a penchant for Taijutsu, and I despise anyone who poses a threat to my family." He cast a glance at Shisui as he finished his introduction. As Shisui introduced the 2 individuals, he slowly stated, "I am Uchiha Shisui. I harbor no affections, and I prefer not to speak of my aversions." Shisui then glanced at Hyuga Ri. He had always found the members of the Hyuga clan quite disagreeable. With the exception of Niji and Hinata, Narashikaku, upon witnessing the completion of introductions, solemnly declared, "I do not care what misunderstandings or enmities exist among you. Set them aside during the execution of our mission. Should your personal matters interfere with the completion of our task, do not blame me for my lack of leniency." With that, he let out a disdainful snort. Shisui understood that Rikuge was issuing a warning to himself and Hinata Ryu, thus refraining from speaking. However, to be fair, Shisui regarded Rikuge as an exceptionally formidable individual. The secret techniques of the Nara clan were indeed impressive, yet what Shisui admired most was Rikuge's intellect. Shisui recalled that Rikuge had served as an advisor in both the Second and Third World Wars, and he had also held the position of chief strategist during the Fourth Shinobi World War, which was truly remarkable. Noticing the silence among the three, Rikuge spoke up. "Although we have newcomers joining us today, our current mission is classified as a sea-level task. It is situated in the eastern region of the Land of Fire, an area frequently plagued by banditry. Furthermore, according to the intelligence provided by the mission's client, there may be ninja involvement as well. Therefore, while this mission is categorized as sea-level, it has a significant potential to escalate to B-level or even A-level. Thus, I urge everyone to exercise utmost caution." Upon hearing the words of Rikyu, Shisui felt a surge of excitement, for an A-rank mission was potentially at hand, presenting a splendid opportunity for him. The three of them promptly responded, "Yes, Teacher Rikyu." Thus, Rikyu led Shisui and the others towards the eastern region of the Fire Country. This eastern expanse borders the Land of Nest and the Land of Hot Springs, with their destination being the confluence of the three nations. After 3 days of travel, Rikyu and his companions finally arrived at the frontier. As they neared their destination, Rikyu turned to Shisui and said, "We shall soon reach our goal. This time, should we encounter armed individuals, be they ninja or civilians, I expect you to be unwavering if they dare to resist after we have revealed our identities. Do you understand?" Upon hearing the words of Rikyu, Shizuku found them to be quite accurate. In this world where might reigns supreme, the weak possess no right to exist, and at times, even the luxury of choosing one's manner of death is denied. However, Hinata Ryo, standing nearby, addressed Rikyu, saying, "Teacher Rikyu, do you truly believe that if someone picks up a weapon against us, we must slay them, regardless of their age? How's that any different from the actions of those brigands?" Rikyu gazed at Hinata Ryu and replied, "The innocence of children raised in peaceful times is indeed striking. Do you truly think that a child wielding a weapon is incapable of slaying you? What a folly. During the Third Great War, many of our ninjas met their demise at the hands of civilians. If you cannot accept this reality upon your return, you may wish to reconsider your path in the ninja profession." He then turned his attention to Aburame Shikamaru and Shizuku, expressing, "I hope neither of you harbors such perilous thoughts. Otherwise, you may find yourselves unable to return to Konoha." With that, he began to take a rest. After observing that Rikyu had taken a respite, Shisui decided to rest as well, knowing that the forthcoming battle would likely depend solely on his own strength. During this interlude, a gathering of 200 to 300 individuals amassed at the border, including 2 elite jonin, 5 chunin, and over 40 genin, clad in the garb of wandering ninjas. Their numbers suggested a purpose far beyond that of mere thieves. Typically, a band of robbers would consist of no more than 3 or 4 ninjas. One chunin remarked, "That old fool has ventured to Konohagakure. Should the leaders of the 5 great nations intervene, the situation could drastically change. The multitude of commoners hired by our leader may seem considerable, but they would be trivial in the face of the might of Konoha." A nearby jonin scoffed, "What is there to fear? If the people of Konoha dare to approach, I shall ensure they remain here forever, avenging my brother's death. After eliminating them, we shall divide the treasure and go our separate ways, living comfortably for the rest of our days. Who could possibly track us down? Ha ha ha. Indeed, Brother Idu is correct. Once we've dealt with them, we shall cease our endeavors. None shall pose a threat to us." Another jonin concurred. Idu addressed the assembly, "All right. I surmise that Konoha's ninjas will arrive today. Let us prepare to catch them off guard. Oh, and send a genin to hasten those peasants. I can scarcely contain my anticipation to behold the treasures of this nation." Upon his command, a genin sprinted towards the mountains behind them. Meanwhile, Shisui and his companions were concluding their rest. Under Riku's guidance, they resumed their journey and soon arrived at the edge of a serene lake. Riku turned to his 3 companions, cautioning, "Something feels amiss. Remain vigilant." Before Riku could articulate his concerns, Shisui had already drawn his kunai as they reached the center of the lake. Suddenly, several voices chorused, "Water style, water chaos wave." Instantly, massive waves surged forth towards them. "Retreat, there's an ambush," Shisui and Riku urged. Shisui executed a backward leap to evade the attack, but the onslaught was not without consequence. Yuan Shiching was struck and fell into the water. Due to his proximity to Riku, Hinata Rinyu was swiftly pulled to safety. As the trio retreated, Shisui noticed Yuan Shiching had vanished. He discreetly employed a shadow clone technique, intending to locate Shiching, while his original form heightened its chakra to the level of a chunin in preparation for battle. However, as they fell back, they realized they had been detected and caught off guard. Had Rinyu utilized his Byakugan or Shiching employed his insects for reconnaissance, such a predicament could have been avoided. Yet, the battle had commenced and lamentation proved futile. Shisui discerned that several adversaries possessed chakra levels at the chunin tier, with 2 ninjas exhibiting chakra comparable to Riku's. The remainder were at the genin level. Shisui held no concern for the genin or the jonin, as Riku could handle the former, and the latter posed no threat to him. His primary concern lay with the 5 chunin, who were his opponents in this encounter. Upon surveying the enemy's formation, Riku promptly devised a plan, stating, "There are 2 jonin on the opposing side. I shall confront them and resolve this swiftly to assist you. The rest is up to you. Rinyu and Shisui, you must quickly close ranks and support one another, otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril." Shisui and Hinata Rinyu quickly gathered upon hearing the call. At that moment, the adversaries had already commenced their assault, prompting Lu Jiu to immediately engage in a fierce struggle with 2 elite shinobi. Shisui and Hinata Rinyu also initiated their offensive, swiftly clashing with the enemy. The water stops swiftly hurled the hidden blade, promptly dispatching 2 of the lower-ranking ninjas. Thus, a fierce exchange of combat ensued with the approaching mid-ranking ninjas. Shisui, seizing the opportunity, swiftly unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, followed closely by gathering chakra in his hands, his 2 fingers becoming as sharp as a laser sword. At that moment, the nin across from him, upon witnessing the flames, immediately countered with a water release. A torrent of water extinguished the fire, however. Jisui's figure had already appeared beside one of the nin, his hand swiftly approaching the opponent's neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth, sinking into the water. As Jisui dispatched one nin, his shadow clone had also emerged from the depths with Yun Jicheng. Noticing Hinata Rinyu under siege, Jisui's clone and Yun Jicheng promptly joined the fray, beginning to turn the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Jisui himself, witnessing the fury in the eyes of the opposing nin after the death of his comrade, intensified his assault. One particularly enraged nin shouted, "Konoha brat, return my brother's life. I will kill you." The fierce visage did not intimidate Jisui. Rather, it alleviated the discomfort in his heart. For this was his first experience with taking a life, leaving him with a sense of queasiness. Jisui gazed at the chunin with a cold smile and remarked, "The Dark Wanderer is inherently entwined with murder and being murdered. Having chosen this path, one should not blame others. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon oneself for lacking skill and strength." With that declaration, he shouted, "Come on," and charged towards the group of chunin. Chapter 17, The Mission, Part 2. Before long, Jisui noticed a chunin had exposed a flaw in his defense. In an instant, he executed a swift movement, reaching the chunin's side and thrusting his sharp fingers towards the heart. At merely 7 years of age and of modest stature, Jisui could only reach the opponent's heart. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the chunin's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering how he had met his end at the hands of such a young child. Gradually sinking into the water, the remaining 3 chunin, witnessing their comrade's demise, exchanged grave glances. If the previous death had been due to carelessness, this one was undeniably a result of their collective failure. As they observed Jisui, they were astonished by his youth, contemplating, "This child cannot be older than 8. To possess such skill at this tender age is truly extraordinary." However, amidst their solemnity, the trio promptly convened to devise a strategy. "Honda, Yamashita, this child is certainly formidable. See how, after slaying 2 of us, he shows no signs of exhaustion. I shall create a diversion, while Honda launches the attack, and Yamashita remains on standby for support," declared the chunin, who happened to be the elder brother of the first fallen ninja, Ikazumi Ichiryu. Jisui regarded their newfound composure and tactical discussion with a sense of admiration, particularly for Ikazumi Ichiryu. The 3 swiftly arranged themselves into formation. two in front and one behind, an optimal configuration. Yet, Shisui felt a surge of exhilaration. It was only through the cleansing of blood that one could grow stronger. As the trio settled into their formation, Shisui initiated his assault. However, with their coordinated efforts, whenever he targeted one opponent, the other two would immediately rush to provide support. This thwarted Shisui's attempts at significant accomplishment. During the exchange, he managed to stab Honda in the thigh, but was subsequently kicked away by Ikazumi Ichiryu. As Shisui soared through the air, he experienced a moment of discomfort, coughing several times due to the pressure. His foot felt the impact, yet fortunately he emerged unscathed. Steadying himself, Shisui fervently invoked, 8 gates of Duinjia, opened the rest gate. Instantly, green sweat vapor and chakra began to emanate from his body. With a swift kick of his right leg, Shisui propelled his body upward towards Izumi. The three onlookers were momentarily taken aback, as Shisui's figure vanished in an instant. They heard a voice from below shouting, "Be careful, Izumi." Yet before the warning could be fully uttered, Izumi was sent flying with a resounding bang, gliding across the water's surface for several meters before gradually coming to a halt. However, the ordeal was not yet over. Shisui's chakra blade glimmered ominously at his fingertips as he instantly repositioned himself behind the triangular formation. The chakra blade swiftly pierced Honda's abdomen, and with a flick of his finger, Honda beheld his own intestines spilling forth. Realizing his impending demise, Honda, undeterred, thrust his kunai towards Shisui. Yet for Shisui, who had activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates technique, Honda's speed was painfully inadequate. Shisui raised his leg and delivered a forceful kick to Honda, sending him flying. As Honda soared through the air, he permanently closed his eyes. Subsequently, Shisui noticed Izumi, propelled by Shisui's earlier kick, rushing towards him. However, Shisui paid him no heed. Instead, he harnessed the momentum from his kick to soar down the mountain. Executing the leaf whirlwind, a resounding bang echoed as the mountain was sent crashing into the water below. Shisui was acutely aware that the strength of his previous kick could not possibly eliminate the threat below, yet he lamented that he had yet to master lightning release techniques. A single bolt could have rendered the adversary incapacitated, if not worse. The battle raged on, and Shisui could not maintain the 8th gate indefinitely. Exhaustion would soon overtake him before he could deal with both Izumi and the threat below. Thus, he closed the 8th gate but felt the presence of a black tomo in his eye. Shisui understood that with the insight provided by his Sharingan, he could detect the adversary lurking in the water at any moment, and when that time came, he would strike decisively to conclude the conflict. At this moment, Shisui turned around to gaze at the approaching Jingshang Yixiong, and he too sprinted towards him. As he ran, Shisui concentrated his chakra at the tips of his fingers, and the two engaged in close combat, exchanging blows in a relentless back and forth as time elapsed. As Shisui observed the figure approaching him from beneath the water, he recognized it to be Yamashita. Just as Yamashita believed he was about to prevail, Shisui stepped onto the water's surface, propelling his entire body upward and emerging from the depths. In a swift motion, Shisui formed hand seals, declaring, "Z, Mao Su, wind release, vacuum sphere." With a resounding thud, a vacuum sphere pierced through Yamashita's skull, causing him to sink back into the watery abyss before he could regain his footing. Thus, only Ikazumi Akira remained among the 5ch Nin. Although Shisui was primarily adept at fire release techniques, he recognized that, in the context of battling upon the lake's surface, wind release bore greater efficacy. Consequently, he opted for the vacuum sphere. Nearby, Ikazumi Akira witnessed the demise of his final comrade, his expression twisting into a furious grimace, far more menacing than before. Ignoring his own injuries, he erupted in a roar and charged towards Shisui. He began forming hand seals, shouting towards his adversary, "You leaf brat! You have slain my brother and comrades. Today, I shall unleash my most formidable technique to avenge them. Perish, leaf brat!" Yet, Shisui remained unfazed, slowly raising his hands and calmly replying, "Foolish one, the world of ninjas is a harsh realm where it is either you or I who must perish. If today it were you who vanquished me, it would merely attest to my own inadequacy." As Shisui spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, Z, Mao Su, Shun, Yu Wu. The entire process took less than a second. He then brought his hands together and calmly intoned, "Wind release, laser beam." With a whoosh, 2 beams of wind-based energy pierced through Jin Shangyi's hands, unimpeded, and struck directly at his chest. Yet, this was not the end. Another wind-based laser shot through Jin Shangyi's head, simultaneously claiming the life of a subordinate ninja positioned behind him. Although Jin Shangyi had initiated his hand seals first, The sheer speed at which Shisui completed his seals and launched his attack rendered Jin Shangyi's technique ineffective, highlighting a critical flaw in his casting speed. Consequently, before Jin Shangyi could even comprehend the situation, his life was extinguished. Just as he began to sink beneath the water's surface, Shisui grasped his hair, pulling him back, and with his other hand, retrieved a scroll inscribed with a prominent character for lightning. The water-stop technique, which ultimately claimed the life of a certain Yon above the well, was conceived prior to the graduation examination, inspired by the vacuum jewel. Initially intended to navigate the challenges of the Genin test, it regrettably remained unutilized until now. As the battle between Shisui and the 5 Chunin drew to a close, Riku had already dispatched 1 Jonin, leaving only 1 to struggle under Riku's relentless assault. However, the skirmish involving the Genin was far less favorable. Over 40 Genin found themselves contending with Shisui's clones, as well as Hinata Ringu and Yamanaka Shirching. While they could have potentially resolved this conflict, given Shisui's clones possessed commendable strength, the clones were ultimately overwhelmed and dissipated after being struck by a barrage of kunai aimed at protecting Yamanaka Shirching and Hinata Ringu. Jisui, disregarding the opportunity to inspect the newly acquired ninjutsu, promptly engaged in battle. With his entrance, the tide of the conflict shifted dramatically. Jisui's shadow clones swiftly dispatched 10 lower ninjas, while Jisui himself eliminated 3 more. Hinata Ringu contributed by taking down 4, and although Yamanaka Shirching's strength was somewhat lacking, he managed to defeat 3 using his insects. The remainder of the foes fell to Jisui's prowess. For a novice lower ninja participating in battle for the first time, such a record is nothing short of remarkable. As Jisui's skirmish drew to a close, Rikuju unleashed a secret technique, the shadow binding technique, which resolved the final upper ninja and yielded valuable intelligence. Approaching, Rikuju was astonished to find that Jisui and his companions had successfully dealt with all the middle and lower ninjas. In his mind, without his assistance, it seemed likely that Jisui and the others would have perished, yet he found that the conflict had concluded before he could even intervene. Consequently, Rikuju inquired, "Did you accomplish all of this on your own?" Yamanaka Shirching, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "I managed to defeat 3 lower ninjas. Ringu took down 4, and the rest were all handled by Jisui." He regarded Jisui with a glint of envy. Rikuju also turned his gaze towards Jisui, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "It was merely luck. Although these opponents possessed the caliber of middle ninjas, they failed to perform to their potential." Rikuju found this amusing, pondering the absurdity of the statement that they were of middle ninja quality yet could not showcase their abilities. He replied, "You all performed admirably, proving yourselves as competent lower ninjas. Especially you, Jisui. Such remarkable skill at such a young age is truly commendable. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment, continue to strive for excellence." Upon hearing Rikuju's praise, the trio erupted into laughter, and even Hinata Ringu regarded Jisui with considerably softened eyes. Jisui felt somewhat unnerved under the gaze of the two, so he crossed his arms protectively over his chest and declared to Hinata Ryu and Oil Girl Shirching, "No matter how much you stare, I will never develop feelings for either of you, for my heart belongs to women." With that, Jisui made a playful face, lightening the mood, and the group laughed as they made their way ashore to rest. Once the 3 had sufficiently recuperated, Shikju remarked, "During our battle, I acquired vital intelligence. The reason these rogue ninjas have congregated here is that the villagers discovered a treasure from the Warring States period. However, due to inadequate secrecy measures, trouble ensued." Shikju continued, "Our mission is essentially complete, yet regarding this treasure, I believe it prudent to report to the 3rd Hokage for guidance before making any decisions. If there are no objections, I shall send a message to the 3rd Hokage now." It was Shikju's prerogative, and since he had uncovered the information, the others nodded in agreement, stating, "No objections. We defer to Shikju-sensei." Thus, Jisui and the others resumed their rest while Shikju began drafting a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 18. Treasure Hunt. The Kusanagi sword acknowledges its master around dusk. A bird alighted beside Shikju. He retrieved the bamboo tube from the bird's leg and, upon opening it, announced to the trio of Jisui, "The 3rd Hokage has responded, instructing us to return with the treasure. We will receive credit for 2 A-rank missions, and each of us is entitled to a treasure from it. Now, let us proceed and rest after we have secured the treasure." Shortly thereafter, Shikju led Jisui and the others to the base of a great mountain, where they were confronted by a group of villagers brandishing knives and spears. Shikju approached them, saying, "Please lower your weapons. We are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, sent at your village chief's behest to rescue you. However, Before he could finish, a supervising Genin interjected. If we eliminate them, we can divide the impending treasure amongst ourselves. Are you willing to relinquish it to them? The villagers, initially hesitant, surged forward with their weapons after hearing the Genin's words. Though Shisui and his companions had felt a twinge of sympathy for the villagers, they swiftly turned upon hearing Shikju's command. Attack! In an instant, blood flew, and severed limbs littered the ground. After all had fallen, the Genin attempted to flee. But it was too late. Shisui, in a flash, summoned a chakra blade, and with a swift motion, the Genin collapsed, lifeless after a brief convulsion. In that moment, Shikju comprehended how Shisui had dispatched so many ninjas. His speed was remarkable, and the emergence of the chakra blade was astonishingly swift, rendering the defeat of those ninjas unsurprising. Once the battle concluded, Shikju instructed the trio, each of you, take a torch and let us discover the nature of this warring state's treasure. With that, Shisui and his companions picked up torches from the ground and followed Shikju into the cavern. It was a vast cave, orderly in appearance, with only some earth heaped along the paths. Shortly thereafter, Shisui spotted a grand stone door adorned with exquisite patterns, depicting a battle between what appeared to be a complete Susanoo and a colossal serpent with 8 heads, reminiscent of the Japanese deity Yamada no Orochi. After observing for a moment, Shikju remarked, "We must search outside for a mechanism to open this door. No amount of force will suffice to breach it." The group set to work, and not long after, Oil Girl Shurchin called out, "Shikju-sensei, come look at this." Rushing over, Shikju examined it and confidently stated, "This must be it. There can be no mistake." He placed his hand upon it and twisted with force. The sound of clicking echoed as the stone door began to slowly creak open. Hinata Ryu, seeing the door ajar, rushed forward, only to be seized by Jisei, who cautioned, "Not yet. It could be deadly." Upon the door fully opening, Shikju approached Hinata Ryu and said, "Ryu, express your gratitude to Shisui. Had it not been for him, you could have perished." Realizing his recklessness, Hinata Ryu turned to Shisui and said, "Thank you, Shisui. If it weren't for your quick intervention, I might have met my end." He bowed slightly in appreciation. Shisui quickly helped him up, smiling as he said, "Aren't we companions? Don't take it to heart." After Shisui concluded his words, Hinata Lingyu turned to him and declared, "I shall not hold a grudge against you for striking my cousin and brother. From this moment onward, we shall be comrades." He finished with a smile. Shisui expressed his understanding of why Hinata Lingyu felt such animosity upon their first encounter. He remarked, "To be honest, I never intended to be so harsh. My sincerest apologies." As the water barrier fell, both individuals shared a laugh. At that moment, Lu Jia remarked, "We may proceed. But exercise caution. Although the air is circulating, there might still be hidden traps. Remain vigilant." With that, he began to advance ahead. After approximately 10 minutes, Shisui and his companions successfully disarmed all the concealed weapons. While the traps were formidable, the presence of Lu Jio, a seasoned elite ninja, made their dismantlement a trivial task. Subsequently, they arrived at a resplendent grand hall. The illumination of this hall emanated from several luminous pearls, and there were a few shelves adorned with various ninjutsu texts. Shisui perused the tomes, discovering that most pertained to water and earth release techniques, with only a handful dedicated to wind and fire release. Notably absent were any texts on lightning release ninjutsu. However, Shisui stumbled upon an ancient treatise on martial arts, titled The Gentle Fist. Shisui turned to Hinata Lingyu and said, "Lingyu, come quickly. I believe this martial arts manual is exceedingly suitable for you." Lingyu hurried over, gazing at the text for a moment before exclaiming, "Shisui, thank you. This is an unrecorded softboxing technique. Without your assistance, I would never have had the opportunity to acquire it." Shisui remarked, "It matters not. I have already perused it, and now I understand. If it is suitable, why not seize this item?" Upon hearing this, Lingyu turned to Shikyu and stated, "Teacher Shikyu, I shall take this book. I wish to forego the others." Shikyu responded with a smile, "Very well. I thought I was the sole one to acquire something valuable, but it seems yours is quite commendable as well." At that moment, Oil Woman Shurching also held a hefty block of spice, declaring her desire for it. Meanwhile, Shisui was the only one who had not obtained what he desired. He meticulously recorded all the ninjutsu techniques, contemplating that even if he could not utilize them himself, he could transcribe them upon his return and present them to Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi. As Shisui continued towards a few large boxes on the ground, he opened the first one to discover it filled with precious calligraphy and paintings. The second box contained an array of exquisite jewels, while the 3rd through 12th boxes were brimming with gold. The remaining 7 or 8 boxes were filled with silver. However, none of these treasures piqued Jisui's interest. Slowly, he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly noticed a sword displayed on a rack. This sword, along with its sheath, measured approximately 3 feet in length. Jisui approached and drew the sword, revealing a blade that appeared to be around 2 feet 7 to 8 inches long. With a cutting edge resembling the leaves of a sweet flag and a thicker central section, the grip was about 8 inches thick, featuring several irregularities akin to the spine of a fish, and the entire piece was adorned in a pristine white hue. Yet, as Jisui's fingers brushed against the blade's edge, he instantly inflicted a cut upon himself, blood flowing down the blade, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Jisui felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. Where had all this blood vanished? At that moment, a piece of information resonated within his mind concerning the sword itself. This sword, known as the Kusanagi, was indeed a true divine artifact, crafted from the tailbone of the Yamata no Orochi. It possessed the extraordinary ability to alter its size and shape at the mere thought of its wielder. However, Jisui found it perplexing. Should not the Kusanagi be in the possession of Orochimaru? After all, it was this very sword that had been wielded during the demise of the 3rd Hokage, and subsequently, it had also been in Sasuke's hands, albeit in a markedly different form. Unbeknownst to him, the Kusanagi that Sasuke later wielded was merely a counterfeit divine artifact forged by the Kusanagi clan, with a total of 11 replicas in existence. In contrast, the sword wielded by Itachi Susanoo, known as the Totsuka blade, was indeed the very weapon that vanquished the Yamata no Orochi. Although it too was a genuine divine artifact, it paled in comparison to the one now held by Jisui. Little did Jisui know, the Kusanagi was meant to choose its master. Had he not possessed the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, and had the Kusanagi sensed the presence of Susanoo, he would have been consumed entirely. Fortunately, the Kusanagi had found its way into Jisui's hands, and he would ensure that its legacy remained unblemished. Upon realizing that this was indeed the legendary Kusanagi sword, Shimizu stifled his excitement and addressed his teacher, Rikuju. Teacher Rikuju, I desire this sword. May I have it? Rikuju, upon examining the sword, did not seem overly concerned. His thoughts were occupied with the task of returning these items to Konoha. He replied to Shimizu, certainly. Lord Hokage has long stated that no one can take anything from here. Shimizu nearly burst into laughter at this. For the worth of the Kusanagi sword far exceeded that of all other treasures present, even if their value were multiplied 100-fold. This was, after all, a genuine divine artifact. Jisui grasped the sword in his hand and slowly approached to assist Lu Jiao and the others in collecting their belongings using the sealing scrolls. Once they had finished gathering their items, they prepared to depart. Jisui then addressed Lu Jiao, saying, Teacher Lu Jiao, there are still a dozen luminous pearls above. Shall we not take them? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiao cast a glance at the pearls embedded in the wall and, with a hint of regret, responded, It is not that I do not wish to take them, but rather that it is impossible to do so. The nearby stone wall is exceedingly hard. We cannot break it down. Moreover, we dare not employ explosive talismans, as we fear the cave might collapse. Additionally, should we use the explosive talismans, the luminous pearls would also suffer damage. Thus, we refrain from taking them. Otherwise, those pearls could easily be worth a dozen chests of gold, and they might not even be obtainable elsewhere. Now, let us proceed. Upon realizing the situation, Shimizu addressed Teacher Riku, please step outside for a moment. I shall see if I can attempt it. I will take no longer than 10 minutes. If I am unsuccessful, I will rejoin you outside. Observing Shimizu's unwavering determination, Riku replied, do hurry. If you manage to retrieve it, it shall be yours. The village will not claim it, I assure you. Riku had previously attempted to obtain it, both with a blade and through physical prowess, and had failed, thus feeling secure in allowing Shimizu to try. After Riku and the others exited for a few minutes, Shimizu drew the Kusanagi sword, and, with a few swift strokes, the luminous pearl fell to the ground. He quickly caught it, fully aware of its preciousness. As Shimizu witnessed the Kusanagi sword effortlessly slicing through the stone wall, as if it were mere tofu, his excitement surged once more. In a fervent outburst, Shirzue exclaimed, mine. All mine, haha. With astonishing swiftness, he deftly removed a dozen luminous pearls, subsequently retrieving his sealing scroll to stow them all within. Only then did Shirzue emerge, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Upon seeing Shirzue's return, Rucky chuckled and inquired, so, Shirzue, were you unable to retrieve even a single one? Haha. Jishui, wishing to quietly amass wealth, feigned deep distress as he said, "Indeed, teacher Luge, it is such a splendid item, visible yet unattainable, quite frustrating." At that moment, Jishui's heart was already bursting with joy. Luge chuckled softly and replied, "Come on, it's time to head back." Thus, they made their way toward Konoha. Chapter 19. Harvest and Calculation. 3 days later, Luge brought Jishui and the others to the gates of Konoha. "Yoshi, we are finally back." Luge expressed great delight at the successful completion of their mission, having not only resolved 2 A-rank tasks, but also acquired something exceptionally suited for his clan. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the village, and Luge addressed Jishui and the others. "All right, we shall part ways here. I will report the mission. You may return home. Oh, and by the way, you can collect your rewards for the A-rank tasks at the mission registration office. Farewell." With that, Luge proceeded towards the Hokage building, while Jishui and his companions agreed to return home first and gather again in the evening for a celebration. As Shisui leisurely made his way towards the Uchiha clan, he hummed a cheerful melody from Earth, relishing the delightful day. Before long, he returned home. At that moment, a small creature darted onto Shisui's shoulder, exclaiming, "Elder brother, you're back. I've missed you dearly." Just as Shisui was about to feel a swell of emotion, the little one continued in a sweet, childlike voice, "During your absence, I lost my appetite. When shall we go fishing and enjoy grilled fish together again?" Upon hearing this, Jishui's lips twitched in frustration. Initially, she believed the little creature was yearning for her, only to discover it craved grilled fish instead. With a sharp retort, she exclaimed, "Grilled fish indeed. However, you shall have none, you ungrateful little thing." The creature, now in a tizzy, hurriedly pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. I shall change my ways. But I must have grilled fish." Upon hearing the little one's plea for mercy, Shisui erupted into laughter, resuming their playful antics. Shortly thereafter, Itachi arrived to join them. Once their frolic concluded, Shisui turned to Itachi and said, "Itachi, come to my room this evening. I have brought you many delightful treasures." Itachi responded with great joy, eagerly agreeing to the invitation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Daisuke recounted the events to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen remarked, "I had not anticipated that the Uchiha clan's young ones had grown so formidable. 5 Chunin and over 30 Jinin, all dispatched by him alone. It seems that Shisui's prowess has likely surpassed that of a Chunin, perhaps even reaching the stage of a special Jonin. His rapid development is astonishing. At such a tender age, he possesses strength that even Kakashi did not achieve at his age." "Indeed, Hokage-sama," Daisuke interjected. "I witnessed him single-handedly defeat a Genin in under 3 seconds. Such power, if left unchecked, could lead to another individual like Uchiha Madara. I urge you to consider this carefully, Hokage-sama." After a period of reflection, Hiruzen replied, "You have brought back a significant amount of wealth. I commend you for your efforts. Please take 4 boxes of these gold and jewels. Keep 2 for yourself, and deliver the remaining 2 directly to Uchiha Fugaku in front of Uchiha Shisui." Daisuke contemplated for a moment before responding, "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will see to it that this task is accomplished." Just as Daisuke was about to take his leave, Hiruzen added, "When you go, please convey a message to Shisui, informing him that I await him in my office at the Hokage building." Daisuke assured him, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama. I will ensure this is done." Jisui was unaware that he had attracted the attention of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon returning to his chamber, he retrieved the Kusanagi sword and examined it intently for a moment. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade, producing a sharp whoosh that startled a small creature nearby, causing it to flee in panic. In a voice tinged with trepidation, the creature conveyed to Jisui, "Brother, please, put away that sword and keep your distance. I sense something extraordinarily formidable within it, and it fills me with dread." Upon hearing this, Shizuki complied. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that the Kusanagi sword was crafted from the vertebra of the Yamata no Orochi. Yet, after all these years, the mere act of retrieving this small artifact evoked such panic, which signified the formidable power of the Kusanagi sword. Jisui held the grass chi sword in his hand. Pondering, grass chi sword, could you perhaps diminish in size? In an instant, Jisui beheld the sword gradually shrinking, until it measured approximately 1.5 feet. He found this phenomenon quite enchanting and mused, if only it could transform into a ring, that would be perfect. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the grass chi sword emitted a brilliant white light and promptly morphed into a ring. Jisui took it and placed it on his finger. It felt slightly oversized at first, However, as he adorned himself with the ring, he soon discovered that it began to shrink once more, finally settling into a size that fit him perfectly. The water's edge transformed the ring back into a longsword, only to revert to a ring once again. Enchanting in its playful display, the little creature beside watched in a state of bewilderment. It transmitted its thoughts, saying, "Elder brother, what exactly is this object? It instills a sense of fear within me." Shisui addressed the small creature, saying, "This is what I obtained during my recent mission. Impressive, isn't it? It is crafted from the tailbone of the legendary Yamada no Orochi, and it is called the Kusanagi sword." The small creature exclaimed, "Kusanagi sword? The ultimate artifact from the Warring States period. It is said that this sword can slay mortals and vanquish deities. And even the famed Tenka sword is no match for it. Brother, how can you possibly control it, and even transform it as you wish?" Shisui remarked, "In truth, I am also uncertain. Only after he drained my blood did I come to comprehend its essence." After a brief discussion with the small ones, Shisui found himself at an impasse. Just then, a commotion arose outside the grand entrance. He hurried to investigate, and was greeted by the sight of 4 individuals laboriously carrying a chest behind Riku. Upon closer inspection, Shisui recognized this as the treasure they had acquired. However, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Riku addressed Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Fugaku clan leader, it's been a while. How have you been?" Uchiha Fugaku returned the greeting with a smile, inquiring, "Riku clan leader, what brings you to the Uchiha clan on this occasion?" Riku replied, "Shisui of the Uchiha has performed exceptionally on his mission, acquiring a substantial treasure which he has generously entrusted to the village. The third Hokage has specifically instructed me to deliver these 2 chests of jewels to Uchiha Shisui as a reward." Upon hearing Lujio's words, Shisui felt a sense of perplexity. It was evident that the intelligence had been acquired by Lujio, so why was it being implied that he had amassed a considerable fortune to present to the village? After a moment of contemplation, Shisui surmised that this might be a scheme orchestrated by the third Hokage. However, upon further reflection, he realized that even if it were a ploy, there was no necessity to bring it in person. It could have easily been transported via sealing scrolls. Moreover, it was presented to him in the presence of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, Shisui sensed something amiss, and the thought struck him that this was indeed a conspiracy devised by Sarutobi, aimed at sowing discord between himself and Uchiha Fugaku. Should Uchiha Fugaku come to distrust him, Shisui would have no choice but to align himself with the Hokage faction to secure his position within the village. Thus, Shisui promptly stepped forward with a smile and said, "Lujio-sensei, we had planned to wait until evening to celebrate with you over dinner. I didn't expect to see you so soon." Upon noticing Shisui's presence, Lujio addressed him warmly, "Shisui, the Hokage has taken note of your significant contributions, and thus, I have been entrusted with these 2 boxes of jewels to present to you. You must not let the goodwill of the third Hokage go to waste." He concluded with a cheerful gaze directed at Shisui. In his heart, he scolded, "Old fox. You wish to deceive me? Not a chance." Shisui gazed at Lujio with a smile and said, "How could I possibly impose on you? It would be quite a bother for you to make a special trip. In that case, please extend my heartfelt gratitude to Lord Third Hokage on my behalf." Shisui turned to Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Father, not long ago you were troubled by our family's financial constraints, weren't you? Look, fortune smiles upon us. These 2 boxes can resolve your predicament." With that, Shisui smiled brightly at Uchiha Fugaku. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku soon replied with a chuckle, "Indeed, these 2 boxes will serve as a timely remedy. However, this is yours. Even if I borrow it now, I shall return it to you when you require it." After addressing Shisui, he turned to Izuku and said, "Izuku, please extend my gratitude to Lord Third Hokage on my behalf, informing him that I have accepted this on behalf of Shisui." "Oh, how remiss of me. I have yet to invite you to take a seat, Izuku. Please, do come in." He gestured invitingly towards Izuku. Observing this exchange, Izuku recognized that his purpose for this visit had failed. Undeterred, he devised another plan and replied, No. I must return to report to Lord Hokage. By the way, Shisui, before I left, the Hokage requested that I inform you he is awaiting your presence at the Hokage building. I must take my leave now." With that, he departed, not waiting for Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui to bid him farewell, accompanied by several others. Shisui spoke loudly behind Fugaku, saying, "Teacher Fugaku, please convey to Lord Hokage that I shall arrive at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Farewell, Teacher Fugaku." After Fugaku departed, several elders of the Uchiha clan approached Fugaku and inquired, "Fugaku, what is the meaning of this? Why has the third Hokage come to deliver gifts?" Fugaku responded with a faint smile, "Esteemed elders, this is not the place for conversation. Please, step inside." He then turned to Makoto and said, "Makoto, prepare some tea." Makoto acknowledged and entered the house to boil water for tea. Observing this, Shisui offered, "Mother, let me assist you." He attempted to enter the house, but Fugaku called out, "Shisui, you two shall come." He then instructed the butler to carry 2 boxes inside. Consequently, Shisui followed Fugaku into a private chamber, a place he had never visited before. Once everyone was seated, Fugaku introduced, "Shisui, these are several elders of our Uchiha clan. Come and pay your respects." Shisui promptly stood and said, "I am Shisui Uchiha. I pay my respects to the esteemed elders. Greetings to you all." The elders, delighted by Shisui addressing them as elders rather than sirs, chuckled and encouraged him. "Shisui, you are very polite. Please rise." Chapter 20. The Uchiha clan meeting and meeting Sarutobi in the secluded chamber of the Uchiha clan. The elders resumed their earlier inquiry. Fugaku, with a cold smile, addressed the elders, "Esteemed elders," rather than perceiving the third Hokage's visit as a mere gesture of goodwill. "It is more prudent to consider it an attempt to sow discord among us. Think about it. Had Shisui not staged this charade, or had he accepted those 2 boxes of jewels upon his emergence? Would we not have suspected him of being swayed by the third Hokage? Such a scenario would compel us to pressure Shisui to align with the third Hokage, resulting in the loss of a prodigious talent and the gain of an adversary for our clan." Upon hearing this, Shisui spoke, "Esteemed elders and father, I have something to express." Uchiha Fugaku and the elder clan members regarded Shisui with smiles, encouraging him to share his thoughts. Shisui continued, "Indeed. When I laid eyes upon those 2 boxes, I sensed that the matter was far from simple. If the third Hokage truly intended to bestow upon me those 2 chests of jewels, there would have been no need for such a grand display, parading them before the Uchiha clan. He could have simply dispatched a member of the Umbu to deliver them to me. Moreover, the one presenting the gift was none other than the cunning master Rikuju, who chose to hand them to me in the presence of the crowd." Shisui continued, stating, "Moreover, during this mission, Lugio mentioned that the third Hokage would allow us to choose one item. If he truly wished to bestow something upon me, it would not be at this juncture." Upon hearing Jisui's words, Uchiha Fugaku and several clan elders were taken aback by the astuteness displayed by the merely 7-year-old Shisui, just as they were about to commend him. Shisui spoke again. "This time, we were merely tasked with a C-rank mission, yet unforeseen circumstances arose, as we faced 2 Jonin, 5 Chunin, and over 40 Genin. During the battle, I single-handedly dispatched 5 Chunin and more than 30 Genin. I believe this incident is something that Nara Lugio, loyal to the Hokage, could not possibly overlook." The gifts were presented shortly after Lugio's meeting with the Hokage, suggesting that the third Hokage may harbor 2 intentions. 1. To recognize my potential but fearing opposition from the Uchiha clan, as my father suggested, seeks to sow discord, forcing me into a corner through the Uchiha. Naturally, the third Hokage would then come to recruit me. Alternatively, the third Hokage might fear my potential, which has already become evident during this mission. Likewise, he could manipulate the Uchiha to eliminate me, thereby neutralizing a potential threat. Upon concluding his remarks, Shisui found himself the focus of incredulous gazes from those around him. Prompted by their astonishment, he hastily declared, "Esteemed elders and father, that concludes my statement." As the crowd regained their composure, they gazed at Shisui in amazement. One of the clan elders addressed him, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable. You have deduced the entirety of this matter from but a few clues. You are indeed a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, excelling in both innate ability and intellect. The revival of our ancestral glory is within reach." Ha. With that, he burst into joyous laughter. The others echoed their admiration, leaving Shisui feeling somewhat bashful. However, Uchiha Fugaku's attention was drawn not to Shisui's astute reasoning, but rather to the revelation of his having slain 5 Nin and over 30 Genin. He inquired, "Shisui, did you truly declare that you killed 5 Nin and more than 30 Genin during this mission?" Hearing Fugaku's question, several elders quickly recollected Shisui's previous words and promptly asked, "Is what you said true, Shisui?" "Indeed," Shisui remarked, "they are not formidable. Through this battle, I have garnered a wealth of combat experience. Were it merely a test of skill rather than a fight, I might have concealed my true abilities. Oh my heavens! To achieve such prowess at the tender age of 7, Shisui is truly remarkable," several clan elders exclaimed. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Shisui and inquired, "Could you check if your mother has prepared the tea?" He added, I still have matters to discuss with the elders. Jisue nodded and addressed them. Father, esteemed elders. I shall take my leave. With the elders' warm smiles behind him, Jisue exited and gently closed the door. Inside the chamber, once Jisue was gone, Uchiha Fugaku addressed the elders, saying, I propose we cultivate Jisue as our clan's most exceptional successor, directing all resources towards him and entrusting him with our Uchiha elite forces. This approach not only ensures his protection but, when Jisue evolves into a formidable warrior, will undoubtedly enhance our clan's standing. Should we rise to action? I believe Jisue will serve as a tremendous asset. The elders exchanged solemn glances. Nurturing the elite of a clan was no trivial endeavor. Uchiha Fugaku continued, moreover, I have discerned that Jisue possesses profound emotional depth. He reciprocates kindness manifold. Truthfully, I once regarded him merely as Itachi's playmate and did not afford him much attention. However, in the past year, I have come to see Jisue as my own son, akin to Itachi. This is my personal bias. Furthermore, Jisue awakened his Sharingan at the age of 5. Although it was merely a single tomo, as you know, not every member of the Uchiha clan can achieve this. Only those of exceptional talent can. Therefore, I boldly assert that Jisue is destined to be the fourth in our clan to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. After a few moments, an elder spoke first. I concur. Let us entrust our elite forces to Jisue. Indeed, I concur. Another elder added. Agreed. 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 The elders voiced their unanimous approval. And Uchiha Fugaku, elated, declared, I am confident that Jisue will not disappoint us. Thus, this meeting would later be referred to as the Conference of the Uchiha Clan's Ascendancy. And it was during this gathering that Jisue commanded a formidable and fearsome force known as the Asura Army. After the conference, everyone emerged from the hall, sharing laughter and tea, while Jisue basked in their accolades. By midday, Uchiha Fugaku's residence hosted a dozen esteemed elders of the Uchiha clan. Following their lunch, they proceeded to the clan's conference room to further discuss the allocation of elite members to accompany Jisue. Jisue, meanwhile, made his way to the Hokage building to meet with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, at 2:30. Upon arriving before the Hokage building, Shisui was immediately approached by a member of the AMBU who leapt down from a tree. Addressing Shisui, the AMBU stated, Are you Uchiha Shisui? The Hokage has been awaiting your arrival in his office. Please follow me. Aware of the third Hokage's intention to recruit Shisui, the AMBU refrained from any indiscreet behavior. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Uchiha Shisui was accompanied by a member of the AMBU. As they reached the entrance, the AMBU announced, Lord Third Hokage. Uchiha Shisui requests an audience. Immediately, the voice of Sarutobi echoed from within, Enter. Upon entering, Shisui beheld the third Hokage and remarked, Greetings, esteemed third Hokage. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing Shisui, replied, Shisui, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Once the two had settled, Hiruzen continued, I trust you have received the items that Kakashi brought for you? Jisue spoke candidly, expressing his gratitude. I have received your message. Thank you, Lord Hokage. He felt a touch of apprehension, for the man before him was renowned as the hero of shinobi, given Jisue's current prowess. Even unleashing his full potential might not suffice to match a mere fraction of this legendary figure's strength. Noticing Jisue's unease, Sarutobi remarked, The reason I summoned you is that you performed admirably in this mission. Your abilities are commendable. Despite your youth, you exhibit remarkable composure in challenging situations. Therefore, I intend to promote you to a special Jonin, bypassing the Chunin rank altogether. Moreover, I wish for you to join the AMBU, serving directly under my command. This will enable you to contribute even more effectively to our village. Upon hearing the admonition, Shisui felt a resounding alarm within his heart, realizing that this was Sarutobi's attempt to elevate him through perilous praise. At merely 7 years of age, being appointed as a Jonin, what would others think? After all, the prodigious Kakashi of Konoha achieved the rank of Jonin at the age of 12. Although it was merely a special Jonin designation, it still held the weight of the Jonin level. Jisue hastily exclaimed, Lord Hokage, are you jesting with me? I have only recently been promoted to a Jonin, and my abilities are inadequate. Others will not accept me. Moreover, I have no experience in the AMBU. However, the subsequent words of Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly caused Jisue to leap from his seat. Do not be afraid, Jisue. After all, ninjas grow through their missions. And you may not be aware, but your classmate, Ri-san, has already joined Root. Root is another division of our AMBU in Konoha. personally overseen by Lord Danzo. Hiruzen said with a cheerful smile. Jisue exclaimed loudly. What? When did this happen? How come I was unaware? Sarutobi, observing Jisue's reaction, continued to smile as he replied. It was just a few days ago. Moreover, that young lady is quite impressive. She has already completed a B-rank mission. Though it seemed she sustained some injuries during the task. In an instant, Shisui felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Observing the smiling Sarutobi, he began to grasp the true nature of the third Hokage, a figure far removed from the benevolent elder depicted in the original narrative. Shisui realized that Sarutobi was, in fact, a formidable character. However, upon further reflection, he understood that if Sarutobi were not such a person, he would not have been able to keep the cunning Danzo in check for so many years. With a cold smile, Shisui remarked, I presume, Hokage-sama, that your purpose in summoning me extends beyond merely informing me of Rainflow's integration into Root? Sarutobi chuckled softly and replied, Indeed, that is but one matter. There remains another, which is that I wish for you to continue serving the village. Sarutobi emphasized this as he spoke. Only then did Shisui comprehend the true intentions of Sarutobi, who was using Sinner's safety as leverage against him, a tactic that struck at Shisui's vulnerability. With a smile, Shisui responded, Certainly, I have always devoted myself to the village. However, I wish to meet Sinner, and I sincerely hope that she will remain unharmed. Can the Hokage assure me of this? After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Sarutobi. Sarutobi let out a hearty laugh and replied, Of course, Sinner, being a ninja of our village, will be well protected. As the leader of a ninja village. Sarutobi's words were both appropriate and reassuring. After listening to the conversation, Shiz then spoke. Hokage-sama, I wish to see Sinner right away. May I? Sarutobi smiled slightly and replied. Of course, you may. I shall summon a member of the Umbu to escort you immediately. With that, Sarutobi gestured, and a member of the Umbu swiftly entered the room. Jisue addressed Sarutobi with a respectful farewell. Farewell, Hokage-sama, before departing alongside the Umbu. Chapter 21. Encounter with Sannin in the 2 or 3 gates of the 8 inner gates. Jisue followed closely behind the members of the Konoha Umbu, feeling a certain agitation within. This time, Sarutobi had caught him completely off guard, striking at his very core. Yulu Xian'er was the only person in this world whom Jisue felt a kinship with. Moreover, Jisue was acutely aware that he might have inadvertently implicated Yulu Xian'er. A B-rank mission, and yet, a mere genin had undertaken such a task? Upon hearing Sarutobi mention that San was injured, Shisui felt an increasing sense of unease and hurriedly followed towards a hidden base of the Umbu. Before long, he arrived beside a towering tree, where an Umbu member blew a whistle, and a door materialized before him. Shisui stepped inside, discovering that approximately 30 to 40 individuals were present, with Jounin and Chunin nearly evenly represented. The water barrier inquired with a hint of impatience. How much longer? The cold response from the dark operative was, soon. Why the urgency? Suppressing his agitation, Jisue soon entered a room where Yulio Xian'er lay asleep upon the bed, her face contorted in a painful expression. Upon observing that Xian'er was asleep, Jisue quietly approached and gently touched her somewhat pallid face, intending to assess her injuries. However, the moment he made contact with the wound, Xian'er let out a pained groan. Jisue gazed at the injured woman, a pang of sympathy stirring within him. He turned to regard the shadowy figures who had followed him, and coldly commanded, Leave at once. Do you truly fear that I would abscond with her? One of the shadows scoffed but ultimately withdrew. With a resolute demeanor, Jisue closed the door behind him and began to gradually channel his chakra into his hands. He gently approached Xian'er's injured arm, carefully unwrapping the bandages. Xian'er let out a soft groan, yet remained in slumber. As the bandages fell away, Jisue's heart sank upon witnessing the grievous wound, a long gash spanning several centimeters. A surge of indignation coursed through him. The condition of the injury suggested it had gone untreated for at least 3 days, and signs of inflammation indicated a persistent fever. Remarkably, not a single medical ninja had attended to her during this time. Had Jisue not arrived today, Xian'er might have lost her life. Suppressing his anguish, he employed the healing technique, slowly infusing his chakra into the wound, which began to scab over. After a span of 20 minutes, he withdrew his chakra. Yet the scar of the injury remained. Jisue regained his chakra and turned his gaze towards Xian'er, at which point the pained expression on her face vanished. Understanding that young girls often dislike having scars, he concentrated his healing chakra in his hands. Before long, the scars on Xian'er's hand gradually faded away. disappearing entirely before Shisui finally withdrew his chakra. Exhausted from the recent treatment, Shisui rested his head on the edge of the bed and dozed off for a while. Approximately half an hour later, he felt a gentle touch on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Siener gazing at him with a smile. Quickly sitting up, he exclaimed, "Siener, you are awake." "Yes, but Shisui, how did you end up here? This is the territory of Jin, and ordinarily, outsiders cannot enter. You haven't joined Jin, have you?" Siener inquired. Shisui gently brushed his fingers across Siener's face, smiling as he spoke. "No, it was Lord Hokage who sent me. I have joined the Umbu, though not the Root Division. I simply wished to see you, so here I am." Shisui paused for a moment before inquiring, "What mission could possibly inflict such severe injuries upon you? Had I not intervened, you might have perished within a day. Do you realize that?" Shisui struggled to contain his emotions. Siener was aware of the concern Shisui felt for her injuries, yet she had not considered addressing her wounds beyond a mere superficial bandaging. Remembering this, Siener lifted her arm, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. For the long gash that had marred her skin had vanished entirely, leaving no trace of a scar. She gazed at Shisui, her face filled with questions. Shisui felt a touch of shyness, thus he recounted the matter of administering treatment to her. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Siener had embraced him, prompting him to gently reciprocate the gesture. Consequently, both of their faces flushed a deep crimson. Although Shisui wished to inquire further about how Siener had sustained her injuries, she remained tight-lipped on the subject, compelling him to abandon his questioning. After chatting with Siener for over an hour, Shisui was urged by a member of the Umbu to leave. Thus, he turned to Siener and said, "I must take my leave now. Please take good care of yourself. If a mission arises, do not recklessly charge in. Protect yourself and wait for me. I shall return for you." With that, he swiftly planted a kiss on Siener's cheek before following the Umbu member outside. As Shisui stepped out, he had never felt such a fervent desire for strength. Pondering that if he possessed power on par with that of a Kage, he would not feel so constrained today. He would not hesitate to engage in battle if necessary. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, I found myself at home, where I saw the little one and Itachi grilling fish in the yard. However, since Itachi had never attempted such a task before, he ended up charring several of them. Itachi and the little one exchanged wide-eyed glances, and upon noticing my arrival, Itachi hurriedly beckoned me over. "Brother Shisui," he exclaimed, "please come and assist me with the fish. I can't seem to manage it, and they are all burnt." The little one also looked at me with eager anticipation, hoping that I would lend a hand. With no alternative, Shisui had no choice but to prepare several fish anew. Before long, a delightful aroma began to waft through the air. Ever since their last encounter with Shisui's roasted fish, Itachi and the little one had been yearning for it. As the fragrant grilled fish lingered, both Itachi and the little one could not help but salivate. In a short while, Shisui, Itachi, and the little one had devoured a dozen fish. By this time, dusk was approaching, and Shisui called Itachi into his room, where he transcribed all the ninjutsu he had noted in the treasure. After more than 2 hours, Shisui finally handed Itachi the written fire release ninjutsu, while the water release ninjutsu and other techniques were set aside for later. Upon receiving the scroll of fire ninjutsu, Itachi leapt for joy and exclaimed to Shisui, "Brother Shisui, you are truly wonderful to me." With that, he dashed back to his room to practice the hand seals. Later that evening, upon returning home, Uchiha Fugaka summoned Shisui to his chamber and conveyed the results of the day's meeting. He stated, "Shisui, that you are not my biological son. I regard you as one. From now on, you must take good care of Itachi and Sasuke. I hope that in the future, the three of you will make a name for yourselves in the ninja world and bring glory to our Uchiha clan." Shisui said, "Father, rest assured, I shall." After uttering these words, Shisui returned to his chamber. Once all had succumbed to slumber, he stealthily made his way to the cave. Today, a profound sense of peril enveloped him, as he recalled the menacing grin of the third Hokage, Sarutobi, who had threatened him, in the image of Siener, frail and injured. Shisui felt an overwhelming urgency to enhance his abilities. However, the 3 Tomo Sharingan could not be hastily attained. Thus he resolved to pursue the 8 gates of Duinja instead. After entering the cave, Shisui gradually settled down into a meditative posture, seeking to calm his tumultuous emotions. After a while, he began to enter a state of profound concentration, communicating with the minuscule fraction of his living cells that he could control, 1 in 1200. Slowly, he extracted and stored chakra. As he repeated this process several times, Shisui instinctively sensed that the time had come to activate the 8 gates of bypass. He intently declared within his mind, "Eighth gate, open." However, in his concentrated state, Shisui found it challenging to exert full control, leading him to repeat the invocation over and over. At last, with a resounding boom, a copious amount of green sweat vapor and chakra erupted from his body. Swiftly, Shisui directed the chakra into his cells, beginning with the living cells before moving on to the others. Gradually, as each cell expanded, the chakra surged towards additional cells. However, when about half of the chakra had been introduced, some of Shisui's cells began to falter under the strain, starting to rupture. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After 10 minutes, all the chakra had been successfully absorbed into his body, astonishingly forming a vortex of chakra in his dantian. This revelation left Shisui taken aback. After controlling 2,000th of his cells, he found that the chakra had not re-entered the cells but had instead transitioned into the dantian, creating a swirling green cyclone. At this juncture, Shisui had successfully achieved the eternal opening of the rest gate. After a brief respite of half an hour and replenishing with a saline solution, he once again entered a state of profound concentration. However, the challenge presented by the third gate surpassed that of the second gate by a considerable margin. Consequently, nearly an hour elapsed before Shisui could channel the chakra of the life gate into his body. Remarkably, this time, the chakra did not flow towards the cells but instead directly entered the chakra vortex in the dantian. The speed of this process was significantly enhanced, and within approximately 20 minutes, Shisui accomplished the everlasting opening of the life gate. Nonetheless, the physical toll this exertion exacted was markedly greater than that of the rest gate, leading Shisui to experience dehydration immediately afterward, requiring a considerable period to recover while replenishing with saline water. Having practiced for 2 hours, the dawn had already brightened the surroundings. Upon awakening, Shimizu hastily made his way home and encountered Hinata Raya. Hinata approached Shimizu and remarked, "Why did you not join us for dinner last night? Everyone waited for quite a while before we finally began." "You fool, are you unaware of how irksome it is to keep others waiting?" Shisui chuckled. "I lost track of time while cultivating. Look, I've been training all night and still haven't returned home. Can you smell the sweat on me? Ugh, it's disgusting." "Keep your distance," Hinata Lingyu replied with a face full of disdain. After this exchange, both burst into hearty laughter. Ever since Shisui rescued Hinata Lingyu last time, their bond had grown remarkably close, allowing for such playful banter without offense. Before long, Shisui returned home, where Uchiha Fugaku awaited him. Upon seeing Shisui drenched in sweat, he smiled and said, "How did you end up so soaked? Go wash up. I will take you to the family training ground shortly." Not long after, Shisui emerged, having changed into fresh attire. He addressed Uchiha Fugaku, "Father, let us go. I am eager to gauge how I measure up against the family's elite." Uchiha Fugaku led Shisui for about 5 minutes until they arrived at a training facility housing approximately 50 individuals. Shisui observed that the chakra of these people was formidable. The weakest among them matched his own when he activated the first gate, while the strongest were on par with his current self, excluding the chakra stored within his dantian. Upon their entrance, the gathered crowd acknowledged Uchiha Fugaku with respect. Yet when they sensed Shisui, they perceived him to be less formidable than the clan elder had claimed, casting him challenging glances. Little did they know that Shisui had only released 5/100ths of his chakra, concealing the remainder so adeptly that even those who activated the Sharingan could not discern it. Chapter 22, Clan Matches and the Conquest of the People. Uchiha Fugaku approached, stating, "This is Uchiha Shisui. I trust you were informed by the clan yesterday. Now, all matters are entrusted to him." Turning to Shisui, he continued, "The responsibility is now yours. Each of these individuals is a member of our clan's elite. Their pride is to be expected. If you cannot command their respect, they may not serve you, and in that case, even I cannot assist you. You would have to try again another time." After listening to Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku replied, "I understand, father. If I cannot conquer them for my own purposes, it merely proves my limitations, and there is no point in lamenting my fate." "Well said, my son. You are truly remarkable. I have faith in you, and so do the clan elders. Now, it is your turn to shine." Uchiha Fugaku, having regarded Shisui as his own son, had gone to great lengths to secure this opportunity for him. Knowing this, Shisui took out several scrolls and said, "Father, this is for you." Uchiha Fugaku, upon receiving and examining them, was greatly astonished and inquired, "Shisui, where did you acquire these? Do you realize that with this scroll, our clan's strength will increase by at least 1 tier?" Shisui gazed at Uchiha Fugaku and said, You are aware of my remarkable photographic memory. I have documented these matters within that treasure. By the way, as for the fire-style jutsu in Itachi's possession, if it proves inadequate, I shall gladly compose another version for you this evening. Upon hearing Shirsue's words, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze softened considerably, imbued with a touch of gratitude. For he felt immense joy at the prospect of Shisui sharing the fire techniques with Itachi. The water-stopping technique continued. Father, please leave. Your presence hinders my performance. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku offered a word of encouragement and departed from the training ground. At this moment, Shisui turned his gaze towards the crowd and slowly spoke. I am aware of your curiosity regarding why the clan leader and the elders have entrusted you to me. A mere child of 7 years. Though it may be difficult for you to comprehend, it matters not. With that, Shisui released a fraction of his chakra, and his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Shisui inquired, which among you is the strongest? Step forth and engage me in battle. Should I lose, it would indicate my unworthiness to lead you. However, should your strongest champion fall, you must comply with my directives without dissent. What say you? At this moment, the elite members of the Uchiha clan began to murmur amongst themselves. One remarked, how audacious. I concede that he is formidable for his age. Yet to challenge our mightiest upon his arrival seems rather ludicrous. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among them. Another added, indeed, our strongest has awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Capable of perceiving Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu, possessing strength equivalent to that of an elite Genin. He is merely a chunin at best. Is this not an invitation to humiliation? However, 3 Uchiha elites held a different perspective. At their level, the strength of an opponent is not merely gauged by the quantity of chakra they possess. These 3 individuals, Uchiha Kaze, Uchiha Ranyu, and the mightiest, Uchiha Inhu, regarded Shisui with a sense of unease, each silently acknowledging, truly, he is the strongest among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Evoking such an intense sense of threat within me, Shisui gazed at them with a cold demeanor and inquired, have you finished speaking? If so, let the strongest among you step forward. I have matters to attend to, so please resolve this swiftly. Shisui deliberately provoked them, for he sought to extinguish their arrogance in one fell swoop. After all, entering the battlefield with such hubris greatly increased the likelihood of demise. As anticipated, no sooner had Shisui uttered his words than an elite from the Uchiha clan charged forth, declaring, do not presume that just because the clan elder and leader have entrusted us to you, we must endure in silence. Come, let us test your strength, otherwise, you shall have no opportunity to challenge the strongest. Shisui glanced at him and remarked, I shall not inquire about your name, yet you are exceedingly feeble. Before Shisui could finish his words, Uchiha Mei swiftly charged towards him. Shisui smiled gently, remaining stationary, just as Uchiha Mei was about to close the distance. Shisui moved with an imperceptible speed, appearing behind Uchiha Mei in the blink of an eye. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Mei collapsed face down to the ground, motionless and unconscious. The onlookers were taken aback. Most of them had not witnessed how Shisui had maneuvered behind Uchiha Mei and incapacitated him. The entire sequence transpired with such rapidity that only the elite Jonin, Uchiha Inhu, and his companions caught sight of the unfolding events. Shisui turned around to face them and said, they all claim he is too weak, yet they refuse to listen. Alas, there's no need for Chunin-level individuals to step forward. They hold no significance for me. At that moment, the elite Uchiha clan members fell into a contemplative silence. After a few minutes, Shisui spoke again, I truly am pressed for time. I still need to report to the Umbu. Hurry now, if you do not emerge. I shall assume that you all acquiesce to my authority. Should anyone dare to defy me, I will ensure he understands the consequences of his actions. With that, Shisui beamed at them, but his smile brought not comfort, but rather a sense of dread. After observing for quite some time, Shisui was about to take his leave when Uchiha Inahiko emerged, addressing Shisui with a challenge. Wait a moment, let us engage in a contest. Should I be defeated, I shall heed your words without question. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its martial prowess, with status predominantly determined by strength. Shisui regarded him and remarked, it seems you must be the strongest among us. Come, let me witness the might of the elite nurtured by our clan's abundant resources. Since Shisui had been threatened by Sarutobi, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Now, with a formidable opponent before him, his combative spirit was ignited. Shisui assumed a stance reminiscent of the flowing leaves, bracing himself to confront Uchiha Inui, unleashing his chakra entirely. With a resounding blast, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Shishui's form, sending the leaves on the ground spiraling into the air. Upon sensing this formidable chakra, Inhui's expression grew serious. And he shouted, "Be cautious." The three tomo of his Sharingan manifested in his eyes. Swiftly, Inui formed hand seals and declared, "Fire style, grand fireball technique." But he was not finished. He continued with rapid hand seals, announcing, "Fire style, phoenix fire technique." Before the phoenix fire could fully launch, Inui charged towards Shisui. His eyes fixated on him with unwavering intensity. However, for Shisui, these two fire techniques were incredibly familiar, as they were among the first ninjutsu he had ever encountered. The moment he observed the seals Inui performed, he executed a swift body flicker to evade the attack. Yet, Inui, having closely monitored Shisui, followed suit with remarkable speed. In an instant, the two were engaged, exchanging blows. Thanks to his rigorous physical training alongside Guy, Shisui found Inhui's strikes to be merely a fraction of Guy's strength, easily absorbing the impacts. Conversely, Inui experienced a stark contrast. Each time he blocked Chisui's punches, it felt as though he were being struck by a hammer, forcing him to retreat hastily. For an elite genin, physical combat was not the sole focus, prompting him to initiate a genjutsu. In a moment of deception, Shisui found himself ensnared, believing he had triumphed. However, the grass-cutting sword ring upon Shishui's hand emitted a sudden jolt, swiftly pulling him back from the clutches of illusion. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, Shisui remained still, feigning the effects of the genjutsu. Just as Enhiko launched his final assault, poised to strike Shisui down, Shisui subtly shifted his body, delivering a powerful blow infused with an abundance of chakra that sent Enhiko staggering. Nevertheless, Shisui was cognizant that his punch would not incapacitate Enhiko, thus, he executed a leaf fluid technique, positioning his chakra blade against Enhiko's throat. Caught unprepared, Enhiko realized he had been bested. With a smile, Shisui declared, "You have lost." He then retracted the chakra blade and extended his hand to assist Enhiko to his feet. Once both stood upright, Shisui inquired with a grin, "What is your name?" "You possess commendable strength. Had it not been for my unique advantage, I would have undoubtedly succumbed to you." The uniqueness Shisui referred to as the grass-cutting sword. At that moment, upon hearing Shishui's question, Enhiko promptly knelt on one knee, replying, "I humbly report, Lord Shisui, my name is Uchiha Enhiko, and I serve as the captain of my clan's elite squad." Shisui promptly lifted him up and declared, "Rise swiftly, for henceforth we shall fight together." In response, Inhu hurriedly replied, "Yes, Lord Shisui." Shisui turned to the elite members of the Uchiha clan and inquired, "Are you willing to submit? If not, you may challenge me tomorrow morning. However, if you believe that I, Uchiha Shisui, am unworthy to lead you, I shall not compel you to stay. You are free to depart at any time, and there is no need to concern yourselves with the clan elders or the clan leader. I shall provide them with an explanation." Shisui gazed at them, awaiting their response. Shisui proclaimed loudly, "Now, reveal to me your answers." As the crowd regained their composure from the recent contest, an electrifying excitement filled the air. Everyone, including Inhu, Uchiha Kaze, and Uchiha Lanyu, along with the recently revived Uchiha Mei, fervently shouted in unison, "We wish to remain and follow Master Shisui." Shisui smiled faintly, aware that his intimidation had taken effect. He then declared loudly, "Very well, since you have chosen to follow me, we shall disband for today. We will reconvene promptly at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should anyone arrive late or fail to appear, I shall consider it a choice to forfeit." "Yes, Lord Shisui," the crowd exclaimed with excitement. For the prospect of being led by someone so young yet undeniably powerful filled them with hope for a promising future. Shisui observed the joyous laughter of the crowd and decided to take out one of the 18 luminous pearls. He tossed it to Inhu and remarked, "Today marks our first encounter, and I possess little to offer. However, this luminous pearl should hold some value." Upon saying this, Shisui addressed Inhu, "Inhu, take this pearl and exchange it for some funds. Treat everyone to drinks and a meal. If I manage to return in the evening and have the time, we shall gather and get to know one another. If time eludes me, I hope you all enjoy yourselves." Inhu caught the luminous pearl Shisui had thrown, scrutinized it closely, and immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Lord Shisui, this is far too precious. Such a sizable pearl is worth no less than 10,000 taels of gold. Converted to silver, it amounts to 100,000 taels. We cannot accept this, can we, brothers?" He turned to the others for confirmation. "Indeed, it is far too valuable. We cannot accept it," the crowd echoed in unison. Shisui smiled and declared, "So it is settled. Surely, you shall not disregard my first decision?" Without awaiting a response from the crowd, he turned and exited the training grounds. Chapter 23. The report from the Umbu, codename Asura. After leaving the training grounds, Shisui gradually made his way towards the Hokage building. Although he harbored a strong aversion to being threatened by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he found the prospect of joining the Umbu quite appealing. Becoming a member of the Umbu signified a direct connection to missions, and missions invariably involved combat. For Shisui, missions represented an opportunity to accumulate experience and enhance his strength. He also had his own ambitions, which included seeking out individuals from the original narrative who possessed considerable power yet met tragic ends, such as Mizuno Kuni Bai and Zabuza Momochi, as well as Kagai's descendant, Kinshiki. Even if they might potentially rebel in the future, Shisui was confident that by then he would have awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, allowing him to employ Kodo Amatsukami to control them, thus transforming them into his allies. As Shisui pondered over various matters while strolling, he soon arrived at the Hokage building. At that moment, a member of the Umbu approached him and respectfully stated, "Sir, the Hokage has requested that I escort you to the Umbu headquarters." "Ah, and here is your identification." Acknowledging Shishui's status as a special jonin, the Umbu displayed a profound reverence, presenting him with what resembled a certificate. Upon receiving the document, Shisui Uchiha noticed it bore his name, Shisui Uchiha, Special Jonin, with the designation number 10123, as Shisui's actual number could not be retrieved. This was used as a substitute. After a brief glance, Shisui remarked, "Let us proceed. Lead the way." The Umbu operative acknowledged with a respectful yes and guided Shisui toward a nearby building, not far from the Hokage's office. In a short while, Shisui arrived at the Konoha Umbu headquarters. This time, there were significantly more individuals present than during his previous visit to the Root Division, yet each person donned a distinctive mask, rendering it nearly impossible for one unfamiliar with them to discern their identities. Upon the arrival of Shisui, a high-ranking Umbu approached him and spoke, "Greetings. You must be Uchiha Shisui, who achieved the rank of Special Jonin at the tender age of 7. I am known as the Demon. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." As he spoke, he extended his hand. Upon the arrival of Shisui, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter such a cordial individual in the typically frigid shadows. Shisui promptly introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am Shisui Uchiha. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The enigmatic figure, known only as the Oni, nodded in acknowledgement, concealing their true visage beneath a mask, and instructed Shisui, "Please, follow me." As Shisui trailed behind, they soon arrived at a spacious chamber. At that moment, the Oni remarked, "First, you must choose a code name for yourself. Henceforth, we shall address one another by these names. Shortly, I will introduce you to your comrades." Shisui nodded and proclaimed, "Since ninjas are those who traverse the shadows, I shall be a harbinger of death amidst the darkness. Henceforth, I shall be known by the moniker Shura." The Oni acknowledged with a nod and inscribed the name Shura onto Jisui's identity registration. Subsequently, he handed Jisui a set of attire and a mask designated for members of the Umbu, stating, "This is your mask and clothing, specially tailored by Lord Hokage to suit your physique. Please don them and see if they fit. I shall await your return outside." Upon donning his mask, Shisui appeared remarkably vibrant and lively. He then proceeded to wear his mask once more. Were it not for his height of merely around 1.30 meters, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary member of the Umbu. Shortly thereafter, Shisui emerged, and the figure known as Oni remarked, "Indeed, it suits you well. Come, Shura, I shall introduce you to your comrades." Before long, Shisui and Oni arrived atop a roof, directly across from the Hokage's office. Shisui glanced over and noticed Sarutobi smiling warmly at him. Had it not been for Shisui's prior experiences with his threats, one might have thought the old man quite amiable. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found two individuals already awaiting their arrival. As Oni and Shisui approached, the two greeted them enthusiastically. Oni addressed the pair, saying, "This is Uchiha Shisui, codenamed Shura. He was promoted to Special Jonin yesterday. Oh, and do not be misled by his stature. He is merely 7 years old this year. From now on, you shall be teammates. Please remove your masks and take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another." Upon witnessing the two individuals remove their masks, Shisui was astonished to discover that he was acquainted with them. One was the formidable interrogator, Ibiki, and the other was the disciple of Orochimaru, the dumpling enthusiast, Anko Mitarashi. Both of these individuals held considerable prowess in the original narrative. At that moment, Ibiki addressed Shisui, proclaiming, "I am Ibiki, a nin of Konoha." Anko followed suit, stating, "I am Anko Mitarashi, also a nin." Upon hearing the introductions of the two individuals, Shisui remarked, "Since the evil spirit has already introduced himself, I shall refrain from reiterating. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you both. From this moment forth, we shall be comrades. And I look forward to your kind guidance." With that, Shisui smiled at the two. At that moment, Akkad turned to Shisui and exclaimed, "You are already an exceptional jonin at such a young age. How impressive. You're even more remarkable than Kakashi. How about I treat you to some dango later?" Akkad has always been rather exuberant, except when Orochimaru was mentioned after he had left the village. Shisui replied with a smile, "In that case, allow me to treat you, as a gift for our first meeting." Upon hearing this, Hondo was filled with joy, for the dumplings were indeed her greatest delight. Meanwhile, Yabiki, who sat silently beside them, uttered not a single word. Yet, Shisui was aware that this teammate might prove to be far more dependable than Hondo. Shisui addressed Yabiki and Leone, inquiring if they would join him. Both declined, citing prior commitments, and thus prepared to depart. Shisui and Akkad exchanged their dark attire for casual clothing and made their way to the dumpling shop. On this particular day, the establishment was bustling with activity, and the two had to wait for an extended period before being granted entry. Upon stepping inside, Shisui was met with the sight of several prominent figures from Konoha. Kakashi, Guy, Narashikaku, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai were all present. Upon the entrance of Shisui and Hondo, Kai exclaimed loudly upon seeing Shisui, "Oh, is that not Shisui, the boy racing along the path of youth?" Upon hearing Kai's words, Jisui's forehead was instantly adorned with several dark lines of exasperation. Shizwater, gathering his courage, approached and greeted, "Senior Kai, it is a pleasure to see you here. It has been quite a while. How have you been?" Upon seeing Kakashi, Shizwater felt a surge of excitement, as he had always admired him in his previous life. He then inquired of Kai, "Senior Kai, who are these individuals?" In response to Shizwater's question, Kai enthusiastically introduced, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the genius ninja of Konoha, known as the copy ninja for having replicated over 1,000 jutsu, Kakashi Hitaki. He advanced to Jonin at the tender age of 12 and has been my lifelong rival." Shisui promptly spoke, "Kakashi-senpai, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we can have the opportunity to spar." Kakashi, wearing a warm smile, replied, "Uchiha Shisui, a prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, became a genin at the tender age of 7, and within a mere fortnight, ascended to the rank of Special Jonin. Proficient in both Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, your Jinjutsu abilities remain unknown. Just a few days ago, you accomplished the remarkable feat of eliminating 5 Chunin and over 30 Genin during a mission. I, too, find you quite intriguing, and I hope we can test our skills against one another." Shisui remarked, "It is merely luck. In comparison to Kakashi-senpai, I still have much to learn. I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you." Hondo, who had been listening to Jisui's response, pondered for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, Shisui is truly remarkable. No wonder at such a young age you have already attained the rank of Special Jonin. Please take care of me in the future," with a hint of shyness. Shizashi remarked, "We are teammates, of course." After listening to Kakashi's introduction, he gazed at Shizashi with stars in his eyes and exclaimed, "Truly remarkable, just as I anticipated. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce these individuals. This is Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage, this is Kurenai, and this is Nara Shikamaru." Upon hearing this, Shizashi greeted each of them in turn, and everyone responded with warm smiles. Given Shizashi's extraordinary talent, even if they did not become close allies, they knew it would be unwise to offend him. Consequently, Shizashi and Kurenai joined the gathering of the Chunin. They returned home only at noon. Upon returning home, Shisui first engaged in playful antics with the little ones, then summoned Itachi and shared the dumplings he had purchased from the shop with them. Before long, Fugaku Uchiha returned. After calling Shisui into the room, he smiled at Itachi and remarked, "Shisui, you performed admirably. I never anticipated that you would defeat the hidden tiger. The elders of our clan are singing your praises, bringing great honor to your father." Upon hearing the words of Shisui, he responded, "Father, at this moment, I believe it is my duty. Oh, by the way, father, I have joined the Umbu today, the division overseen by the 3rd Hokage." Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened upon hearing Shisui's declaration. He replied, "Shisui, why did you not discuss this matter with me? I fear the ulterior motives of the 3rd Hokage. What would happen if you encountered danger on a mission?" Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui felt a warmth in his heart. This time, Fugaku's concern was for his safety rather than whether Shisui would align with the Hokage faction. This revelation significantly altered Shisui's perception of him. Smiling, Shisui said, "Father, please follow me." Once they arrived in the backyard, Shisui released all his chakra, and his eyes manifested two black tomo. He addressed Fugaku, "Father, let us engage in a spar." Fugaku understood that this was Shisui's way of demonstrating his strength, reassuring him that he need not worry any longer. However, upon sensing Shisui's chakra and witnessing the double tomo Sharingan, Fugaku was taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. 10 minutes later, both Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku lay on the ground, engaging in a leisurely conversation. Finally, Fugaku turned to Shisui and said, "Shisui, despite your formidable power, rendering most Genin unable to contend with you, you must remain vigilant when faced with the elite Genin and shadow-level masters. Should a mission fail, do not fret. With the Uchiha clan backing you, the Hokage faction would not dare act against you. Always prioritize your safety during missions, do you understand?" Shisui smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, father. If victory is unattainable, I can always retreat. I possess confidence even against shadow-level masters." Upon hearing Jishui's words, Fugaku felt a slight sense of relief. However, he remained unaware that even in combat with him, Jishui had not exerted his full strength. The chakra in his dantian and his self-created wind release laser technique remained untapped, for the penetrating power of this ninjutsu was formidable. Additionally, Jishui's palm sage technique and chakra blade were also reserved for dire circumstances. He would only employ such perilous techniques when absolutely necessary, even in battle against Uchiha and Hawk. He had done so only with complete assurance. Thus, considering the encounter between Jishui and Uchiha Fugaku, it could be surmised that Jishui's current level of power was above that of an elite Genin yet below that of a shadow. Should anyone discover that Jishui was still troubled by his perceived inadequacies, they might conspire to extinguish him. Chapter 24. The formation of the Asura Army and Orochimaru's defection. At noon, Jishui accompanied Itachi and played with Sasuke for a while. At that moment, a little creature also arrived, followed by a large flock of crows. These crows were not summoned beasts but merely ordinary crows. Jishui originally intended to drive away the crows, but upon realizing that the little creatures would have no companions while he executed his tasks, and considering that Weasel frequently ventured out to practice ninjutsu, he allowed the crows to settle on the windowsill beside him. This development kept Jishui exceedingly busy, as nearly 100 crows required a considerable amount of food. Moreover, with their presence, Jishui acquired a new responsibility, that of a caretaker for their droppings. In the end, he was incessantly mocked by Weasel, yet eventually, under Jishui's imposing demeanor, Weasel conceded. After Jishui had constructed a nest for the crows, evening had already fallen. Following a meal with Weasel and the others, Jishui tidied up his belongings and set off towards Kai's training grounds. Upon arriving, Jishui found no sign of Kai, so he began to train alone, focusing on enhancing his physical fitness. In order to master the art of the 8 gates, Shisui understood that without adequate physical conditioning, such an endeavor would be futile. Thus, he reluctantly commenced a regimen of push-ups, kicking drills, and squat jumps. It was not until the dawn of the following day, when the first light broke, that Shisui gathered his belongings to return home. Although fatigued, he was acutely aware that there are no free lunches in this world. To become a formidable warrior while seeking to gain without effort is an unrealistic expectation. Genius is merely 1% talent combined with 99% perspiration. Upon returning home, Shisui took a refreshing shower before hastening to the Uchiha clan's training grounds. By 6 o'clock, 50 individuals were already engaged in rigorous training, each one glistening with sweat despite Shisui's absence. As he entered, he cheerfully remarked, "I thought you might slack off in my absence. How was last night? Did you all enjoy yourselves?" Upon seeing Shisui, the crowd responded with laughter, saying, "Lord Shisui, we had a wonderful time last night, the only regret being that you could not join us." Jishui smiled and remarked, "As long as we are happy, that is what matters. Now that we have enjoyed ourselves, let us gather together. I have a few matters to announce." As soon as Jishui finished speaking, Inhu, Lan Yu, and Uchiha Fong began calling everyone over to assemble. Once all were gathered, Jishui commenced, "What is a ninja? I believe you may have a clearer understanding than I do. The tasks we undertake as ninjas are perilous, akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences." Jishui gazed at everyone with utmost seriousness. He continued, "To survive each mission, we must elevate our abilities, continuously striving for improvement. By doing so, your chances of survival increase, thereby diminishing our enemies. At this moment, he paused, and all eyes were fixed upon him. Our objective is to eradicate all adversaries, forcing them into retreat. We must enhance our prowess to the utmost, instilling fear in our foes. When they hear our name, it should haunt them like a nightmare. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this? Shisui proclaimed loudly as he surveyed the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the group felt their spirits surge, and with unwavering confidence, they shouted in unison, "Lord Shisui, we do. We believe that under your leadership, we can certainly accomplish this." After listening to the words, Shisui smiled and said, "Well, since you all trust me, I hereby announce the establishment of the Asura Army of the Uchiha clan. Our mission is to harvest the lives of our enemies like Asura, making them feel as if they are living in hell." Oh! Everyone began to cheer. Shisui waved his hand, and immediately the training ground fell into a serene silence. He then spoke. "Now, the three strongest among you step forward, let me see." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Kaze, Uchiha Lanyu, and Uchiha Inui all stepped forward. At this moment, Shisui spoke again. "Among you, these three are the strongest. Do you all acknowledge that?" He glanced at the trio, and then at the rest of the group. The unanimous response was one of agreement. Shisui continued. "Well then, there are 51 of you in total. Excluding these three, there remain 48. My arrangement is as follows. The Asura Army will be divided into 3 major divisions, each led by one of these 3 as the division commander. Each division will consist of 4 smaller teams, with 4 members in each team. You may choose your teammates, but it is imperative that each team comprises 4 members, with one designated as the team leader and another as the deputy leader. In the event of a mission where the division commander falls, the team leader will take their place. Should the team leader also perish, the deputy leader will assume command. If both the team leader and deputy leader are lost, a team member will step up. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord Shisui," everyone exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon seeing this, Shisui smiled and declared, "All right, since we have established the Asura Army, I shall henceforth be the commander-in-chief. Henceforth, all must heed my commands. The words of any other shall bear no weight. Should there be anyone who feigns compliance while secretly dissenting, do not blame me, your commander, for being unyielding. Furthermore, each of you is to conceive a code name, which must be registered with me. Once established, it is immutable and during missions. You shall only be referred to by your code name, not by your given name or title." "Understood, Commander." The crowd responded in unison. Shisui continued. "Now, we shall commence the selection of squad leaders and deputy leaders. If any among you believes themselves capable of fulfilling this role, step forward boldly. If you deem someone unworthy of this position, it is simple. Confront them and bring them down. The selection will begin in 10 minutes. At this moment, Shisui summoned the 3 of them aside and addressed Lanyu and Uchiha Kazekage, saying, "You 3 are quite familiar with one another. Yet I am unaware of your names and abilities. Please introduce yourselves." Lanyu and Uchiha Kazekage exchanged glances, and then Uchiha Kazekage spoke to Shisui, saying, "Lord Shisui, I am Uchiha Kazekage, possessing strength at the elite Jonin level. My Sharingan is awakened to the 3-tomo state, and I excel in Ninjutsu and Taijutsu, though my Genjutsu skills are somewhat lacking." Shisui nodded towards Lanyu, at which point Lanyu spoke. "Esteemed Shisui, I am Uchiha Lanyu, possessing strength equivalent to that of an elite Jonin. I excel in illusion and Ninjutsu, though my Taijutsu is rather lacking, and my Sharingan possesses 3-tomo." Shisui nodded once more, fully aware of their strengths and specialties. He remarked, "The strongest among you must be the hidden tiger, proficient in all 3 techniques. Therefore, during your upcoming missions, I suggest that with Hidden Tiger at the helm, Uchiha Kazekage spearheading the offense, and Lanyu tasked with disruption and support." Before long, the trio approached to select their team members, while Shisui closed his eyes, leisurely basking in the sun. Soon, the training ground of the Uchiha clan was abuzz with activity. Approximately 2 hours later, the team leader and vice leader were finally chosen. The team leader possessed strength equivalent to that of a standard Jonin, while the vice leader's prowess was akin to that of a special Jonin. The remaining members were either special Jonin or Chunin level. After the conclusion of the meeting, Shisui approached and announced, "All right, the captains and vice captains of each squad have been selected. Now, I will proceed with the appointments. The first squad will be led by Uchiha Inhu, the second by Uchiha Itachi, and the third by Uchiha Lanyu." Upon hearing this, the 3 swiftly stepped forward to stand before their respective teams. However, Shisui continued, "The Asura Army will engage in competitions between squads every month. Those who perform well will be rewarded, whether in monetary form or techniques, as per their choice. Conversely, those who falter will require some corrective measures." "Ah, I have an idea." For those underperforming, they shall wash the soiled socks of the top performers for a month. If there is no improvement by next month, they shall continue this task. Yet, should there be progress, rewards will also be granted. Is that clear? Yes, Commander. Everyone responded with laughter. They began to jest and make bits amongst themselves, and Shisui, observing their camaraderie, chose not to intervene. He then declared, "This afternoon, I shall treat everyone to a meal, but no alcohol, as we have training later. Let us leave it at that for now. Hooray, Lord Shisui is treating us." The crowd cheered in response to his words. At noon, Shisui and the others arrived at a local restaurant in the village. Just as they were about to dine, Shisui suddenly overheard a conversation between two ninjas from another village. "Hey, have you heard? Lord Orochimaru has defected. When did this happen?" "I had no idea." "How could you possibly know?" "I heard that Lord Orochimaru fought with the third Hokage and then fled." "Oh, is that so?" The voice grew slightly louder. "Shoo, keep your voice down." Upon hearing the news, Orochimaru realized that his physical experiments had been exposed to Sarutobi by Danzo, prompting him to commence his defection. After Shisui learned of the situation, he chose to remain discreet. Following a meal shared with everyone, he felt compelled to investigate whether there were still some cells of Hashirama in Orochimaru's laboratory. After all, Orochimaru had considerable expertise in this area. Otherwise, when Danzo later attempted to wield the forbidden technique of Izanagi using the Sharingan, he would have been unable to exert control. Shisui began to reflect once more, realizing that even Uchiha Madara required the cells of Hashirama. Thus, Shisui felt an uncontrollable surge within him. He pondered, if he were to have Hashirama's cells implanted into his body, he would no longer need to worry about the excessive use of his Mangekyou Sharingan. In such a scenario, would it not signify that he would no longer need to seek out others' eyes, instead utilizing the Mangekyou as if it were an eternal Mangekyou? The more Shisui pondered, the more he felt a growing sense of agitation within. However, he was unaware of the location of Orochimaru's laboratory. Even if he managed to locate it, could he truly acquire the cells of Hashirama? Moreover, if he were to be discovered, given his current capabilities, escape would likely be impossible. After all, both Danzo and Hiruzen were at the pinnacle of their power, and he could not contend with either. Thus, Shisui abandoned such plans and devoted himself to training his physical abilities, contemplating that when the time came for him to unlock the 8 gates, he would reassess his options. Chapter 25. The rain-flowing fairy is severely wounded. Shisui instantly activates 3 Tomo. Shisui chose not to dwell on the unattainable desires of the present. After a brief return home, he made his way to the Uchiha clan's training grounds to join his comrades in rigorous practice, determined to master the 8 gates. Shishui's training regimen astonished many members of the Asura Army. Every day, Shisui diligently practices, running 50,000 meters, performing 10,000 push-ups, and executing 20,000 kicks on the training posts. As a result, his physique continually enhances. However, he is always escorted home by the Asura Army. Time flies swiftly, and before long, Itachi has also begun his journey at the Ninja Academy. On that day, Shisui personally accompanied Itachi to the school. Over the course of several months, Shisui, Ibiki, and Akamichi have successfully undertaken 3 A-rank missions. One day, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, dispatched a messenger to deliver a letter to Shisui, indicating that he wished to speak with him. Upon receiving this news, Shisui, guided by a member of the Umbu, entered the Hokage Tower. As he pondered the reason behind Sarutobi's summons, the Hokage remarked, "Shisui, you've arrived. I have some news to share with you. You must be mentally prepared, and I hope you won't react too strongly upon hearing it." Shisui, perplexed by the words of Sarutobi, replied slowly, "Lord Hokage, please enlighten me. I shall endeavor to maintain my composure." Upon hearing Jisui's response, Sarutobi gradually articulated, "This matter pertains to Wairi-san." "Sin? Has something happened to her?" Jisui inquired with urgency. It seems that during her mission to the Land of Water, Wairi-san sustained severe injuries while acquiring crucial intelligence. She is currently receiving treatment at the Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi explained, gazing intently at Jisui. "What? Severely injured? Lord Hokage, I demand an explanation, otherwise I shall withdraw and refuse any further assignments you bestow upon me," Jisui exclaimed, his face betraying a deep concern. It is evident that if the injuries sustained by Siener are not severe, the old man Sarutobi would likely conceal it from me. However, since he has taken the initiative to inform me this time, it suggests that perhaps the medical ninjas of Konoha are unable to heal Siener. After Shisui finished speaking, he refrained from further banter with Sarutobi and hastily made his way to the Konoha hospital at the swiftest pace. Before long, Shisui arrived at the hospital, where Sin was already being escorted into the operating room, making it evident just how grave her injuries were. As Jisui's thoughts grew increasingly heavy, he pondered the nature of his relationship with Sienna. Although they had yet to formalize their bond, both understood that their youth did not diminish the likelihood of a future together. After approximately an hour, a medical ninja emerged, prompting Jisui to urgently inquire, "How is you lose Sienna?" However, the medical ninja hesitated before responding. "Her injuries are grave. The kunai has pierced her lungs, and the delay in treatment renders her recovery uncertain." Before the medical ninja could finish, Jisui dashed into the operating room, where he beheld Sienna lying motionless upon the surgical table. An overwhelming tide of despair surged through him. With a deafening roar, chakra erupted from Jisui's being, wreaking havoc within the confines of the operating room. At that moment, the medical ninja re-entered to find Jisui standing still, paralyzed by the intensity of his gaze. Upon locking eyes with the boy, the medical ninja felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He later recounted, "When I beheld the three black tomo in his eyes, I was rendered immobile. I had never anticipated such terror emanating from the gaze of a mere 8-year-old. Returning to the operating room, Jisui had contemplated awakening his three tomo Sharingan over the past months, yet had refrained, fearing the fragility of his ocular veins. However, upon witnessing Sienna's plight, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions, and thus he activated the three tomo Sharingan. As Shizuki regained his composure, he surveyed the disarray within the operating room. However, he chose to disregard the chaos and instead assisted the terrified medical ninja, leading them outside before forcefully shutting the door with a resounding thud. He then approached the operating table where Sin lay, extending his medical chakra towards her. Yet, as Shizuki examined Sin's condition, he discovered that her injuries were far worse than he. Jisui gazed at Sienna, his heart heavy with an indescribable sorrow. However, he could not allow the situation to deteriorate any further. Thus, he first channeled his chakra into Sienna's inflamed wound. Instantly, a sharp chakra blade manifested in his hand. Jisui meticulously excised the inflamed portion of the injury before commencing the hemostasis. Before long, he began to infuse a substantial amount of chakra into Sienna's innermost being. Sweat soon trickled down his brow, a telltale sign of excessive chakra usage, yet Jisui gritted his teeth and persevered. As the chakra from the living cells in his body dwindled, he felt increasingly weakened. Nevertheless, he pressed on, for the moment was critical. Jisui could not afford to falter and thus resorted to drawing upon the reserve chakra stored in his dantian. During this process, however, he discovered that the chakra within his dantian was far more effective than he had anticipated, yielding an astonishing 3-to-1 ratio. This meant that the chakra drawn from the living cells of his body was only 1/3 as effective as that from his dantian. Jisui finally breathed a sigh of relief, for Sienna's body was gradually recovering, and the pallor that once graced her face began to transform into a healthy flush. 10 minutes later, Jisui withdrew his chakra. Yet Sienna remained in a deep slumber. Within merely a few months, she had sustained 2 grave injuries, and this time she had nearly been lost. Such wounds would render anyone's recovery arduous, as they struck at the very essence of her being. Jisui gazed at Sienna, who lay upon the operating table, and his spirits lifted slightly, yet his own condition was far from optimal. The excessive use of chakra, especially just after activating the 3-tomo Sharingan, rendered him lethargic and disinclined to move. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated from outside the operating room. Annoyed, Jisui coldly called out, "Leave. If you knock again, I shall take your life." The knocking ceased, as if the individuals outside had been cowed by his words. Jisui then entered a meditative state, gradually recuperating his chakra. Perhaps due to the recent overexertion, he found his recovery remarkably swift this time. Before long, he had restored all his chakra, amounting to 3,510 thousandths, an increase from the previous 2,010 thousandths. Bolstered by an additional 1,510 thousandths he had cultivated over the past few months. Rather than stopping, Jisui continued to extract and store chakra within his body, discovering that he could indeed make further progress. Eventually, upon exiting his meditative state, he had developed his chakra to 4,010 thousandths, equivalent to 40%. This advancement placed him solidly within the elite Jainin ranks. Even without accounting for the chakra in his dantian, he estimated that, when considering the chakra stored there, he could contend with weaker shadow-level masters. After all, not everyone prioritizes the development of their physical chakra. Jisui understood that he was treading a path untraveled by others, and until the final outcome emerged, he could not make definitive judgments. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that if he continued on this trajectory without unforeseen setbacks, upon fully developing the cells within his body, his true strength would undoubtedly reach shadow-level prowess. After the cessation of his meditative practice, he opened his eyes to find that Xian remained in a deep slumber, perhaps due to the severity of her injuries. Gazing upon her, he silently vowed in his heart, "I shall protect you diligently, even if it means sacrificing my own life." Shisui made a resolute decision to take Xian away, ensuring she would no longer remain at the root site. Otherwise, should a similar situation arise again, Shisui might descend into madness. Thus, Shisui stood up decisively and began to form seals, inwardly invoking spirit summoning technique. In an instant, a small raven manifested within the room. "Esteemed Shisui, may I inquire what tasks you require of me?" the raven asked with utmost reverence. Shiz gazed at the raven and remarked, "Ah, it is you, little Fei. Once I have completed this letter, I would like you to deliver it to Uchiha Inu, requesting him to come and see me." After uttering these words, Shiz began to pen the letter. "Yes, Lord Shiz," little Fei replied. Before long, Shiz secured the letter to little Fei's body, and with a resounding bang, the raven vanished from sight. Shiz cast a glance before turning to accompany Xian. Shortly thereafter, Inu arrived, accompanied by a small squad from the Asura Army, appearing in the room. Upon seeing Shiz, Inu respectfully stated, "Commander, I have brought the Tianlua squad as per your instructions, and we were not seen along the way." The water-stopping figure replied, "Very well, take the young girl from the operating table and send her to the cultivation headquarters. Do keep in mind, she has yet to recover." The captain of the Asura Army instructed his team to carry away Xian, turning away without further inquiries. Within the Asura Army, the hierarchy is strictly observed. During non-mission times, subordinates may confront their captain, provided they possess the requisite strength. However, during missions, no one dares to question or act recklessly. Upon witnessing the departure of Xian, Shisui turned towards Inu and commanded, "Follow me." With that, Shisui began to walk ahead, while Inu dutifully trailed behind, uttering not a word. Yet, within his eyes flickered a profound sense of reverence, a veneration that suggested as long as he followed this seemingly youthful individual, all possibilities lay before him. Just a month prior, during a routine contest of the Asura Army, Shisui had single-handedly vanquished 3 brigade leaders, exhibiting an extraordinary reserve of strength. Furthermore, a fortnight ago, Shisui had taken Inu to the rear mountain, where Inu witnessed firsthand Shisui effortlessly sever dozens of robust trees with a single stroke of his blade. Though aided by the Kusanagi sword, Shishui's prowess left a lasting impression of awe upon him. Soon after, Shisui arrived once more at the Hokage building. This time, he entered with Inu without awaiting the guidance of the Umbu members. Upon seeing Shisui, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, greeted him with a smile, saying, "I just received a report from the Umbu stating that you have taken Xian from the Konoha hospital. I knew you would come to seek me." Shisui gazed at the smiling Sarutobi and slowly spoke, "Do you recall, Hokage-sama, that several months ago when I was promoted to Special Jonin, I expressed my hope that you would take good care of Senju? However, it appears that you have not fulfilled that promise." Pausing for a moment, Shisui continued, "The purpose of my visit is to request that you transfer Senju out of the Root Division. What are your thoughts on this matter?" After speaking, Shisui fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, "You shall not take any members of my Root Division away, so do not overstep your bounds, brat." Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 26, Confrontation with Danzo. Upon hearing that voice, Shisui did not need to turn around to know that it was the old curmudgeon, Shimura Danzo, who had arrived. Instead of facing him, Shisui directed his gaze towards Sarutobi, uttering not a single word. At that moment, Danzo strode in and, upon noticing Shisui's indifference, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You insufferable brat! Who do you think you are, believing that a mere word from you could extricate someone from their roots? Humph, do not harbor such delusions. I have already sent someone to retrieve Rai. I trust that the Uchiha clan will not dare to resist, haha." Following his proclamation, Danzo sneered at Shisui. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, recognized the gravity of the situation. Ever since Shisui had begun to make a name for himself, Danzo had repeatedly urged Sarutobi to reign in Shisui. However, Sarutobi had always delayed, citing the need for village peace and the importance of not antagonizing the Uchiha clan. Yet now, observing the unfolding scenario, he realized that matters would not conclude amicably. As Sarutobi contemplated the dynamics between Shisui and Danzo, he pondered the dilemma. If he were to hand over Rai to Shisui, Danzo would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Conversely, if he refused, it could very well lead to a rift with Shisui, and given the Uchiha clan's volatile nature, the situation could escalate. After a brief moment of reflection, Sarutobi devised a strategy. He would adopt a passive stance and observe the ensuing conflict without interjecting. Meanwhile, Shisui regarded Danzo with a cold stare, envisioning the man who would have once torn out his own eyes had he not crossed into this new existence. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Though the Uchiha clan may not be at its zenith in recent years, we are still the foremost family in Konohagakure. If a few insignificant individuals think they can abduct Sentai from my territory, they shall be sorely mistaken." Upon hearing Shisui's words, Danzo vehemently condemned him, stating, "Uchiha Shisui, do you intend for your clan to rebel?" With a cold smile, Shisui slowly addressed Sarutobi. "Lord Hokage, who is this old man?" He barged in, shouting at me and accusing our Uchiha clan of rebellion. "Lord Hokage, I have adhered to our previous agreement. Should Sen suffer harm once more, you must provide me with an explanation. So now, may I inquire, Lord Hokage, will you grant me that explanation?" Upon hearing Shisui refer to him as an old man, Danzo erupted with fury before Sarutobi could respond. A powerful chakra emanated from his body as he glared icily at Shisui, exclaiming, "Ah, it appears I, Shimura Danzo, have remained hidden for too long. If even a mere child dares to challenge my authority." He prepared to engage in combat with Shisui. However, at that moment, Inuzuka appeared beside Shisui, addressing Danzo. "Lord Danzo, if you wish to spar, I, Inuzuka, shall gladly accompany you. Otherwise, should word spread that you are bullying a child, it may tarnish your esteemed reputation." Upon hearing Inhu claimed to be a child, Shisui thought to himself, "Inhu, it appears you are itching for a challenge. I should find an opportunity to teach you a lesson." Although these thoughts crossed Shishui's mind, he was entirely aware of Inhu's intentions. After months of training together, Inhu had indeed reached the threshold of an elite shadow level. However, when faced with a seasoned powerhouse like Danzo, he would undoubtedly falter after a few exchanges. Thus, Shisui gently patted Inhu and said slowly, "Inhu, step back. You are not his match. Go and observe." Upon hearing Shishui's words, Inhu dared not defy him, fully aware of his inferiority to Danzo. Yet, as the captain of the Asura Army, he felt compelled to stand tall at this moment. Returning without having made an attempt would be a source of shame. Furthermore, he was eager to ascertain Shishui's true strength. Hence, with utmost respect, Inhu replied, "Yes. Lord Shisui, please take care." Nearby, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo were taken aback by Inhu's demeanor. They sensed that while Inhu may not be a match for Danzo, he had undoubtedly surpassed the elite Jonin level. The fact that such a formidable warrior was so obedient after Shishui's command suggested that Shisui held a position of considerable influence within the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, they had never entertained the notion that Shisui possessed the ability to defeat Inhu. After all, that seemed implausible. Kakashi Hitaki, dubbed a genius of Konoha, only attained Jonin status at the age of 12, and has yet to approach the level of a shadow. As Shisui and Danzo prepared to engage, Sarutobi interjected, "This is the Hokage's building. Cease your hostilities at once. If you wish to spar, I propose a solution. Let each side select 3 individuals from Root and the Uchiha clan for a contest. The victorious side shall have the authority to decide the fate of you Lucien. What say you?" After a moment of contemplation, Shisui deemed it acceptable. Should he engage in a duel with Danzo now, defeat could lead to his demise, whereas victory would undoubtedly incite the cunning Sarutobi to perceive him as a threat and act against him. Although Shisui possessed confidence in overcoming Danzo, he still harbored a degree of trepidation towards Sarutobi. Thus, he remarked, "Let us defer to Lord Danzo's judgment. I have no further comments, for I am resolute in my intention to take Sen away." Upon hearing Shishui's words, Danzo let out a scoff and replied, "That is not entirely out of the question. But should you falter, you will remain within Root to serve for all eternity, without the right to resist. How does that sound?" Shisui smiled and said, "Lord Danzo has devised a brilliant scheme. If Lord Danzo were to lose, then grant me the freedom of passage from my village, allowing around 50 individuals to accompany me. Moreover, I wish to have the option to accept or decline missions at my discretion. What do you think?" Sarutobi, having served as Hokage for many years, was well aware of the circumstances surrounding each clan. Thus, he held considerable confidence in Danzo's Root division and replied, "I shall speak on behalf of Danzo, provided that you can secure a victory." Little did he know, since Shisui established the Asura Corps, the elites of the Uchiha clan had all ascended at least one rank. The three primary captains had reached the threshold of Quasi-Kage level, while the squad leaders and deputy leaders had attained elite Jounin and Jounin ranks. Among them, Uchiha Itachi demonstrated the most rapid progress, as under Jisui's guidance, his elite Chunin prowess was swiftly approaching that of an elite Jounin. Upon concluding the discussion, Jisui remarked, "Then it is settled. In 3 days, each of us will select 3 individuals, and with myself and Lord Danzo, there will be 4 on each side. We shall employ a scoring system of 5 points. Should Lord Danzo and I triumph, we shall earn 2 points, while the remaining 3 matches will yield 1 point each. The victor will be the one who accumulates 3 points, and the defeated shall comply. What say you?" Danzo, with a cold smirk, responded, "It seems you possess quite the confidence in yourself. Very well, I accept. I look forward to your report at the root in 3 days. With a chuckle, he exited the room. Shisui and Inabi bid farewell to Sarutobi before departing from the Hokage building, returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. As Shisui stepped into the training ground, a member of the Asura Army, Uchiha Mei, approached and said, "Commander, you have arrived. Lady Rainflow has awakened and wishes to see you." Upon seeing him, she smiled and remarked, "All right, I shall proceed now. Please lead the way." As Shiz laid eyes on Uchiha Mei, who had effortlessly brought him down upon his entrance, he couldn't help but reminisce about their training sessions. It was often the 3 captains and himself who persevered until the very end. Shiz felt compelled to regard him with a newfound respect. However, Uchiha Mei's remarkable progress and strength had indeed justified his dedication. Before long, Shiz entered a well-lit room, where he retrieved a luminous pearl, a tool he had requested from Inhu and Lanyu to aid in their search. Upon entering the chamber, he found Sienna smiling brightly at him. He approached her, gently ruffled her hair, and inquired, "Are you feeling better? How do you fare?" "You have no idea. Had I arrived a moment later, it would have taken Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to save you, and perhaps you would never have seen me again. Did I not remind you to be cautious? How could you almost find yourself in peril again over such faulty information?" Listening to Shiz's grievances, Sienna remained silent, her smile unwavering, her heart brimming with joy. Despite his complaints, she understood that his words were laced with concern for her well-being. "It's all right. For you are here with me," Sienna replied with a cheerful smile. Jisui cast a displeased glance at her before ceasing his actions. The two remained in the room until evening, during which they held hands and exchanged tender words, a delight for Jisui. Upon his return that night, he recounted his wager with Danzo to Uchiha Fugaku, who furrowed his brow in concern and inquired, "Do you have confidence in this?" Jisui responded with a smile, "Father, there is no need for concern. If I lacked confidence, I would not have agreed." Upon hearing Jisui's reply, Fu let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he was no longer a match for his son, who was no longer the mere 8-year-old he once was. Jisui had always approached matters with great caution, so he advised, "Be careful. Although Danzo has not made a move in recent years, his strength must not be underestimated. Exercise utmost caution during your confrontation." Shisui responded with a smile, "Yes, father, you can rest assured." Following this, Uchiha Fugaku shared his insights regarding Danzo before returning to his room. Upon returning to his chamber, Shisui observed a small creature engaged in a spirited chase with a flock of crows. After hearing the creature recount the day's events, he discerned that it was undoubtedly quite popular among the avian assembly. Thus, he chose not to intrude, instead contemplating strategies to confront Danzo. As the night deepened into silence, Shisui began to gather his belongings, preparing to head towards the cavern. He intended to unlock the 4th and 5th gates today, the Injury Gate and the Drowning Gate. However, he was acutely aware that opening the 4th gate could plunge him into peril. The initial 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duinjia offered the utmost safety. Upon reaching the 4th, while it could significantly enhance his speed and power, it would also inflict physical harm, ushering him into the treacherous realm of the 8 gates. Shisui felt a twinge of caution. If his chakra reserves in the Dantian were to become exhausted, he would have no choice but to cease his endeavors. Taking a deep breath, Jisui adjusted himself to reach an optimal state, gradually entering a focused mindset to attempt communication with the 8 gates of Duinjia's Injury Gate. However, the task proved to be immensely challenging. After numerous attempts, Jisui finally succeeded in unlocking it. A significant amount of chakra and sweat vapor emerged from his body, and the loss of moisture was rapid. Seizing the opportunity, Jisui endeavored to draw chakra into the cells of his body. Yet, after 3 minutes, The cells reached a storage capacity of 50% and could absorb no more. Nevertheless, the amount of chakra in his body did not diminish significantly, prompting Shisui to direct the chakra towards his dantian once again. In no time, the chakra began to converge towards the dantian as if it had found an outlet. And soon the color of the chakra within the dantian began to turn green, gradually intensifying until all the chakra was completely absorbed. Shisui originally intended to proceed to unlock the fifth gate of Domain. However, his body could no longer endure the strain. After all, in the original narrative, Shaoli only managed to access the fifth gate at the age of 13. Thus, Shisui was compelled to pause and recuperate. Chapter 27, The Competition Part 1. After resting for 2 hours, Shisui entered a state of focus once more. This time, he harbored absolute confidence. For throughout the past several months, he had not ceased his training for a single day, save for when he was on a mission. Following countless breakthroughs of his limits, Shisui finally attained the physical prowess required for the first 6 gates. Although he may not match the extraordinary capabilities of Kai, it was still sufficient. After numerous attempts, Shisui finally succeeded in opening the door. Upon introducing chakra into his cellular structure, he discovered that his cells were already in a state of saturation. Consequently, Shisui promptly directed the acquired chakra into his dantian. As time elapsed, the color of the chakra in his dantian transformed into a distinct shade of green. At last, after 20 minutes, Shisui sensed a profound fatigue within his body, yet simultaneously experienced an overwhelming sense of fullness. Upon completion, his height had increased to approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters, rendering his clothing somewhat snug. Shisui gazed at his shortened legs with a wry smile, remarking, "It seems I must go shopping for new clothes once again." After the 2 recent instances of activating the 8 gates of Duinjia, which had rendered his time in the Eternal Realm fleeting, Shisui returned home and indulged in a brief slumber. The reason why Shisui is so captivated by the cultivation of the 8 gates of Duinjia lies in the emergence of his dantian. During a subsequent mission, while engaged in battle, he discovered that his dantian would supply him with energy whenever his chakra was depleted. This energy was provided in an unending stream, with only minimal side effects. Specifically, after utilizing the chakra sourced from the dantian, he would find himself in a state of weakness, albeit only to a third of his overall capacity. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan training ground the following morning, Shisui learned that the news of his wager with Danzo had set the entire Hidden Leaf village abuzz. Moreover, it was rumored that several prominent feudal lords from major nations would be returning to witness the event. Outside the village, the whispers were equally fervent, with several owners of major casinos joining forces to establish a betting scheme. The odds were as follows. A bet on Danzo's victory offered even odds, while a wager on the Uchiha clan yielded an astonishing 50-1. The vast disparity left Shisui feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was well aware that this was orchestrated by Hiruzen and Danzo. Consequently, Shisui summoned Inku, Wanyu, and Uchiha Kaze. Addressing them, "You 3 are aware of the situation at hand, are you not?" The trio nodded in affirmation. Inku was already involved, while Wanyu and Uchiha Kaze replied, "Indeed, Lord Shisui, we are fully informed." During their private meeting, Shisui had refrained from having them address him by his title. With a smile, Shisui continued, "Since you are aware, you should understand that this contest presents us with an opportunity to showcase the prowess of our Asura Army to the world. Furthermore, I have not previously divulged the future prospects of the Asura Army. Today, I shall enlighten you. The Asura Army is not solely dedicated to serving our clan and village. To expand our influence, it is imperative that we acquire wealth, which means you may find yourselves engaging with underground trading organizations to target those of high repute." As Shisui spoke, the 3 listened intently, for the matter pertained to their future development. Shisui continued, "The reason I agreed to Danzo's request is to prepare for our subsequent growth. With several daimyos from various nations in attendance, we can significantly raise our profile. Oh, by the way, take these 16 luminous pearls and exchange them for silver. With the opening of the betting, we have an opportunity for substantial profit, which will enable us to establish and expand the Asura Army." As he spoke, Shisui produced the remaining luminous pearls. The 3 from the Hidden Tiger immediately exclaimed, "Lord Shisui, while we aim for development, we cannot use your funds." Shisui waved his hand dismissively and turned to converse with Senju. The 3 looked at the luminous pearls in their hands, recalling that during their last exchange, 1 pearl had appreciated by 10%, amounting to 110,000 taels of silver. Now, with 16 pearls, they could potentially exchange for 176 million taels. If they succeeded, their total would reach 88 million taels, indeed, a significant sum. After exchanging the silver at the pawnshop, they proceeded to place their bets. The dealer, seeing such a considerable amount of silver about to be wagered, readily agreed, for it would be foolish to refuse what appeared to be free money. Soon, they held the betting slips in their hands. Moreover, the trio invested their years of savings, bolstered by Shisui's unwavering confidence, even against the formidable Danzo, a seasoned elite from Konoha. Upon returning, they presented the slips to Shisui, who instructed them to keep them as he resumed his conversation with Senju. Time flew, and on the third day, Konoha was abuzz with activity, with inns and restaurants overflowing with patrons. As the time for the competition approached, Sarutobi stepped forward, declaring, "Today marks a momentous occasion for the Hidden Leaf Village, where Uchiha Shisui and Hokage-aged Shimura Danzo shall compete. We extend our gratitude to all the daimyos present and to our friends who have come to witness this event. Let the match commence, and may the participants take the stage." Soon, Shisui, Hidden Tiger, Blue Rain, and Uchiha Wind emerged, followed by Danzo, accompanied by Oil Woman Toryun and two elite jonin from the Root Division. The matches were quickly set. Blue Rain versus an elite jonin from Root, Hidden Tiger versus Oil Woman Toryun, Uchiha Wind against another elite jonin, and finally, Uchiha Shisui facing Shimura Danzo. Blue Rain stepped onto the field first, both competitors silent. Shisui felt confident about this initial match. As they exchanged techniques, Ninjutsu and Taijutsu, Blue Rain seized an opportunity when the opposing ninja grew complacent. Activating her three-tomo Sharingan, she cast a medium-sized Jinjutsu, rendering her opponent immobile. The outcome was inevitable. Thus, Blue Rain emerged victorious in the first round. However, Shisui noted that Danzo's expression bore no sign of worry, prompting him to ponder the reason, though he could not discern it. Dismissing the thought, he resolved to focus on winning the final match against Danzo. After Blue Rain returned, Shisui commended her, and her face brightened with a smile. Sarutobi then announced the second round, Uchiha Hidden Tiger versus Oil Woman Toryun. Recalling Shisui's warning to avoid physical contact, Hidden Tiger devised a strategy. True to form, Toryun approached the match with caution, immediately removing her gloves, revealing hands teeming with insects. Hidden Tiger, equally wary, adopted a defensive stance, employing small-scale fire techniques to counter. As Toryun's insects spread across the battlefield, she suddenly unleashed a Doton technique, creating a large pit. Hidden Tiger, believing victory was assured, let his guard down, only to realize too late that he had been lured in. Toryun did not attack immediately, but Hidden Tiger sensed the danger and began forming hand seals. Fire style, Red Lotus Blaze. He shouted, flames erupting around him, incinerating the insects. Just as he smirked at his apparent triumph, he felt a sharp sting from a minuscule insect, his chakra spiraling out of control. Glancing at Toryun, he saw her smiling amidst the chaos, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hidden Tiger fell as well. Without Shisui's fire style, Red Lotus Blaze technique, he would have certainly faced defeat. Seeing both competitors incapacitated, Sarutobi declared, both are unable to continue, resulting in a draw. The next match shall begin. Upon witnessing Hidden Tiger's collapse, Shisui instructed Blue Rain to bring him back. Noticing something peculiar on Hidden Tiger's hand, Shisui swiftly concentrated chakra into a needle-like form and pierced it into Hidden Tiger's hand, subsequently transforming his chakra into a sharp blade. With a swift motion, he cut open the arm, extracting the insect and incinerating it with fire, before channeling healing chakra to mend Hidden Tiger's wounds. In no time, Hidden Tiger awakened, dejectedly muttering, "I lost, Lord Shisui. I am sorry," lowering his head. Shisui promptly lifted his chin, assuring him, victory and defeat are mere facets of battle. Moreover, in terms of true strength, you did not truly lose. Do you think that within such a short time, Toryun could cultivate insects that even an elite could not withstand? It is merely a tactic. At that moment, Hidden Tiger understood the deception. Shisui had been perplexed by Danzo's calmness after the first round, but upon witnessing Toryun's summoning of the insect nest through her Doton technique, he realized it was not a coincidence. Turning to Uchiha Wind, Shisui commanded, disable him. If he resorts to underhanded tactics, then let us sever one of his hands. Uchiha Kazuki nodded respectfully, having already discerned the situation during Shisui's analysis. Thus, the elite jonin entering the third match was unaware that his fate had been sealed. Uchiha Kazuki approached, initially withholding his full strength, wary that the jonin might concede. He began to feign weakness, gradually luring the root member into a trap. just as the root member believed victory was within grasp. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had become prey to the wolf. With a swift motion, Uchiha Kazuki executed the task entrusted to him by Shisui, severing the member's arm. A piercing scream of despair escaped the root member's lips, at which point the wolf approached him, brandishing a bloodied kunai against his throat. Kazuki cast a glance towards Danzo. Should Danzo refrain from nodding, he would not hesitate to extinguish the life of the root member. In that moment, Sarutobi hastily proclaimed, "Uchiha Kazuki is victorious." Only then did Kazuki spare the man's life. Initially, the man had felt fortunate that his opponent was not the hidden tiger. Yet had he known that facing the hidden tiger offered a glimmer of hope, he would have understood that confronting the wolf provided none at all. Within the Asura Army, aside from Shisui, the hidden tiger was the strongest, while Uchiha Kazuki was the most ruthless. Wolf had become his moniker. If one were to inquire about which member of the Asura Army instilled the most dread in others, aside from Shisui, it would undoubtedly be Uchiha Kazuki, the wolf. For against Shisui, one could only endure torment, but against the wolf, he would strike with precision, each blow centered on a singular point, yet each painful enough to render one desperate for relief. Before long, after the injured root member was taken away, anticipation mounted for the duel between the 8-year-old Shisui and Danzo. Amidst the cheers of the Chunin, the third Hokage announced, "The fourth match, Uchiha Shisui versus Shimura Danzo, begins." Excitement surged through the crowd. "Oh, how thrilling. Haha," they rejoiced. Chapter 28. The Match, Part 2. As Shisui observed the excitement radiating from certain individuals, he couldn't help but feel a sense of bemusement, for this affair bore little relevance to them. His gaze shifted towards Danzo, whose expression was decidedly unappealing, shrouded in a tempest of discontent. Perhaps it was the intuition of a seasoned fighter, for Danzo turned to scrutinize Shisui, his face betraying unrestrained animosity. In response, Shisui met Danzo's glare with a cheeky grin, his demeanor exuding a sense of bravado, as if his visage proclaimed, "Come at me, old man." At that moment, the contest had reached a score of 2 victories and 1 draw, implying that even in defeat, Shisui would not face dire consequences. However, should he triumph over Danzo or secure another draw, the implications for the Hokage faction would be far from favorable. Finally, amidst the cheers of the daimyos and jounins, both Shisui and Danzo stepped forward. Upon Sarutobi's announcement to commence, the two retreated simultaneously. Danzo swiftly began forming hand seals, while Shisui activated his Sharingan, instantly radiating an overwhelming chakra, his eyes manifesting 3 black tomo. "Wind release, vacuum sphere," Danzo proclaimed, unleashing a barrage of chakra-infused wind spheres directed at Shisui. Yet, Shisui possessed numerous strategies to counter this technique, whether utilizing the speed of the Eternal 8 Gates to evade or relying on the exceptional perceptiveness of his Sharingan. He could easily dodge the attack. However, Shisui chose a different course of action. With a surge of power in his legs, he propelled himself forward with a resounding bang, creating a noticeable indentation in the ground beneath him. At that moment, Shisui manifested a razor-sharp chakra blade in his hand and sliced through each of Danzo's vacuum spheres, effortlessly dismantling them upon contact. As Shisui swiftly approached Danzo, the latter immediately grasped Shisui's intentions. However, he never anticipated that one day his vacuum sphere would not merely be evaded by others, but instead would be directly sliced through. This revelation made Danzo increasingly cautious. As Shisui drew near, he began to rapidly weave hand signs. Yet, Shisui, undeterred by the imminent danger, charged forward without hesitation. Suddenly, a multitude of wind blades manifested before Danzo. Faced with Danzo's wind cutter technique, Shisui had no choice but to retreat. Recognizing that the power and range of this technique vastly surpassed that of the vacuum sphere, leaving him uncertain of his ability to withstand it entirely. Nevertheless, Shisui did not simply withdraw. He began to form hand signs as well. Aware that wind could extinguish fire, yet also amplify it, Shisui mentally proclaimed, "Fire release, Red Lotus Inferno." In an instant, Danzo's wind blades collided with Shisui's Inferno, yet the flames did not extinguish. Instead, they ignited fiercely, fueled by the wind blades, expanding rapidly. In a mere moment, the arena was engulfed in flames. Despite the fact that this fire release technique consumed nearly half of Shisui's chakra, he did not relent. His hands were already in motion to prepare for his next jutsu. Shisui understood that while the Inferno technique wielded great power and extensive range, to believe it could defeat a seasoned shadow-level expert like Danzo was undoubtedly a delusion. As the inferno began to dwindle, Shisui utilized his Sharingan to observe Danzo amidst the flames. He noted that Danzo remained unharmed, with only the edges of his garments singed. A wall of wind surrounded him, and in his grasp, he held shuriken while continuing to weave hand signs. In a swift motion, Danzo hurled the shuriken towards Shisui, who promptly drew a kunai to counter. As the flames subsided, Danzo smirked upon seeing Shisui brandish the kunai, preparing to deflect the incoming shuriken. However, at that moment, the shuriken split into 2, then into 4, resulting in 8 shuriken hurtling towards Shisui. Due to the rapid succession of events, Shisui managed to evade 3 shuriken, knocking 4 from the air, yet 1 struck his arm, blood gushing forth. Ignoring the pain from his wounded arm, Shisui immediately retreated. However, Danzo, observing Shisui's retreat, grew cold-eyed and continued to weave hand signs. Realizing the peril, Shisui activated his Sharingan to its fullest extent, only to discover that the 3 shuriken he had evaded were now soaring back towards him. As Shisui beheld the shurikens, they appeared to be hurled at him by an unseen force. Before long, 3 shurikens commenced their assault on Shisui, who deftly deflected them, ultimately knocking all 3 to the ground. In that moment, Shisui realized that the old rascal, Danzo, intended to take his life. With a cold glance directed at Danzo, Shisui thought to himself, "Old fool, if you wish to slay me, then allow me to demonstrate my technique." In less than a second, Shisui completed the 6 hand seals, swiftly bringing his palms together in a gesture of unity, proclaiming, "Wind release, laser wind." With 3 resounding blasts, Shisui unleashed 3 beams of wind-infused energy that surged toward Danzo with the speed of ions. The moment Danzo perceived the impending attack, every hair on his body stood on end. He understood that should any one of these lasers strike him, he would likely be rendered incapable of further combat. As the lasers approached within 3 meters of Danzo, he hastily formed hand seals, conjuring a wall of wind to shield himself from Jishui's onslaught. However, as the wind barrier made contact with the lasers, it was instantly obliterated. 1 laser pierced through Danzo's thigh, another through his arm, and yet a 3rd trajectory aimed directly at his right eye, poised to deliver a fatal blow. With gritted teeth, Danzo tilted his body aside. Though Jishui's laser did not claim his life, a cry of agony escaped Danzo as he realized his right eye had vanished, leaving him kneeling on 1 knee. He covered his right eye with 1 hand, while his left eye glared at Shisui, who was employing medical ninjutsu to tend to his wounds. Hatred, resentment, and madness enveloped Danzo in an instant. He had never anticipated that a mere contest would cost him his right eye. Upon catching a glimpse of Danzo's gaze, Shisui let out a disdainful, icy smile. In an instant, he swiftly advanced, intent on eliminating Danzo. However, despite his injuries, Danzo continued to form hand seals. With a resounding bang, Shisui witnessed the emergence of a colossal beast before Danzo, something that resembled neither an elephant nor a tiger, interposing itself between Shisui and his intended target. At this moment, Shisui realized that this was Danzo's final desperate attempt. However, Danzo's summoned beast proved to be a formidable adversary. Despite his injuries, Danzo slowly rose to his feet and gazed at his summoned creature, exclaiming loudly, "Dream Eater, prepare yourself." With that, he began to weave hand seals once more. Shisui could only hear Danzo declare after completing the seals, "Wind release, vacuum wave." Immediately thereafter, Shisui witnessed the colossal beast named Dream Eater open its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful gust of wind directed at him. During the fierce battle between Danzo and Sasuke, Shisui recalled how the Dream Demon could harness wind release to draw in and devour objects before him. Danzo had previously employed this technique in conjunction with wind release, vacuum wave to breach the back of Sasuke's Susanoo, yet it was ultimately countered by Sasuke's Great Fireball technique. However, despite this knowledge, Shisui found himself struggling against the relentless wind, with wounds beginning to mar his body. He could not help but reflect, acknowledging the prowess of seasoned warriors. Even after losing an eye, Danzo was capable of unleashing such formidable power. Meanwhile, in the audience, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi, wore a grave expression. Witnessing the devastation inflicted upon Danzo by Shisui, who had lost his right eye, he understood that while Danzo seemed close to victory, Shisui was still but a child. He could not dismiss the possibility that another Uchiha Madara could emerge from the Uchiha clan. As Sarutobi's worries deepened, Shisui found himself on the brink of collapse, with the imminent threat of being consumed by the Dream Demon looming ever closer. In a moment of desperation, Shisui resolved to connect with the Kusanagi sword, and suddenly, a magnificent blade, approximately 80 centimeters in length, materialized in his grasp. With a surge of chakra concentrated at his feet, Shisui firmly grasped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword and, with a swift motion, struck towards Danzo and the Dream Eater. In an astonishing display, the Dream Eater absorbed the blow into its abdomen, causing the fierce gusts to subside almost instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Shisui swiftly retracted the Kusanagi, transforming it into a ring that adorned his hand. As the winds calmed, he focused his gaze and noticed the Dream Eater standing motionless, beads of sweat forming on its forehead. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, and the Dream Eater vanished from sight. Danzo, bewildered, could not comprehend why the Dream Eater had disappeared in less than a minute after releasing such a powerful wind. Yet, the battle raged on. Shisui concentrated his chakra into his hands, crafting it into a sharp blade, and charged swiftly towards Danzo. His disdain for Danzo, both in this life and the previous one, was palpable. Resolute in his intent, Shisui prepared to eliminate Danzo without hesitation. Observing the murderous intent in Shisui's eyes, Danzo, too, steeled himself, tearing his garments to initiate the four-symbol seal, intending to take Shisui down with him. At that moment, Sarutobi leaped from the audience, appearing beside Danzo, seizing his hand with urgency. "Danzo, cease. Enough," he exclaimed. Turning to Shisui, who had halted at Sarutobi's intervention, the latter's eyes sparkled with intensity as he addressed Shisui, saying, "Uchiha Shisui, you have triumphed. We are all villagers here. There is no need to pursue this to its bitter end." Shisui, aware of his impending defeat, retracted his chakra blade and smiled at Sarutobi, saying, "Very well, Okage-sama, but I wonder if this contest has indeed concluded with my victory?" Upon hearing Jisui's words, Danzo turned his gaze towards Sarutobi and insisted, "Release me. I can still fight. Such a dangerous individual must not remain in our village." Sarutobi sternly admonished, "That is enough." With that, he unleashed a formidable surge of chakra. He then addressed Jisui, "As it is, since you have emerged victorious, we shall adhere to our prior agreement. The rain flow immortal shall be entrusted to your care, and the items you desire will be delivered to your residence." Jisui, aware that the outcome had been determined, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Jisui's agreement, Sarutobi addressed the audience, declaring, "The Uchiha clan has emerged victorious in this competition." The crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment, with many proclaiming, "My goodness, they are truly formidable. The Uchiha's prodigious talents are indeed legendary. This battle has been the most thrilling contest I have ever witnessed." The feudal lord of the Land of Fire rose from his seat in the audience, beaming at Jisui as he exclaimed, "Ahaha, an extraordinary young genius. Jisui of the Uchiha clan, I hold you in high regard and hope you will serve as my protector." Hiruzen, upon hearing this, was consumed by fury. The competition had been intended to undermine the Uchiha clan, yet it had instead brought them acclaim. With a cold snort, he departed, supported by members of the root organization. In response to the feudal lord's words, Jisui smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, my lord. However, I am still quite young and may not be able to protect you adequately at this time. Perhaps I could select a few capable individuals from my clan to serve as your guardians? What do you think?" Although slightly disappointed by Jisui's response, the feudal lord understood the youth's limitations and said, "Very well, I shall remain in Konoha for 3 days. Bring your chosen individuals to me for consideration." Thus, Jisui managed to evade any further leverage in the hands of the third Hokage, embarking on his legendary journey akin to a tiger entering the forest or a dragon soaring through the sea. Chapter 29, Conversations and New Beginnings in the Aftermath of the Competition. Unbeknownst to Jisui, he had garnered a reputation among several ninja villages as the strongest of the younger generation, acquiring both adversaries and admirers alike. That evening, at the Uchiha clan's territory, a celebratory feast was held at the home of Uchiha Fugaku, attended by numerous clan elders and influential figures. The gathering was convened not only to honor Jisui for elevating the Uchiha clan's prestige, but also to rejoice in his newfound strength, and to establish the allegiance of the Asura Corps he had created. During the banquet, Jisui presented Uchiha Fugaku with a substantial sum of 50 million ryo in silver notes, stating, "Father, this is 50 million ryo, which can serve as development funds for our clan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku and the assembled elders gasped in astonishment at the staggering amount. They had not anticipated that Jisui would possess such wealth and inquired, "Jisui, how did you acquire such a fortune? Where did it come from?" Jisui smiled and remarked, "Did not numerous casino proprietors arrive in Konoha this time? I decided to wager a few luminous pearls acquired from our mission, placing my bets on the Uchiha clan with odds of 150. which resulted in a significant financial windfall. After Shisui finished speaking, he smiled at everyone, and the other clan elders, hearing this, responded with joyful expressions, exclaiming, "Indeed, Shisui possesses remarkable courage, investing such a considerable sum at once. Wonderful." Upon hearing this, Shisui remarked, "The development of our clan requires such resources. Yet I have no personal need for this wealth. Moreover, contributing to the family is indeed a commendable endeavor." Everyone laughed heartily, understanding that Shisui's intentions were for the sake of the clan. As they began to enjoy their food and drink, Uchiha Fugaka stood up and said, "Everyone has witnessed Shisui's prowess in the recent competition. He stands firmly as a shadow-level powerhouse. While I cannot assert he is the foremost in our clan, he is certainly among the best. Furthermore, Uchiha Inabi, Uchiha Kaze, and Uchiha Lan, you have made remarkable progress in merely 3 months. I propose that we refrain from interfering with the Asura Army founded by Shisui. I believe he will elevate the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights, surpassing even our most glorious days." As Fugaku concluded his statement, the clan elders and prominent members fell silent for a moment. Shortly after, an elder gradually rose and spoke. Although Shisui is merely 7 or 8 years old, his extraordinary talent allows him to contend with seasoned shadow-level experts. Given time, he will undoubtedly surpass them. I have faith that he will guide our Uchiha clan to greatness. With that, the elder sat down, observing the contemplative expressions of those around him. Moments later, another elder stood and declared, "I too support this. I believe Shisui will not disappoint us." "Yes, support, support, support," echoed the voices of an elder and several esteemed young members of the Uchiha clan. Seeing this overwhelming approval, Uchiha Fugaka smiled and announced, "Very well. Since everyone has faith in Shisui, I hereby declare that the Asura Army will henceforth be under Shisui's command, with no interference permitted. Violators will be treated as traitors." There were no objections from the assembly. Fugaka turned to Shisui and said, "Shisui, you are now aware of the clan's decision. Please share your thoughts with everyone." Shisui first bowed to the assembly and said, "First and foremost, I, Uchiha Shisui, would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed elders, uncles, and my father. The trust you have placed in me, a mere child, by entrusting the Asura Army into my care, shall not be taken lightly. I assure you that I will not let you down, and I have faith that the Asura Army will also live up to your expectations." Shisui continued, "This time, during my wager with the third Hokage, one of the conditions was the provision of 50 permits for unrestricted access to Konohagakure. Furthermore, I would have the autonomy to select my own missions, with the option to accept or decline. This privilege is of immense value to our Asura Corps. With it, we can undertake tasks at the Underground Trading Guild, which will not only hone the skills of our clan's elites, enhancing their prowess, but also carries a certain degree of risk. Additionally, the development of our clan necessitates a certain level of funding, which the Asura Corps can supply. However, I hope that should any members of the Asura Corps incur injuries, the clan will provide its support." Shisui paused momentarily, upon noticing that he seemed to have more to convey. The clan elders inquired, "Is there anything else to add?" Shisui smiled softly and remarked, "I am aware of the Uchiha clan's esteemed position within the village. To speak candidly, it may appear that we are the foremost clan in Konoha, basking in glory. However, I implore all esteemed elders to ponder this. Is it truly so?" Upon hearing Shisui's words, the assembly began to reflect thoughtfully. A man standing nearby interjected, "While I concede that you, Shisui, possess remarkable talent, the honor and status of the Uchiha clan are beyond challenge by anyone." Others in the vicinity echoed in agreement, "Indeed, indeed." With a cold, mocking laugh, Shisui slowly remarked, "Honor and status? These concepts have seemed significant since the second Hokage relocated the Uchiha clan to this place, granting us a semblance of territory and prestige. Yet, does that mean we are free from scrutiny? Since that time, the duties our clan has undertaken in maintaining law and order have often led to enmity. Over the years, some of our clan members have become arrogant, recklessly offending other factions, thus creating a scenario where the Uchiha clan stands isolated and unsupported in Konoha. Imagine, if one day the village were to suddenly strike, annihilating our clan, who would come to our aid? At that moment, all our honor and status would merely be empty rhetoric." Once Shisui finished his impassioned speech, he fell silent, gazing at them intently. The elders and those of Fugaka's generation felt a chill run down their spines, their backs damp with sweat, pallor creeping into their faces. They understood that Shisui's assertions were indeed valid, and his predictions could very well manifest as reality. After a long silence, one elder who had initially supported Shisui rose and inquired, Shisui, while what you say may not be absolute truth, we, the Uchiha clan, must remain vigilant. If you can perceive this, surely you possess a solution? Shisui slowly remarked, there are indeed methods, yet they merely address the symptoms rather than the root cause. Upon hearing this, the clan elder responded, please share your thoughts, and we shall contemplate further solutions together. Shisui continued, firstly, we shall submit a request to the third Hokage to resign from our duties in the police force. I believe our clan has no desire to continue. While the Hyuga clan would eagerly embrace such a role, the elders and Fugaku nodded in agreement, casting their gazes towards Shisui. Shisui continued, secondly, we must station a formidable force outside of Konoha. This serves to intimidate Konoha, ensuring they refrain from reckless actions, while also preparing for any desperate measures they might resort to. Thirdly, we should withdraw the personnel we have placed within Konoha, returning them to our clan, as we have no need for their intelligence. Fourthly, we ought to negotiate with the third Hokage, proposing an exchange of the current Uchiha clan lands, excluding our ancestral grounds, for the mountainous regions behind Konoha, which are abundant in prey and possess a favorable environment. Should this proposal be rejected, we shall enforce a blockade, isolating the Uchiha clan from the outside world, erecting barriers, and allowing only a select few to venture forth. Upon concluding his remarks, Shisui took a sip of water and observed the astonished expressions of the gathered assembly. At that moment, an elder of the clan urged, please, continue. Let us discuss further. The others nodded in agreement. Shisui continued, expressing the notion of gathering war orphans from other nations and striving to compensate the families for their losses, thus allowing them to embrace our community. That is all. The crowd gradually regained their composure and murmured in agreement, this is feasible, yet we must deliberate further. Shisui nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Shisui sought to illuminate a path for the Uchiha clan. Should they heed his counsel, all would be well. If not, he would merely focus on safeguarding those he cherished. With heavy hearts, the assembly slowly departed from the home, leaving only Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku behind. At which point Shisui called out to him. Shisui remarked, Father, after today's contest, I hope you exercise caution regarding Danzo. That old scoundrel harbors ill intentions. To this, Uchiha Fugaku responded slowly, Shisui, I did not anticipate that you would articulate such sentiments today. Were I to express such thoughts, I fear there would be immediate dissent from all present. It is not that I have not contemplated these matters, but as you are aware, my position is not the sole alternative. The stillness was somewhat palpable. After a brief pause, Shisui spoke, Father, tomorrow I may embark on a journey with the Asura Army for some training. Please take good care of things at home, especially with Itachi. I hope you can spend more time with him, as he tends to feel quite lonely. By the way, Father, this is my summoning beast, a swift little crow from the Raven clan. Should any matters arise, you can have it convey messages to me. Shisui summoned Xiaofei to present him to Uchiha Fugaku. After inspecting him, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in approval. Shisui and Fugaku engaged in conversation for a considerable time before Shisui returned to his quarters to pack his belongings. The following day, Shisui rose early and made his way to the training grounds of the Asura Army. He conversed briefly with Lucien Air, and before long, all members of the Asura Army arrived for their training session. Shisui gazed at Uchiha Inhu and addressed him. Inhu, please make your way to the Hokage building and retrieve the access pass. Inhu acknowledged with a simple yes and hurried towards the Hokage building. At that moment, Shisui turned to the others with a smile and remarked, It has been several months since you all joined our Asura Corps for training. Although not everyone participated in the recent competition against Root, I can sense your growing impatience. Now, I present you with an opportunity. If you can endure for 5 minutes against Wolf, excluding those who can activate the 3-Tomo Sharingan, I shall take you out on a mission. What do you say? Oh, at last we can venture out. Captain, do you truly mean what you say? Exclaimed a member of the Asura Corps loudly. Shisui smiled gently and said, Of course, those who possess the 3-Tomo Sharingan are welcome to join me, provided you meet the requirements. At that moment, a squad leader stepped forward and addressed Uchiha Kaze, Captain, I humbly seek your guidance. With that, he launched an attack, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Although the squad leader was ultimately overwhelmed, he persevered for 10 minutes. As he was carried off the field, a smile graced his face. One by one, challengers emerged to confront Uchiha Kaze, and even those who left injured wore expressions of joy. At this juncture, Inhu arrived at the training ground and presented an access pass to Shisui. Upon reviewing it, Shisui offered a faint smile and remarked, "Thank you for your hard work." Shisui, along with Uchiha Lanyu and Inhu, observed the competitors in the arena, a smile gracing their lips. Shisui recognized that many had made significant strides over the past few months. Chapter 30. The encounter 2 hours later. 9 members of the Asura Army were prepared to accompany Shisui, along with 13 squad leaders, 10 deputy leaders, and including Shisui and 3 captains, totaling 36 individuals. Among them, apart from Shisui and the 3 captains, 11 possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, while the remaining members, despite being the least powerful, had all attained the rank of Special Jonin. Shisui glanced at those who were smiling and then at those who appeared somewhat dejected. He remarked, "For those of you who can accompany me, do not rejoice too soon. After all, our journey will involve confronting the ninjas of foreign lands, and casualties are inevitable. As for those who cannot join us, do not despair. Focus on enhancing your strength, for opportunities will abound." The team members responded loudly, "We are unafraid, Commander." "Indeed, we fear nothing." Shisui smiled and said, "Well, let us all strive to improve ourselves. You are all members of the Asura Army, and I shall not forget you." Observing the somewhat eased expressions of the crowd, Shisui continued, "Uchiha Ming, step forward. You are now entrusted with leading the remaining Asura Army. Guide them well and enhance their strength. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this?" Uchiha Ming was the last remaining member and the one Shisui was most familiar with. At that moment, Uchiha Ming promptly stepped forward and replied to Shisui, "Yes, Commander. I will not let your expectations down." "Good. I look forward to your performance," Shisui responded. Turning to Lanyu and instructing, "Lanyu, please summon Xian. We are about to depart." Lanyu nodded and walked towards a nearby building. Shortly thereafter, Yulu Xian arrived at the training ground, her body nearly restored. Shisui addressed her, saying, "This time, I shall not take you with me. Focus on your training here, and you need not concern yourself with the tasks in the village. As for the orphanage, I will take care of it. So do not worry." Xian was momentarily taken aback and then clung to Jisui's arm, saying, "I know I cannot assist you now, but I will devote myself to training. Please ensure your safety out there, and remember, do not provoke any other young ladies. Understood?" Xian concluded her last remark with a fierce tone, only to realize she may have overstepped, her cheeks reddening like an apple. Upon hearing this, Shisui chuckled and remarked, "We haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and you are already starting to manage me. Alas, it seems my days ahead will be quite challenging." After speaking, Shisui wore an expression of deep distress, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. Shisui turned around and addressed the remaining 35 individuals. "Let us depart." Just as the crowd erupted in a chorus of "Oh, let us set off." At that moment, Itachi hurried over with a small creature in tow. Itachi approached Shisui, while the small creature alighted gently upon Jisui's shoulder. With tears in his eyes, Itachi implored, "Brother Shisui, you are leaving. Yet you did not even say goodbye to me." Shisui smiled and said, "Aren't you supposed to be attending classes at school? I did not wish to disturb you, fearing it might bring you sorrow, yet I am surprised you still came." After speaking, Shisui gently patted Itachi's head. At that moment, Itachi could no longer contain his emotions and, with tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Brother Shisui, I cannot bear to part with you." Shisui smiled and said, "Itachi, you are a man, do not weep. Brother Shisui has merely gone out to hone his skills and will return before long. By the way, come with me." After speaking, Shisui led Itachi to the training grounds. Shisui gazed at Itachi, speaking earnestly, "Itachi, I am aware that your talent is no less than mine, and you will undoubtedly become an extraordinary ninja in the future. However, today, I wish to impart an important lesson. You are first and foremost a member of the Uchiha clan, and only thereafter a citizen of the village. Do you understand?" Itachi, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Brother Shisui, what does this mean?" Shisui addressed Itachi, saying, "In time, you shall comprehend. By the way, you must pay heed to 2 individuals. One is the 3rd Hokage, and the other is Danzo, with whom I sparred yesterday. He is the leader of Konoha's root division, and his intentions are far from noble. Once you reveal your talents, he will undoubtedly attempt to approach you, potentially coercing you into his service. However, do not concern yourself with his threats. Simply inform your father. Understood?" Itachi nodded, somewhat bewildered, and remarked, "That wicked man who injured Brother Shisui is truly despicable. I shall certainly confront him in the future. And as for the 3rd Hokage, my father has spoken of him as equally loathsome." Shisui understood that Itachi had already sown the seed in his heart, so he spoke with assurance, "Itachi, you are truly obedient. Make sure to study diligently at the Ninja Academy. for I shall certainly test your progress upon your return." At that moment, Itachi smiled and replied, "Brother Jisue, worry not. When you return, I shall undoubtedly astonish you." Jisue smiled and said, "All right, I await your surprise." Jisue emerged with Itachi, instructing the small creature to accompany Itachi back. However, the little one vehemently refused. Thus, at the entrance of Konoha, 35 individuals stood in formation. Upon Jisue's arrival, he proclaimed, "Let us depart." Consequently, the group followed Jisue, who bore a small raven upon his shoulder as they ventured beyond the village. Meanwhile, 10 miles outside Konoha, a faction of masked individuals lay in ambush. Their leader declared, "Lord Danzo has sent word. Uchiha Shisui, accompanied by over 30 people, has set out. We must ensure they are intercepted, eliminated, and that we return with their heads." Another masked figure remarked, "You Konoha folk are indeed cunning. You resort to such stealth even in killing." The leader retorted, "Enough with the prattle. If you cannot slay Uchiha Shisui, do not expect to receive your bounty. Attention, they are approaching. Be cautious. Do not let them detect us. Not far away." The small creature perched on Jisue's shoulder piped up innocently, "Big brother, there are people ahead." Jisue swiftly waved his hand and commanded the group, "Halt." The group descended immediately, and Jisue gathered them close, then inquired of the small creature, "How far off are they, and how many?" The small creature conveyed, "Approximately 100. With 2 individuals possessing strength comparable to his." It pointed its head towards the hidden figures. Jisue spoke softly, "There are nearly 100 people not far ahead, and 2 of them possess strength comparable to Shadow Tiger. Understand?" The crowd murmured in response. "Understood." Asura. Asura was the title Jisue held within the Asura Army, a group that donned masks and used codenames during battle. Shadow Tiger was the alias for Uchiha Inhu. Gradually, they approached, discreetly holding explosive tags, poised for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, the leader on the opposing side questioned, "Have we been discovered? Why are they advancing so slowly?" Another replied, "What are we afraid of? Even if they realize it, we can still eliminate them." Moments later, when the 2 sides were approximately 20 meters apart, Jisue waved his left hand, hurling kunai embedded with explosive tags. "Not good, retreat. We've been spotted," exclaimed the leader. However, not all reacted in time. A series of explosions resounded, and soon after, Jisue shouted, "Coordinate and prepare for battle." On the other side, nearly half of their forces had failed to evade the blasts, resulting in over 40 fatalities and numerous injuries, including wounds sustained by the 2 leaders. What a tragic ambush. They had intended to ensnare others, but found themselves ensnared, suffering significant losses. Jisue shouted, "Kill." The Asura army surged forward, and the disparity became evident upon contact. With the tactical synergy of their clan, they decimated the opposing forces, leaving only a handful alive, all of whom were injured. The 2 leaders found themselves entangled with Inhu and Uchiha Foam, unable to escape. Half an hour later, only 2 captives remained alive. Jisue, who had not participated in the battle, approached Inhu and Uchiha Foam, instructing, "Finish them swiftly." At that moment, Inhu and Uchiha Foam intensified their assault. Already injured, the adversaries were now utterly defenseless against their onslaught. Before long, the 2 opponents fell to the ground, their expressions filled with despair. Inhu and Uchiha Foam sustained minor injuries from the final desperate strikes of their foes. 10 minutes later, Jisue and the Asura army arrived at a secluded clearing in the woods. Observing the wounded, Jisue resorted to medical ninjutsu to treat them. It took approximately half an hour to complete the healing process for all. Jisue gazed at them and remarked, "In today's battle, we held a significant advantage, yet you still suffered injuries. With over a dozen of you wounded before completely annihilating the enemy. I find this deeply disappointing. I hope you exercise greater caution in future encounters. Injuries should have been entirely avoidable. However, due to your arrogance, you nearly met your demise." Jisue expressed his displeasure. This battle was intended to be a complete domination. Although the opposing force was somewhat numerous, some members of the Asura army were inadvertently injured during the conflict. Listening to Jisue's words, the members of the Asura army immediately vowed never to err again. Jisue's expression softened as he addressed them, stating, "Ninjas inherently tread upon the precipice of death. Our duty is to exert ourselves fully, swiftly annihilating our foes without granting them a moment's respite. If we can kill, we shall not merely injure. If we can injure, we shall not let them escape." "Yes," the Asura army responded in unison. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a member of the Root observed the countless corpses, stripped of all their possessions. The leader of Root furiously exclaimed, "Damn it! Over 100 of us could not defeat just 30 of the enemy, and not a single one remains alive. Immediately transport the bodies away and report back to Danzo-sama. Yes, the other members of Root began to clean up the area, sealing the corpses into scrolls before departing swiftly. At that moment, Danzo, upon receiving the report, was consumed with rage, shattering the cup in his hand. Touching his right eye, he muttered, "Cursed Uchiha brat. I will surely kill you." Soon after, he sighed, lamenting, "Had I known, I would have eliminated him sooner. Now, he has become a formidable threat. Konoha is in peril." As Danzo sighed, Shisui and his companions had already reached the borders of the Land of Fire, heading towards the Land of Rain. Chapter 31. The Asura Army. 5 years later, time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. In the Land of Rain, the headquarters of the Asura Army was bustling with individuals, some appearing to be wealthy merchants, others resembling the feudal lords of small nations. All engaged in discussions about the possibility of enlisting the Asura Army's aid. "I wonder if we can persuade the Asura Army to intervene this time?" one remarked. "Indeed. If we could enlist Evil Wolf, Blue Fish, or Shadow Tiger, we would undoubtedly be safe," another added. However, the three generals have scarcely made an appearance in the past 2 years. It has been Mingue who has resolved all matters. Yet, the most enigmatic leader of the Asura Army, known as Shura, had not been seen since 3 years ago when he had decimated 32 Jonin and hundreds of Chunin in the Land of Rain. A wealthy merchant interjected, "I recall that battle well. It occurred when the Asura Army was merely 2 years old. Discontented rogue ninjas banded together, gathering 32 Jonin, including elite Jonin and Quasi-Kage level experts. Yet, within an hour of Shura's intervention, the battle concluded, leaving no survivors. Indeed, that encounter catapulted the Asura Army's reputation, and in the years since, every mission undertaken by them has been flawlessly executed. If I could secure their assistance this time, I need not fear for my nation's survival," declared a prominent figure. At that moment, within a chamber of the Asura Army headquarters, 5 individuals were engaged in conversation. 4 sat upon soft cushions below. Their eager gazes fixed upon the man seated in the grand chair above. These individuals were the principal figures of the Asura Army, each possessing unfathomable strength. However, despite his masculine stature, the youthful features of the man remained unblemished. The man in the grand chair spoke slowly. "I have been absent from the Asura Army for 2 years. Shadow Tiger, please share the current status of our developments." Shadow Tiger promptly rose, but was abruptly subdued by an unseen force. Realizing it was the man above who restrained him, Shadow Tiger assumed he had displeased him and immediately knelt, bowing his head. "Forgive me, leader." The man laughed heartily. "Shadow Tiger, what have you to atone for? I simply wish to test your strength after 3 years apart." "Well done, you have made significant progress. You have indeed reached the shadow level." As the man spoke, he nodded, a smile gracing his face. Seeing the leader's smile, Shadow Tiger finally returned a grin. "Lord Shisui, during your 3 years of intense training, we have accomplished a great deal. Allow me to report our progress. Firstly, we have taken control of the underground trading society and elevated it to new heights, yielding over 12 billion Ryo annually." Shisui smiled and nodded. He then observed as Inui continued, "Secondly, our clan sends 10 Chunin to the headquarters of our Asura Army each year for training, all of whom possess commendable talents. Moreover, the current Konoha has seen our clan refrain from meddling in the village's affairs, and life has been quite satisfactory. Annually, we provide the clan with a generous sum of 1 billion Ryo. Thirdly, concerning the Rain Village you mentioned, which is under the control of Akatsuki, we have not deployed personnel there, as you indicated that this nation is unlike others. However, 2 years ago, we did send individuals to assess the situation, and had it not been for the leadership of the fierce wolf, it is likely that none would have returned. Each of the remaining nations is under the watchful eye of our web intelligence agency. Fourthly, every major nation currently entrusts us with various tasks, and we engage in arms trading with them. Fifthly, the individuals you mentioned, Mizunayuki Haku, Zabuza Momochi, and Kagaya Kimimaro, have all been brought to us, and they are currently at the training grounds. This summarizes our external endeavors over the past 3 years. Please, esteemed Lord, provide your guidance." Upon finishing his report, Inui bowed deeply, lowering his head, while the others, smiling, followed suit in their respectful bows toward Shisui. Shisui smiled and remarked, "You have all worked hard, and your efforts have been commendable. I am quite pleased. Rewards await you all." The others beamed at Shisui, when Inui stepped forward and said, "My lord, it is the cunning of the wolf that has driven our plans for the past 3 years. Without him, our progress would not have been so remarkable. Shisui turned to glance at the malevolent wolf and said with a smile, "Evil wolf, you've done well, but I trust your strength has not diminished." The malevolent wolf, Uchiha Kazahana, responded somewhat bashfully, "My lord, I have only barely reached the level of a shadow." Shisui cast a glance at him and remarked, "Since you are aware of your limitations, continue to strive for improvement. Over the past 3 years, you have performed admirably. Had it not been for my obligation to accompany the little one to Wulin for the cultivation of celestial techniques, perhaps our progress would not have been so remarkable. The credit belongs chiefly to the evil wolf." The evil wolf, Uchiha, humbly responded, "I am unworthy of such praise." Shisui then turned his attention to Lan Yu and inquired, "And what of you, Lan Yu? How fares your strength?" Lan Yu, Uchiha Lan Yu, smiled gently and replied with a melodious tone, "I am one of the 3 captains, comparable to Ing Hu, you know." Hee. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Shisui then addressed another individual nearby, saying, "Minggue, I recognized your potential from the onset. I am pleasantly surprised that within just a few years, you have caught up to them. Well done, truly commendable." Minggue, Uchiha Ming, was taken aback by Jisui's high regard for him and excitedly stated, "It is all thanks to your guidance, my lord, and the occasional sparring sessions with the 3 captains that have allowed me to improve so significantly." The evil wolf interjected, "My lord, over these 3 years, not only has Minggue rapidly enhanced his strength, but he has also trained the newcomers of the Asura Army, contributing to it as much as I have." To everyone's astonishment, Shisui found it rather surprising that the typically taciturn Akatsuki wolf would actually speak in favor of Uchiha Mei. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Well, who would have thought our Akatsuki wolf could utter kind words?" This playful jest elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, while the Akatsuki wolf, feeling slightly flustered, scratched his head in bashfulness. At this moment, Shisui suddenly spoke, "The primary purpose of my return is to observe, and additionally, I must make a trip back to Konoha to retrieve some items. You all should continue your training, striving to ensure that every member of the Asura Army is at least an elite jonin." "Yes, my lord." The 4 responded in unison, their voices resonating with determination. Just as Shisui was about to turn around, Inhu hurriedly said, "My lord, the newcomers are eager to witness your grandeur. Perhaps you could grace them with your presence and offer them a few words of guidance?" Upon hearing this, Shisui smiled and nodded in agreement, while Inhu led the way ahead. The other 3 followed Shisui as they made their way to the training ground of the Asura Army headquarters. The midday sun blazed mercilessly, and the temperature soared. Although it was supposed to be a break time for the Asura Army, 2 boys were engaged in sparring on the training field. One boy utilized his entire skeletal structure as weapons for his attacks, while the other manipulated the water on the ground, forming it into ice walls. They exchanged blows back and forth, both drenched in sweat. Yet, they seemed utterly oblivious to their exhaustion, continuing their fierce exchange. Nearby, a man clad in white cloth and wielding a beheading sword stood quietly, observing the spectacle. A group of onlookers had transformed their eyes into 3 tomo patterns, engaged in animated discussions about the strengths and weaknesses of the 2 combatants. At this moment, Inhu and his companions arrived at the training ground, and upon noticing their presence, a squad leader promptly saluted them. Just as he completed his greeting, he caught sight of Shisui behind him and immediately knelt down in reverence. As soon as Shisui raised his hand, the squad leader felt as though he was being held back by an unseen force, rendering him unable to kneel despite his desperate attempts. He quickly exclaimed, "Commander, you have returned. This is truly wonderful." His loud call drew the attention of those who had been resting nearby. For some, Shisui remained an enigma. Many of them had joined within the last 2 or 3 years and were unfamiliar with him. However, there was only one commander of the Asura Army, a figure they revered as a deity, who had led them to an unprecedented record of 0 failures in a mere 2 years. Upon seeing Shisui, some were astonished by his youth. In their minds, he should at least be in his 20s. But witnessing him in person made them feel as if the world had gone mad. Inhu, disregarding Bai and Junma Lu on the training ground, declared, "Haven't you all been eager to meet the commander? Well, here he is in the flesh." Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted in the training field, and the crowd promptly knelt, shouting in unison, "Commander." Their eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. Shisui observed the gazes of the crowd directed at him and smiled, saying, "Greetings to you all. I appreciate your hard work over the past 3 years. You have all performed admirably. Please, continue your efforts. I am merely here to observe you today." However, not everyone shared this sentiment. To the side, Zaibu Zhan let out a cold snort. instantly drawing the attention of the crowd, who looked at him with a desire to see him meet 1,000 torturous fates. Looking into the distance, he was taken aback to find the formidable figure of Zaibujan. With a smile, he remarked, "It appears you harbor some discontent towards me. Or perhaps you are not genuinely inclined to join the Asura Army." Zaibujan, wielding his great sword, retorted, "What qualifications do you, a mere ghost, possess to lead the Asura Army? Do you truly believe that merely relying on a few captains will earn you my allegiance? How utterly laughable. It seems this place is not meant for the strong." Having been in this realm for 2 to 3 years, Zaibujan initially found himself at the bottom of the ranks. However, through relentless dedication and training over the years, he experienced a remarkable transformation, now boasting prowess rivaling that of elite Jonin, nearing the level of a quasi-shadow. Naturally, he emerged as one of the finest within the Asura Army, surpassing many of the lesser captains in combat prowess. Shisui, unperturbed, inquired, "What is your name? It seems you consider yourself quite formidable. Shall we put that to the test?" Though Shisui was well aware of his name, he feigned ignorance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am Zabuza Momochi, a member of the Asura Army. I doubt you possess the strength to lead us," Zabuza declared arrogantly. Upon witnessing the slight curve of Jisui's smile, the 3 captains behind him involuntarily shivered. They understood that such an expression signified impending misfortune for someone. One of the squad leaders beside Zabuza, having experienced this before, whispered urgently, "Zabuza, apologize quickly, or you'll regret it." Ignoring the warning, Zabuza maintained his haughty demeanor, prompting Jisui to suggest, "Shall we give it a try?" Chapter 32. Return to Konoha. Zabuza nodded and swung his large blade towards Jisui, yet Jisui remained still, hands clasped behind his back. Observing Jisui's nonchalance, Zabuza fumed, "Regardless, I am a top-tier member of the Asura Army. Do not underestimate me." Anger surged within him, and he unleashed his full power in an assault against Jisui, who remained unmoved. With a swift motion, Zabuza aimed to cleave Jisui in 2, but just as the blade was about to connect, Jisui made a move. So fast, Zabuza thought, as he lost sight of Jisui's figure, scanning his surroundings, pondering from where the next attack would come. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. "What are you searching for? Do you need assistance?" A chill of sweat broke out on Zabuza's back. Had this been an enemy, he would likely be dead by now. Jisui, standing behind him, chose not to strike. Zabuza turned to face him, yet Jisui had vanished. With a resounding thud, Zabuza found himself propelled forward in a spectacular fall. As Jisui kicked him away, he swiftly followed in Zabuza's direction. Just as Zabuza, in a rather undignified manner, attempted to rise, a voice echoed, "You have lost. It appears you are not as strong as you imagined." Realizing his utter defeat, Zabuza lowered his blade and slowly stood, addressing Jisui, "I concede. Your strength is indeed formidable." Zabuza had initially sought a contest with Jisui, but he never anticipated being so thoroughly outmatched. The water's edge seemed to penetrate the heart of Zaibujan, who smiled and remarked, "You are quite commendable. Do you still wish to depart?" In an instant, Zaibujan knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "The Asura Army, code-named Demon, pays respects to the Commander-in-Chief." Upon hearing this, Jisui smiled as he helped Zaibujan to his feet and remarked, "Your attire suggests you hail from the village hidden in the mist. Am I correct?" Zaibujan replied, "Indeed, Captain. I am a member of the Umbu from the village hidden in the mist. Discontent with the 3rd Mizukage, I attempted to assassinate him, but my efforts were in vain. Consequently, I have been a fugitive ever since, until I was captured by a captain from the Asura Army 2.5 years ago. With nowhere else to turn, I have since dedicated myself to serving the Asura Army." Jisui gazed at Zaibujan and, with a smile, said, "It is of no consequence. From now on, remain in the Asura Army. I cannot speak for other places, but here, even the hidden mist village of the 5 great nations shall not act with impunity under my watch." Upon hearing this, Zaibujan was deeply moved and knelt on one knee, declaring loudly to Jisui, "I pledge my life in service to the commander." After the water barrier lifted him up, he inquired, "Who are those 2 children over there? They possess considerable strength and are worthy of cultivation." Captain Inu promptly replied, "Commander, those are Kagaya Kunamara and Mizunozuki Shirai. I shall summon them at once." With a smile, Shisui nodded. Before long, Bai and Junmaru arrived beside him. Shisui inquired with a grin, "Are you both Junmaru and Bai?" Upon hearing Shisui's question, Bai and Junmaru responded with laughter, "Older brother, are you also a member of the Asura Army? How come we've never encountered you before?" Jisui responded with a smile, "Indeed, How have you all been faring here? At that moment, Junmaru interjected, the uncles and older brothers and sisters here are exceptionally kind to us. They even teach us ninjutsu. Within the Kagaya clan, Junmaru had never been particularly favored, but since arriving here, he had been treated with warmth by everyone. Upon encountering Shisui during training, he expressed his joy by standing nearby. Nodded in agreement. Shisui chuckled and asked, would you be willing for me to teach you? I am quite formidable, you know? He feigned an air of superiority. The others, upon hearing this, were somewhat astonished, realizing that Shisui had only taught a few squad leaders and 3 captains before. Thus, the onlookers gazed at the two with envy. Bai and Junmaru, amused by Jishui's words, began to laugh and replied, big brother, we are quite strong ourselves. They then mimicked Jishui's pretentious expression. Nearby, Zabuza admonished Bai loudly. Impudence! It is a privilege for you to receive instruction from the captain. You should express your gratitude. To this, Bai and Junmaru gasped in disbelief and asked, big brother, are you truly the captain? The one known as Asura, who dispatched 32 jounin and over 100 chunin in a single hour? Jishui chuckled and said, indeed. What do you think? Would you like me to teach you? Bai and Junmaru nodded eagerly, akin to chicks pecking at grain, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. Thus, for the following 3 days, Bai and Junmaru endured a grueling existence. However, thanks to Jishui's late-night grooming while they slumbered, they awoke each morning invigorated and full of vitality. During this period, Uchiha Ming, along with the 3 captains, engaged in sparring sessions with Jishui. Yet, the combined assault of the 4 was akin to a one-on-one encounter for Jishui, posing little challenge to him. 10 minutes later, as the 4 collapsed, a sudden cheer erupted from the training ground. The onlookers gained a renewed appreciation for Jishui's prowess. At a mere 13 years of age, he had dispatched 4 elite shinobi in just 10 minutes, seemingly without exerting his full strength, which left them immensely exhilarated. On the 3rd day, Jishui took Inhu with him, and amidst the farewell of the crowd, the duo set forth towards the hidden leaf village, traveling at full speed. They arrived at the gates of Konoha by the following morning. As Shizwater gazed upon the grand gates of Konoha, he sighed with nostalgia. It has been 5 years. I have finally returned. Beside him, the hidden tiger echoed, indeed, it has been 5 long years since you last graced us with your presence. Each time Miss Sun and the clan leader, as well as young Itachi, inquired about you, we would merely say you were engrossed in your training, absorbed in your endeavors. Shizwater continued, I truly miss Sin, Itachi, and my father. At that moment, a member of the Hyuga clan on duty approached and inquired, who are you? And what brings you to Konoha? Speak quickly. He regarded the two with a wary eye. With a tranquil smile, Jishui remarked, it has been 5 years. It seems many do not recognize me anymore. Inhu? Upon hearing Jishui call his name, Inhu stepped forward and handed over a pass. After the members of the Hinata clan perused it, they burst into laughter, exclaiming, if one is to procure a pass, it ought to be something more presentable. A pass for 50 people. How utterly amusing. I can hardly contain my mirth. With a slight chill in his gaze, Shisui was approached by Hinto, who inquired, are you a new member of the guard? It is understandable if you're unaware, but the pass is indeed authentic, and we must proceed inside. Both Shisui and Hinto, eager to return home, began to grow impatient. However, they found themselves wasting precious moments conversing with such an insignificant figure, which left Shisui feeling quite dissatisfied. In a swift motion, he reclaimed the pass and prepared to force his way in. At that moment, a member of the Hyuga clan called out loudly, halt, or I shall commence an attack. Hinto cast a cold glance at him, causing the Hyuga sentry to tremble and inadvertently signal for assistance. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Hayashi arrived with reinforcements. Upon seeing Hinto, he remarked, I wondered who it could be. It turns out the illustrious Uchiha Hinto has returned. His tone was dripping with sarcasm. At this juncture, Shisui interjected, it seems I have been away for quite some time. To the point that Lord Hayashi does not even recognize me. Hayashi was poised to continue his mockery, but upon catching sight of Shishui's face, he hesitated and uncertainly uttered, You Uchiha Shisui? With a faint smile, Shisui remarked, It appears that Lord Hizashi recognizes me. Then I shall take my leave. Without further ado, Shisui made his way toward the Uchiha clan, accompanied by Anuki, disregarding the stunned Hizashi. Meanwhile, a member of the Hyuga clan, who had been on a mission during Shisui's duel with Danzo, was unfamiliar with Shisui and inquired of Hizashi, Chief, who is he to be so arrogant? I shall go and stop them. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Hizashi distinctly heard the question and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to the individual's face, exclaiming, "Who is he?" The universally acknowledged first genius among the 5 great nations, possessing the strength of a Kage at merely 7 or 8 years of age. The unparalleled prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Shisui Uchiha. After this proclamation, Hisashi addressed the crowd, "Return at once. Is it not enough to humiliate ourselves further?" He stormed back toward the Hyuga clan. At the Uchiha clan's territory, the population had significantly increased compared to the past, 5 years prior. The Uchiha clan had voluntarily relinquished their duties in the police force, which were subsequently assumed by the Hyuga clan. Moreover, several strategies devised by Shisui had largely come to fruition, resulting in a substantial number of individuals emerging from the clan. As Shisui approached the vicinity of the clan, he noted that many were engaged in discussions regarding the Uchiha clan. Due to their amiable interactions with others over the years, numerous villagers had expressed a desire to reside in the area. Upon spotting Shisui, some villagers began to whisper amongst themselves, "Who is this person? He seems somewhat familiar." However, Shisui paid no heed to the murmurs and continued toward the Uchiha clan's grounds. Yet, as soon as he stepped into the clan's territory, an individual leaped forth. Addressing both Shisui and Inuki, "Who goes there? This is the Uchiha clan. If you seek an audience for a matter of importance, I can relay your request. But if there is no business, I kindly ask you to depart." Shisui nodded, feeling that the Uchiha clan was finally progressing in a positive direction. Standing beside Shisui, Inu stepped forward and said, "Ahai. I am your elder brother, Ahu." Uchiha Hai, somewhat uncertain, inquired, "Elder brother Ahu?" "Indeed." "Ahai." Inu replied, removing his cloak and adding, "Ahai. Hurry and report that Lord Shisui has returned." Uchiha Hai, momentarily taken aback, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" and dashed toward the inner sanctum of the Uchiha clan, shouting as he ran, "Lord Shisui has returned. Lord Shisui has returned." Chapter 33, The Transaction. Upon hearing the distant cries of Uchiha Kai, Shisui felt 3 black lines form upon his forehead. Accompanied by Hidden Tiger, Shisui made his way towards the clan's dwelling. In a short while, nearly all members of the Uchiha clan emerged, greeting Shisui with utmost respect. As Shisui smiled and responded, Uchiha Fugaku arrived with Uchiha Makoto, accompanied by Itachi and Sasuke. "Brother Shisui," Itachi called out while running, playfully leaping onto Shisui. "Father, mother, I am back." Shisui greeted Fugaku and Makoto with a smile, then turned to Itachi, who was just a year younger than him, saying, "It has been years. Yet you remain as clingy as ever. Haha." Uchiha Fugaku chuckled. "It is good to have you back, truly good." At this moment, Itachi descended from Shisui's embrace. And Shisui turned to Sasuke, saying, "You must be Sasuke. You've grown quite a bit." Sasuke, still unfamiliar with Shisui, quietly replied, "Brother Shisui." Shisui chuckled softly, ruffling Sasuke's hair. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Shisui and Itachi began their journey homeward. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt a twinge of jealousy. Sensing that his position as the favored child was being usurped with Shisui's return, and sulkily trailed behind. Upon arriving home, Uchiha Makoto cheerfully entered the kitchen to prepare a delightful feast for Shisui and Inahiko. At that moment, Inahiko turned to Shisui and said, "Sir, it has been quite a while since I last returned home. May I go back first to see how things are?" Shisui smiled and said, "Hurry along. The reunion is paramount." Inu also responded with a smile before hastening homeward. In the study, Shisui and Itachi engaged in a lively conversation with Uchiha Fugaku, sharing anecdotes and experiences from their lives over the past few years. Laughter filled the room, yet Sasuke sat alone, lost in thought, embodying a sulky demeanor. Shisui retrieved an item from the time scroll and addressed Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Father, I have not returned in years. I appreciate your efforts. Here is a spiritual medicine I brought from Wulin, capable of dispelling 100 toxins and prolonging life by a year." Shisui handed the item to Uchiha Fugaku, who, upon opening it, was greeted by a delightful fragrance that invigorated his spirit, instantly recognizing its exceptional quality. He hastily entrusted it to Uchiha Makoto for safekeeping. Shisui then presented another vial of spiritual medicine to Uchiha Makoto, saying, "Mother, this too is a Wulin elixir. The sage has mentioned it can enhance beauty." Uchiha Makoto received it with a joyful smile, for what woman does not cherish beauty? At that moment, Itachi eagerly interjected, "Brother Shisui, what about mine?" Shisui chuckled and remarked, "While I may forget others, I can never forget you." He then produced a piece of jade and handed it to you, smiling as he added, "This is a remarkable treasure. It can invigorate the spirit." Moreover, if the Sharingan is overexerted, possessing this will facilitate automatic recovery, ensuring no detriment to your health. 5 years ago, Shisui had been searching for this item for Itachi and finally discovered the jade pendant in a small village in the Land of Waves. He spent an extravagant sum of 100 million to acquire it and presented it to Itachi. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat sulking, and Shisui remarked, "Sasuke, I have something for you as well. This year, you will be attending the Ninja Academy, and I have brought you a gift, 3 kunai crafted from celestial meteorite. They can transmit chakra." However, Sasuke, in his typical stubbornness, was not pleased upon seeing the 3 kunai. While others received splendid gifts, he felt disheartened by his own. With an air of arrogance, he retorted, "Humph, I don't want them." To this, Uchiha Fugaku chuckled and chided, "You foolish boy. Many desire such items but cannot find them. They are priceless treasures." Sasuke remained skeptical, but Itachi interjected, "Sasuke, why not give them to me? I'll trade you for 50 kunai. What do you say?" Itachi began to tease Sasuke, who then realized the value of the kunai. Blushing, he accepted the kunai from Shisui. Laughter erupted among everyone present, while Sasuke, with a rosy complexion, remained silent. During lunch, the group enjoyed a lively and cheerful atmosphere. In the afternoon, Shisui took a long nap at home, and after dinner, he continued to rest. The following morning, Shisui tidied up and informed Uchiha Fugaku that he was headed to the Hokage building. Fugaku, knowing well that Shisui's strength had significantly improved, nodded with a smile. As soon as Shisui stepped out, he let out a sharp whistle, a signal of communication for the Asura Army within the Uchiha clan. At that moment, a figure swiftly emerged from the nearby woods, bowing respectfully to Shisui and addressing him, "Esteemed Captain. I am the squad leader of the 4th team in the 3rd Division of the Asura Army, codenamed Uchiha. How may I assist you?" Shisui inquired. "Yasha. Where is Miss Yenna now?" Yasha responded. "Miss Yenna has served as the vice director of the Konoha orphanage for 3 years and is likely still there." Shisui further asked, "Are there members of the Asura Army providing protection there?" Yasha replied, "Indeed, one of my team members, Dream Demon, is stationed there." The water-stopping figure nodded slightly, and with a mere wave of his hand, the night demon departed of its own accord. As Shisui wandered aimlessly, contemplating a visit to Sakura later, Kakashi and Might Guy approached. Shisui greeted them with a smile, saying, "Ah, Guy-senpai, Kakashi-senpai, good day to you." Guy, displaying his characteristic enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Oh, it's Shisui. A man traversing the path of youth. How about a spirited duel?" He punctuated his invitation with a signature pose. "Absolutely not," came the simultaneous protest from both Kakashi and Shisui. Guy momentarily appeared dejected. However, he was the type who never surrendered easily, quickly regaining his spirited demeanor. Kakashi then turned to Shisui and inquired, "As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, what brings you back this time?" As Shisui listened to Kakashi's somewhat displeased tone, he smiled and replied, "I haven't returned in 5 years. Is it not permissible to come back and take a look, Kakashi-senpai?" Kakashi retorted coldly, "Of course you may. But I hope that one day you do not commit any wrongdoing against the village. Otherwise, no matter how formidable you become, I shall have to test your strength." The water-stopping individual dismissed the matter nonchalantly, stating, "I hold no interest in the village, nor in the authority of the village. Otherwise, do you think the Uchiha clan would have undergone such a significant transformation? Farewell, Elder Kai, Elder Kakashi." Ignoring the opinions of others, Shisui made his way towards the Hokage building. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Gazing upon the Hokage building, memories of his time as a genin flooded back, particularly thoughts of his teammates, Hinata Ryuga and Aburame Shircho. Although they had only shared a single mission together, the recollections were poignant, reflecting on his comrades from the Umbu. Shisui felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Despite their lack of overwhelming strength, their reliability left a lasting impression on him. As Shisui was deep in thought, a figure from the shadows, who had previously attended to him, approached and inquired, "Esteemed Shisui, may I ask what brings you here?" The water's edge curved into a gentle smile as they spoke. "By your appearance, it seems you are still a chunin. Have you not ventured out on missions in recent years?" "I have come to pay a visit to Lord 3rd Hokage, to behold his esteemed presence. I have undertaken some missions, yet my strength remains a primary concern. By the way, please follow me," the Umbu member concluded, gesturing respectfully. Shisui ascended the stairs and, after approximately a minute, arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he beheld Sarutobi seated at his desk, diligently attending to documents. Shisui chose not to speak, patiently awaiting the completion of his tasks. 10 minutes later, Sarutobi set aside the papers and, With a warm smile, remarked Shisui. It has been several years since we last met. You have grown quite tall. Indeed, Hokage-sama, it has been 5 years. In that time, many things have become somewhat unfamiliar. Shisui replied with a smile. Sarutobi returned the smile, and the two engaged in casual conversation for a brief moment. Then, Sarutobi, adopting a more serious demeanor, inquired, "You did not come merely to pay a visit to this old man, did you? Please, share what brings you here." Without further ado, the speaker addressed the Hokage, stating, "Esteemed Hokage, I have come to inquire about 2 items. Of course, once you are apprised of them, we may discuss the terms." "Oh, and what are these 2 items?" the Hokage inquired. Shisui remarked, "I am particularly intrigued by 2 types of ninjutsu. One is the Flying Thunder God technique employed by the 4th Hokage, and the other is the monstrous strength. Of course, I would not ask for them without offering something in return. I propose 2 options. First, I shall provide you with 200 million ryo. Second, I will ensure the protection of Konoha for 5 years, during which time the village shall remain unharmed. What do you think?" After Shizumi finished speaking, he turned to Sarutobi, who hesitated for a moment. After a pause, Sarutobi replied, "We are both aware of the formidable prowess of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, in all these years, only the 4th Hokage has mastered it, indicating its considerable difficulty. As for the immense strength you mentioned, that is the signature move of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, so entrusting it to you is of little concern." Here, Sarutobi paused briefly before continuing, "Nonetheless, I require 2 conditions from you." "Oh, so you mean that not only must I pay you 200 million ryo, but I also have to pledge that Konoha will not experience any insurrections within the next 5 years?" Shizumi inquired. "Indeed, that is correct. Do not think of it as me taking advantage of you, for if these 2 ninjutsu were to be mastered by the same individual, their power would be beyond your imagination." Sarutobi replied with a smile, exuding a sense of assuredness that he had Shizumi firmly in his grasp. Upon witnessing Sarutobi's demeanor, Shisui chuckled. "Did you not also claim that the Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly difficult to master? What, then, is the source of your hesitation?" Sarutobi, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. He replied, "Regardless of the outcome, what truly matters is whether it can be accomplished. Very well, it shall commence today. Within 5 years, irrespective of the circumstances beyond the village, I guarantee its tranquility." After Shisui spoke, an aura that surpassed even that of Akage erupted from him, exuding an indomitable spirit. Sarutobi, sensing this formidable presence, couldn't help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated that within a mere 5 years, Shisui's prowess would burgeon to such an extent. Sarutobi requested a moment's pause before retreating into a nearby room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with 2 scrolls, gravely addressing Shisui. "Both techniques are contained herein, but be warned, once opened, they will disintegrate automatically after 30 minutes. In other words, you must commit them to memory within that time frame, lest you squander your 200 million ryo." With that, Sarutobi burst into hearty laughter. Shisui understood that for others, mastering these techniques within half an hour might prove a formidable challenge. However, for him, it was a task of astonishing simplicity. Chapter 34. A reunion with Sinai. After receiving the scroll, Shizuki tucked it away with a smile and said, "Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I shall have someone deliver the payment shortly. However, I have found myself with little to occupy my time these past few years. Therefore, I would like to request a position of employment." "Oh, what kind of position?" "It is quite rare for you, a special jonin of Konoha." To express a desire to contribute to the village, Sarutobi remarked, rolling his eyes. Shisui felt a twinge of embarrassment. For although he had been a ninja of Konoha for the past 5 years, his actions had not contributed meaningfully to the village. Shisui smiled and said, "I wish to teach the new students enrolling this year. What do you think? If you refuse, I might just go out for some leisure." Hee. Sarutobi assumed that Shisui was not genuinely interested in becoming a teacher, but rather seeking a way to alleviate his boredom. Thus, he replied, "Sure, that sounds fine. I'll arrange it for you shortly. Coincidentally, the commencement of the Konoha Ninja Academy is just a week away. You can start working then. Make sure to stay in Konoha and refrain from wandering about aimlessly. If any trouble arises in the village, the consequences will be yours to bear." After listening to the situation, Shisui remained unfazed. What loss could be substantial enough? It's a jest to think one could bear such compensation. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi, Shisui made his way to the Konoha orphanage, yearning to witness the changes in Senju over the past 5 years. The orphanage, a haven for war orphans, is notably recognized in the original narrative for being the origin of Kabuto Yakushi, one of the later antagonists. He was manipulated by Itachi through the Edo Tensei technique, which ultimately unraveled the reanimation jutsu, granting the allied shinobi forces a significant advantage. Had Madara not possessed the ability to utilize Edo Tensei as well, it is conceivable that the allied forces could have achieved a decisive victory, preventing the emergence of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the formidable ultimate antagonist, in subsequent events. Upon arriving at the entrance of the orphanage, Shisui observed that the place had significantly improved since his last visit, although he had not returned in recent years. The three captains of the Asura Army were well aware that Yulia Siener was likely to become the future First Lady of the Asura Army, thus they took a keen interest in the affairs of the orphanage. At that moment, the Dream Demon of the Asura Army swiftly approached Shisui, bowing respectfully upon seeing him. The Dream Demon promptly saluted and said, "Esteemed Chief Commander, I am the Vice Captain of the 4th Squad of the 3rd Brigade of the Asura Army, Dream Demon, here to report for duty. Please, sir, direct me." Hearing the melodious voice beneath the mask, Shisui smiled and remarked, "So, you are a girl. It is quite rare for a female to emerge from the arduous training in the Asura Army, aside from Captain Lanyu." Indeed, but judging by your voice, you appear to be quite young." The Dream Demon, with a hint of pride and confidence, straightened her chest and replied, "Yes, esteemed Captain. Apart from Captain Lanyu, I am the strongest female in the Asura Army, and I am already 18 years old." Upon hearing this, Shisui smiled and inquired, "What is Miss Siener doing inside?" The Dream Demon replied, "Miss Siener is playing with the children in there. Ever since I was chosen 3 years ago to serve as Miss Siener's guardian, I have observed her joy in this place, though each night she often gazes vacantly towards the east." Upon hearing this, Shisui replied, "You may proceed with your tasks, but do take care and contact me immediately should anything arise." After saying this, Shisui walked inside. Before long, he arrived at the playground of the orphanage, where he observed Sienu engaging in games with a group of children. Shisui observed with a gentle smile, choosing not to intervene. At that moment, a little friend playing with Siener exclaimed, "Sister Siener, there's a big brother over there who has been staring at you," the child innocently declared. Siener swiftly turned her head, and upon recognizing Shisui, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She immediately stood up and rushed towards Shisui, weeping profusely like a sorrowful soul. Shisui cradled Siener in his arms and softly murmured, "Siener, I have returned." Siener wept even more fervently, exclaiming, "This is not a dream. Shisui has come back. This is not a dream." Shisui gently caressed Siener's hair and softly spoke, "This is certainly not a dream. I have returned. Now, do not cry anymore, for tears will mar your beauty." After uttering these words, Shisui offered a warm smile, unperturbed by anything else. Siener clung tightly to Shisui. At that moment, a few children engrossed in their games rushed over, confronting Shisui with indignation. "You wicked person! You have made our sister Siener cry. I shall give you a thrashing," they declared, brandishing their tiny fists. Upon hearing the child's words, Shisui addressed Siener, playfully exclaiming, "If you do not come down soon, I shall become the enemy of the orphanage, and everyone will be frightened." Shisui made a comical, fearful expression towards Siener. Feeling a tad embarrassed to remain clinging to Shisui, Siener descended, wiped her tears, and said to the little one, "Xiaoyi-chan, this big brother is not a bad person. Over the years, it has been this big brother who arranged for all the supplies to be delivered to the orphanage. Now let us thank him." She gently patted Xiaoyi's head. Only then did Xiaoyi exclaim in surprise, "Big brother, so you are the one who brings us things. Well, in that case, I shall not be angry with you anymore." Xiaoyi spoke with a blend of innocence and hesitation. After observing the scene, Shisui smiled and lifted Xiaoyi into his arms, saying, "Xiaoyi, you are truly adorable. How do you find life here? If you need anything, just let your big brother know, and I shall arrange for it to be brought to you." Xiaoyi beamed with joy and replied, "Big brother, life here is already wonderful. We have Sister Dean and Sister Siener to play with us, and brother you often visits, bringing us delicious candies. Life here is indeed splendid." Shisui smiled and said, "That's wonderful. Little E, why don't you take a few of your friends to play in the yard for a while? I will have a little conversation with Sister Siener, all right?" Listening to Jishui's words, Little E nodded with a smile and led her companions towards the yard. After they left, Jishui pulled Sienna closer and they sat together on a bench. At that moment, Sienna appeared quite tranquil, gently resting her head on Jishui's shoulder, relishing this rare moment of peace, and Jishui chose not to disturb her. After a while, Sienna smiled, revealing a beautiful yet slightly innocent face before Jishue's eyes. Unable to resist, Jishui leaned in and kissed her exquisite visage. Xian'er seemed a bit taken aback, yet as their lips met, both of them trembled slightly, eventually parting. A rosy blush adorned Xian'er's stunning face, making her exceptionally endearing. Jishui then beamed and said, "It's official now. You belong to me. Once we come of age, we shall marry, shall we?" After finishing her words, Jishui turned to gaze at Xian'er, who lowered her head, whispering in an inaudible tone, "Mm." Jishui chuckled heartily, grasping Xian'er's hand as he inquired about the events that had transpired over the past 5 years. Ultimately, Jishui learned that the old schemer, Danzo, remained unyielding. He had presumed that upon his departure from Konoha 5 years prior, he had obliterated all of Danzo's hidden operatives. To his astonishment, Danzo still sought to manipulate Xian'er as a means to threaten him, had it not been for the vigilant oversight of the Uchiha clan. Jishui could only speculate what sort of mischief Danzo would have concocted. The expression on Shishui's face was as dark as ink, exceedingly unpleasant. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "It seems it is time to pay a visit to Lord Danzo." Grasped Shishui's hand and implored, "Shishui, let it go. Ultimately, what loss can befall our orphanage?" Concerned about Shishui confronting Danzo, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing for Shishui's safety. Jishui gently held Xian'er's hand and smiled, saying, "There is no need for concern. I am merely going to pay a visit to the elder, nothing more. Rest assured." After a brief pause, Jishui continued, "By the way, Xian'er, I have wonderful news to share. If all goes as planned, I anticipate taking on the role of homeroom teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy. And I expect to spend most of the next 5 years in Konoha. Is that truly the case? How splendid. Finally, you won't have to venture out anymore," exclaimed Xian'er, joyfully leaping into the air. The two engaged in conversation until noon, after which Jishui accompanied Xian'er to the dining hall of the orphanage for lunch. During their meal, Jishui found delight in the inquiries of the orphanage's children, while Xian'er remained blushing throughout. After finishing their meal, Jishui bid farewell to Xian'er and made his way alone to the Uchiha clan training grounds. As soon as Jishui entered, he observed the weasel engaged in a fierce battle with the captain of the Asura Army. Both were utilizing their utmost strength, sparing no effort whatsoever. Upon observing the actions of the two individuals, Jishui could not help but nod in approval. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the current strength and status of the Asura Army. Both the captain and the ghostly Uchiha had already ascended to the ranks of shadow-level experts. Over the past 5 years, through relentless elimination, the 16 captains and their 16 deputy captains had all attained the esteemed rank of elite jonin. Moreover, the minimum standard for the selection of formal members was set at the special jonin level. Throughout these years, in accordance with Jishui's directives, the number of official members of the Asura Army had remained unchanged. For every loss, a reserve member would be promoted to fill the gap. Thus, being recognized as a formal member was a point of pride for the members of the Asura Army. Presently, while the overall strength of the Asura Army may not rival that of Akatsuki during its zenith, it certainly surpassed Akatsuki in terms of capabilities among the mid to lower tiers. The reason why the water stop prevents the Asura Army from entering the land of rain is the fear that this yet-to-mature child could be easily subdued by Akatsuki. Consequently, over the past few years, there has been no actual conflict between Akatsuki and the Asura Army, which has allowed the latter to possess something that Akatsuki lacks: financial resources. In its early stages, Akatsuki was severely deprived of funds. As Shisui contemplated the situation, he glanced towards Itachi and the squad leader. The squad leader, sensing being observed, turned his attention towards Shisui. At that moment, the squad leader was ensnared by 6 shuriken launched by Itachi, while his own attack was effortlessly anticipated by Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan. Itachi then employed the illusionary technique, binding chains, to confine the squad leader's mental space, rendering him immobile in the arena. Although Itachi could unleash shuriken, he was unable to retract them at this juncture. Should these 6 shuriken strike the squad leader, it would likely result in severe injury, if not death. The onlookers feared for the squad leader's fate, yet felt utterly powerless, as the events transpired with alarming swiftness. In this critical moment, Shisui sprang into action, silently approaching the squad leader's side and deftly intercepting each shuriken. With his left hand grasping the shuriken and his right hand still resting behind him, he emerged in the midst of the competition arena. With a flick of his right hand, Shisui awakened the captain, who was in a restrained state, while he smiled at Itachi and remarked, "Ah, It has been years, Itachi. Your strength has indeed advanced remarkably, splendid. The others, unaware of Shisui's arrival, immediately knelt and exclaimed, Captain, followed by a resounding cheer. Upon seeing Shisui, Itachi hurried over, panting, and with a beaming smile said, Brother Shisui, after all these years, you have become even more formidable. I couldn't even see how you made your move. You effortlessly intercepted my kunai. Shisui gazed at the scene before him, initially filled with irritation, but he soon smiled and said, Itachi, in a battle against an enemy, we must employ every means to eliminate them. However, this is merely a sparring session. It is inappropriate to strike so forcefully. What if an unforeseen mishap occurs? Itachi, aware that he had acted impulsively and nearly caused the demise of the squad leader, fell silent and replied, I believe that Brother Liu Yun could withstand it, so I exerted myself fully. With that, he lowered his head. At that moment, the squad leader hastily addressed Shisui, saying, Captain, this matter is not the fault of young Master Itachi, it was I who lost focus. Shisui gently nodded, stroking Itachi's somewhat forlorn head, and said, Perhaps this time the fault lies with me. I apologize, Itachi, for my presence has distracted Liu Yun. After a brief pause, Shisui continued, Otherwise, even if you two were to engage in battle to determine a victor, it would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. However, Itachi, do not let pride cloud your judgment. For the formal members of the Asura Army, even a slight disparity in strength could mean that, on the battlefield, survival may not be yours. Upon hearing Jisui's words, Itachi nodded in understanding. He recognized that, while his abilities were commendable, the members of the Asura Army had been forged in the crucible of blood and fire, having struggled at the precipice of life and death. With utmost seriousness, Itachi addressed Shisui, Brother Shisui, I wish to join the Asura Army. Chapter 35, The Strength of Uchiha Shisui, the Asura Army? Shisui inquired with a hint of surprise. Itachi fervently nodded and replied, Brother Shisui, you have said it yourself. Without enduring trials by fire and walking the thin line between life and death, it is impossible to become a true stronghold. Therefore, I aspire to become a formidable warrior. Shisui gazed at Itachi, who appeared exceptionally earnest, and with a smile, nodded in agreement. Very well, there is no issue. You shall set off tomorrow, and I will dispatch someone to escort you to the headquarters of the Asura Army in the Land of the Nest. It is a sanctuary for the formidable. Upon your arrival, I will inform the 3 captains of your situation, allowing you to officially join the Asura Army. However, do not expect any special privileges. Itachi beamed with joy and replied to Shisui, I have no desire for special treatment. Thank you, Brother Shisui. Shisui gently stroked Itachi's head and said, We are brothers. There is no need for thanks. He then turned to observe the members of the Akatsuki, comprising both reserve and formal members. Shisui addressed Liu Yun, saying, Liu Yun, this time your team shall be responsible for escorting Itachi to the headquarters of the Asura Army. If I recall correctly, it is time for the annual exchange of defense. Is it not? Liu Yun respectfully replied to Shisui, Indeed, Lord Shisui. Tomorrow, teams 11 and 12 will arrive to take over the defense. Thus our Team S duty concludes today. Shisui recalled that when he initially established the headquarters of the Asura Army, he had proposed that 2 small teams should be stationed in Konoha each year. This time, the 11th and 12th teams would take residence in Konoha. One reason was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, while the other was to provide the members of the Asura Army, who had endured arduous tasks and training, with a well-deserved year of respite. Shisui nodded and said, Then you shall return today to reunite with your families, and tomorrow accompany Itachi to the headquarters of the Asura Army. Yes, Master Shisui, replied the official members of the Asura Army loudly. Turning to Itachi, Shisui said, Let us return home. Go and bid farewell to your parents and Sasuke, then gather the belongings you need. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Itachi accompanied Shisui back to their residence. Upon their arrival, Shisui greeted his family before retreating to his room, intent on studying the 2 ninjutsu techniques he had acquired that day. While he found the Flying Thunder God technique intriguing, Shisui had already familiarized himself with several space-time ninjutsu over the past few years. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their mastery of such techniques, which explained the origin of Shisui's own instantaneous body technique in the original narrative. As for the technique of monstrous strength, although Shisui possessed a foundation in the 8 gates, he was uncertain about the source of this extraordinary power. Thus, his return was primarily to delve deeper into the study of monstrous strength. In the room of Uchiha Fugaku, Fugaku, Makoto, and Sasuke were present when Itachi disclosed his plans to travel to the headquarters of the Asura Army in the Land of the Nest. Makoto expressed her concerns. Sasuke appeared reluctant, and Fugaku remained contemplative. He addressed Itachi, saying, "I consent to your journey, but exercise caution and refrain from arrogance. Although your brother Shisui is the commander of the Asura Army, the other captains and members will not heed you. They will only follow your brother's commands." Itachi replied, "Shisui has already advised me on this matter. My purpose in joining the Asura Army is to enhance my own abilities, not to exert dominance." Fugaku expressed his approval, saying, "Well said. Truly, you are my son. Your brother has already made a name for himself in the ninja world. Now it is your turn. However, do remain vigilant, understood?" Itachi nodded in agreement, and Makoto was eventually swayed by his words. Meanwhile, Sasuke clung to Itachi's leg, weeping profusely. With a gentle affection, Itachi lifted Sasuke into his arms, saying, "Sasuke, I promise to bring you something fun when I return. Please, stop crying." As soon as he spoke, Sasuke's sorrow intensified. Over the past few years, Fugaku had been preoccupied with his duties, leaving Itachi to bond with Sasuke during their playtime. The thought of Itachi being away for an extended period, with no one else at home to keep him company, left Sasuke heartbroken. At that moment, Shisui entered and said, "Sasuke, in a few days, you will be starting your time at the ninja school. I will be teaching at Konoha, so perhaps you will have to call me teacher in the future. Please, stop crying, or I shall tell your classmates that you are a crybaby." Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately ceased his tears and retorted, "Who has cry? Not me." Itachi gave Shisui a thumbs up in approval. Fugaku, intrigued by Shisui's statement, inquired, "Shisui, when did this come about?" "I did not receive any notification." Shisui smiled and remarked, "Regarding today's matter, I spoke with the third Hokage, and he has already agreed to consider it. I believe there will be no significant issues for the next few years. Unless something major arises, I intend to remain in Konohagakure. The Asura Army has already set out on the right path, so there are no concerns." Upon hearing this, Fugaku responded, "That is indeed good to hear. After all, you are only serving for a few years. At just 13 years of age, I plan to pass on the position of clan head to you in a few years' time." Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Shisui immediately replied, "Father, please spare me. You are in your prime, and under your leadership, the Uchiha clan has surpassed its former glory. Moreover, I have no interest in the position of clan leader. The burdens of managing such a large family and its myriad trivialities would surely drive me to distraction. Itachi is now 12 years old, and in just a few years, he will undoubtedly possess the strength of a Jonin, making him more than capable of assuming the role of head of the family." Fugaku listened to Shisui and responded, "Currently, the younger generation, the young adults, and even the elders of the clan all look up to you alone. Others simply do not stand a chance." He sighed deeply after speaking. At that moment, Shisui realized that Fugaku was testing him, seeking to ascertain whether he harbored ambitions for leadership. After a moment of contemplation, Shisui smiled and said, "But I am here to support Itachi. Rest assured, father, I truly have no desire for the position of clan leader." Fugaku, upon hearing Shisui's words, looked at him earnestly and replied with a smile, "Very well, from now on, the family will rely on you to assist Itachi." Shisui nodded. For him, the position of the head of the family signified nothing but trouble, as an entire household depended on him, which could be quite taxing. With a smile, he engaged in conversation with Itachi and the others for a while before retreating to his chamber to continue his study of the techniques for harnessing extraordinary power. Later that evening, after tending to the raven, Shisui pondered aloud, "I wonder how that little creature is faring in its training. I truly miss it." 3 years prior, Shisui had accompanied the creature back to the Raven Forest, where he earned the recognition of the Raven Sage. Thus, for 3 years, he devoted himself to the cultivation of sage arts within the forest, as is customary for sages training in the 3 great sanctuaries. The emergence of a sage visage was expected. The Raven Forest was no exception. However, upon gradually storing sage chakra within his body Estantion, Shisui discovered that the sage visage had inexplicably vanished, yet he remained in sage mode. This revelation astonished the Raven Sage, who had slumbered for nearly a century. The conclusion drawn was that Shisui's chakra had not only transformed into sage chakra, but that his body was also evolving towards that of a true sage. Upon completion of this transformation, Shisui would rival, if not surpass, the Sage of 6 Paths throughout these 3 years. Shisui had not only permanently opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, but had also developed 90% of the cells within his body. Aware that further progress in his training seemed improbable, he redirected his focus towards the development of the Sharingan and Ninjutsu. The results were remarkably evident. Shisui first expanded the chakra pathways in his eyes using Sage Chakra and then gradually reinforced them. This research allowed him to utilize the Sharingan without the risk of overexertion. Moreover, 2 years ago, concerned for the little creature's safety as it ventured into a forbidden area of the Raven Forest for training, Shisui followed it in. Unfortunately, once inside, he found himself pursued relentlessly. In an unfortunate misstep, he inadvertently entered the polar region of the forest, where he was severely wounded by the Polar Demon King. The little creature, in a bid to shield Shisui during their escape, was gravely injured as well. At that moment, Shisui felt as though something within him had been hollowed out, and a surge of emotions overwhelmed him. In his fervent desire for vengeance on behalf of the little creature, he inadvertently caused chaos within his Sage Chakra, channeling it towards his eyes' pathways. After enduring a wave of pain, Shisui awakened the highest honor of the Uchiha clan, the Meijiki Sharingan. In a moment of tranquility, Shisui activated Susanoo, wielding the Kusanagi sword to vanquish the Arctic Demon King, retrieving the small creature. However, due to the creature's severe injuries, it was taken by the Crow Sage to the Forbidden Forest for healing. When Shisui later employed Susanoo once more in combat against the beings of the Arctic, he discovered that his vision did not diminish, nor did he experience the bleeding eyes that befell Itachi and Sasuke in the original narrative. It was only upon unlocking the eternal Meijiki Sharingan that such afflictions were notably absent. Subsequently, Shisui surmised that the Sage Chakra possessed certain healing properties, and by concentrating the Sage Chakra within his dantian, he effectively nurtured his meridians. As a result, Shisui's Meijiki Sharingan bore no distinction from the eternal variant, thus sparing him from blindness. After 3 years of cultivating the third level of Sage Body, Shisui felt a lack of significant progress and decided to return to Konoha. After a moment of distraction, Shisui regained his composure and entered the room to unroll the scroll of monstrous strength. To his surprise, he found only 3 types of extraordinary ninjutsu inscribed upon it: the Cherry Blossom Charge, the Heavenly Foot, and the Boiling Release, monstrous strength unmatched. However, the prerequisite for mastering these 3 techniques was the possession of the 100 styles. After finishing the reading, he chuckled softly to himself and remarked, "Ah, 3rd generation. No wonder you are so generous. Yet, you remain oblivious to the fact that my dantian surpasses even the 100 treasures technique. Haha." Shisui meticulously perused the document, estimating that half an hour had nearly elapsed. With a swift motion, he cast it aside and then, with a flourish of his hands, formed a spatial black hole to engulf it. As Shisui observed the black hole vanish, he retrieved the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique. The ninjutsu inscribed upon it not only required a fixed coordinate, but also rendered the teleportation distance practically useless if not used at home, akin to a mere trifle. The scroll contained 3 techniques: the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, the Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder, and the Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl, 3rd form. These 3 techniques did not require hand seals. The only requisite was the technique itself, which could be executed with the aid of a special kunai. However, since its establishment by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama, only the 4th Hokage, Minato, had mastered it and earned the title of Yellow Flash. After examining the techniques, Shisui found them quite commendable, for in the realm of space-time ninjutsu, they truly stood atop the pinnacle of all ninjutsu. Extracting the essence of the water-stopping technique, one can forego the necessity of employing the method of the shuriken, seamlessly integrating it with one's own instantaneous body technique. In a short span, merely half an hour elapsed. This time, Shisui did not even complete the seal, simply waving his left hand, conjuring a black hole that devoured the scroll. After mastering these 2 ninjutsu techniques, Shisui felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, contemplating that it was time to pay a visit to the old man Danzo. With Shisui's current prowess, even if he could not prevail against the Sage of the 6 Paths, he could at least contend with the Edo Tensei version of him. The following day, Shisui escorted Itachi to the gates of Konoha, bidding him farewell, while Sasuke was persuaded by Shisui to practice his ninjutsu, with the reasoning that one must not neglect training if one aspires to become powerful. Upon returning, Shisui began to investigate the whereabouts of Root. As he opened his eyes, he murmured, "So this is where you are. Let me see how much you've progressed, Danzo." Chapter 36, Controlling Danzo. As Shisui gradually approached the roots of Konoha, it became evident that, given his current prowess, he could easily obliterate the village without opposition. However, Shisui refrained from such destruction, despite lacking deep emotional ties to Konoha. He cherished its tranquility. Thus, he enveloped himself in sage chakra, rendering him undetectable even to the most astute reconnaissance techniques, including the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. As the sage chakra manifested like a natural phenomenon. Before long, Shisui arrived at the roots, where the guards were not particularly vigilant, for this was Konoha. And those stationed here had never anticipated that someone would dare intrude in broad daylight. With effortless ease, Shisui located Danzo's office. At that moment, he discovered that aside from Danzo, there was another individual present. Shisui concealed himself, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. Lord Danzo, upon his return, Shisui had a discussion with the third Hokage yesterday and even acquired 2 ninjutsu techniques. Furthermore, Shisui expressed his desire to become a teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy. The Hokage stated he would consider it, reported the root member respectfully. Well done. You may leave now, Danzo replied with an impassive expression. Yes, Lord Danzo. The member bowed and exited the room. At this juncture, Danzo caressed his right eye, recalling the injury inflicted by Shisui. He seethed, that Uchiha brat. Should I ever capture you, I shall make you suffer 1,000 tortures to relieve my pin-up rage. The mere thought of Shisui ignited Danzo's fury. Who would have imagined that a mere 8-year-old child could cause such dismay to a seasoned Sannin? Moreover, this humiliation occurred in front of nearly the entire shinobi world. Now, Danzo dared not venture into other nations. Even Hanzo, who had once allied with him, felt compelled to inquire about Danzo's injuries whenever he encountered members of Root. The recollection of these events only intensified Danzo's ire. Upon witnessing the departure of Jia, Shisui, upon hearing the words of Danzo, spoke in a cold tone, since you harbor such animosity towards me, I am here now. Come, let me ascertain whether you have made any progress over these years. With that, Shisui casually stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Danzo. Upon seeing Shisui, Danzo's expression instantly contorted into a grotesque scowl. Addressing Shisui with disdain, Uchiha Shisui, how dare you appear on my territory? Since you are here, do not think of leaving. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shisui waved his hand, silencing Danzo's voice. Shisui gradually approached Danzo, speaking softly, Danzo, you old fool, do not waste your efforts. Do you truly believe that I would be unprepared for your four-symbol seal? In your current state, you resemble a lost dog, merely clinging to life. In the face of overwhelming power, your so-called schemes and machinations are utterly futile. Can you not see that the situation outweighs individual strength? Danzo attempted to speak, yet was restrained by Shisui, rendering him entirely immobile, producing only muffled sounds. With a swift motion of his hand, Shisui exclaimed loudly, Uchiha Shisui, do you truly intend to betray us? Shisui smiled faintly and remarked, Ah, how foolish. Do I wish to betray? I am uncertain. But I certainly desire to end your life. You, old man, are perpetually scheming, laying traps for me. It is utterly exasperating. Tobirama glared at Shisui, who casually referred to him as old man repeatedly, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge with anger. With a fierce tone, Shisui declared, Humph. Your Uchiha clan has long harbored treacherous intentions. Had it not been for the consecutive outbreaks of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, leaving me no time to deal with you, I would have annihilated your entire Uchiha clan, leaving not a single soul behind. Shisui cast a grim gaze upon Danzo. Refraining from intervening, Danzo continued, Your Uchiha clan embodies evil. Allowing your existence will only lead Konoha into an abyss from which it cannot escape. With a cold smirk, Shisui remarked, The embodiment of evil? Leaving no trace behind. Initially, I intended to simply end your life, but I have since altered my decision. I shall make you a hound of the Uchiha clan, compelling you to avenge the wrongful death of Hatake Tsukumo and others you have unjustly condemned. You will atone for your sins. Humph, atone? Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. What wrongdoing is there in that? Danzo retorted loudly. Shisui smiled and said, Do not exert yourself. Do you think I entered here without any preparation? This place has already been sealed by my barrier, so no matter how loudly you shout, no one will hear you. Perceiving the intent behind his words, Danzo was infuriated. However, Shisui paid him no mind and continued, Your crimes are so heinous that they are beyond measure. Do you believe that your treachery in causing the death of Tsunade's brother, S.H. Ju, went unnoticed? Or that your coercion led to the tragic suicide of Shikaku without consequence? Do you think your support of Orochimaru's inhumane experiments, followed by your betrayal, remained hidden? Do you truly believe your desire to annihilate the Uchiha clan was unnoticed? Shall I continue? As Shisui spoke, Danzo's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. For he was perplexed by how Shisui had come to such knowledge. Danzo exclaimed, "Stop, stop," as he attempted to unleash his chakra, seeking to break free from Shisui's control. At that moment, a peculiar pattern resembling a pinwheel appeared in Shisui's eyes, and he commanded, "Look at me." Disturbed, Danzo's gaze was drawn to Shisui's eyes, rendering him momentarily dazed. After a brief interval, Shisui released Danzo, who then bowed and addressed him, "Master, please give your orders." Shisui smiled faintly, knowing he had succeeded. The reason Kodo Amatsukami is hailed as the most formidable Jinjutsu is its ability to alter another's consciousness. In the original text, it was noted that after employing Kodo Amatsukami, one's eyes would be sealed for several years. However, due to Shisui's use of sage chakra to nourish his ocular pathways, the downtime was reduced to mere minutes. Shisui addressed Danzo, saying, "I have stationed you in the roots for many years without summoning you. Do you harbor any grievances?" As soon as Shisui finished speaking, Danzo immediately knelt and replied, "No, my lord, it is my honor." "Very well, continue your concealment, but cancel the operations against the Uchiha clan. Also, bring me the cells of Hashirama." Shisui continued. After concealing himself, Danzo promptly turned and retrieved a scroll from a cabinet, respectfully presenting it to Shisui, saying, "My lord, this is Hashirama's cells. Many have been utilized over the years, and what remains is contained within this scroll." Shisui, having received the scroll, remarked, "Excellent work. I shall take my leave now. Should there be any matters to discuss, I will reach out to you." Upon finishing his words, Shisui lifted the spatial barrier and vanished using his celestial art of chakra concealment. At that moment, Danzo promptly exclaimed, "Master, do take care." After departing from the roots, Shisui returned home and informed Makoto that he was in seclusion, requesting not to be disturbed. The following day, Shisui sensed that the Umbu monitoring the Uchiha clan had vanished, realizing that Danzo was at play. Thus, in the days that followed, Shisui either accompanied Sasuke in his training or visited the orphanage to see Senior. Although Shisui has obtained the cells of Hashirama, the vitality of those cells is truly astonishing. Consider the fact that Orochimaru conducted experiments on hundreds of individuals, yet only one, Yamato, survived. Observe how even after being reincarnated through impure world reincarnation, Madara, equipped with Hashirama cells, heals at a rate far superior to that of ordinary reincarnated beings, even when injured. Thus, Shisui meticulously adjusts his body to its optimal state, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for transplantation. The absence of the old schemer Danzo and Konoha is, for Shisui, a rather fortunate circumstance. This day marks the beginning of a new chapter in the story of the Hokage, as Naruto, Sasuke, and their peers embark on their first day at the Ninja Academy. Simultaneously, it also heralds Shisui's inaugural day as a teacher at the academy, having received his teaching certification from Hiruzen 3 days prior, filling him with an extraordinary sense of purpose. In a previous life, Shisui had mediocre academic achievements and, by some inexplicable twist of fate, entered university. Throughout his life, he harbored a profound fear of teachers, particularly those of the English language, often finding himself on the receiving end of reprimands. During examinations, he would inscribe on his papers, "I am a son of Huaxia and have no desire to study foreign languages," which rendered him a thorn in his teacher's sides. Yet today, Shisui finds himself unexpectedly engaged in such a noble and esteemed profession, stirring within him a surge of excitement that he cannot quite suppress. Shisui accompanied Sasuke as they made their way to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, they encountered 8 of the renowned Konoha 12. Naruto remained as mischievous as ever, perpetually drawing trouble upon himself, and still cloaked in solitude. Hinata, with her adorable demeanor, frequently cast shy glances towards Naruto, blushing profusely. Shisui cast a glance at Shikamaru, renowned for possessing the highest intellect in the Naruto world, appearing utterly nonchalant. Beside him, Choji was indulging voraciously, shoveling handfuls of snacks into his mouth, which made Shisui's lips twitch in bemusement. Meanwhile, Sasuke, situated next to Shisui, wore an air of aloofness, signaling his desire for solitude. Unable to resist, Shisui playfully smacked Sasuke on the head and then casually gazed into the distance. Sasuke, taken aback by the sudden gesture, could only adopt an even cooler demeanor, having witnessed Shisui's formidable prowess. Nearby, Ino and Sakura gazed at Sasuke, their eyes sparkling with hearts. Shisui instructed Sasuke to head to the classroom, while he himself attended to some matters. As Shisui stepped into the office, he immediately noticed the renowned teacher Irika diligently reviewing some documents. Approaching Irika, Shisui inquired, Are you Teacher Arika? I am Uchiha Shisui, and today marks my first day at work. I look forward to your guidance. Arika. Clearly an admirer of Shisui from 5 years ago when he had witnessed Shisui's battle against Danzo, quickly rose to his feet and greeted him warmly. Senpai Shisui. It is a pleasure to meet you. To Shisui's astonishment, he inquired, Arika-sensei, if I am not mistaken, you are older than I am. Why do you refer to me as senpai? Arika promptly replied, it is because you are a special jonin undertaking missions, while I am merely a chunin. At that moment, Shisui suddenly realized and said to Arika, there's no need to call me senior anymore. You may address me as Shisui or Teacher Shisui. Consequently, Shisui's transition was remarkably successful, and he joyfully acquired the teaching authority of 9 out of the 12 young ninjas of Konoha. Chapter 37, The Ninja Teacher Uchiha Shisui. After conversing with Arika for a few minutes, Shisui entered the classroom, where many students were taken aback by his appearance. Despite his considerable height, the youthful innocence on his face had not diminished significantly. At that moment, the mischievous Naruto exclaimed loudly, Hey, this is Class 1, Grade 1. You must be in the wrong place. Shisui smiled and said, No, I am aware it is Class 1, Year 1. I am indeed a member of that class. Naruto, somewhat perplexed, kindly reminded Shisui, then you should come down quickly. The teacher is about to arrive. With a smile, Shisui remained silent, prompting Naruto to grow anxious. He rushed forward and pulled Shisui into position, exclaiming exuberantly, Big brother, from now on, you shall sit here. I will protect you. I am quite powerful, you know. After declaring this, he wore an expression that seemed to invite praise for his strength. Beside Naruto, Sasuke merely scoffed, choosing to remain silent. Shisui, caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation, stood up as the class bell rang, preparing to approach the podium. Naruto, having finally acquired a junior, was determined not to let Shisui escape. He made an effort to rise and grasp Shisui, but with a mere wave of Jisui's hand, Naruto found himself rendered immobile. Shisui sauntered leisurely to the podium and addressed the class. All right, settle down. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Uchiha Shisui, your homeroom teacher. You may refer to me as Teacher Shisui. After Shisui finished speaking, Naruto appeared somewhat bewildered. How could his little brother become his teacher? Wasn't that absurd? Naruto wanted to move, but found himself unable to do so. With a wave of his hand, Shisui, smiling, prompted Naruto to exclaim loudly, Stop joking around, come down quickly, or else the teacher will arrive. Naruto's words carried a semblance of reason, prompting all the students to nod in agreement, except for Sasuke, who alone regarded them with a look of disdain, as if to say they were fools. Seeing that Naruto and the others doubted his role as a teacher, Shisui felt a bit uncomfortable. Consequently, he released his aura, and instantly, everyone felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their eyes wide with astonishment. Observing their reactions, Shisui chuckled and declared, I am your homeroom teacher. Is there a problem? The students shook their heads vigorously, dispelling any lingering doubts. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with self-introductions. You shall go first. Shisui pointed to a student in the front row. The first student appeared to be merely a background character, and Shisui paid little attention, for he believed only 9 individuals in this class were worthy of his focus. After all, Shisui's true aim was not to teach, but to alleviate his boredom and pass the time. Finally, it was Sakura's turn to introduce herself. I am Haruno Sakura. As for whom I admire, my dream is. As she stood and spoke of her aspirations and affections, she unconsciously glanced at Sasuke. Shisui was left speechless, reflecting on how there were indeed many attractive characters in the world of anime, yet they seemed far too mature for their age. Shisui waved his hand, signaling Sakura to take a seat, and it was once again the turn of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Their demeanor remained unchanged from the original narrative. As for Team 10, Shino still exuded an air of invisibility, Hinata remained her shy self, and Kiba was as spirited as ever, with Akamaru perched atop his head. When it came to Naruto's turn, he stood up and proclaimed loudly, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become Hokage and earn the recognition of everyone. Although Naruto's declaration was familiar, it undoubtedly resonated with Shisui. Observing the son of a hero, who was despised and loathed merely because his father had sealed the 9 tails within him, Shisui felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto. He smiled and encouraged, indeed. If you aspire to become Hokage, then put in the effort and persevere. Clearly taken aback by this encouragement, Naruto nodded vigorously. At that moment, Sasuke stood up and coolly stated, I am Sasuke Uchiha, and my dream is to surpass you. Sasuke's gaze was fixed intently on Shisui for over the years. He had grown up hearing tales of Shisui's exploits, which had shaped his own ambitions. Shisui smiled and said, "Certainly, but surpassing me will be quite a challenge. So give it your best shot, young one." Once everyone had introduced themselves, Shisui continued with a smile. "The profession of a ninja fundamentally shapes the path each of you will tread in the future. However, within the realm of ninjas, there exists a spectrum of strengths and weaknesses. Some remain in obscurity while others bask in the limelight. Nonetheless, what I wish to convey today is that irrespective of the individuals you become, I hope you will steadfastly uphold your initial aspirations." After Shisui finished speaking, he gazed at the crowd. Some nodded in affirmation, while others appeared perplexed. The instructor declared with great enthusiasm, "Today, our first lesson is to run on the playground. Give it your utmost effort. Run for as long as you can. There will be no penalties for those who choose not to run, but those who persevere will be rewarded." As Shisui concluded his words, a gentle smile graced his lips as he gazed at them. Naruto, with unwavering determination, surged ahead. However, Sasuke, possessing a modicum of insight into Shisui's demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat beginning to form. Yet, upon realizing Shisui's eyes were fixed upon him, he hastily followed suit, for who could fathom the consequences should he inadvertently disrupt Shisui's meticulously laid plans? Shisui lifted his gaze to the sky, sensing that the moment was just right. He then proclaimed, "Let us commence. Begin running around the playground. Those who do not wish to run may cease at any moment." Upon hearing Jishui's words, two students promptly settled themselves down, observing their classmates in motion, while internally pondering. "Fools! Did not teacher Jishui say we need not run? Why expend such effort?" As Shisui observed the scene, a subtle smile began to curve the corners of his mouth. Yet he remained silent, watching intently. On the playground, Naruto dashed about with exuberance, while Sasuke and the other members of Team 7 trailed closely behind. Though Shikamaru was typically lethargic, he felt a twinge of embarrassment upon seeing Ino and Choji running energetically. Moreover, after hearing Shisui's words, his astute mind deduced that Shisui's actions were not without purpose, prompting him to join the others in their run. An hour later, 15 participants withdrew, and Shisui smiled quietly. After 2 hours, only 11 remained, and after 3 hours, there were just 9 left. These were the 9 from the renowned Konoha 12. Hinata, despite her relatively poor stamina, found the determination to persevere in her slow jog, inspired by Naruto's relentless energy. Jishui sensed that the time was ripe and declared, "Let us cease. It is enough." Instantly, the 9 individuals came to a halt, yet each was drenched in perspiration. Jishui smiled and nodded, saying, "Congratulations to you all for persevering until the end. It is quite regrettable for those who managed to endure for more than 2 hours. Jishui-sensei, please tell us, what rewards await us?" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. The others were equally eager. Observing their expressions, Jishui replied, "From now on, you shall not need to attend school. I will personally instruct you. Furthermore, I will treat you to a grand feast this afternoon. Indulge in whatever you desire." Jishui smiled, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Long live Jishui-sensei." The 9 of them shouted in unison, including Sasuke. "Jishui-sensei, ramen, ramen." Without a doubt, it was Naruto, the glutton. Meanwhile, Choji inquired, "Jishui-sensei, can we have grilled meat?" He looked at Jishui with eager eyes. Jishui smiled and replied, "Of course." Turning to those who had not completed the run or had not participated at all, he said, "From now on, you will have teacher Irika to guide you, just like the other classes." At that moment, the students who had either failed to endure the 3 hours or had not run at all approached Jishui, loudly questioning him. "Teacher Jishui, this is unfair. You said there would be no punishment for not running, so why is it different now?" Jishui interrupted him and addressed the crowd. "Fairness? Is this world truly fair? Some are born into affluent families, while others lack even the means to feed themselves. Some come from esteemed lineages, possessing every conceivable advantage, while others enter this world as orphans. Is this justice?" Jishui gazed at them in silence before raising his voice, proclaiming, "You individuals, either lacking the will to strive or abandoning your efforts midway, what right do you have to speak to me of fairness? In this world rife with inequity, you are destined to fade into obscurity or become mere cannon fodder. Those who cannot take responsibility for themselves, who dares to expect you to be accountable to others. You seek fairness? Begone. Let me see which among you dares to approach me for justice." Upon finishing his words, Jishui emanated an aura of superiority and indomitable spirit that seemed to challenge the very heavens. Those present were left in a daze, rendered speechless. Unable to utter a single word, Shisui said to them, "Return to the classroom. Someone will be responsible for you. If you have any grievances, well, I am quite adept at addressing all forms of discontent." Shisui turned around with a smile and said to the 9, "Come with me. I will take you out for a meal." The 9, having witnessed Shisui's imposing presence, felt compelled to comply, transforming into obedient companions as they followed him to the largest restaurant in Konoha. Upon arrival, Shisui cheerfully remarked, "Order whatever you desire. I shall cover the bill." The 9 were filled with delight, especially Naruto and Sage, who, without hesitation, ordered a variety of dishes and indulged themselves to the point of excess. When it came time to settle the bill, Naruto, fearing that Shisui might leave, stayed close at hand. Shisui glanced at the bill and was taken aback by the sum. However, to him, money was akin to mere paper. Shisui led them to the back mountains of Konoha. With a mere thought, the grass-cutting sword transformed into its blade form, gripped firmly in Jisui's hand. In a swift motion, he effortlessly sliced through a large boulder, rendering it smooth and even. The 9 individuals behind him stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Unfazed by their astonishment, Shisui wielded his sword once more, felling dozens of towering trees with ease. He then instructed, "All right, for today, you shall carry these logs to the stone platform, and we shall proceed with our next plan." Although the 9 were bewildered, they dared not defy Jisui's command. They hastily began to transport the timber. Initially, none could lift a single log, but considering their tender age of 6, this was hardly feasible. Soon, 4 of them lifted one log, while 5 others carried another, steadily bringing the wood forward step by step. Shisui nodded upon observing the scene, recognizing that lifting the timber not only served to strengthen their bodies but also fostered collaboration among them. Once the 9 individuals had completed their task, panting heavily from exhaustion, Shisui approached and said, "Go down and rest." After all 9 had descended, Shisui began to fashion the timber they had carried into various wooden figures and targets, some movable and others fixed. Intrigued by the unprecedented creations before him, Sasuke could not help but inquire, "Shisui, what purpose do these serve?" Shisui smiled and remarked, "Watch my movements." He drew forth his kunai and shuriken, leaping gracefully as he weaved effortlessly among the rapidly rotating wooden training dummies. Despite their swift motion, none managed to touch him. Shisui swiftly launched his kunai and shuriken, the sound of ding-ding-ding resonating as each projectile struck the exact center of its intended target, with not a single miss. Sasuke and the other 9 watched in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration, yearning to showcase their own skills. Shisui smiled and said, "From now on, you shall practice chakra for 2 hours every morning, dedicating the remaining time to training in this area. Once you are capable of passing without touching the wooden stakes, we shall proceed to the next phase of training." Chapter 38, The Star Ninja Village. With a command from Shisui, the 9 individuals entered the wooden stake array, each wielding their own ninja tools to hurl at the targets. However, upon entry, they were immediately struck out by the moving stakes, let alone hitting the targets. Time and again, they ventured in and out, each of them bearing various wounds. Observing this, Shisui called out loudly, "Pay attention to your steps and meticulously observe the trajectory of each moving stake." The 9 felt a pang of trepidation. The pain inflicted by the stakes was extraordinary. With each strike, the afflicted grimaced in agony, yet they persevered. The water-stopping figure nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Shikamaru addressed the others. "Everyone, halt. We must collaborate, otherwise we shall only endure blows." The others comprehended that if they ventured alone, they would be repelled after merely 2 meters. Indeed, after deliberating strategies, they formed groups of 3, managing to advance an impressive 5 meters, though ultimately, they were still forced back. Shisui gazed at them with a smile and said, "The hour is late. Come here so I may tend to your wounds. Otherwise, you shall be unable to come tomorrow." As the 9 approached, Shisui gathered healing chakra in his hands, and 10 fingers emitted chakra threads akin to those of a puppeteer, which intertwined with the 9 individuals. In no time, each one appeared to be revitalized, as if life had surged back into their beings. Shisui retracted his chakra and addressed the 9 individuals, saying, "Tomorrow, I may arrive a bit later. Please take the time to familiarize yourselves with chakra cultivation on your own." The significance of chakra for a ninja is self-evident. A formidable chakra not only supports powerful ninjutsu, but also serves as a symbol of one's strength. After dining at a restaurant with the group, Shisui returned home with Sasuke. Later that evening, noticing the surroundings were deserted, Shisui formed hand seals and uttered, Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a colossal raven materialized before him, inquiring, Lord Shisui, how may I assist you? Shisui smiled and inquired, Wu Huang, are you familiar with the Star Shinobi Village? The mighty Wu Huang, king among colossal crows, boasts an immense stature comparable to the summoning beast of the three sages and possesses remarkable flight speed. Shisui had once rescued him in the polar regions, after which he became Jishui's loyal steed. Wu Huang shook his head and replied, Lord Shisui, I am not acquainted with it, but you may certainly direct me towards a specific location. Shisui nodded and leaped onto the back of Wu Huang, pointing towards the direction of the bear country. With a powerful flap of its wings, Wu Huang soared high into the sky. The Star Ninja Village is nestled within this bear country. The leader of the village, Xingying, holds a self-proclaimed title that is not recognized by the 5 great nations, for the term Ing is reserved solely for the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages. In Star Ninja Village, there lies a meteorite that fell 2 centuries ago, which is the origin of the village's name. This meteorite possesses radioactive properties and reacts to chakra, prompting the ninjas of the village to train in its vicinity. The Star Ninjas have learned to manipulate chakra into various forms for both attack and even flight, creating a unique flying ninjutsu known as Peacock Mystical Art. However, this technique has a significant drawback. During its execution, the user is unable to defend against close-range assaults. Jishui's current objective is to seize this meteorite, aware that it is not as simple as it appears and may hold a connection to the 10 Tails. He feels the need to investigate it to avoid being caught off guard when confronting Akatsuki in the future. Just as Jishui was engrossed in his conjectures, Wu Huang's voice interrupted, saying, Lord Jishui, ahead lies a region shrouded in poisonous miasma, and I may not be able to fly through it. As Jishui inquired, approximately how much is the coverage area? Wu Huang replied, about 5 kilometers. After a brief moment of silence, Jishui said to Wu Huang, you should halt at the edge of the toxic miasma. I will venture in alone. It is rare for you to be out, so take this opportunity to enjoy yourself. I will call for you once I am finished. Wu Huang nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the periphery, he gently set Jishui down and, with a powerful flap of his wings, soared into the distance. Once Jishui witnessed Wu Huang's figure vanish, he enveloped himself in celestial chakra. His intention was to shield himself from the noxious vapors and to remain undetected by the Star Ninjas. Jishui's mission was not one of slaughter. After all, he bore no animosity towards the Star Ninjas. The ideal outcome would be to retrieve the meteorite through gentle means. In the midst of swift movement, Shisui navigated the area, occasionally evading a couple of patrolling ninjas who remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Thus, he swiftly approached the vicinity of the meteorite. At that moment, there was no guardian stationed by the meteorite. Shisui beheld a sizable fragment of the meteorite resting upon a stone pedestal, suspended in midair, its surface still emanating faint traces of chakra. The water-stopping technique attached its senjutsu chakra to the surface, and to its astonishment, it discovered that the chakra of this meteorite bore a certain connection to its own senjutsu chakra. This revelation implied that the significance of the meteorite extended beyond merely augmenting chakra. In his heart, Shisui lamented, oh, what a magnificent treasure! Yet it is squandered by the shinobi, merely employed for their own cultivation. Truly, it is a gem shrouded in dust. With a sigh, Shisui prepared to envelop the sacred stone with his chakra and withdraw it. However, at that moment, a voice pierced the air, bold thief, relinquish our holy stone. Not far away, Shisui sensed a surge of formidable chakra and turned to behold a woman accompanied by a cadre of ninjas surrounding him. Jishui let out a bitter smile and said, so I have been discovered after all. By the way, could you enlighten me on how you found me? The woman replied, under normal circumstances, with your skills, we would not have been able to detect you. However, we have set up a barrier on the sacred stone to sense unfamiliar chakra. As long as your chakra is attached to it, no matter how far you are, we will be able to perceive it. Jishui suddenly realized, smiling as he spoke, since you have discovered me, I suppose it is no longer possible for me to quietly take away the meteorite. Then, let us speak with strength. As he said this, Jishui unleashed his chakra, causing a thunderous explosion that knocked back several lower-ranking ninjas, though they were unharmed. The woman addressed Jishui, inquiring, who might you be? To have traversed our poisonous miasma and approached our sacred stone without a sound, you must be no ordinary individual. State your name. With that, she called out loudly. Jishui smiled and said, I have come solely for this meteorite, yet I have made unexpected discoveries. You refer to this meteorite as the sacred stone, using it to aid your cultivation, which is indeed a considerable waste. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, The people in your village do not enjoy longevity, do they? The Star Ninja woman exclaimed in surprise. How do you know? Shisui offered a faint smile and did not respond, continuing, moreover. Only those with exceptional talent among you are likely to cultivate to your level, while those of average talent can at best achieve the rank of ordinary J-nin. And that is at the cost of their vitality. Am I correct? The Star Ninja woman found herself momentarily at a loss. Slowly reflecting on Jishui's words and recalling the circumstances in her village, realizing they aligned perfectly with what he had said, she hastily replied, I am the Star Shadow of Star Ninja Village. I wonder if you could assist us, and also, you have yet to reveal your origins. Are you perhaps contemplating taking it by force? Jishui smiled and said, Since you are so curious, it is no trouble to tell you, Shura. Upon hearing Jishui's words, Xingying inquired with some uncertainty, Is that the formidable superpower that has risen in recent years, the leader of the Asura Army? Jishui chuckled and remarked, I never anticipated that my name, Asura, would reach even this isolated village of shinobi. Haha. To speak of halting the water is to acknowledge oneself as the leader of the Asura Army. The inhabitants of the Star Ninja village instantly grew tense. Star Shadow inquired loudly, Could it be that someone has summoned you to seize our sacred stone? Jishui smiled and remarked, Do you truly believe you can persuade me? I dare say he could easily annihilate you on his own. Why trouble me at all? I have come solely for this so-called sacred stone. Now, I shall take my leave. What will you choose? Star Shadow was momentarily taken aback, realizing the overwhelming strength of the opponent, far surpassing her own. Being the strongest in her village, she understood that if the adversary decided to unleash havoc, Star Ninja Village would likely be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Lost in contemplation, Star Shadow was interrupted by Jishui, who, growing somewhat impatient, declared, Very well, I shall take it. If not, I shall eliminate you, and then take it, despite there being no enmity between us. The imposing words of Jishui instilled a profound fear among the members of the Star Ninja clan, rendering each of them exceedingly anxious. The prospect of allowing their opponent to seize the sacred stone without resistance would spell catastrophic consequences for their village. Conversely, if they chose to engage in combat, there was a grave possibility of their village facing annihilation. Faced with this dilemma, Xingying found himself at a loss. Suddenly, he recalled Jishui's remarks regarding the plight of his fellow villagers. Summoning his courage, he addressed Jishui, saying, Esteemed Lord Shura, we are willing to surrender the sacred stone to you, but I implore you to save us. Some among us have but a short time left to live. Xingying gestured towards several individuals in his group and earnestly beseeched Jishui. Jishui pondered for a moment before stating, Though I have taken your sacred stone, have I not simultaneously delivered you from your plight? This world is a realm where the strong thrive and the weak are cast aside. To put it bluntly, even if I were to annihilate all of you, it would scarcely consume my time. One must understand that the weak possess little value for survival. Upon hearing Jishui's words, Xingying fell into silence and gradually responded, You seek to seize our possessions, and it seems that we must resolve this through combat. Should you emerge victorious, we shall surrender our village and become vassals of your Asura Army. Conversely, if I prevail, will you then divulge to us the means of our healing? Jishui nodded and said, Though it may seem somewhat disadvantageous, accepting you is not out of the question. Come forth, will you all approach together, or shall it be just you alone? Jishui stood silently in place after speaking, while Xingying began to form hand seals, declaring, Ninjutsu, Peacock Mystical Arts. As the last syllable left his lips, Jishui observed Xingying's body ascend into the sky, and he couldn't help but murmur, A commendable ninjutsu, but alas. At that moment, Xingying unleashed his ninja tools toward Jishui. Just as they were about to make contact, Jishui's body shifted slightly, evading the attack as if he had never moved at all. To Jishui, his opponent's assaults in Sage mode were virtually incomprehensibly slow. Witnessing Jishui effortlessly evade his onslaught, Xingying began forming seals once more and shouted, Peacock Mystical Arts, Feathered Beast Transformation. Instantly, a ferocious beast charged toward Jishui, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal bite. As Jishui beheld the ferocious beast charging towards him, a subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, A mere trifle. With a swift motion of his left hand, he harnessed the power of space to obliterate the beast into fragments. He then stood still, patiently awaiting the next wave of assault from Xingying. Observing the futility of his previous attack, Xingying swiftly altered his hand seals, summoning a force that began to siphon Jishui's chakra. Jishui, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. With the swiftness of the eighth gate's opening, he seized Xingying by the throat and coldly declared, You have lost. Do you have any objections? The battle concluded in the blink of an eye. And as the onlookers processed the scene, they found their village's shadow ensnared in the grasp of the adversary, utterly devoid of resistance. As the crowd prepared to reclaim their shadow from Shisui, Xingying bellowed, "Halt! Everyone, retreat at once." Shisui placed Xingying on the ground, indifferent to her plight. For the disparity in their strengths rendered any potential defiance inconsequential. It was akin to a tiger never fearing a rabbit, even if that rabbit possessed the ability to kick. Chapter 39. The return of Xing ran to the Shura once Xingying was liberated. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Shisui, with a smile, declared, "I must take my leave. I have no time to waste with you all." With that, he prepared to depart with an air of nonchalance. "Please wait, Lord Shura. Our Xingren village is willing to submit to you. We beseech you to accept us. Consider the sacred stone as our token of allegiance, if you will." Xingying, noticing Shishui's intention to leave, hastily interjected. There were 3 compelling reasons behind her urgency. Firstly, Shisui might possess the ability to heal them. Secondly, he had taken the sacred stone from their village, leaving them powerless. And thirdly, aligning with such a formidable figure could potentially elevate Xingren village to the status of the 6th great ninja village. Upon hearing the words of Xingying, Shisui smiled and replied, "However, accepting you offers me no advantage, and besides, your sacred stone is already in my possession. You cannot reclaim it. Pray tell, what reason do I have to accept you?" Shisui pouted, as if the presence of a formidable ninja village under his command would pose a considerable nuisance. If Orochimaru were to discover this, after all his efforts in subduing the Sound Ninja Village, only to find it less powerful than the Star Ninja Village, he might very well come to engage Shisui in a fierce battle. Of course, given Orochimaru's current strength, the likelihood of him being utterly defeated would be a certainty. The members of the Star Ninja Village broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, while Xingying, with a smile, remarked, "It is understandable that Lord Shura might look down upon us. However, the strength of the Star Ninja Village is commendable, and given its remote location, it could serve as a fine base for you." Upon hearing Xingying's words, Shisui believed there was some merit to them. Thus, Shisui replied, "Very well then. I came merely to retrieve the meteorite and depart. I did not expect to encounter an additional ninja from the village, which is rather bothersome. It is best to leave this matter for the evil wolf to ponder over." As Shisui continued his murmurs, Xingying and the others could not help but break into a cold sweat, pondering just how indolent one must be to speak in such a manner. Nevertheless, Xingying respectfully responded, "Yes, Lord Asura." Shisui extended his hand and retrieved a token, tossing it to Xingying, and remarked, "This is my Shura token. In a few days, a man named Evil Wolf will arrive. Present the Shura token to him, and he shall recognize its significance." As I was about to depart, I suddenly recalled the unresolved health issues of the people in the Star Ninja Village. Turning to the Star Shadow, I assured them, "Do not fret about the conditions in your village. In 3 months, I shall present you with a solution. Should any matters arise, feel free to inform the Evil Wolf, and I shall be made aware." Upon concluding his words, Shisui strode towards the outside. A few moments later, he found himself beyond the miasma, gazing contentedly at the scroll in his hand. With a sense of fulfillment, he whistled towards the distance, and soon, the figure of Wu Huang emerged within Jishui's line of sight. Jishui leapt onto Wu Huang's back and addressed him, "Wu Huang, return to Konoha." Wu Huang complied with a nod and soared towards Konoha, while Jishui settled in for a nap. Meanwhile, in the Star Ninja Village, Xingying sat amongst the elite shinobi when an elder across from him exclaimed loudly, "You are betraying our nation. How can the esteemed Xingying bow to outsiders?" "Humph." Xingying, unfazed, responded to the assembly, "I believe you are all aware that Shura's strength is unfathomable. Moreover, it is said that Shura is a remarkably young individual who, 3 years ago, in a single battle, dispatched numerous shinobi, some of whom were on par with my own abilities. Yet he eliminated them all within the span of an hour." Pausing momentarily, Xingying continued, "Aligning with Shura may present an opportunity for our village. Although the Holy Stone has been taken from us, there remains hope for the recovery of our villagers, does there not? As Shura's army grows, it is not implausible for them to become the preeminent force in the ninja world. In that scenario, our Star Ninja Village could ascend alongside the 5 great shinobi villages." After delivering his thoughts, Xingying turned to depart. The others, after contemplating his words, recognized the validity of his assertions and silently accepted this reality. However, the man who had initially challenged Xingying remained unconvinced, planning to take action against the impending arrival of the wolves, seeking to capture one in exchange for the Holy Stone. Unbeknownst to all this, Jishui slept soundly. As dawn broke, Shisui and Wu Huang arrived in Konoha, inciting a wave of panic as the villagers mistook them for invaders. Observing this commotion, Shisui found himself both amused and exasperated, having intended for a discreet return, only to find nearly everyone gathered. Shisui greeted with a smile, "Good morning, everyone," as he leaped down from the back of the Huang, just before reaching the ground. He waved his hand, swiftly decelerating and gently landing on the earth. The ninjas of Konoha, upon recognizing Shisui, let out a sigh of relief and returned to their respective duties. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, approached Shisui and inquired, "I have heard that you took Naruto and the other 8 for individual training. What prompted such a decision?" Shisui smiled and remarked, "I merely wish to prevent them from squandering several years in vain. The curriculum of the Ninja Academy is vast and varied, yet for a true ninja, certain subjects are of little value. How can a proper ninja find himself learning flower arranging at a ninja school?" The third Hokage, Sarutobi, found himself at a loss with Jisui's perspective, and thus he inquired, "Many parents of ninjas have expressed to me their concern that you harbor a prejudice against their children. Is this true?" With a cold smile, he remarked, "Discrimination? It does not exist. It is merely disdain. One wishes to receive favorable treatment without exerting any effort. Where in the world do such fortunate circumstances abound? If there are issues, let them come to me. I shall see who possesses the audacity." After Shisui finished speaking, Sarutobi fell silent, aware that Shisui spoke the truth. He then remarked, "We must still prioritize unity." Shisui replied with a smile, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Then, with a cheerful farewell, he returned to the Uchiha clan's estate. After returning, Shisui tidied his attire and proceeded to the back mountains of Konoha. At that moment, Shikamaru was resting alone, while Sasuke and the others continued their training. Shikamaru exclaimed loudly, with Shisui-sensei absent, "What is there to fear?" Taking a short break, Shisui-sensei will never know. As Shisui approached, he noticed that Shikamaru's laziness had once again taken hold of him. He instantly appeared behind Shikamaru and inquired, "Are you truly unaware?" Startled by the sound of Shisui's voice, Shikamaru broke into a cold sweat and hastily replied, "Teacher Shisui, it's not that I didn't learn. I just took a brief moment to rest." Shisui, unperturbed, found a semblance of trust in Shikamaru's words and remarked, "Show me the fruits of your chakra cultivation." Upon hearing Shisui's request, Shikamaru felt an immediate sense of relief. He then settled into a meditative posture, extracting his chakra for Shisui's examination. Shisui nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, a high intellect was as expected. His gaze shifted towards the others, only to discover that Naruto had yet to gather his chakra. Among the rest, Sasuke had a commendable grasp of his chakra, but surprisingly, it was Sakura who exhibited the most proficient control. Jisui, upon seeing Naruto's anxiety, felt a sense of urgency. For everyone else had already mastered their chakra, while he had yet to do so. With a gentle smile, Jisui reassured Naruto, "Do not fret, Naruto. They learned before entering the academy, so they are not as extraordinary as you might think. Take your time, you will catch up." Beside him, Hinata, blushing, echoed, "Yes, Naruto-kun. Take your time." Although the words of Shisui held some merit, Naruto still felt a tinge of disappointment. With a smile, Shisui remarked, "How can one destined to become Hokage be so easily defeated by adversity?" At that moment, Naruto felt rejuvenated and proclaimed with fervor, "I will definitely succeed. As someone who aspires to be Hokage, how could I ever be vanquished by challenges? Oh, let us go." With a smile, Shimizu nodded and said, "Now that you are all well acquainted, let us divide into groups. There will be 5 groups in total. The first group consists of Naruto and Hinata. The second group comprises Shino and Kiba. The third group features Sakura and Shikamaru. The fourth group includes Ino and Choji, and the fifth group is led by Sasuke Uchiha." After assigning the groups, Shimizu observed the crowd and noticed that both Sakura and Ino appeared somewhat discontent. Thus, Shimizu addressed everyone, stating, "This arrangement is final. We will engage in competitive matches, and should anyone falter in the trials, they shall await my retribution." As Shisui stepped into the open area, he declared, "Everyone gather around. Although I tested your willpower yesterday, today I shall assess your strength, albeit your abilities appear rather lacking." Sasuke merely scoffed, hesitant to voice his thoughts, while Naruto exhibited palpable excitement. Hinata shyly cast glances at Naruto, and the others seemed somewhat apprehensive. Once everyone had assembled, Shisui waved his left hand, conjuring a space before the 9 individuals. He announced loudly, "Now, you all see my realm. The subsequent test is quite straightforward. 1,000 small stones will fall from above for each group, and the fewer you are struck by, the better. Do you understand? Observing the nods from the crowd, Shisui waved his right hand, causing small stones to levitate above the ground. The first to enter was Sasuke. As he stepped in, the stones began to descend. Sasuke dodged left and right, initially evading many of them. However, as time passed, the stones fell with increasing velocity, and soon he could no longer evade them. Over 100 stones struck him, causing him to grimace in pain. Next were Shikamaru and Sakura, who similarly endured numerous impacts. Following them were Choji and Ino, who, upon entering, faced a greater number of strikes at first, but their synergy improved over time, resulting in fewer stones hitting them later on, but their initial count remained significant. Kiba and Shino, being quite agile, initially avoided being struck, but as the stones fell faster, their stamina waned, leading them to suffer a similar fate as Sasuke. Finally, it was Naruto and Hinata's turn. Upon entering, Naruto, relying on his exceptional physique, skillfully maneuvered around the stones with grace. Hinata, too, was quite nimble. However, upon seeing Naruto, she momentarily froze, just as a stone was about to strike her. Naruto shielded her with his own body, allowing the stones to rain down upon him, causing his expression to shift with pain. When the results were announced, Shisui declared, Sasuke was struck by 327 stones, Ino and Choji by 401, Sakura and Shikamaru by 456, Shino and Kiba by 475, and Naruto and Hinata, no. Naruto was struck by 875 stones. Hinata's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Naruto, feeling guilty for his predicament, knowing that had she performed better, he would not have sustained so many hits. Softly, she murmured, Naruto-kun, are you alright? It's all my fault. Naruto laughed heartily, reassuring her, it's nothing. It doesn't hurt that much. I'll be fine in a moment. Shisui observed Naruto, recognizing the charm that lay within him. He then addressed the group. Sasuke ranks first, Ino and Choji second, Sakura and Shikamaru third, Shino and Kiba fourth, and Naruto and Hinata fifth. Thus, Naruto and Hinata will face punishment. They shall undertake the test once more. Should you perform similarly to before, prepare yourselves for an even more severe consequence next time. As the others distanced themselves, Shisui reconstructed the space, lifting another 1,000 stones into the air. Hinata, determined not to burden Naruto further, focused intently on evading the stones. Ultimately, the two were struck by a total of 376 stones, a result that astonished everyone present. Shisui remarked with a smile, your performances today were commendable. However, I do not wish to witness a recurrence of such circumstances. You are a team, and it is detrimental for any member to hinder another. Therefore, the only path forward is to grow stronger. Only then can you truly assist your teammates. Henceforth, I expect you to reflect on your experiences daily. Chapter 40. The fusion of stars and cells. In the ensuing days, the 9 endured their trials with great suffering, yet each individual's strength saw substantial enhancement, particularly in terms of agility and resilience, which transformed remarkably with each passing day. Naruto, bolstered by the rapid recovery afforded by the Nine Tails' power, consistently ranked second, trailing only Sasuke. Following them were Shikamaru, Ino, Kiba, Choji, Hinata, and lastly, Sakura. Due to her lack of a prominent background and the absence of guidance from others, Sakura initially lagged behind her peers, who hailed from esteemed Konoha families. Nevertheless, she exhibited a remarkable proficiency in chakra control that surpassed that of her companions. After training for 2 months, each of them managed to master the most fundamental techniques of the three-body technique. However, for Naruto, the shadow clone technique seemed particularly challenging. Yet, Shisui was aware that in the original story, after Naruto acquired the sealing book, he swiftly mastered the A-rank ninjutsu, the multi-shadow clone technique, in a remarkably short period. Consequently, Shisui approached the third Hokage, Sarutobi, to request this particular ninjutsu. As expected, it did not take long for Naruto to learn it, allowing him to secure his position in second place with this newfound skill. To allow them a moment of respite, Shisui granted them a holiday, encouraging them to unwind at school. Meanwhile, Shisui retreated to a secluded cave in the back mountains to diligently practice the 8 gates of Duinjia. Laying out 2 scrolls before him, Shisui murmured, my body has long been conditioned to its optimal state. Yet the formidable vitality of the intercellular matrix remains quite a challenge. Upon contemplating Uncle Snake's experiments, Shizumizu noted with astonishment that only Yamato had survived. while the others had been consumed by the cells of Hashirama. However, for Shizumitsu, confronting the reanimated Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War posed a formidable challenge. The reason for Shisui to transplant the cells of Hashirama is to attain the ability to activate Susanoo at will. However, once Susanoo is unleashed, the body experiences a significant decline in strength, and the recovery period is excessively prolonged. Thus, Shisui seeks to leverage the regenerative capabilities of the Hashirama cells to swiftly recuperate his body, enabling him to recover in the midst of battle while wielding Susanoo, thereby achieving the objective of prolonged combat. After much contemplation, Shisui finally steeled himself, channeling his chakra into his hands. He withdrew the stars and interstitial cells from the scroll. Once he had prepared the necessary items, Shisui swiftly condensed a chakra blade in his left hand and drew it across his chest. Instantly, blood poured forth. "Ah, that hurts," he gasped, yet he understood that he could not afford to delay. Otherwise, given his body's regenerative capacity, the wound would soon scab over. Shisui hastily gathered his medical chakra in his hands, placing the cells of Hashirama upon his wound. However, an unexpected transformation occurred. The Hashirama cells swiftly began to devour Jishui's body, gradually expanding outward. Before long, Jishui's entire chest was consumed by the Hashirama cells. Observing this dire situation, Jishui murmured to himself, "Indeed, this is overwhelmingly powerful. This is perilous if I allow them to continue consuming my cells. It won't be long before I meet my end." Jishui felt a twinge of anxiety as he summoned the chakra within his body in preparation to resist the Hashirama cells. However, the moment he gathered his chakra, its contact with the Hashirama cells only accelerated the rate of absorption. Jishui felt increasingly anxious, yet found himself utterly helpless. Moreover, he had already discerned the visage of the pillar within his chest, signifying that if he could not devise a solution, he would likely meet his inevitable end. Desperation consumed Shimizu as he sought every possible means to escape his predicament. Suddenly, he noticed the star he had unsealed shimmering with light. Ignoring the reasons behind it, he realized that the cells of Hashirama had already begun to encroach upon his face. As Shisui grasped the star, the celestial chakra instantly adhered to its surface. However, he soon perceived an unusual vitality emanating from the chakra, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Shisui surmised that this vitality stemmed from the abundant would-release properties contained within Hashirama's cells, which symbolized the essence of life itself. As time progressed, Shisui's visage became increasingly pale. As if consumed by Hashirama's cells, he would have likely ridiculed himself for resembling a pale-faced youth had he been outside. Yet, in that moment, Shisui found himself devoid of any such frivolous thoughts. As his heart grew increasingly anxious, the chakra being transmitted to the star's surface accelerated. Just when Shiz believed he was in a state of indifference and impending doom, the chakra intended for the star began to gradually flow back into his body. Moreover, for the cells within Shiz's body, infused with the power of the star, the chakra was akin to a delectable feast, instantly rushing in to voraciously consume it. The two forces within the water-stopping entity are consuming each other, and at this moment, the body begins to experience excruciating pain, with beads of cold sweat trickling down the face of the water-stopping entity. However, it is observed that in areas traversed by the starry chakra, the phenomenon of being devoured by the Hashirama cells has remarkably diminished. Upon the discovery of this phenomenon, Shisui felt an intensification of pain as he began to amplify the chakra transmission to star. Instantly, Shisui sensed a corresponding increase in the chakra being returned by star, while the devouring capacity of the Hashirama cells began to wane, losing its previously overwhelming intensity. Shisui was overwhelmed with joy, realizing that his unconscious actions might be his salvation. As he intensified the flow of chakra, Xing's chakra began to gradually occupy the upper realm, slowly restoring the areas of his being that had been eroded back to their original state. Due to enduring excruciating pain for an extended period, Jishui's consciousness began to wane. Before long, he succumbed to the agony and lost consciousness. However, his body remained a battleground for the two opposing forces. Typically, once Jishui fainted, chakra would cease to flow to Xing's surface, yet unexpectedly, Xing began to absorb Jishui's chakra and then returned it. It was as if Jishui, in his unconscious state, experienced some form of relief. When he awoke, 3 days had passed. Jishui opened his eyes, believing he had no chance of survival, and looked around, only to find himself still within the confines of the cave. Jishui felt a sense of relief, realizing that he had indeed acted with excessive recklessness, nearly losing his life in the process. He gazed at the place where he had inflicted a wound upon himself, yet found no trace of injury. He pondered that it must have been the power of Xing that had saved him. His eyes shifted to his hands, as he distinctly recalled grasping Xing tightly before losing consciousness. However, now, there was no sign of Xing to be found. Aside from some powder, his hands were empty. Shisui was at a loss as to where Xing had vanished, prompting him to inspect his own body. To his astonishment, he noticed that his clothing had inexplicably shrunk. No, that could not be right. It was he who had grown taller. Shisui extended his arms to prop himself up. To his astonishment, the once modest height of just over 1.60 m had now surged to approximately 1.80 m. Shisui found himself in a state of bemusement. While growing taller was indeed a positive development, achieving such a remarkable increase in such a brief span of time seemed utterly implausible. Even the finest pig feed could not have facilitated such growth. Shisui hastily examined the intercellular spaces, only to find them devoid of presence. Puzzled, he channeled his chakra and, in an instant, discerned the truth. Although the hue of his chakra was originally green, it had now transformed into a deep emerald shade, brimming with vitality. This unexpected surge of life within him filled Shisui with astonishment. Such a potent essence residing in his being suggested that, should he sustain injuries in battle, he could potentially heal instantaneously without the need for medical ninjutsu seals. As Shisui contemplated, a thought crossed his mind, and the Kusanagi sword transformed into a longsword, gripped firmly in his hand. Aware of the sword's unparalleled sharpness, Shisui gently drew it across his arm, causing blood to flow. Yet, mere seconds later, the wound began to heal, and within a minute, not a trace remained. Shisui gazed at the wound upon his body, acutely aware that his envisioned plan had come to fruition. Unable to suppress the joy swelling within him, he began to hum a cheerful melody. Shisui understood that from this pivotal moment onward, he possessed the genuine power to traverse this world, unafraid of the resurrected Madara, the Rinnegan-wielding Nagato, or even the tailed beasts. Shisui, having sealed the cave, activated his spatial ninjutsu, and instantly arrived home. He donned the attire of Uchiha Fugaku and indulged in a rejuvenating hot bath. Subsequently, he ventured to the tailor shop in Konoha, where he exchanged over 10,000 ryo for a new set of garments before stepping out. Upon his exit, Shisui observed a significant increase in the number of guards outside, more than doubling the original count, among whom were even Uchiha clansmen who had been in seclusion for approximately 5 years. As Shisui walked over, he grasped the arm of a member of the Uchiha clan and inquired, "Hi, what is happening? Why are there so many guards and umbu in the village?" Uchiha Hi, avoiding eye contact with Shisui, spoke through gritted teeth. "Our clan's prodigious genius, Lord Shisui, has been missing for 3 days, and we are searching for him." "Searching for me? Am I not right here?" Shisui responded with confusion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hi, in a fit of agitation, declared, "If only I knew who harmed Lord Shisui, I would surely take vengeance upon them." Turning to gaze at Shisui's face, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Cautiously, Uchiha Hi asked, "Lord Shisui?" Observing Hi's demeanor, Shisui felt warmth in his heart and smiled. "What is this? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" He then continued to gaze at Hi with a cheerful expression. Hi, filled with disbelief, stammered, "No, it can't be. Lord Shisui, you are not this tall." He scrutinized Shisui closely. Shisui remained silent, merely smiling at him. As Hi's recognition deepened, he shouted, "Lord Shisui, Lord Shisui has returned." Nearby, the guards and umbu rushed over, astonished to see Shisui, who had grown significantly taller in just 3 days. At that moment, Sarutobi and Uchiha Fugaku arrived, both unable to believe their eyes. Uchiha Fugaku voiced his astonishment. "Is it truly Shisui?" After Shisui smiled and nodded, Fuyue finally came to a realization and, astonished, inquired, "How have you grown so tall all of a sudden?" Shisui observed the puzzled expressions of those around him and thus remarked, "I have practiced celestial arts for 3 days, and upon awakening, I found myself transformed in this manner. I too am somewhat perplexed. My garments no longer fit. Consequently, I ventured out to purchase a multitude of new clothes, only to discover that the number of guards and secret operatives has notably increased. Realizing that it is indeed due to my presence, Shisui bowed to the gathered crowd, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all for your concern. I never anticipated that upon awakening, 3 days had already passed. I appreciate your kindness. Now, please return to your homes." Upon witnessing Jisui's return, Sarutobi's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, which he quickly masked. However, Jisui noticed the fleeting emotion, yet chose to remain silent. Sarutobi then addressed the assembly. Since Shisui has returned, let us all depart. Nods of agreement circulated among the crowd as they promptly dispersed. While Shisui and Fujikage began their journey home, Shisui understood the significance of Sarutobi's gaze. He felt no desire to act or speak, merely resolving to remain a passive observer during Sarutobi's time of trial, watching with a detached demeanor. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi, his glance had unwittingly sealed a fate akin to that in the original narrative, one that was, regrettably, not worth the cost. Chapter 41. The First Encounter with Obito. Upon returning home, all the members of the Uchiha clan gathered to greet Shisui. The spacious dwelling was filled to capacity with family, both inside and out. As Shisui beheld them, his affection for the Uchiha clan deepened further. The atmosphere was one of harmonious coexistence, devoid of any intrigue or rivalry. Each individual understood that Shisui's decision 5 years prior had extricated the Uchiha clan from the murky depths of Konoha and propelled them to new heights. Consequently, both the elders and the youth held a profound respect for Shisui. After conversing with everyone, Shisui summoned the captain of the remaining forces in Konoha, Inazuma, and said, "Inazuma, you shall return to the headquarters of the Asura Army tomorrow. I do not require anyone's assistance here, and furthermore, I recently recruited the Star Ninja, so I anticipate that they may need some support over there." Inazuma respectfully nodded and replied, "Yes, Lord Shisui. I had intended to mention this to you a couple of days ago, but I could not find you. It has been quite some time since I engaged in any action, and my body is becoming somewhat unaccustomed to it." With that, Inazuma chuckled heartily. Shisui cast a sharp glance at him, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Since you are so eager, we shall depart tomorrow to aid the evil wolf and blue fish. Come to me before you leave. I have something for you to take back." Upon hearing that Shisui had an important task for him, Yin immediately straightened his posture and replied, "Yes, Lord Shisui." Shisui smiled and said, "It's all right. There is no one else here. Go on, bid farewell to your family." Inhu nodded slightly and stepped outside. That evening, Shisui drew some of his blood, placed it into a vial, and sealed it carefully to prevent coagulation. He then stored it in a scroll and began composing a letter, making various arrangements. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, at the Akatsuki headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Conan addressed the group. "The Asura organization is subtly gaining strength, and they have taken on many missions that originally belonged to us, which has led to a strain on our finances." Nagato nodded in response and spoke slowly. 3 years ago, we had an encounter with the Asura Army in the Land of Rain. After we repelled them, their members did not re-enter the Land of Rain. Had it not been for my timely dispatch of the Deva Path, we could have suffered significant losses. The mood grew somber with Nagato's words. At that moment, Tobi, who wore a mask and was known as Madara, stepped forward and asked Zetsu, "Do you have any intelligence regarding the Asura Army?" Zetsu, appearing rather lecherous, replied, "Indeed. 5 years ago, when the Asura Army settled in the Land of the Nest, I attempted to investigate but was nearly discovered, prompting me to retreat. 3 years ago, when I sensed that individual's disappearance, I ventured there once more and observed that many members of the Asura Army possessed eyes akin to those of Lord Madara, though they had not awakened to his level." After a brief pause, Zetsu continued, "I suspect the Asura Army was founded by the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many Sharingan to exist. Additionally, during that reconnaissance, I discovered that the leader of the Asura Army was not among them. The ones in charge were codenamed Inhu, Blue Fish, and Evil Wolf, though I do not know their real names." The gathered members began to comprehend the complexity of the Asura Army. Nagato inquired, "Is there anything else?" Zetsu replied, "I initially intended to capture someone for questioning, but each member's strength was at least that of A.J. Nin. I did manage to isolate one, but I was thwarted by Inhu during the scuffle. Recently, I sensed an incredibly powerful chakra surge, but it vanished in an instant. I suspect that individual was the leader of the Asura Army, Shura. I did not dare to approach, merely observing from afar. Later, I saw Inhu and a young boy heading towards the Land of Fire, prompting me to investigate once more. But this time there were many more individuals present, including the mist village's Zabuza. The others were no slouches either. So we convened a meeting and I returned." Zetsu's revelations left the group in deep contemplation, particularly regarding the Asura Army's leader. At this juncture, the usually quiet Sasori of the Red Sand spoke up. "I have heard rumors about the Asura Army's leader, Shura. 3 years ago, members of the underground syndicate gathered many people to launch an assault on him. Yet Shura managed to annihilate them all in under an hour. with the strongest among them being nearly at the level of a Kage. Thus, I estimate that Shura's strength was already at Kage level 3 years ago. Nagato nodded and addressed the assembly. Our plan is set to be executed in 6 years. However, my intuition tells me that Shura will be our greatest obstacle. Therefore, I propose we begin targeting members of the Asura Army. What do you all think? Toby interjected, I disagree. Zetsu just mentioned the presence of numerous Sharingan within the Asura Army, and since one of their leaders, Inhu, is heading towards the Land of Fire, I suspect Shura is a Konoha individual. I would like to visit the Hidden Leaf Village first. If I can locate Inhu or their leader, collaboration would be ideal. If not, I shall return and report back. What do you all think? With Toby's suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. Nagato stated, Then let Lord Madara go and investigate first. Dismissed. Thus, Toby and Zetsu set off towards Konoha, while Shisui continued to write his letter, discreetly contacting Danzo to bring the wood release portion of the sealing book to him. The next day, Inhu retrieved the items and left for the headquarters of the Asura Army. Meanwhile, a theft occurred in the Hokage office. The sealing book went missing. However, 3 hours after its disappearance, it was recovered by Root and returned to the Hokage's office. This incident did little to quell Sarutobi's fury, prompting Konoha to conduct a large-scale search and eliminate numerous spies from other nations. In the original narrative, Naruto's acquisition of the sealing book was aided by Mizuki, and it was also due to Sarutobi's intentional leniency that Naruto, a fool, managed to obtain it and learn the multi-shadow clone technique. Thus, Sarutobi displayed his iron-fisted nature. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of Konoha, Danzo respectfully handed over the wood-release portion of the sealing book to Shisui. Shisui praised Danzo for his efforts. Under the influence of Kodo Amatsukami, a delighted Danzo returned to Root, while Shisui thoroughly studied the wood-release techniques before incinerating them. That night, Shisui practiced the hand seals for wood release when he sensed an unexpected visitor from the Uchiha clan, vanishing in an instant. Outside the Uchiha compound, Zetsu whispered, Lord Madara, I wonder if we will find that person this time? Toby chuckled, his gaze fixed on the Uchiha compound, replying, It matters not. There have been significant changes in the Uchiha clan since our last visit. Indeed, Lord Madara, but weren't we here to find Inhu of the Asura Army? Zetsu asked. Toby replied, That is one reason, but primarily, I am here to revisit this place filled with cherished memories. Finding Shura of the Asura Army would be fortuitous. But if not, it is of little consequence. At that moment, Jishui's voice rang out. It appears you two are indeed rare visitors. How is it that you do not come in to sit? Surprised, Zetsu and Toby turned to Jishui, who smiled and said, It seems you are the leader of the Asura Army, Shura? Upon seeing the two individuals, Shisui immediately recognized them as the formidable Uchiha Obito and the one renowned for his unparalleled mastery of the art of concealment. With a smile, Shisui remarked, Aren't you going to introduce yourselves, esteemed guests? It would be rather impolite otherwise. Obito, clearly taken aback by Shisui's composed demeanor and his ease in addressing him, much like a gracious host, responded, I share a profound connection with the Uchiha clan. You may refer to me as Uchiha Madara. Oh, so this is the legendary Uchiha Madara? Indeed, seeing is believing. To return to your original clan while still donning a mask. Shisui teased. Upon hearing Shisui introduce himself as Uchiha Madara, Obito exhibited no signs of surprise. Rather, his lack of astonishment only solidified his belief that Shisui was indeed the embodiment of Asura. With conviction, Obito stated, I presume you are Asura, am I not mistaken? To maintain such composure in my presence marks you as a remarkable individual. After listening to Obito's words, Shizuka found them somewhat amusing. With a smile, he remarked, For now, I shall refer to you as Madara. As for whether I am Asura, what significance does that hold? If you are, then I believe we can have a conversation. If not, then I kindly invite you to meet your demise. Obito had grown weary of Shizuka's carefree demeanor. Had it been anyone else, they might have trembled in fear. Upon hearing Obito's indignant remarks, Shisui chuckled softly. Heh, it has been many years since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. This location is rather inconvenient. Let us change our surroundings. With a mere wave of his hand, the fabric of space twisted, transporting both Obito and Kakashi to a grove 10 miles from Konoha. Obito and Kakashi were taken aback by Shisui's effortless ability to remove them from Konoha, their hearts racing. However, drawing upon his extensive experience in battles utilizing space-time ninjutsu, Obito quickly regained his composure, having only encountered a setback against the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He addressed Shisui. It seems that regardless of your prowess, you are indeed inclined to confront us, aren't you? Without uttering a word, Shisui instantaneously transported himself beside Obito and delivered a powerful punch. However, to his astonishment, his fist passed right through Obito's body. Undeterred, Shisui pressed forward, launching an assault on Zetsu. With a resounding thud, Zetsu was sent flying, lacking any substantial combat prowess. He was effortlessly dispatched by Shisui. Witnessing Zetsu's defeat, Obito's fury erupted, realizing he had fallen into Shisui's trap, and he began to retaliate against Shisui. Shisui recognized that Obito was a master of space-time ninjutsu, and thus prepared to engage him in battle utilizing spatial techniques. However, due to Obito's ability to phase in and out of existence with his time-space ninjutsu, neither combatant landed a blow during the initial moments of their confrontation. As time progressed, Shisui executed a spatial blockade, delivering a powerful strike that knocked Obito to the ground. Retreating swiftly, Obito realized that Shisui's techniques differed from those of others. For Shisui, however, Obito's space-time ninjutsu was not infallible. Every 5 minutes, Obito would materialize, presenting Shisui with an opportunity to strike. Feeling the impact of Shisui's heavy punch, Obito understood the strength of his opponent and recognized that Shisui was also proficient in space-time ninjutsu, with considerable skill. Doubt began to creep into Obito's mind as he sought to regroup with Zetsu. Shisui, aware of Obito's intent to flee, charged forward but arrived a moment too late. Watching as Obito and Zetsu vanished from sight, frustrated, Shisui waved his hand in anger before returning home. Chapter 42, The Tournament, Part 1, Not far from the battleground. Two figures materialized, Obito and Zetsu. As they emerged, Obito suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, and a somewhat weakened Zetsu quickly supported him, inquiring, "Are you all right, Mr. Madara?" Obito waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was largely unharmed, though the pallor of his face betrayed his condition. Had they not fled swiftly, he would likely have been left behind by Shisui. "Are you all right? If we hadn't escaped quickly, we might have truly fallen victim to that formidable Asura. His mastery of space-time ninjutsu rivals my own. Indeed, Mr. Madara. The chakra emanating from him is akin to what I sensed among the Asura forces last time. Though it seems to possess an additional quality," Zetsu replied. "What shall we do now?" After a moment's contemplation, Obito declared, "It is now evident that this individual is indeed Asura, and judging by his demeanor, he has no intention of negotiating with us, opting instead to engage us in combat. We should return and inform Nagato that negotiations have failed. Let him decide our next course of action." Although Zetsu lacked direct combat prowess, his abilities were unparalleled in certain respects, arguably making him the most formidable in earth-release techniques. Nodding in agreement, Zetsu accompanied Obito back to the hidden rain village. Meanwhile, back at home, Shisui felt a sense of disinterest. He had anticipated encountering a worthy adversary, yet was taken aback by Obito's shameless retreat, which left him somewhat disheartened. In the days that followed, aside from imparting foundational knowledge to the 9 trainees, Shisui significantly enhanced their physical capabilities. The first phase of their training was now complete, and each could now navigate the wooden training dummies with minimal contact. However, Naruto displayed a tendency toward aggression, and during the final trial, he utilized his superior physical attributes and chakra supply to nearly demolish the wooden dummies. Observing Naruto's actions, Shisui found himself at a loss for words. Could he not exhibit a gentler approach like the others? Consequently, Shisui, under the guise of instructive guidance, thoroughly demonstrated to Naruto the meaning of "Why are the flowers so red?" The onlookers were taken aback, while Hinata expressed deep concern, knowing that despite Shisui's treatment of Naruto resembling that of a rag doll, his resilience was evident. Shisui smiled as he helped Naruto to his feet, saying, "In the future, you can certainly break those things, truly." Naruto, gazing at Shisui's smile, couldn't help but shiver slightly and quickly replied, "I won't, Teacher Shisui. I truly won't." Shisui smiled in silence, yet held a considerable admiration for Naruto. Under Shisui's guidance, Naruto shed many of the undesirable habits he exhibited in the original narrative, such as playing pranks to garner attention. Furthermore, as Naruto's living expenses were primarily provided by Shisui, he now enjoyed a more affluent lifestyle, no longer confined to a daily diet of ramen as he was in the original story. The healing water summoned Naruto to his side, as medical chakra gathered in his hands. After half a minute, the bruises on Naruto's body had vanished without a trace. Shisui exhibits profound care for his comrades, fostering a deep bond with each individual. Unlike the original narrative, Sasuke does not relentlessly pursue power, leading to a burgeoning connection with Sakura, resulting in a particularly harmonious relationship between them. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata, as they team up, gradually evolve towards a romantic direction. The others, while maintaining their inherent personalities, have significantly enhanced their abilities compared to their peers. In addition, Shisui frequently brings Sin to join their group, greatly enhancing Sin's joy, given Jisui's demonstrated prowess. Following Obito and Bai's departure, it was decided to temporarily refrain from conflicts with the Asura Army. The Asura Army, endowed with abundant resources, benefits from Jisui's occasional guidance, leading to a substantial increase in their strength. As 3 years swiftly pass, Shisui takes a rare respite during this period. Over these 3 years, the Asura Army has welcomed 22 new quasi-shadow level experts. This includes the later additions of Stars, Zabuza, and 16 original squad leaders who established the Asura Army alongside Shisui, as well as 4 deputy leaders. The shadow-level experts comprise the 3 captains, Ghost Itachi Uchiha, Bluefish, and Mingue, alongside the strategist Wolf and the vice-captain Shadow Tiger. When Shadow Tiger returned with Jisui's orders, he appointed Wolf Uchiha Kazuki as strategist, while Mingue Uchiha assumed the position of captain. In a subsequent battle, Itachi and a teammate found themselves isolated and surrounded. The teammates sacrificed their life to cover Itachi's escape, prompting Itachi to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, thereby solidifying his status among the shadow-level ranks. Jisui appointed the ever-present Hidden Tiger as the vice-captain, while the position of captain was filled by the Phantom Weasel. Thus, the overarching structure of the Asura Army was firmly established. The formal members of the Asura Army are all at least of the elite shinobi rank, fulfilling Jisui's initial aspirations. Now, it has been 57 years since the founding of Konoha. The captain of the Asura Army, Phantom, was tasked with bringing Hakui, Vortex Kagaya, and Jumru to Konoha, where they would engage in a contest with Jisui's students. In the spectator stands of Venue 3, Irika addressed his students, "Have you not always harbored grievances against teacher Jisui? Today, I have brought you here to witness that had you persevered, you might have been among the 12 on the field." After Jisui took 9 students away, he never returned to the academy, leaving Irika in charge. Later, when Jisui joined the Asura Army, he assigned the 9 a mission to defeat all students yet to graduate. Consequently, a large-scale brawl erupted that day at the Konoha Ninja Academy, with everyone being knocked down, including Niji, Tenten, and Lee. To quell the ensuing outrage, Jisui compensated with 1,000,000 ryo. However, the 9 declared that anyone who could defeat them would earn 10,000 ryo, a notion spawned by Jisui himself. Upon hearing this, many sought to challenge the 9, and initially, some managed to prevail and claim the reward. However, those who lost faced severe training at Jisui's hands. Soon, one would fall. Then 2 would fall together, and for the next 2 years, no one dared to challenge them again. Today, with Jisui's 3 students, Hakui, Kagaya, and Jumuru coming forth to confront the 9, nearly all the elite and mid-ranking shinobi in the village gathered. Sarutobi initially intended to intervene, but was opposed by Danzo, ultimately deciding to observe the unfolding events. In the center of the arena stood Shirzue, addressing his 12 students, "You often proclaim your strength. Today, let us ascertain whether the 9 of you are indeed stronger than the 3 of you." Following self-introductions, they were divided into groups. The participants included Mizuki, Kagaya Kimimaro, Vortex Karui, Uchiha Sasuke, Vortex Naruto, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Akimichi Choji. As the 12 introduced themselves, a wave of discussion erupted in the stands. Are you kidding? The Kagaya clan, the Mizuki clan, and the orphan of the Vortex clan are all present. Lord Shirzue must possess remarkable influence. Indeed, each participant exuded formidable chakra, hailing from prestigious backgrounds. You may not know, but Lord Shirzue's Asura Army is currently formidable. Few dare to provoke us. Every nation now treats us from Konoha with utmost respect. Even the once arrogant Kumogakure has softened its stance significantly. Observing the chatter, Shirzue felt a sense of pride, yet a twinge of guilt towards Orochimaru, for had it not been for him, Karui and Kimimaro would have belonged to Orochimaru. Both Kimimaro and Mizuki were part of the Asura Army, while Karui had come on her own. Shirzue happened to be at the Asura Army headquarters that day and took her on as a student. The 12 began drawing lots, leading to the matchups, Naruto versus Kiba, Kimimaro versus Choji, Mizuki versus Ino, Hinata versus Shikamaru, Sasuke versus Karui, Shino versus Sakura. As the matches were drawn, Naruto and Kiba stepped forward while the others retreated. Shirzue called out, Begin. Consequently, Naruto commenced hand signs, exclaiming, multiple shadow clone technique. He conjured hundreds of shadow clones, while Kiba combined with Akamaru, executing Fong over Fong. The two clashed, with Naruto's clones swiftly dissipating into smoke, yet he relentlessly continued to produce more, employing a strategy of sheer numbers. The chakra unleashed in their battle left the spectators in awe. Is this real? In just 3 years, they have grown so formidable. Indeed, they surpass us by leaps and bounds. As Naruto and Kiba continued their fierce exchange, Naruto began forming seals, and Shisui smiled, sensing the conclusion of the contest was near. Sure enough, in the next moment, Naruto sacrificed 3 clones to hold Kiba at bay, while the remaining clones surrounded him. Before long, Naruto emerged victorious, having knocked Kiba unconscious. And with Akamaru lacking direction, he too was swiftly subdued. Shisui stepped forward, declaring, the first match goes to Vortex Naruto. Next, Kimimaro faced Choji. Their battle was intense. After being sent flying by Choji, Kimimaro revealed his body covered in sharp bone spikes. Perhaps due to their contrasting abilities, Choji found it difficult to strike back, ultimately succumbing to Kimimaro's piercing attacks, thus securing victory. Following them were Mizuki and Ino, a thrilling contest that saw Mizuki unleash his bloodline limit, prompting Ino to concede. In the match between Shikamaru and Hinata, they initially engaged in physical combat. Shikamaru, known for his intellect, found himself at a disadvantage, but as the battle unfolded, Hinata fell victim to Shikamaru's shadow mimic technique, leading to her defeat. The penultimate bout featured Sasuke against Karui. For Sasuke, Karui's abilities proved troublesome, no matter his assaults. She would always sense his moves, rendering him at her mercy. As Sasuke's emotions surged, a tomo appeared in his eye, dark and foreboding. During their confrontation, Karui soon realized Sasuke's speed had dramatically increased, making it difficult for her to keep pace, ultimately leading to her defeat as he held a kunai to her neck. The final match pitted Shino against Sakura. Shisui had previously observed Sakura's physical prowess, which was akin to monstrous strength, and within moments, she shattered several of Shino's insect clones. However, as Shino enveloped Sakura with his bugs, Shisui interjected, "Stop. Shino, you have one. Retract your insects," unaware of the bugs on her. Sakura only realized her defeat when one crawled from her sleeve. With a smile, she admitted, "I concede, Shino." To which Shino replied, "You were formidable as well. I merely seized upon a fleeting opportunity." As Shisui observed the two individuals descending, he proclaimed, "Next, the 6 victors shall draw lots." Shortly thereafter, each pair received a number. Shisui announced loudly, Uchiha Sasuke versus Aburame Shino, Uzumaki Naruto versus Nara Shikamaru, Haku versus Kimimaro. Chapter 43, The Contest, Part 2, with Shisui's voice resonating through the arena. A chorus of cheers erupted, so jubilant that, had Shisui not been financially secure, he might have considered charging them a fee for the overwhelming noise. With a bitter smile, Shisui sighed, having known he should have proceeded quietly. He looked at the 6 individuals still present and nodded at them, prompting the first pair, Sasuke and Shin, to take the stage. Begin. As Shisui's voice resonated, Sasuke and Shin took a step back. Sasuke began forming hand seals, while Shin summoned a swarm of insects to surge towards Shisui. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a fireball with a radius of approximately 5 meters erupted from Sasuke's mouth, incinerating the insects and sending them scattering. However, for the insects, the flames were an insurmountable force. After unleashing the great fireball technique, Sasuke immediately engaged in close combat with Shin. Although Shin was an insect user, her taijutsu had also improved significantly under Shisui's training. The sound of their exchanges echoed around the arena, a rhythmic bang 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 filling the air. Sasuke found that he was struggling to gain the upper hand. So he swiftly retreated and began forming seals, shouting internally, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." Instantly, flames resembling ghostly light surged towards Shin, with her body nearly enveloped by insects. She began to fall back. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes transformed, revealing the Sharingan, allowing him to perceive Shin's every movement and anticipate her next step. In a flash, Sasuke leapt forward, deftly utilizing Shuriken to obstruct Shin's actions. Unable to defend herself, she could only watch helplessly as the Shuriken approached. Just then, Shisui waved his hands, causing several Shuriken to halt midair and drop harmlessly in front of Shin. Stepping forward, Shisui announced, "The victor is Uchiha Sasuke." Both combatants were students of Shisui, who wished to prevent any injuries, hence his intervention. Acknowledging the outcome of their match, the two retreated, making way for Naruto and Haku to take the stage. At that moment, Naruto spoke up, "Teacher Shisui, may we fight together? I wish to familiarize myself with team coordination." Shisui observed that the others were also nodding in agreement and smiled as he remarked, "Very well, let us commence." As the four stepped onto the battlefield, Shikamaru found himself confronted with the formidable abilities of Kankuro. He turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, I'll handle Kankuro. You take on Haku." After receiving a nod from Naruto, they separated to engage their respective opponents. Shikamaru skillfully maneuvered Kankuro to a different area and utilized the shadow imitation technique to restrain him. Meanwhile, upon entering the fray, Naruto immediately began to create shadow clones, while Haku retreated, forming hand seals with one hand. Before long, Haku unleashed the demonic mirroring ice crystals technique, and shards of ice began to materialize around him, encasing both Naruto's clones and his original self within. A series of bangs resonated as Naruto's clones were shattered, and Shisui, sensing the commotion, recognized the sound of the clones being destroyed. Undeterred, Naruto continued to produce more clones. However, for Haku, no number of clones would suffice. Within the mirrors, Haku looked at Naruto and declared, "Naruto, concede. If you lack any further techniques, victory will be mine." Though weary, Naruto replied with a smile, "I will not be defeated. My teacher Shisui taught me that one must never give up until the final moment, and I assure you, even at the last second, I will not surrender. This is my ninja way." Unexpectedly, at such a tender age, Naruto has begun to exhibit his own unwavering convictions. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Bai fell silent, merely producing a handful of shuriken, while Naruto seized the opportunity to create shadow clones. As the clones made contact with the shuriken, they dissipated into puffs of white smoke. However, Bai's shuriken did not cease its assault, piercing Naruto and leaving him wounded. Bai gazed at Naruto and declared, "Surrender. You truly have no chance." With an indomitable spirit, Naruto fixed his gaze upon Bai and slowly replied, "I have already stated that I will not concede." He began to channel his chakra, though some of it was sealed away, and his body was largely sustained by sheer willpower. With a mighty shout, he refused to give up, and crimson chakra began to erupt from within him. Outside, Shisui sensed the situation was dire. Indeed, Bai observed as Naruto's red chakra surged forth, shattering his ice shield. Looking back at Naruto, Bai saw the shuriken being forcefully expelled from Naruto's body, his injuries healing instantaneously, and his eyes transforming into a different kind of pupils, causing Bai's complexion to pale. Bai had never encountered such malevolent chakra before, and in an instant, he was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto moved swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Bai flying amidst a shower of shattered ice. In the midst of this turmoil, Shikamaru, who was at a disadvantage, noticed the chakra emanating from Naruto and hurriedly approached, asking, "Naruto, what has happened to you?" However, influenced by the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto could not discern his surroundings, only driven by the desire to eliminate Bai. In a fit of rage, he pushed Shikamaru aside, injuring him in the process. At that moment, witnessing Naruto, who was under the sway of the Nine-Tails chakra, relentlessly attacking Bai, Shisui sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself beside Bai and grasping Naruto's incoming fist. Naruto struggled to break free, and Shisui, recognizing the malevolent influence of the Nine-Tails, activated his Sharingan, glaring intently into Naruto's eyes, and commanded, "Return to your senses." Gradually, the crimson chakra surrounding Naruto began to dissipate, and his body slumped. Shisui cradled both Naruto and Bai, carrying them back to the resting area. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's arm bore the burns inflicted by Naruto's chakra. Shisui instructed Sasuke to bring Shikamaru over to rest alongside Naruto and Bai, weaving his chakra into 3 threads that enveloped the trio. Before long, Shikamaru began to recuperate, and his wounds started to mend. However, while Bai was rendered temporarily incapacitated by the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's body, though largely unscathed, could not endure the overwhelming power of the Nine-Tails chakra, leading to significant after-effects. Thus, only Kinshiki and Sasuke remained as participants in the competition. Given the unforeseen circumstances and seeing his students injured, Shisui felt disinclined to continue organizing the matches. He stepped into the center of the arena and announced loudly, "Today's competition ends here. I did not anticipate the injuries sustained by several participants. Everyone may disperse." Upon hearing Shisui's words, the audience understood and began to leave. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out, proclaiming, "Since the top talents of the 5 great nations are here, and your students are unable to compete, allow me to challenge you, so that our gathering does not end in disappointment." As he gazed into the distance, he realized it was Kakashi. Although Shisui was aware that Kakashi held some grievances against him, he never anticipated such an encounter at this critical juncture. Shisui, feeling somewhat unsettled, turned to Kakashi and asked, "Are you serious, Kakashi-senpai?" Kakashi replied, "Of course, otherwise I would not have stepped forward. Uchiha Shisui, I have long desired to engage in a contest with you. I simply lack the opportunity. How about today?" At this moment, Guy interjected, urging Kakashi, "Kakashi, let us postpone the duel for another day. Allow Shisui to return and care for his students today." Kakashi hesitated at Guy's suggestion, yet upon catching the gaze of the third Hokage, he promptly declared, "No. It must be today. With everyone present, I intend to reclaim my title of genius." Ever since Uchiha Shisui was acknowledged as the foremost genius by the 5 great nations 8 years ago, I have yearned for this confrontation. The water's edge captured Kakashi's gaze directed at Sarutobi, and a cold smile crept into his heart. So that is it. I wondered why the usually composed Kakashi would seek me out at such a crucial moment. With a cold smile, Shisui remarked, "Since Kakashi-senpai possesses such refined tastes, especially today, let us proceed. I am eager to witness the might of the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, famed for his Sharingan and mastery of over 1,000 jutsu." In an instant, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique to arrive at the arena, where Itachi swiftly followed, saying, "Brother Shisui, allow me to take a turn. I, too, am curious to see just how formidable the renowned Kakashi Hitaki truly is." Shisui understood that Itachi cared for him, however. It was clearly not in his nature to refrain from retaliating when confronted. With a smile, Shisui remarked, "Itachi, you should return. I can handle this. I happen to have some pent-up frustration that needs an outlet." Upon finishing his words, Shisui revealed a long-lost smile. Yet, Itachi and the members of the Akatsuki, along with the 12 present, fell silent, silently mourning Kakashi for 3 seconds upon witnessing the smile adorning Jisui's face. Itachi ceased his speech and stepped back. Shisui turned to Kakashi and said, "Come now, Kakashi-sensei. I have long wished to test my skills against yours, and today I finally have the opportunity." Aware of Jisui's formidable strength, Kakashi nodded and began to form hand seals, mentally declaring, "Serpent, Hare, Ox, Ninja Art, Lightning Blade." Instantly, lightning erupted from Kakashi's hand, forming a thrust that surged towards Shisui. However, Shisui stood motionless, and as Kakashi's lightning blade drew near, he swiftly grasped Kakashi's hand and hurled him away with force. Kakashi, as he retreated, placed his palms on the ground, performed a backflip, and landed firmly on his feet. His expression turned grave. He realized that his most prized technique, the lightning blade, was thwarted before it could even be unleashed. In response, Kakashi removed the black cloth from his eyes, revealing a Sharingan that came into Jisui's line of sight. Jisui gazed at Kakashi with a cold smirk and remarked, "Kakashi-senpai, do you intend to confront me using the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan?" The words of Shizukawa incited the ire of the Uchiha clan behind him, who exclaimed with indignation, "Kakashi, how dare you wield the relics of our clan against our own kin? Do you presume that we are without defenders?" Kakashi replied with a chilling demeanor, "These are the eyes of my dear friend Obito. You possess no authority to reclaim them. While it may be somewhat improper to use them against those within the village, I shall exercise caution." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Shisui let out a hearty laugh and exclaimed, "How amusing! Truly amusing. So it turns out that a single 3-tomo Sharingan has bestowed upon you the title of Copy Ninja. Today, allow me to unveil to you the ultimate glory of the Manjiki." In an instant, a windmill-like phenomenon emerged in Shisui's eyes, capturing Kakashi's attention. Internally, Shisui intoned, "Tsukuyami." In that fleeting moment, Kakashi was transported to the realm of Tsukuyami, where his mental fortitude was severely compromised. A mere second later, Kakashi collapsed to the ground. Guy swiftly leapt over to assess the situation and soon discovered that Kakashi was not gravely harmed, though Shisui bore the brunt of the mental strain. In the past 3 years, Shisui has not only mastered Tsukuyami and Amaterasu alongside Itachi, but also attained the complete form of Susanoo. He turned to Kai and said, "Senior Kai, Kakashi-senpai will be fine. He merely needs a month or so to rest." Kai nodded and departed with Kakashi. Shisui gazed at the receding figure of the third Hokage, Sarutobi, feeling that he never intended to inflict such severe harm on Kakashi. However, since it was orchestrated by others, it became rather detestable, even though he had once held a fondness for that character in the original narrative. Chapter 44, Akatsuki vs. Shura, Part 1. Shisui, regaining his composure, paid no heed to the departing crowd, and proceeded to carry the injured individuals to their usual training grounds, where he commenced their treatment. Observing a hint of displeasure on Shisui's face, both Junmaru and Sasuke inquired, "Master Shisui, is your discontent stemming from the recent battle, or is it due to our insufficient strength?" Shisui smiled at the two and remarked, "At your age, you are virtually unmatched. You are not lacking in strength. It's merely that I have some thoughts on my mind, but it's nothing to worry about." Shisui turned to Itachi and said, "Itachi, please take them outside first. I will attend to Naruto and the others." Itachi nodded, leading Sasuke and a few uninjured individuals out. Shisui then addressed the injured, saying, "Naruto, CHG, Haku, Shikamaru. Do you harbor any resentment towards your teacher? If it were not for the competition I organized, you would not have been harmed." Naruto, with his characteristic boisterousness, replied, "Shisui-sensei, how could we? If it weren't for me, Haku and Shikamaru wouldn't have gotten hurt either. Moreover, without you, we would probably be like those students at the Ninja Academy, achieving nothing significant." Shikamaru and the others chimed in, "Sensei, we do not blame you. This time, we wanted to gauge our own strength. Without worthy opponents, we would remain unaware of our shortcomings." Indeed, Haku and CHG quickly added in agreement. As Shisui observed everyone laughing, he too smiled and said, "Very well, no one is to blame. Once I have healed you, we shall indulge in a grand feast, courtesy of our esteemed teacher, to formally welcome you all." Meanwhile, at the Konoha hospital, the third Hokage regarded the recently awakened Kakashi and inquired, "What are your impressions after having tested his strength?" Kakashi weakly replied, "For words suffice to describe it. Unfathomable depth." After hearing this, Sarutobi fell into a moment of silence before responding, "Rest well, Kakashi. I shall return to see you tomorrow." As the third Hokage departed, Kakashi managed a wry smile, pondering that had it not been for the necessity of assessing Shisui's abilities, he would likely not be lying there. Kakashi was acutely aware that Shisui had held back, otherwise, he might have been on the verge of meeting his father once more. In the Rain Country at the Akatsuki headquarters. It had been 3 years since Madara's defeat in Konoha. Nagato's voice resonated among the assembly. "I have decided to remove the looming threat of the Asura Army, ensuring it does not obstruct our plans. Indeed, we must commence preparations at once." Obito chimed in eagerly. Konan appeared hesitant and voiced her concerns to Nagato. "Nagato, do you not think this is somewhat hasty? The Asura's strength is formidable. Even Madara could not gain the upper hand against them. I harbor some apprehensions." Nagato understood that Konan's intentions were rooted in care, yet he remained resolute. "It is prudent to act without delay. Otherwise, our plans may falter." "And how then can we achieve peace?" "My decision is firm. We shall initiate our assault on the Asura Army's headquarters tomorrow." The others nodded in agreement and dispersed to prepare for the impending offensive. At the Asura Army headquarters in the land of Nest, Hiding Tiger expressed to his companions, "I have been feeling a sense of unease lately, wondering if something ominous might occur." Mingue chuckled, "Hiding Tiger, you worry too much. With our current strength, what is there to fear? Unless a coalition of several Kaga-level ninjas were to attack, we have nothing to dread." "Indeed," added Lanyu, "while we may not claim to be the strongest, our might is certainly on par with any major ninja village. Besides, if we truly find ourselves in peril, our captain can arrive within 10 minutes. With him here, what is there to fear?" Though Hiding Tiger felt slightly reassured by their words, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered. He turned to the contemplative Evil Wolf and asked, "What are your thoughts, Evil Wolf?" After a moment of reflection, Evil Wolf replied, "Currently, both our captain and Phantom Squad leader are absent, and many of our elite teams are out on missions, leaving our headquarters quite vulnerable. Perhaps we should consider recalling some of them?" While Hiding Tiger remained apprehensive, he stated, 3 years ago, our captain instructed us to be wary of Akatsuki. Yet they have remained silent thus far. However, my unease persists. I fear they may be plotting an attack against us." Understanding the gravity of Hiding Tiger's feelings, Evil Wolf suggested, "Then let us send word for our members currently on missions in the land of Nest to return post-haste." Hiding Tiger nodded and began making arrangements. Yet still feeling uneasy, he penned a letter to be delivered by the summoning crow, Xiao Fei, to Shisui. He then proceeded to train the reserve members of the Asura Army. In Konoha, upon receiving the letter from Xiao Fei, Shisui opened it and realized that Hiding Tiger's concerns were indeed warranted. He promptly summoned Itachi, saying, "Itachi, I have just received a message from Hiding Tiger. Take a look." Itachi accepted the letter, and after perusing its contents, his expression grew solemn. He turned to Shisui and remarked, "Brother Shisui, I believe hiding Tiger's apprehensions are well-founded. During my ambush, I sensed that those individuals were no ordinary foes. It is highly probable that Akatsuki is scheming. After listening to the conversation, Shisui smiled and said, "Since we have nothing pressing at the moment, why don't we pay a visit to the Akatsuki headquarters?" Upon receiving Itachi's nod of agreement, Shisui waved his hand, and a portal materialized, causing both of them to vanish from their location. 10 minutes later, Shisui and Itachi arrived at the Akatsuki headquarters, where the 4 members of the Hidden Tiger approached to pay their respects. With a smile, Shisui addressed Hidden Tiger, saying, "Your concerns are not without merit. The members of Akatsuki are primarily S-rank rogue ninjas, possessing formidable strength. I have even heard that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, joined Akatsuki after his defection. My lord Shisui, I have already dispatched scouts for reconnaissance. I hope I am merely being overly cautious," Hidden Tiger replied to Shisui. Upon the return of Shisui to the hall, a sense of reassurance enveloped the crowd, even Iin, whose concerns dissipated. To them, as long as Shisui was present, any dilemma could be resolved. The following morning, with a moment of leisure, Shisui engaged in conversation with the seasoned members of the Asura Army. These individuals had been part of the Asura Army for quite some time. Initially, Shisui had led over 50 individuals, and now only 5 had fallen, leaving the remaining members with commendable strength. Although the current roster at the Asura Army headquarters was limited to merely 2 squads, their prowess had significantly surpassed that of the newly established Asura Army. However, at noon, a sudden explosion erupted 10 miles from the Asura Army headquarters. Instantly, Shisui awakened from his rest, murmuring, "It seems that Iin whose concerns have indeed come to pass." Shisui promptly gathered everyone and proclaimed, "Our Asura Army faces yet another challenge. The intruders possess formidable strength. Do you have confidence?" "Yes. Those who dare to challenge the Asura Army shall meet their demise." Roared Iin who? "Those who dare to challenge the Asura Army shall meet their demise. Those who dare to challenge the Asura Army shall meet their demise." Shisui observed the exuberant emotions of the crowd and smiled as he spoke. "The incoming adversaries are formidable, yet we possess great strength as well. Let us make this battle a decisive stand, shall we?" The members of the Asura Army and the recruits shouted in unison, "We are willing to sacrifice ourselves for Lord Shura." With a smile, Shisui turned his gaze towards the direction of the Rain Ninja village and declared, "They're coming." The crowd looked on, witnessing the Akatsuki members clad in blood-red cloaks line up, Pain's 6 Paths, the artistic duo of Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand, the undead pair of Kakuzu and Haiden, as well as Orochimaru and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Kisame. However, there was no sign of Nagato, Konan, Tobi, or Zetsu. Observing their imposing presence, Shisui chuckled. "Where are Mr. Obito, Nagato, Konan, and Zetsu?" The others were taken aback by Shisui's words, astonished that their organization's secrets were so easily divulged. Pain's Devapath responded, "The leader of the Asura Army, Shura, truly lives up to his reputation. However, I am curious as to how you acquired our intelligence. It seems we have never met before." Shisui smiled and said, "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply state your intention." Tian Dao replied, "We aspire to create a world devoid of war, to usher in peace for all." Listening to Tian Dao's fanciful words, Shisui remarked, "Such talk is futile. Let us see the truth through action." Shisui turned and addressed the group. "Itachi, the tasks of dealing with Orochimaru and the one with the shark face fall to you. Orochimaru, as you know, possesses a feeble spirit but can wield illusions. As for the shark-faced one, be wary of the large blade in his grasp, for it has the capacity to absorb chakra for his own use. Hiding in the shadows, Iin who will confront the one wielding a scythe, take care not to allow him to draw your blood, for only by dismembering him can he be defeated. Lan Yu is tasked with handling the short, stout figure. Remember that he is a prodigious puppet master. Ming Goei will face the one resembling a scarecrow. Be sure to kill him multiple times, as he possesses several hearts and employs the secret technique of the Earth's grudge, hiding his life beneath the battlefield with ominous, stirring dark tendrils. Elang will contend with the individual upon the bird's back. Remain cautious of his explosive abilities, for lightning techniques can counteract him." Upon hearing Shisui divulge nearly everyone's weaknesses, the Akatsuki members were left in astonishment, mouths agape. Deidara exclaimed loudly, "What a jest! Even if we are aware of their weaknesses, what difference does it make?" Upon witnessing that his comrades were fully prepared, Shisui let out a resounding battle cry, "Charge!" In an instant, he surged forward towards Pain of the 6 Paths, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. and engage in combat with their adversaries. Shisui formed a hand seal with both hands and declared audibly in his mind, would release. Birth of the deep forest. Instantly, a colossal tree erupted before him, gradually transforming into a vast forest that pierced through the realm of hell. The Hell Path possesses the ability to summon the King of Hell, allowing for the restoration or revival of any injured or deceased pain. Shisui understood that failing to address this threat would complicate matters considerably in the future. Moreover, for every adversary he vanquished, another could be resurrected, creating a truly formidable challenge. Just as the confrontation commenced, one of the 6 paths, the Hell Path, was swiftly eliminated, leaving the remaining paths in a state of shock. In response, the Deva Path bellowed, Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force emanated from Shisui, attempting to propel him away. However, Shisui had anticipated this maneuver from the Deva Path, executing a spatial shift and, with a mere thought, grasping the Kusanagi sword in his hand. As soon as the water barrier emerged, it surged towards the realm of the hungry ghosts. The razor-sharp edge of the grass-clad sword swiftly severed the neck of the wretched spirit, instantly dismembering it. Tragically, both the Hell and Hungry Ghost realms had not even made a move before their fate was sealed. The reason why Shisui chose the realm of the Hungry Ghosts is that the sealing technique of this realm can absorb his own chakra, rendering him incapable of releasing ninjutsu. The remaining 4 realms immediately arranged themselves into formation. The Asura realm advanced to the front to unleash projectiles. The Deva realm positioned itself in the center to provide support. The human realm stood to the left, prepared to make contact with Shisui to extract memories, while the animal realm took its place on the right to summon spirit beasts. With a flourish of his grass pheasant sword, Jisui's eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle as he declared, "Come forth. Let me witness the true might of the 6 paths of pain." Chapter 45, Akatsuki vs. Asura, Part 2. The fierce battle spirit within Shisui was ignited in an instant, filling him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Pain's Deva Path remarked, "This individual possesses formidable strength. Be vigilant." No sooner had Deva Path uttered these words than the Asura Path launched an assault, unleashing a barrage of devastating projectiles towards Shisui. With a swift motion, Shisui evaded the onslaught as flames erupted nearby. He glanced towards the 4 paths and began to recite with a smile, "Zhao Command Huing. Wugo Shuang Shueming. Inan Zhao Bai Ma. Sa Ta Ru Lu Xing." In the next moment, he propelled himself towards the Asura Path. The Beast Path cried out with fervor, "Spirit Summoning Technique." Instantly, 3 colossal spirit beasts charged towards Shisui. Laughing heartily, Shisui shouted, "You wish to compare spirit summoning techniques? Then let us see." With rapid hand seals, he invoked the technique. A resounding bang echoed as a massive raven materialized before the 3 spirit beasts, blocking their path. "Boss, you finally summoned me. I was suffocating in the Ravenwoods." Without a doubt, Shisui knew that this time, it was his little companion who had arrived. Shisui smiled at the little creature and said, "Ah, you can speak now? I leave these 3 spirit beasts in your care. Do exercise caution." The little creature gazed at the trio of spirit beasts with evident disdain, feeling irritated that Shisui had only just realized it could communicate. Previously, it had been unable to speak, but that was merely due to its tender age. With an air of bravado, the little creature declared, "Humph, just watch, boss." As it spoke, it unleashed a series of wind blasts, the sound of bang, bang, bang resonating as it sent the beasts hurtling away, nearly crashing into the 4 behind them. "Divine retribution!" Tian Dao exclaimed, and in an instant, a forceful repulsion sent a massive rhinoceros flying, enveloped in white smoke before vanishing from sight. The little creature, brimming with pride, turned to Shisui and said, "Look, boss. They couldn't withstand a single attack. They're utterly weak." Shisui understood that it wasn't the spirit beasts that were feeble, but rather that the little creature had grown immensely powerful, having devoted the past years to mastering celestial techniques, thus amplifying its strength exponentially. Shisui chuckled, "You are truly formidable." As he spoke, Shisui continued his relentless advance towards the realm of Asura. Given that the eyes of the 4 paths shared a singular perspective, Shisui did not achieve a decisive strike this time. Instead, he merely severed an arm. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to render the Asura nearly incapacitated. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Deidara was engaged in combat with the vicious wolf. Whenever Deidara's explosive clay drew near, the wolf would counter with lightning techniques, leaving Deidara in a fit of rage. Soaring through the air without descent, opposite the hidden tiger, Haiden found himself in a dire predicament. his blood cloud robe tattered and torn, indicating he was being thoroughly overpowered. Haiden's reckless behavior had relied on his immortality, but against an opponent of the shadow level like the Hidden Tiger, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Across from the Grim Ghost, there were merely 3 dark creatures, alongside Kakuzu himself, signifying that Kakuzu had been vanquished by the Grim Ghost twice. However, Kakuzu's prowess remained commendable. In the clash between Blue Fish and Scorpion, numerous puppet fragments littered the ground, and Blue Fish's aura was visibly unstable, suggesting he had sustained injuries. Yet, restraining Scorpion was still manageable. Only the battle involving Itachi, Orochimaru, and Kisame raged on with fervent intensity. Orochimaru's grotesque form was severed into pieces by Itachi. Yet he remained animated and vigorous. In contrast, Kisame, who was embroiled in the primary confrontation with Itachi, bore several marks left by Itachi. But they were swiftly mended by his healing abilities, enabling him to maintain his full combat capacity. After sensing the water's resistance, Shisui engaged in combat with the Heavenly Path, utilizing the repulsion to soar into the sky. In an instant, he severed the great bird summoned by the beast path and addressed the small creature, saying, "Little one, go and bring down that white bird for me." The small creature pouted, flapped its wings vigorously, and darted towards Deidara. Shisui alighted upon the head of the 3-headed dog, applying force with his feet to firmly embed it into the ground. Among the remaining 4 paths, only the Heavenly Path posed a considerable challenge, granting Shisui a sense of reassurance. He then recited the verses of Xia Kuxing, 10 steps to slay a man, no trace left for 1,000 miles. Once the matter is settled, I brush off my robe and conceal my name and form. As he chanted, Shisui soared toward the beast path, approaching with astonishing speed and cleaving it in 2. The Heavenly Path, realizing the situation, erupted in fury, bellowing, "Universal attraction." A force tugged at Shisui, pulling him forward. However, for Shisui, this presented an opportunity to draw near to the human path. With a decisive step, he charged toward the human path. The Heavenly Path, caught off guard, did not anticipate that Shisui would utilize its own gravitational pull to advance. In a desperate attempt to impede him, the Heavenly Path wielded a black iron rod. Yet, with a swift motion of his grass pheasant sword, Shisui severed the iron rod with a resonant clang, simultaneously piercing the body of the human path with his left-handed chakra knife. Shisui turned to the Heavenly Path with a sly smile and remarked, "You are incapable." Heavenly Path pain. Upon hearing Jishui's words, the Heavenly Path was filled with fury, swiftly advancing to eliminate the nearly incapacitated Asura path. Then, he declared, "Now, let's see you try again, Asura." Jishui recognized that this was Nagato's wrath, yet remained unperturbed, declaring, "Let us see what you can do. I fear you not." Tendo clasped his hands together, then unleashed a dark sphere, exclaiming, "Heavenly Explosion Star." Instantly, stones from the ground ascended into the air, beginning to coalesce into a colossal orb. Jishui's expression turned grave, understanding that this was the formidable sealing technique utilized in the original narrative to seal Kaguya Akatsuki, previously employed by Pain during the devastation of Konoha to prepare for the sealing of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, the reincarnated Nagato had also wielded this technique against Itachi and Naruto, only to be thwarted. Thus, Jishui formed hand seals and intoned, "Super Wind Release, Laser Beam." A series of explosive sounds erupted, boom, 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 as a tremendous wind release laser surged forth from Jishui's hands. This was an enhanced version of his self-created technique. Upon contact with the celestial sphere above, a succession of resounding blasts echoed, bang, 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 as the orb conjured by the Heavenly Explosion Star began to disintegrate, slowly descending from the sky. At this moment, Jishui discerned the frailty of the Heavenly Path. In an instant, his figure shifted, and the Kusanagi sword materialized before the body of the Heavenly Path. With a swift motion, the body of the Heavenly Path was severed. Meanwhile, in the distance, Nagato, severely wounded, expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling significantly. After Jishui resolved the conflict with Pain's 6 paths, he directly joined the fray alongside Blue Fish and Scorpion. The Zetsu sword in his hand swiftly clashed with Scorpion's puppets, shattering them effortlessly, leaving only Scorpion's true form. Jishui instructed Blue Fish to retreat as he engaged in battle with Scorpion. However, deprived of his puppets, Scorpion's combat prowess dwindled. Just as Scorpion was about to summon a puppet crafted by the third Kazekage, Jishui's hand pierced through Scorpion's body, retrieving a scroll inscribed with the character Scorpion in bold letters, which he then tossed to Blue Fish. The water-stopping device remarked, "Take good care of it. This is indeed a valuable item." After Shisui dealt with the scorpion, he instantly teleported beside Kakuzu. With a swift stroke of the Kusanagi sword, he cleaved through several dark creatures, shattering their masks in an instant. Just as Shisui was about to eliminate Kakuzu, he sensed an ominous presence looming behind him. With a playful smile, Shizuki remarked, "Even the renowned Mr. Man resorts to sneak attacks?" In response to Shizuki's teasing, Obito remained silent and swiftly drew Kakuzu into his own dimension. Observing the vanishing figures of Kakuzu and Obito, Shizuki felt a sense of helplessness. However, upon noticing that battles raged on in other arenas, he disregarded any conversation with the specters and immediately joined the fray alongside Haiden and H-Ki. With a swift motion of the Kusanagi sword, he severed Haiden's head, holding it aloft in his grasp. Yet, Haiden remained unabashedly defiant, proclaiming, "The Lord of Evil Gods will not spare you." Shisui gazed at the speaker's head, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Whether your malevolent deity shows me mercy, I cannot say, but I shall certainly show you none." With that, the kaleidoscope materialized instantly, and he shouted, "Amaterasu." In an instant, black flames enveloped Fadewan's body, while the severed head in Jishui's grasp let out a pain scream. Just as he was about to join Itachi, Orochimaru, and Kisame in their battle, he realized that the two had vanished without a trace, leaving only Itachi, who stood there, panting heavily. As the battle concluded, Shisui called back the small creature, only to find it clutching an arm in its mouth. Unexpectedly, before the confrontation between Gaara and Deidara had even commenced, the little one had already retrieved Deidara's severed limb. Itachi and the others approached Shisui, their faces illuminated with joyous smiles. They understood that this skirmish had not only resulted in no loss of combat strength, but had also left Haiden and Pain's six paths stranded here. However, Shisui realized that upon their return, Nagato could easily recreate the six paths, thus Akatsuki had merely suffered the loss of the foolish Haiden and Deidara's arm. Regardless, this clash with Akatsuki ended in triumph. Shisui proclaimed loudly, "In this battle, we have emerged victorious." A chorus of cheers erupted, and Shisui beamed with joy, relishing the exhilarating fight. At that moment, Itachi suddenly collapsed. Shisui quickly caught him and, after a brief examination, discovered that Itachi was simply exhausted. Shisui carried Itachi back to the somewhat damaged headquarters of the Asura Army. That evening, a celebration was held, with all members joyfully singing. Yet, for Shisui, there lingered a tinge of regret. During the battle, he had not completed reciting Li Bai Xia Kuxing, missing the opportunity to fully embellish his bravado. Regret aside, Shisui reveled in the day's exhilarating combat, which ignited an insatiable desire for battle within him. Consequently, he began to seek out fights everywhere, leading to a budding friendship with Kurabi, but that is a tale for another time. The following day at the Akatsuki headquarters in the Land of Rain, the participants of the recent battle convened. Nagato's expression was grim. The destruction of the Deva path had left him vulnerable to injury during the fight. Gazing at the group, he spoke, "We return empty-handed, having lost Haiden and with Deidara down an arm. Let us discuss our future stance towards the Asura Army." Obito was the first to respond, suggesting, "Unless it's a matter of life and death, we should avoid confrontations with the Asura Army whenever possible." "I concur. I second that." Agreed. The consensus was reached, and Nagato fell silent, aware that this had been Akatsuki's most significant loss since its inception. Yet, they felt no sorrow for Haiden's demise, his personality having been rather unlikable. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained unfazed. Having never intended to participate in this battle, he discreetly began to leave the Land of Rain, resulting in Akatsuki losing yet another formidable member. Unbeknownst to Shisui, Orochimaru's defection from Akatsuki was of little concern to him, as he was preoccupied with contemplating where his next fight might take place. Jisui muttered to himself, pondering, "Where should I go? Should I seek out that old man, that Tsuchikage, for a duel? Alas, perhaps that is best left alone. His prowess is commendable, and his dust-release techniques are rather perilous. Or perhaps I could engage in battle with Arakage. His strength is formidable, and he has the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, at his side. Yes, I shall journey to the Land of Lightning." Just then, a messenger from the Hidden Tiger arrived, addressing Jisui, "Lord Jisui, the third Hokage requests your presence. He mentions that emissaries from the Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water and the Hidden Grass Village of the Land of Grass seek your counsel regarding matters concerning Haku, Kimimaro, and Karen." Upon hearing this, Jisui chuckled and remarked, "I was just lamenting my lack of destination." Let us go and see who possesses such audacity to demand a person from me. Chapter 46. The Daring Spirit of Shisui. Shisui now finds himself in a predicament, unable to find a place to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, the villagers of Wu In and Chao In have begun to pick a quarrel with him. Observing this discord, Inhu cannot help but offer a silent prayer for the two villages. Shisui smiled as he gazed towards the direction of Konoha and said to Inhu, I am returning to Konoha. Should anything arise, have Xiao Fei inform me. Inhu respectfully replied, Indeed, Lord Shisui. Though I believe the Akatsuki organization will remain quiet for some time. Shisui nodded slightly, waving his left hand, causing ripples in the space. And he vanished from his original spot. In the Land of Fire, within the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi smiled and reassured, Rest assured. I have already notified Uchiha Shisui, and I believe he will arrive shortly. Sarutobi, being a proponent of peace, devoted his life to fostering harmonious relations with other villages. However, contrary to his intentions, the second and third great ninja wars erupted during his tenure, neither of which he instigated. Consequently, the village suffered immense losses. And Sarutobi was ultimately forced out of office by Danzo, paving the way for the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was not until the Nine Tails incident that the fourth perished, allowing Sarutobi to return to leadership. Thus, Sarutobi was now resolute in avoiding any further conflict. Yet, his pacifistic demeanor inadvertently projected an image of weakness to the envoys from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Grass villages, emboldening their arrogance. The envoy from the Hidden Grass village declared loudly, I care not how Uzumaki Karen was brought to the leaf by Uchiha Shisui. Nor do I concern myself with whether she came willingly. I demand that you, Hokage, provide an explanation so that I may take Uzumaki Karen back. The envoy's demeanor was quite abrasive, prompting Sarutobi to respond with a forced smile, despite his inner discontent. Rest assured. We in the Leaf will certainly provide you with an explanation. Hearing Sarutobi's reply, the envoy from the Hidden Grass temporarily softened his stance. However, the envoy from the Hidden Mist had only just begun. With a smile, the envoy from the Hidden Mist addressed Sarutobi, Hokage, the Mizukage sends her regards. After Sarutobi nodded, the envoy continued, Hokage, I am Ao from the Hidden Mist. We have come not for any other purpose than to retrieve members of the Mizumizu clan and the Kagaya clan from our village. You are aware of the significance of these bloodline limits to our village. Thus, the Mizukage has instructed me to ensure their return. Sarutobi acknowledged, I understand. This matter has been decided by Uchiha Shisui, and as you may know, the power of Asura Army is formidable. I hope you can engage him in a constructive dialogue to resolve this peacefully, if you will. Ao was certainly aware of the Asura Army's prowess. Yet he was unaware that Shisui was its leader. He smiled and replied, Indeed, we are in a period of national development, and none of us wish for another war to erupt. Just as Ao finished speaking, the envoy from the Hidden Grass interjected, Peaceful resolution? How absurd. Our village is not one of the 5 great hidden villages. Without the support of the Land of Water, how could we possibly reclaim Uzumaki Karen? This is preposterous. He proclaimed loudly, Regardless, we require an explanation now, as Uzumaki Karen was once a member of our village and must be returned to us. Moreover, Mizumizu Bai and Kagaya Kimimaro are both from the Land of Water and cannot be entrusted to you. The Leaf. The envoy from the Hidden Grass realized that without involving the Hidden Mist, he might indeed return empty-handed. At that moment, a voice pierced through the tension. Oh? Since when has the diminutive Hidden Grass village dared to cause a ruckus in the Leaf? Such audacity is akin to a toad yawning. Jisui's figure suddenly materialized in the Hokage's office. Who are you to burst in unannounced? The envoy from the Hidden Grass exclaimed, startled. Observing the unfolding situation, Ao quickly refrained from speaking, opting to stand silently by, contemplating whether to let the envoy from the Hidden Grass test the waters first. Before Shisui had a chance to speak, Sarutobi immediately stepped forward with a smile and said, This is Uchiha Shisui of Konoha, the leader of the Asura Army. Upon hearing Sarutobi's introduction, the two envoys scrutinized Shisui, inwardly marveling at his youth. Aoi, possessing a more composed demeanor, nodded with a smile upon seeing the young Shisui. However, the envoy from the Grass Village exhibited a contrasting attitude. So you are Uchiha Shisui, the leader of the Asura Army? You don't seem all that impressive, just a young lad without a single hair on his chin. How amusing it is that someone so juvenile commands such a renowned force. Could it be that in recent years, our Grass Village has failed to send forth formidable individuals, allowing the Asura Army to gain such notoriety? Haha. The Grass envoy mocked, bursting into laughter. After listening to the exchange, Shisui did not respond with anger, but rather smiled and said, "It is merely the flattery of others. I am not as formidable as they claim." Upon hearing Shisui's response, Sarutobi thought to himself, "This is peculiar. The usually boastful Uchiha Shisui is actually showing humility. Something is amiss." Of course, Sarutobi would not voice these thoughts to the Grass Village envoy. He stood silently by, curious to see what trick Shisui would conjure this time. The Grass Village envoy, emboldened by Shisui's reply, assumed Sarutobi had subdued him, and thus spoke brazenly. "The younger generation indeed possesses self-awareness, knowing when to yield. Very well. I am here to inform you that we demand the return of the Uzumaki K-Rin. What say you?" Sarutobi felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the envoy's reckless attitude. After all, this individual had just displayed such arrogance, and it would be even more gratifying if Shisui could teach him a lesson. Ha! Shisui laughed heartily and then turned to Sarutobi, saying, "It has been many years since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner, and to receive this treatment today is quite delightful indeed." The words of Shisui caused Sarutobi to furrow his brow. Although Shisui had previously demonstrated formidable strength, he had always shown a modicum of respect towards the elder, even if only superficially. However, today's actions left Sarutobi profoundly shaken. As he pondered this unexpected shift, Shisui sprang into action, teleporting in an instant. With his right hand, he seized the grass-hidden village envoy by the neck, lifting him effortlessly and coldly stating, "What are you, to dare act so insolently before me? You wish to know my feelings? Allow me to enlighten you. A wretch like you has the audacity to belittle my Asura Army. To speak frankly, you are not even worthy to serve as their Shushai. A mere Jainin like you could be effortlessly dispatched 10 times over by any member of my Asura Army." Humph. The grass-hidden envoy, grasped firmly by the neck, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, fear gripping his heart as he had not even perceived Shisui's movements. Yet, having seen his share of the world, he coughed and declared, "Uchiha Shisui, do you dare display such arrogance before the Hokage? Do you truly intend to slay an envoy from an allied village?" Shisui chuckled softly, applying a slight pressure with his right hand, causing the grass concealment envoy to struggle with a flushed face and bulging veins. However, no matter how he thrashed about, Jisui's grip was as unyielding as a vice, rendering him immobile. Seeing that Jisui merely restrained him without taking his life, Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief and addressed Jisui, "Jisui, release him. There is no need for anger." The water's edge cast a cold glance at Sarutobi, contemplating that were it not for the Uchiha clan's stronghold still residing in Konoha, he would not extend such courtesy to this old man. He had yet to settle the score with Kakashi regarding the last incident where he had been sent to probe his abilities. Jisui nodded slightly and cast the grass-hidden envoy to the ground, coldly declaring, "This is a warning. There shall be no next time. Otherwise, the existence of Grass-Hidden Village would be rendered unnecessary." Upon witnessing Jisui's action, the Grass-Hidden envoy breathed a sigh of relief. For had it not been for Sarutobi's intercession, he might have found himself facing the wrath of Amaterasu. The envoy hurriedly nodded. His earlier arrogance completely vanished. Ching stepped forward and addressed Jisui, saying, "Esteemed Jisui, greetings. I am Ching from the Mist Village. I have come on behalf of Lord 5th Mizukage, with the express purpose of bringing back Suigetsu and Kagaya Kuinmaru." Shizwater gazed at the figure before him, recognizing the individual who served as the intelligence commander during the Fourth Shinobi World War. This was the same person who first discerned Danzo's intention to employ the Koto Amatsukami during the Five Kage Summit. Shizwater held a considerable admiration for this individual. Jisui smiled and said, "It is impossible for you to take them back. After all, did not your clan, the Kagaya, annihilate my people? Furthermore, Mizuki Bai was not found within your nation. Therefore, let this matter conclude here, with no room for negotiation." Upon witnessing Jisui's unwavering stance, Qingshi felt a twinge of fear from the display of power just exhibited. Nevertheless, the mission for the village was paramount. Thus, Qingshi addressed Jisui, "I implore you to reconsider. After all, to oppose the Hidden Mist Village for the sake of these two individuals is not a decision I believe you would take lightly." Listening to Qingshi's words, Jisui chuckled, disregarding Sarutobi's presence and the location they occupied. He exuded an overwhelming aura, sneering as he proclaimed, "I, Uchiha Shisui, regardless of the strength of my adversaries or their formidable factions, will never relinquish my people to you. Do not presume that the mere presence of the Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water, combined with the modest Hidden Grass Village, can intimidate me. If you wish to claim anyone from my grasp, you must demonstrate your might." Otherwise, it would be prudent to remain silent. At that moment, Jishui emanated an air of supremacy that rendered all present feeling as if they were beneath him, impervious to any challenger, no matter how powerful. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi, though an established powerhouse, felt minuscule in the face of Jishui's imposing presence, akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain. Sarutobi's heart quaked, initially. He had sent Kakashi to gauge Jishui's strength, which had already been formidable. However, it now became evident that he had underestimated the situation. Had Jishui unleashed his full power then, Kakashi would likely have been obliterated in an instant. Sarutobi addressed Jishui, "Jishui, please compose yourself. We are in the Leaf Village." As Shisui observed the speech of Sarutobi, he internally acknowledged that the words of Sarutobi served as a reminder not to forget whose territory he was currently within. Though Shisui harbored a sense of disdain, he nonetheless retracted his imposing aura. He turned to the representatives of the Grass Village and stated, "Return and inform your Lord Hokage that we shall not surrender any individuals to you. If you wish to sever ties with the Akatsuki, that is feasible. But you must send me the formal documentation. Otherwise, any of your kin who cross paths with the Akatsuki henceforth shall not be met with kindness." The Akatsuki had extended its operations to every nation beyond the Land of Rain, thus both villages maintained relations with the organization. Qing recognized that this mission had resulted in utter failure, yet found himself powerless to alter the situation, merely nodding with a grim expression. Conversely, the Grass Village envoy felt as though a great weight had been lifted. He had long desired to depart, and, seizing this opportunity, exclaimed, "Rest assured. I shall relay your message. Farewell." With that, he and Qing left Konoha, journeying back to their homeland. Turning to Sarutobi, Shisui remarked, "Lord Hokage, there is no need for further petty maneuvers. It is beneath your dignity." With that, Shisui prepared to depart, but suddenly turned back to Sarutobi and added, By the way, Lord Hokage, there are still 2 years remaining of the 5-year period." Chapter 47. The first encounter with Jiraiya as he watched Shisui leave, the third Hokage. Sarutobi was incensed, his eyes wide with fury as he swept the documents from his desk to the floor, exclaiming, "Uchiha Shisui, you go too far." After his outburst, he seated himself once more, deep in contemplation. Shisui's actions today had served as a significant warning, whereas previously, discontent had led to caution. Now it seemed Shisui regarded him with disdain. Sarutobi murmured to himself, "It appears the time has come to summon Jiraiya back. And I can no longer entrust Naruto to the dangerous Uchiha Shisui." Rising, he retrieved a scroll and began composing a letter to Jiraiya, contemplating whether it was time to revoke some of Shisui's privileges. Before long, a messenger bird soared from Sarutobi's office. After exiting the Hokage's office, Shisui made his way to the training grounds of the 12, reflecting on the events that transpired within the Hokage's office. He felt no sense of wrongdoing, after all. The world of the Hokage was one governed by the strong, where the weak bowed in submission. In times past, when his strength paled in comparison to Sarutobi's, he had been threatened by the Sannin and hunted by Danzo's subordinates. Now, having grown stronger and acquired the power to traverse the ninja realm, he still found himself tested by Sarutobi sending Kakashi to gauge his abilities. The dam has reached its breaking point, which is why the recent scene unfolded as it did. As Shisui arrived at the training ground, he beheld Sasuke engaged in a fierce battle with Kimimaro. One was employing ninjutsu for offense, while the other countered with his bloodline limit, resulting in a truly spectacular clash. Observing their intense duel, it was evident that neither was able to gain the upper hand for the moment. The others, who were taking a break, were elated to see Shisui and exclaimed joyfully, "Shisui-sensei." Shisui smiled and nodded, saying, "No need for such formality. Have you all been practicing diligently?" "Of course we have, Shisui-sensei." Naruto was the first to respond. The others quickly nodded in agreement, anxious that any delay might lead Shisui to believe they had not been training earnestly, which would certainly spell disaster for them. Jisui observed their demeanor and burst into hearty laughter, calling out to Sasuke and Kimimaro, "Cease your skirmish, let us pause and converse for a while." Sasuke and Kimimaro immediately halted, approaching to join the others in a circle, their gazes fixed upon Jisui. Jisui smiled and remarked, "Relax today. I merely wish to inquire if any of you possess dreams. Over the past few years, your cultivation has indeed shown considerable progress. However, that alone is insufficient. When I was younger than you, I had already commenced undertaking missions. Furthermore, true strength is not merely a product of training, it is forged through relentless battles. Through engaging with foes and emerging victorious from the crucible of combat. Upon reaching this point, Shisui noticed that the crowd appeared somewhat perplexed by the implications of his words. Shisui gazed at the 9 young ninjas from Konoha and continued, I am preparing to apply for your graduation exams, allowing you to leave the Ninja Academy ahead of schedule. Therefore, today I shall impart to you the final lesson before your ascent as ninjas. Upon hearing Shisui's words, the 9 felt a twinge of reluctance, especially Naruto. Over the past 3 years, Shisui had not only guided them in their training, but had also instilled in Naruto a profound sense of affection akin to love. Consequently, tears nearly brimmed in Naruto's eyes. Fortunately, Hinata, seated beside him, grasped his hand, helping him to hold back his emotions. Shisui gazed upon everyone and spoke, I have trained you for 3 years, and during this time, each of you has surpassed your peers at school by a considerable margin. It pains me to see you embark on missions as genin so soon. Yet I must remind you that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse possess no true resilience. Without experiencing the crucible of real battle, you shall forever remain as children who have not matured. Observing the earnest expressions on your faces, Shisui continued, before you can truly become ninjas, I hope you will establish your own goals and embrace your own philosophies. So, what exactly is a philosophy? Shisui inquired. Yet none could provide an answer. He continued, stating, Ideals represent an individual's life aspirations, the endeavors you deem essential throughout your existence. For instance, Naruto. Your ambition to become Hokage and gain the acknowledgement of others is commendable. However, I urge you to remember that it is not by becoming Hokage that you earn this recognition, but rather through earning the esteem of others that you may attain the title of Hokage. At times, you may adhere stubbornly to your convictions. Yet I hope you can cultivate the ability to objectively discern right from wrong, ensuring that your actions do not jeopardize your comrades. Shisui directed his gaze towards Naruto, who nodded thoughtfully, appearing to grasp the essence of his words, while the others pondered Jisui's insights. Shisui then addressed the group. I have a few recommendations for you. Shikamaru ought to abandon his lethargy should your teammates find themselves in peril. Your inaction will render you powerless. Hinata must strive to cultivate resilience, seeking solutions to challenges, for timidity will not resolve any issues. Sakura, consider delving into the realm of medical ninjutsu. Should the opportunity arise, you might study under Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to master healing techniques. Kiba should endeavor to enhance his imagination by exploring the combat strategies of various animals. As for Shino, I suggest researching formidable insects, either for their combat prowess or toxicity. I also hope you can enhance your presence. Ino and Choji would benefit from seeking guidance from the distinguished members of their respective clans regarding your secret techniques. Lastly, Sasuke, it is imperative for you to venture into the world beyond. Only by recognizing the true nature of existence can you hope to elevate yourself. Jisui, having expressed all he wished to convey to the 9 individuals, then declared, You may return. I shall arrange for someone to facilitate your graduation examinations. Once the 9 had departed, Jisui turned to the trio of Junmaru, smiling as he said, Come with me. The 3 followed Jisui to a cave nestled in the mountains. He produced 3 vials, offering one to each of them, and said, Drink this. It will be beneficial for your health, especially for you, Junmaru. Your family carries a hereditary ailment that significantly impacts your well-being. After consuming this, I believe you will experience delightful surprises. The trio uncorked the vials and drank the contents, immediately feeling a sensation coursing through their bodies that was both invigorating and pleasurable. Observing the expressions of enjoyment on their faces, Jisui chuckled softly. This concoction was crafted from his own blood, infused with a portion of would release vitality, which was exceptionally compatible with their physiques. Before long, Jisui examined their conditions and discovered that Junmaru's affliction was beginning to dissipate, while the other 2 exhibited enhanced physical strength. Noticing the astonished looks directed at him, Jisui adopted a serious demeanor and proclaimed, Junmaru, Kagaya, and K-Rin, I wish to take you as my disciples today. What say you? Understanding the distinction between students and disciples, where students merely learn from a teacher, while disciples inherit their master's legacy, the 3 immediately knelt before Jisui, respectfully proclaiming, Kagaya Junmaru, Mizuki Bai. Uzumaki K-Rin, pay our respects to the master. They then bowed their heads in reverence. Jisui smiled as he helped the 3 to their feet, saying, My intention has been steadfast for quite some time. I hold great expectations for each of you. Henceforth, I shall begin to discern the path of your cultivation. Master, we, too, have harbored this thought for quite a while. Throughout our years in the Asura Army, we have been deeply grateful for the care bestowed upon us by you and the various captains. We regard the Asura Army as our true home. However, Shisui interrupted the conversation among the three, aware that their past years had been fraught with hardship. Even in their homes, Bai's parents had succumbed to his unknowing actions. Junmaru had been regarded as a mere tool by his family upon awakening his bloodline limit. As for Kaguya, her homeland had long been annihilated, forcing her and her parents into a life of wandering. After the demise of her parents, her situation worsened, leading her to the Asura Army headquarters, where she was taken in by Shisui. I understand that from this day forth, I shall be your family, Shisui declared. Today, you shall examine these 3 scrolls and subsequently decide what you wish to learn. He presented them with 3 scrolls, one detailing an enhanced form of monstrous strength, another concerning spatial dimensions, and the last outlining the structure and developmental pathways of the human skeletal system. Upon receiving the scrolls, the 3 smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, and Shisui felt a profound joy in his ability to alter their destinies. The decision made by Shisui established the formidable trio of the Asura leaders, whose names reverberated throughout the shinobi world: Kaguya Maru, the Bone Asura, Mizuki Haku, the Ice Asura, and Uzumaki Karen, the Blood Asura, whose renown rivaled that of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Later accounts of the Great Ninja War reveal that during the Fourth Shinobi World War, these 3 Asura combined their powers to decimate an enemy force of 30,000, thereby shaping the course of the conflict. However, that is a tale for another time. In the autumn of Konoha's 57th year, 9 students, including the 9-year-old Shisui Uchiha, collectively applied for their graduation examination, creating quite a stir. Meanwhile, Shisui quietly accompanied Sin, their bond growing ever stronger. The two sat beneath the large tree at the orphanage, enjoying the shade and sharing laughter. Did you know that Naruto and the others are all participating in the graduation exam today? Sin inquired with a smile. Oh, so soon? I thought it would be a few days before they could, Shisui replied, leaning against Sin's thigh, playfully rubbing his head against her leg. Sin felt a tickle and, chuckling, held Shisui's head, saying, "Stop it. The little ones are watching." It's fine," Shisui responded with a mischievous grin. At that moment, Shisui sensed someone observing him from a distance near the orphanage. Instantly, he released his chakra, detecting a strong chakra presence nearby. Sitting upright, he turned to Sun and said, "We have a visitor. Stay here and be good. I'll go take a look." With that, Shisui vanished in a flash, appearing beside a tall man. The stranger wore a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil, his long white hair cascading down to his waist. Beneath his eyes, a red mark gleamed, and he donned a red outer garment, wooden clogs on his feet, and armor-like gear on his arms. As Shisui assessed his counterpart, the latter was equally scrutinizing him. Suddenly, Shisui smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Lord Jiraiya." Chapter 48. Jiraiya's warning. "Oh, you recognize me?" Jiraiya inquired with a grin. Upon encountering Jiraiya for the first time, Shisui felt a flutter of excitement within. With a smile, Shisui addressed Jiraiya. "I have heard of you. The esteemed Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and the only sage since the first Hokage. You possess an extraordinary chakra. To think that such a revelation would unveil my identity. Ha ha ha. Even a small boy with a smile is so powerful?" Jiraiya chuckled in response. While watching Naruto, Shisui reflects that although this old man is quite lecherous, it cannot be denied that he is an extraordinary ninja. Not only did he mentor Nagato and his companions, but he also trained the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The subsequent transformation brought about by Naruto has profoundly altered the world of Hokage. As Shisui contemplated, he turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Lord Jiraiya, as a wanderer who roams freely, what brings you back to Konoha this time?" Jiraiya responded with a smile. "It is precisely because I have been away for so long that some unsavory elements have begun to stir in the village. Moreover, with Master Saratobi's health declining of late, I was summoned to return and take a look. I never anticipated such significant changes upon my return. Indeed, it is time for Lord Jiraiya to return and see for himself. By the way, I wonder if you would be interested in witnessing today's graduation examination for Naruto and the others?" Shisui remarked with a grin. Curiously, Jiraiya asked Naruto, "Isn't that child only 9 years old? Shouldn't he be attending the Ninja Academy at this age? Just follow me, Lord Jiraiya." Shisui replied with a smile. And with a wave of his hand, a spatial distortion occurred, transporting Shisui and Jiraiya to the 3rd examination venue. Upon witnessing how effortlessly Shisui had brought him here, Jiraiya felt an increasing weight of concern. His return was meant to serve as a deterrent against Shisui. Yet the display of power exhibited by Shisui caused Jiraiya's heart to sink heavily. With a smile, Shisui addressed Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya. Today there are a total of 9 applicants for the graduation exam. Among them is Naruto, who possesses commendable strength compared to the other 8. You must pay close attention. Jiraiya, however, remained absorbed in his earlier thoughts, choosing not to respond as he focused his gaze on the center of the third arena. In the center of the third arena, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other 7 lined up, facing Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, who stood with 9 capable Nin behind him. Asuma announced, "This graduation exam has been entrusted to me, Sarutobi Asuma, a Jonin of Konoha. The rules are simple. Defeat one of the Nin behind me or endure against them for 10 minutes to qualify." Upon hearing this, Naruto and his companions nodded in agreement. Such an examination posed no significant challenge for them. Generally, the Nin would not exert their full strength during these tests, ensuring the safety of the participants. Consequently, every candidate appeared relaxed, as failing to overcome these Nin would be an embarrassment for their teacher, Shisui. Asuma, observing the eagerness of the 9, declared, "All right, the preliminary graduation exam of the year 57 commences now. First up, Akimichi Choji." Upon hearing Choji's name, the other 8 encouraged him. "Go for it, Choji." Choji, encouraged by his friends, grinned and assured them, "Don't worry." He stepped forward to greet one of the Nin behind Asuma, signaling readiness to begin. In an instant, Choji retreated and shouted, "Human bullet tank." His body transformed into a rolling sphere, charging towards the Nin. Acknowledging the impending threat, the Nin swiftly sidestepped, but Choji's momentum redirected towards him. Realizing evasion was futile, the Nin began forming hand seals, exclaiming, "Wind release, gale palm." A powerful gust halted Choji's approach, but at that moment, Choji called out, exploiting the opening, partial expansion jutsu. Suddenly, his arms enlarged, delivering a tremendous blow that sent the Nin flying, leaving him spitting blood. Witnessing the injuries inflicted by Choji, Asuma promptly declared, "Akimichi Choji, qualified." Choji ceased his attack, beaming, "Yay, I passed." As the others observed Choji's swift victory, their confidence surged. Next up was Sakura, who, upon entering the arena, struck the ground with her fist, causing it to collapse. The Nin, taken aback by the immense power within such a small figure, was swiftly knocked aside by Sakura's punch, and that was the end of the confrontation. Before Asuma could react, the battle concluded. The remaining 8, witnessing Sakura's formidable strike, quickly distanced themselves from her. After all, if Sakura's punch connected with them, survival would be questionable. Clearing his throat, Asuma announced with a hint of exasperation, "Haruno Sakura, qualified." Meanwhile, Jiraiya remarked to Shisui from the stands, "Seeing this little girl reminds me of a friend. She is just like her." With a smile, Shisui remarked, "It must be Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Only her extraordinary strength could yield such results. Indeed, it brings back fond memories," Jiraiya said with a nostalgic expression. Shisui continued, "In that case, why not invite Lady Tsunade back? Sakura possesses remarkable talent in chakra control. If she encounters a great mentor in the future, her potential is limitless." Jiraiya understood Shishui's implication but chose to remain silent, shifting his gaze back to the arena, where Naruto was currently competing. Jiraiya held certain expectations, as he had given Naruto his name and felt a sense of pride in Minato, his esteemed disciple, thus placing great importance on Naruto's performance. In the arena, Naruto shouted, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." Instantly, over 100 replicas of Naruto appeared on the field. The opposing Chunin could not help but swallow hard, thinking to himself, "How on earth can I fight this? He could crush me with sheer numbers." Seeing the Chunin hesitate, Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, yelled, "Here I come," and charged forward. The Chunin, terrified by the multitude, was paralyzed with fear and could not muster the will to retaliate. However, Naruto was oblivious to his opponent's fear. All that mattered to him was securing victory and not disappointing his teacher, Shisui. Thus, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving the Chunin sprawled on the ground. As the tests progressed, only Ino managed to pass with a gentle approach, enduring for 10 minutes. Sasuke swiftly dispatched his opponent with a single strike, while Shikamaru effortlessly ensnared his opponent using the shadow imitation technique and simply sat down for 10 minutes to conclude his match. Shino and Kiba achieved victory in 5 minutes. But the most unfortunate was the Chunin who faced Hinata. Under Shishui's guidance over the past 3 years, Hinata had mastered both the 8 trigrams empty palm and the 8 trigrams 32 palms. With swift precision, She closed in and struck the Chunin's chakra points. And as his chakra dissipated, she defeated him with a flurry of blows. Lying on the ground, the Chunin felt utterly defeated, questioning why he faced such brutality when others had been so gentle. After 9 matches, Asuma watched in astonishment, pondering, what has happened in this world? Everyone is so strong. Am I destined to retire in a few years? Regaining his composure, Asuma announced, the candidates who have successfully passed the graduation exam are Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Aburame Shino. Congratulations on becoming genin. The 9 could not contain their joy, and at that moment, Shisui and Jiraiya approached. Naruto exuberantly exclaimed to Shisui, Teacher Shisui, we all passed. Thank you for your guidance. Shisui gently ruffled Naruto's hair, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, Congratulations. You are now capable of standing on your own as genin. To celebrate this momentous occasion, I, your teacher Shisui, invite you all to dine at the finest restaurant in Konoha. What do you say? Long live Teacher Shisui. The crowd cheered in unison. Asuma, noticing Jiraiya standing behind Shisui, hurried over and reverently addressed him. Welcome back, Lord Jiraiya. Indeed, I have returned, Jiraiya replied with a jovial tone. Hiruzen-sensei personally sent word. I had no choice but to come back. Otherwise, he might have come to fetch me himself, which would have been quite the ordeal. Haha. Jiraiya expressed his delight upon seeing the son of his mentor. At that moment, Shisui interjected with a grin, Lord Jiraiya, Asuma-senpai, I am taking them out for a meal. Would you care to join us? As soon as Shisui finished speaking, Naruto exclaimed loudly to Jiraiya, Who is this old man? How could he make our teacher Shisui call him sir? The others, upon hearing Naruto's words, nodded in agreement, intrigued by the white-haired elder who commanded such respect from their teacher. Naruto, do not be disrespectful. This man is the teacher of the 4th Hokage. You share a connection with him. Shisui admonished. Uchiha Shisui, silence. You must not speak further. Jiraiya interjected, realizing that the latter part of Shisui's statement could reveal secrets of the village. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's demeanor, Shisui smiled silently. However, Naruto, resembling an irate little tiger, bared his teeth at Jiraiya in protest. Shisui merely chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair, and remarked, Come, let us celebrate. If the 2 of you are interested, feel free to join us. With that, Shisui prepared to turn away. Wait a moment, Uchiha Shisui, I have something to discuss with you, came Jiraiya's voice from behind. With a smile, Shisui addressed Naruto and the others, saying, You may go ahead and order the food. I shall join you shortly. After speaking, Shisui followed Jiraiya to a secluded forest. Jiraiya turned to Shisui, his tone icy as he warned, Uchiha Shisui, regardless of your strength, should you pose any threat to the village or Naruto, do not expect me to hold back. Ha ha ha. What is it with everyone warning me lately? Do I, Uchiha Shisui, appear to be so easily bullied? Shisui retorted with a cold smirk, his chakra surging dramatically as he confronted Jiraiya. Jiraiya, though you are one of the legendary Sannin, if you believe yourself strong enough to issue warnings to me, then let us see if you can back it up. Chapter 49. Conflict and betrayal. The presence of Shisui was so imposing that Jiraiya found himself momentarily taken aback. Sensing the overwhelming chakra emanating from Shisui, Jiraiya's expression turned notably grave. Shisui observed Jiraiya, who stood there in a daze, and with a cold smile, he remarked, Jiraiya, the renowned legacy of the 3 ninjas is indeed remarkable. However, today I am compelled to ascertain whether Hanzo the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world, truly merits such exaltation. Jiraiya hesitated to take action, acutely aware that any movement on his part would irrevocably sever their relationship. Upon his arrival in Konoha, Sarutobi had advised him against engaging in conflict with Uchiha Shisui. Shisui continued, A few days ago, I encountered one of the legendary 3 Sannin, Orochimaru, in the land of the nest. To be frank, had I not been pressed for time, I might have discerned the true extent of the Sannin's power. Perhaps capturing him would have been a prudent course of action. In response to Shishui's audacious provocation, Jiraiya, who had faced no one with such boldness in many years, released his chakra and declared, Uchiha Shisui, since you are so eager to gauge the strength of the 3 of us, then let us put it to the test, and see if we are indeed as formidable as you imagine. With a triumphant laugh, Shisui declared, Come on, let us engage in a fierce battle. Just as he prepared to launch his attack, a stern voice echoed from afar. Halt, Jiraiya. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the village? Shisui paused and turned to see the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, approaching. Upon witnessing Hiruzen's arrival, Shisui cast a glance at Jiraiya and withdrew his chakra, silently observing how Hiruzen would handle the situation. Jiraiya, noticing Hiruzen's approach, also retracted his chakra and respectfully inquired, "Master Sarutobi, what brings you here? Had you not arrived, would you too have reduced Konoha to rubble today?" Hiruzen replied, somewhat irate. Upon observing the demeanor of Sarutobi, Shisui pondered internally. Could it be that this old man is unaware? Or is it a deliberate act? With a furrowed brow, Shisui continued to gaze at Sarutobi in silence. Sarutobi, noticing Shisui's expression, turned to Jiraiya in irritation and exclaimed, "Jiraiya, did I not instruct you to come over and introduce yourself to Shisui before returning? You both possess formidable strength as members of Konoha. There will be ample opportunities for interaction in the future. How could you engage in a confrontation with Shisui?" After contemplating Sarutobi's words, Jiraiya replied, "Sensei, that is not the case. I merely intended to have a friendly spar with Shisui. We hadn't even commenced before you arrived." With that, Jiraiya flashed a smile at Shisui and added, "Isn't that right, Shisui?" Shisui, with a sardonic smile, turned away from Jiraiya and addressed Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, I wish for today's events not to recur. I extend my commitment to you for another 2 years. After this period, regarding the affairs of the village, I shall manage as I see fit. Should I choose to remain uninvolved, do not hold it against me. Furthermore, allow me to offer a word of counsel. The Uchiha clan shall no longer partake in any decisions of Konoha. We shall not rebel. Yet should anyone dare to threaten me, Uchiha Shisui, in my presence again, I will not hesitate to eliminate them." After Shisui concluded his remarks, he cast a cold glance at Jiraiya and then at Sarutobi before turning to leave. Jiraiya, feeling quite dissatisfied, prepared to take action, but was restrained by Sarutobi, who shook his head disapprovingly. Once Jiraiya calmed down, Sarutobi addressed him, urging him not to act rashly. "I received intelligence yesterday concerning the Akatsuki and the Asura Army," he revealed. "Akatsuki? Teacher, I possess some knowledge about this organization. It appears they are engaged in a certain plan. Moreover, they have recruited numerous S-rank rogue ninjas, showcasing considerable strength." Jiraiya remarked, "By the way, Sarutobi-sensei, what kind of intelligence are we discussing? 10 days ago, there was a confrontation between the Akatsuki and the Asura Army, involving 11 shadow-level powerhouses, yet they did not achieve victory. They even lost an S-rank rogue ninja named Haiden, who is said to possess an immortal body. He can continue speaking even after having his head severed." Sarutobi recounted with a serious expression. "Teacher, is your intelligence accurate?" Jiraiya inquired anxiously. "Indeed, this information was provided by an undercover member of the Uchiha clan whom I had placed within the Asura Army from its inception. He witnessed the events firsthand. The report indicates that Shisui single-handedly faced 6 shadow-level experts and ultimately eliminated them all, as well as dealt with the rogue ninja Haiden. Following this, the Akatsuki retreated without inflicting any casualties on the Asura Army, aside from some damage to the buildings." Sarutobi spoke, still shaken by the recollection. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted from earlier levity to somber contemplation. After a moment's thought, he addressed Sarutobi, "So, you came here fearing a conflict between Shisui and myself?" Sarutobi nodded, saying, "Jiraiya, I am aware of your formidable strength. Even facing Shisui, you may hold a degree of confidence. However, consider this. 11 shadow-level experts could not breach the headquarters of the Asura Army, nor could they retreat unscathed. If Shisui were to turn his attention towards Konoha, do we possess the strength to resist?" Sarutobi gazed at Jiraiya in silence before continuing. "A few days ago, in the Hokage office, I distinctly recall Shisui stating, 'A mere J-nin like you is nothing. Any member of the Asura Army could annihilate you 10 times over with ease.' At the time, I thought Shisui was exaggerating, but what if he spoke the truth? How formidable must the Asura Army truly be?" Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Jiraiya fell silent, acutely aware that should Shisui resolve to obliterate Konoha, the village would stand no chance of resistance. Bowing his head in frustration, he heard Sarutobi sigh, "Let it be. Even if we cannot befriend Shisui, we must refrain from inciting his ire. Given his current strength, he is likely on par with Uchiha Madara, who was once revered as the god of shinobi. I am growing old. All I wish for is that Konoha experiences no more tragedies." Listening to Sarutobi, Jiraiya felt a pang of disquiet as he reflected on the once magnificent figure of his teacher, who had been dubbed the professor of ninjutsu in the shinobi world, now reduced to this state. "Sarutobi-sensei," Jiraiya called gently. Sarutobi smiled reassuringly at him, indicating that he was fine. Jiraiya then asked, What shall we do about the conflict we now have with Shisui? After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi proposed, I have given this considerable thought. I wish for you to mentor Naruto. He is Minato's son and the village's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His importance is self-evident, is it not? Jiraiya nodded. And together with Sarutobi, they returned to the Hokage building, summoning Danzo and the two advisors, Narashikaku and Midogate, to discuss their course of action. This is the situation at hand, and I hope you can devise a plan. Sarutobi addressed the group. Danzo, having been manipulated by Shisui's Kotoamatsukami, feigned deep contemplation. At that moment, Narashikaku and Midogate exchanged glances and simultaneously suggested reassurance. Danzo remained silent, leading the others to believe he concurred. Sarutobi then asked, shall we prioritize reassurance? Does anyone have anything to add? Danzo, snapping back to focus, stated, I wish to know the name of the Asura Army's informant. As he has provided such crucial information, I must ascertain his loyalty. His remarks received affirmations from the two advisors. Although Sarutobi had initially hesitated to disclose this information, he felt compelled to speak when he observed the three decision-makers sharing this perspective. His name is Uchiha. He is also a shadow-level expert. Over the years, I have provided him with abundant resources, enabling him to rise swiftly within the ranks of the Asura Army, where he is now one of the 5 key figures. Thus, I believe the source of the intelligence is credible. After a nod of acknowledgement from Danzo, he declared, let this matter remain confidential. I will dispatch someone to make contact with him, and we cannot afford any traitors. The consensus among the group was unanimous, even if all others betrayed Konoha. They believed Danzo would be the last to stand and fight for the village. Little did they know, Shisui's initial intention to control Danzo with Kotoamatsukami had inadvertently led to Danzo receiving such intelligence, now loyal to Shisui. The true nature of Danzo's traitor remained shrouded in mystery. That night, a spirit crow, carrying a slip of paper, flew into Shisui's abode from the Uchiha clan's grounds. Upon the opening of the water seal, he chuckled coldly and remarked, another spirit? Indeed, it bears a resemblance to an insider, haha. With a swift motion of his hand, a spatial rift materialized before him, instantly devouring the piece of paper. At present, Shisui harbors a deep admiration for the cunning old fox, Sarutobi. He never anticipated that the ever-loyal Uchiha, who had steadfastly devoted himself to the Asura Army, was, in fact, a pawn arranged by this old rascal. Initially, Shisui found it puzzling how Mei could catch up with the 3 elite members of the Hidden Tiger, whom he had personally nurtured in such a brief span of years. Were Mei to have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan by now, Shisui would not have been surprised. After all, he is not the sole genius in this world. However, considering that Mei has not manifested the Manjiki Sharingan in the 8 years since the establishment of the Asura Army, it becomes clear how he managed to keep pace with the original 3 captains in such a short time. Shisui gazed toward the direction of the Kingdom of Whirlpools with a smile, murmuring, all day long chasing geese. Yet today I have finally been pecked in the eye by a wild goose. Having long played with snakes, today I find myself bitten by one. Ha ha. With a wave of his hand, Shisui summoned a spatial distortion, vanishing into the room. 10 minutes later, he materialized in the grand hall of the Asura Army headquarters. Shisui pondered silently on how to address the matter of the Reaper, and after a moment's contemplation, he softly remarked, whether dealt with early or late, it must be addressed. It all depends on his performance. Chapter 50. The reasons behind the betrayal of the Reaper. As Hu and the others approached the hall, they found Shisui seated calmly. They hurriedly bowed and said, we pay our respects to the esteemed commander. Shisui regarded them in silence, causing an air of unease among the group, while Uchiha, the Reaper, dared not meet Shisui's gaze. The atmosphere grew tense, with no one daring to speak. Only Itachi broke the silence with a cheerful, brother Shisui, what brings you here? As Shisui beheld Itachi, memories of their childhood flooded back, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Observing Shisui's smile, the others, including Hidden Tiger, were finally able to exhale with relief. Shisui smiled and remarked, Itachi, it has been 3 years since you became the captain, hasn't it? His words were casual, akin to making small talk, yet those present were not naive. They understood that Shisui's purpose for being here was far from trivial. Itachi responded with a smile, indeed. 3 years have passed so swiftly. It feels like no time has elapsed at all. Shisui looked at Hu and the others, saying, you have been with me for over 8 years, during which you have demonstrated unwavering loyalty and have always acted in accordance with my character. Many times, I regard you as my elder brothers and sisters, and I truly cherish this sense of tranquility. The words of Shisui warmed the hearts of all. As they reflect upon the past 8 years, in the first 2 years, while following Shisui, they faced life and death situations, dedicating themselves to the growth of the Asura Army. Each individual practiced with an almost frenzied intensity. With a smile, Shisui remarked, 8 years ago, we had just emerged from Konoha. In our pursuit of freedom to traverse our village, we were compelled to engage in battle against Danzo's route, ultimately achieving victory. While you may believe my actions were solely for the sake of Senju, I must clarify today that this is not the case. To resolve the issues surrounding Senju, all I need to do is conceal her discreetly. But what about our Asura Army? Are we to merely engage in childish games within the confines of Konoha? Here, among us, are the family of the Uchiha clan, and Itachi is destined to become the future leader of our clan. Shisui paused momentarily. At that point, Itachi quickly interjected. Brother Shisui, it is only you who can assume the role of the next clan leader. I possess no such qualifications. Besides, the elders and youth of our household only look up to you. If you do not take on this responsibility, who will? Shisui gazed at Itachi with a smile and remarked, you are the eldest son of the current clan leader. With my support, no one shall oppose you. Itachi attempted to respond, but Shisui interrupted, continuing, I trust you all remember the purpose for which we established the Asura Army, to rejuvenate the Uchiha clan. Over the years, though the Uchiha clan has withdrawn from the Konoha police force, our family's strength has undoubtedly surpassed that of 8 years ago. You may not be aware, but the formation of the Asura Army was initially for self-preservation, to extricate our clan from the mire of Konoha. Now, it is evident that our creation of the Asura Army was indeed the right course of action. At this juncture, Shisui surveyed each individual, seeking to discern their expressions, while individuals like Inhu remained uncertain about Jisui's intentions. Then, Shisui proclaimed loudly, our Asura Army has grown strong, and our clan has become formidable. Yet, there are those who cannot tolerate this. They seek to dismantle our Asura Army and drag the Uchiha clan back into the quagmire. Do you consent to this? We do not consent. We do not consent. We do not consent. Inhu and the others shouted fervently. At this moment, Jisui's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, I, too, am unwilling. However, there are those who dissent. How could one willingly act as a mole for others, betraying the Asura Army's secrets? Astonishingly, aside from the Akatsuki organization, the village is privy to detailed intelligence regarding the Asura Army, even from as far away as the land of whirlpools, along with intricate battle analyses. Who is this traitor? I shall slay him for daring to undermine us. In a fervent tone, Inhu and Lang echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, Lan Yu, with a softer demeanor, remarked, such individuals must not be spared. Shisui nodded, addressing the still cowering Mingue on the ground. It appears you are aware of the purpose of my visit today. Mingue lifted his gaze, confronting Shisui and the others. Honorable Captain, Inhu, Lan Yu, Lang, Gue Ling, I must apologize. I am a traitor. I hope that after my demise, my family will be cared for. Upon uttering these words, Mingue prepared to take his own life, but even as a shadow-level powerhouse, he found it impossible to do so before Shisui. With a swift motion, Shisui uttered, spatial confinement. Instantly, Mingue was rendered immobile. Inhu, fearing for Mingue's life, knelt and implored, Master Shisui, what is the meaning of this? Why does Mingue declare himself a traitor? Turning to Mingue, he demanded, explain yourself clearly, or your family shall be left to fend for themselves. Upon hearing Inhu's words, Shisui felt compelled to inquire about the remarkable prowess of Sarutobi, who could compel the Mingue to forego any defense and willingly accept death. After a nod from Shisui, tears cascaded down Mingue's cheeks. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he slowly recounted. 8 years ago, after Lord Shisui and the other members of the Asura Army departed from Konoha, I was elevated by Lord Shisui to oversee the preparatory members of our clan's Asura Army. Life was relatively satisfactory. Yet I yearned to join you in the battles outside. However, during that period, the Asura Army was still in its nascent stages and lacked the resources to be sent back. My eagerness to enhance my strength was met with slow progress. One fateful day, while inebriated at a tavern, the third Hokage suddenly appeared before me, offering assistance in the form of abundant resources for my training. The proposition was enticing, yet I refrained from accepting it immediately. In the ensuing days, I remained cautious, but the third Hokage did not seek me out again. I believed that matter had come to a close. However, A month later, my mother mysteriously vanished. Anxious and wary of raising alarm, I discreetly sought answers. That very night, my mother returned home, but her condition was alarmingly frail, as if she were under some sinister control. At that moment, an Umbu approached me, informing me that the Hokage could resolve my mother's health issues and urged me to visit him at the Hokage Tower. Concerned for my mother's well-being, I complied and met with the third Hokage. He assured me that he could remedy my mother's ailments and provide substantial resources for my training. I hesitated. Yet the third Hokage insisted that I need not frequently relay messages to him, but rather await his summons. After accepting his offer, I found myself waiting for 8 long years. After listening, Shisui continued, "Have you never considered that in 8 years, the third Hokage would actually request you to convey messages to him? At that time, we were on the verge of engaging in battle with the Akatsuki organization, and thus you entrusted the intelligence of the Asura Army along with the details of that impending conflict to the third Hokage? Indeed, that is the case. However, I never intended to betray the Asura Army," Mingue exclaimed loudly. At that moment, the nearby evil wolf interjected, "You may not have intended to, yet you still acted upon it. Are you not aware of the catastrophic consequences we would face if the third Hokage were to divulge this information to our archenemy, the Akatsuki? At that juncture, no amount of suffering could atone for your sins. Yes, I regret it now, but it is far too late for remorse." Mingue's emotions began to surge uncontrollably. Shisui addressed the others, stating, "This matter must remain confidential from the other members of the Asura Army. It must be handled discreetly. Now, please share your thoughts. Lord Shisui, could we not grant him a second chance?" Enut implored. "I disagree." Owling voiced his dissent vehemently. "I advocate for giving him an opportunity." Lan Yu interjected, adding, "Moreover, the contributions of Mingue over the years have been undeniable. He has been instrumental for both the preparatory members of the Asura Army and those who later became formal members." Shisui nodded thoughtfully and inquired of Itachi, "What are your thoughts?" At that moment, Itachi's expression was intricate. He slowly replied to Shisui, "Several years ago, members of our team perished at the hands of the enemy to protect me. Even now, I often dream of him. Therefore, I hope, dear brother Shisui, that you can spare his life." Upon hearing Itachi's words, the fierce wolf, Uchiha Fugaku, ceased to insist, as Itachi's words reminded him of the circumstances during their initial reconnaissance in the Land of Rain. Had it not been for the protection of his comrades, he might not have returned at all. After observing everyone's expressions, Shisui turned to Uchiha Mei and remarked, "Mei, though death may be evaded, the consequences of life remain inescapable. Considering your remarkable contributions to the Asura Army, I shall relieve you of your duties as the captain of the Asura Army, appointing the subordinate, Kasame, to take your place. You shall remain within the confines of the Uchiha clan's territory for the rest of your days, forbidden to venture outside or seek clemency." "Yes, esteemed commander," Mei acknowledged, fully aware that Shisui's decision stemmed from a sense of nostalgia, and he graciously accepted the arrangement laid out before him. Shisui addressed him, saying, "Upon your return, declare it as my command that you shall forever guard our ancestral lands. Let today's events remain unspoken. As for your mother's matters, I shall take care of them. Rest assured and return." "Thank you, Lord Shisui. I, Mingue, shall forever cherish your kindness." After once more kneeling in gratitude to Shisui, Mingue hastened back to the hidden refuge of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Thus, the alias of Mingue faded from the ranks of the Asura Army. Yet an unnamed shadow-level expert emerged within the Uchiha clan's territory. The lineage of Mingue vowed to eternally safeguard the Uchiha ancestral lands, ensuring that no outsiders would intrude. As Shisui and the others watched the specter depart, he turned to his comrades and proclaimed, "You are the elite of the Uchiha clan. Always remember your identity. I do not wish to witness any more occurrences akin to that of the specter. Should you encounter matters beyond your resolution, inform me, and I shall address them." The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Shisui's aura surged, an immense chakra emanating from his being. Casting a cold glance towards the direction of Konoha, he remarked, "Such long-reaching hands, daring to intrude upon my Asura Army. How audacious." Chapter 51. Confrontation with Jiraiya. Upon sensing Shisui's formidable presence, the others became acutely aware of his enhanced strength. Although they were all shadow-level warriors, they still felt a degree of discomfort in the face of such overwhelming energy. Shisui retracted his imposing demeanor and chakra. Addressing the hidden tiger, Inghu, "Summon Zai Bujan to come here. He shall henceforth serve as the captain of the 3rd Division of the Asura Army. Be mindful of your interactions." "Yes, Lord Shisui." Inhu replied respectfully, then proceeded to the training grounds behind headquarters to locate Zaibujan. After Inhu departed, Itachi turned to Jisue and inquired, "Brother Jisue, is it truly fitting to appoint the ghost, Zaibujan, as the captain of the 3rd Division? After all, he has only been part of the Asura Army for a few years. Might not the other captains harbor discontent?" Jisue nodded with a smile and remarked, "I have contemplated this matter, and there is no issue. Jean will take on the role of captain of the 3rd Squad, as he excels in assassination. His proficiency in the silent assassination techniques learned in the Village of Mist is quite remarkable, and it stands on par with the Dark Night walking technique that I have cultivated. This technique, created by the 2nd Hokage Tobirama of Konoha, possesses considerable allure for assassins." At this point, Jisue paused briefly before continuing, "Moreover, Zaibujan's strength has approached that of a shadow-level ninja. Over the past few years in the Asura Army, he has undergone a remarkable transformation, growing increasingly mature and adept, devoid of the youthful fervor he exhibited 3 years ago." After listening to Jisue's words, Itachi nodded. Shortly thereafter, Inhu entered accompanied by Zaibujan. Jisue greeted them with a smile, "Welcome, please take a seat." Upon entering, Zaibujan instinctively prepared to kneel upon seeing Jisue, but with a wave of Jisue's hand, he felt an unseen force supporting him. Upon inspection, however, he found nothing there, which only deepened his admiration for Jisue. Zaibujan respectfully seated himself on the mat below and inquired, "May I ask what the esteemed captain wishes to discuss with me?" Jisue smiled and said, "The captain of the Ghost Brigade has been assigned to a long-term mission, leaving the position vacant. I would like to offer you this role. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing that Jisue intended for him to become the captain, Zaibujan initially felt elated, but soon his heart was filled with trepidation as he replied, "Esteemed commander, what merit do I possess? Moreover, even among the squad leaders, I'm not the strongest. I am not capable of this." Jisue gazed at Zaibujan and remarked, "The ability to accomplish a task is one matter, yet the desire to undertake it is quite another. Thus, I hope you can shoulder this responsibility. Being a captain is not merely for personal gratification. Many lives are entrusted to your care. Now, tell me, do you accept this role?" After careful consideration, Zaibujan replied, "I am willing. I shall serve the esteemed captain with my utmost dedication." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly worthy of the name Ghost Man, from now on. You shall be the captain of the 3rd Division of the Asura Army, codenamed Ghost Man." Jisue responded with a smile. "Yes, thank you, esteemed captain," Zaibujan exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, a tinge of bitterness soon followed. Initially, he believed his prowess within the Asura Army was at least average, if not among the top ranks. Yet upon his arrival, he realized he had overestimated himself. Any formal member of the Asura Army could easily overpower him, excluding only the reserve members. After 5 arduous years of training, Zaibujan had ascended to the rank of a squad leader within the Asura Army, acquiring a strength akin to that of a quasi-shadow level. However, while quasi-shadow status denotes a decision-making role in the outside world, within the Asura Army, it merely signifies a squad leader, and he was not even the strongest among them, complicating his upcoming duties. Jisue, upon seeing Zabuza, expressed some concern and said with a smile, "It's all right. In terms of strength, you are nearly at the level of a shadow. After observing your training for a month, I believe you will certainly reach that pinnacle." Hearing Jisue's words, Zabuza finally felt relieved and, filled with excitement, replied, "Thank you, Captain." Jisue turned to Inhu and said, "From now on, you shall be part of the same decision-making body. It is imperative that you coexist harmoniously. I do not wish to witness discord among brothers, do you understand? Furthermore, Evil Wolf must swiftly recalibrate his strategy. It is utterly displeasing to have others hold leverage over him." "Yes, we shall faithfully adhere to the orders of the esteemed commander," Inhu and the others promptly replied. Jisue turned to face the direction of the Land of Fire and declared, "I am returning now. If Zabuza does not don his mask and join me, then let it be known that since our 3rd Hokage has extended his hand to this place, I shall not be held accountable for my lack of compassion." With that, Jisue waved his hand, causing a distortion in space to manifest before him, and then seized Zabuza, drawing him into the void, vanishing into thin air. In the Land of Fire, within the Hokage's office in Konoha Village, Jiraiya addressed Sarutobi, "Teacher Sarutobi, your actions today have been rather impulsive, revealing such sensitive information regarding Uchiha. This is perilous." Sarutobi replied, "Fear not, for all present are of Konoha's upper echelons. Though this matter may not disseminate beyond these walls, should Jisue catch wind of it while communications are underway, we would find ourselves in a most precarious situation. Given Shui's strength and temperament, he would undoubtedly not let it slide. However, we have acquired intelligence on the Asura Army, which poses a significant threat to them. Should Shui press us too hard, he must also be wary of his own Shura forces. Initially, Sarutobi expressed concern, but as he spoke, he began to feel that even if they were to fail, it would not matter, for he had no intention of swaying Uchiha Mei. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and said, "Teacher Sarutobi, one of the objectives of my return is your command, yet the principal purpose is for Naruto. The great sage Fukasaku has prophesied that Naruto is the child of destiny in this generation, destined to possess the power to change the world. What do you intend to do?" Sarutobi inquired. Jiraiya pondered briefly before responding, "I initially believed Naruto was still in school, but to my surprise, Shui's tutelage has proven exceptional, enabling those young ones to graduate in just 3 years. Thus, I wish for Naruto to train under the village's jonin for a while, and subsequently, I shall take him out for further training." Sarutobi considered this and asked Jiraiya, "What about you? Will you still venture out? The village is far from peaceful at present." Jiraiya replied somberly, "I shall remain in the village, keeping a watchful eye on Shui. He is exceedingly dangerous. That is for the best. With you here, I trust he will not act so brazenly," Sarutobi remarked, turning his gaze toward the Uchiha clan's quarters. Outside the Uchiha clan, Shui escorted Zabuza to his home, greeted Fugaku, and then proceeded toward Mei's residence. As Shui approached, he noticed Uchiha Mei's mother basking in the sunlight in the courtyard. He entered and smiled, addressing her, "Good day, Grandma. I have come to see you." However, the elderly woman remained unresponsive. At that moment, Uchiha Mei's wife emerged, immediately bowing upon seeing Shui. Shui inquired with a smile, "What troubles your grandmother?" Uchiha Mei's wife explained, "Lord Shui, my mother has been this way for 8 years. Ever since her disappearance and return, she has not uttered a word. Were it not for Fugaku clan leader's frequent provisions, she might not have survived." As tears began to flow down her cheeks, Shui remarked, "I shall investigate what has transpired." He channeled his chakra into the elderly woman and discovered that she was bound by a seal, obstructing the flow of chakra throughout her body, rendering her akin to a machine devoid of input or output. After the investigation was completed, Shui coldly remarked, "Such ruthless means. Such a merciless person. If it weren't for the fact that every elder in the family could receive some potent medicine, I fear for this old lady." Observing Shui's sigh, Uchiha Mei's wife anxiously inquired, "Lord Shui, is it true that the elder has lost all hope?" Shui was taken aback by the anxiety his sigh had caused in the other person, and with a smile, he reassured, "Do not worry. After today, the elder will recover." He instructed, "First, bring the old lady inside, and ensure that no one disturbs me." Once everything was prepared, Shui concentrated his chakra into delicate threads, which began to interact with the seals within the old lady's body. As soon as all the threads made contact with the seals, Shui commanded, "Release the seal." With a muffled groan from the old lady, Shui realized that the seals had been successfully undone. However, due to the prolonged confinement of her body, she was now exceedingly weak. After a brief moment for the old lady to regain her composure, Shui bit his finger, allowing his blood to nourish her. Before long, he observed her complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue, prompting him to channel his chakra to heal the wound. Upon emerging, Shiz turned to Uchiha Mei's wife and said, "Please take good care of the old lady. Once she awakens, all will be well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." Shui exited without a backward glance, indifferent to the multitude of gratitude expressed behind him. Upon stepping outside, his countenance turned ashen. He was taken aback that Sarutobi, a figure who appeared so amiable, could resort to such malevolent tactics against an elderly individual. Shortly thereafter, after ensuring that Zabuza was adequately managed, Shisui made his way to the Hokage building, disregarding the attempts of the Anbu to impede his progress, and boldly stormed inside. At that moment, Jiraiya bellowed, "Uchiha Shisui, what is the meaning of this? If you fail to provide me with an explanation today, consider your reckless intrusion into the Hokage building a declaration of war." "War? Humph. I am the one who will not rest until this matter is resolved," Shisui retorted coldly. "To employ such vile methods against a frail elder, and for such a shameless individual to audaciously claim to seek resolution? If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall ensure that there will be no end to this." Jiraiya understood the gravity of Jisui's words. Did this imply that Shisui was aware of Sarutobi's dealings with the Asura Army and had obtained intelligence about them? Jiraiya was uncertain, Yet he realized that if Shisui were allowed to leave unscathed today, the reputation of the Hokage would suffer a considerable blow. Without a second thought, Jiraiya unleashed his chakra and began to enter Sage mode, soon displaying the markings of a sage and the characteristics associated with the toad. Upon encountering Shisui, who remained unmoved, Jiraiya addressed him, saying, "Do you wish to fight? Very well, but let us change the venue." With a swift gesture, Shisui utilized his spatial abilities to transport Jiraiya 10 miles beyond the borders of Konoha. Almost instantaneously, Shisui's figure appeared at that very location. Astonished by the ease with which he had been relocated outside the village, Jiraiya, upon seeing Shisui emerge, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed his ninjutsu, proclaiming loudly, "Fire style, great fireball technique." In an instant, a torrent of flames surged towards Shisui. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's initial assault, Shizuka uttered a swift incantation, "Wind release, spatial barrier." No sooner had the words left his lips than 4 walls of wind materialized around him. As the flames met the wind barriers, the inferno was swiftly engulfed, ultimately extinguished. Shisui gazed at Jiraiya with a smile and said, "Lord Jiraiya, why must the elderly become so agitated? A sudden vascular rupture would be quite unfortunate." Upon realizing that his ninjutsu had proven ineffective, Jiraiya swiftly retreated. However, upon hearing Jisui's jest, he quickly formed hand seals and, with both hands clasped, loudly declared, "Sage Art, Thousand Needle Jutsu." Instantly, Jiraiya's hair hardened and shot forth with the velocity of a tempest, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Shisui. In response to Jiraiya's rapid assault, Shisui began to form his own hand seals at an astonishing speed, bellowing, "Wind release, gale breakthrough." A tremendous gust of wind erupted from Jisui's hands, poised to intercept Jiraiya's barrage of hair needles. Shisui chuckled and remarked, "I told you not to rush, look. The old man simply has poor eyesight, wasting so much precious hair." Immediately after, Shisui addressed Jiraiya with a loud voice, "Lord Jiraiya, prepare to receive my technique, Super Wind Release, Laser Beam." In Chapter 52, Sage Techniques versus Sage Techniques, a colossal wind release laser emanated from Jisui's hands. A modified technique designed to counter the Deva Path Pain's Earth Explosion Star. The immense wind release laser surged towards Jiraiya. Sensing the lethal threat posed by the wind release laser, Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically, struggling to comprehend the nature of this ninjutsu. However, being one of the legendary Sannin, he would not simply sit idly by. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, shouting, "Ninjutsu, Needle Hell." As he dodged, he transformed his hair into needles that enveloped his body, defending against Jisui's onslaught. Yet, upon contact between Jisui's wind release laser and Jiraiya's Needle Hell, Jiraiya was thrown back as if struck by a massive truck. The needles began to fall away, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, if Jisui's wind release laser were so easily subdued, the Earth Explosion Star would have sealed it long ago. As the first wind release laser faded, the second and third rapidly approached Jiraiya. Enduring his injuries, Jiraiya began to form seals once more, joining his hands together before exclaiming, "Sage Art, Fire Release, Fireball." Instantly, a powerful fireball erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, colliding with Jisui's wind release laser, producing a tremendous sound that echoed across the sky, and from the point of impact, a massive crater formed in the surrounding forest, displacing trees within a radius of several dozen meters. Jisui and Jiraiya swiftly retreated. Jisui had intended to charge forward and engage in battle alongside Jiraiya, but he suddenly heard Jiraiya bellow, summoning technique. With a resounding bang, Jisui beheld a colossal toad beneath Jiraiya's feet. Furthermore, perched upon Jiraiya's shoulder were 2 diminutive toads. In the realm of knowledge, these 3 toads are known. The smaller 2 are Fukasaku and Shima, while the larger one is Gamabunta. In the original work, both toad sages possess remarkable jutsu, and during the battle in the Land of Rain, they fought alongside Jiraiya against 3 of Pain's forms. However, due to their lack of information regarding the Rinnegan, Jiraiya ultimately met his demise. Upon unlocking the mystical chakra, Shisui perceived a sudden surge in Jiraiya's chakra, which erupted with an even more formidable presence. However, rather than feeling disheartened by this turn of events, Shisui found himself filled with exhilaration. Ever since the battle against Akatsuki at the headquarters of the Asura Army, he had yearned for a worthy adversary. Yet, various circumstances had conspired to thwart his desires. Today, with Jiraiya standing as a formidable opponent, Shisui was overwhelmed with excitement. Jisui gazed in the direction of Jiraiya, murmuring, "I hope you can accompany me in a thrilling battle." Aha! Jiraiya, perched atop the toad, observed Jisui's laughter with a sense of bewilderment. He turned to Sage Fukasaku, Sage Shima, and the toad, Bunta, saying, Lord Fukasaku. Lord Shima, Bunta, our adversary seems rather formidable. We may very well meet our end here. As Sage Fukasaku began to sense Jisui's chakra, his expression suddenly turned grave, stating, Indeed, this is quite troublesome. Such immense chakra, and I can also sense the presence of sage chakra emanating from the opponent. Exercise caution. The toad Bunta, beneath Jiraiya, proclaimed loudly. Regardless of how formidable it may be, we shall only know after we engage. Take heed. I am about to strike. With that, Bunta drew his massive sword and leaped powerfully towards Jisui, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. Jisui smiled gently, and with a mere thought, the Kusanagi sword transformed into its blade form and landed in his hand. Addressing Jiraiya, he remarked, Lord Jiraiya, do exercise caution. The sword I wield is exceedingly sharp. Clutching the Kusanagi sword, Jisui resembled a god of war as he faced the three sages and a formidable summoned toad without a hint of trepidation. Observing the approaching toad, Wenta, Jisui mused, it is indeed colossal. Perhaps it is best to let the little one handle it. With a decisive bite to his hand, he formed a single-handed seal and declared, summoning technique. A puff of white smoke erupted, revealing the figure of the little creature before Jisui and Jiraiya. Turning to the small being, Jisui instructed, Little one, that leaping toad is yours to confront. The little creature grinned and replied, Boss, another fight awaits. You are truly too kind. Leave that large toad to me. The little creature trembles at the corner of the water stop, unsure of when it became so combative. Yet still says, Be careful. Oh, understood, boss. With a flutter of its wings, the creature darts towards Wenta the toad. In an instant, the little being collides with Wenta, while Jiraiya leaps off Wenta's back, heading towards Shir's way. Holding the grass pheasant sword, Shizen gazed at Jiraiya and said, Now, let us once more put our skills to the test. Jiraiya addressed the two sages perched upon his shoulders, exclaiming, Gentlemen, it is time. He then bellowed, Super Big Ball Rasengan. Instantly, a chakra sphere in Jiraiya's hands swelled rapidly, transforming into an enormous orb, several times larger than a typical Rasengan, hurtling towards Shizune in a fierce assault. Jisui was aware that this was the immensely powerful ninjutsu, the Rasengan, yet he felt a sense of trepidation. Grasping the Kusanagi sword, he charged forward, colliding with Jiraiya's Rasengan. In that fleeting moment of contact, the Kusanagi emitted a resounding roar. Jisui was puzzled by the unfolding events, but he soon observed that Jiraiya's Rasengan began to diminish gradually, while the Kusanagi shone with unparalleled brilliance. Jisui was astonished, pondering whether the Kusanagi might possess the capabilities of the Hungry Ghost Path. In stark contrast to Jisui's astonishment, Jiraiya was taken aback. This was the first time his Rasengan had failed to achieve its intended effect. He paid no heed to the nature of the sword in Jisui's grasp and hastily retreated. Jisui chuckled lightly and addressed Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya. I am immensely grateful for your revelation of this secret. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to its extraordinary capabilities. Facing the Kusanagi sword in Jisui's hand, Jiraiya felt a surge of displeasure. He then turned to Shinsaku and Shimada, who were perched on his shoulder, and instructed, Kind sirs, please prepare that technique. I shall endeavor to buy you some time. The two sages nodded in agreement and commenced their hand seals. Upon encountering the water stop, a peculiar sensation washed over him. However, he was acutely aware that this time, Jiraiya was poised to unleash a formidable technique. Indeed, with a booming voice, Jiraiya proclaimed, Sage Art, 5 right gate. Jiraiya and the two great sages initiated a combined sage technique. Jiraiya expelled oil from his mouth, while Fukasaku utilized wind release and Shima employed fire release, resulting in an inferno surging toward the water stop. Initially, he intended to observe the power of their attack after it was unleashed, yet, on this occasion, he overestimated his own resilience. In an instant, the flames engulfed him entirely. Witnessing this, Jiraiya and the two sages were initially elated. But their joy swiftly turned to alarm as a voice emerged from within the flames, Ninjutsu, Space Devour. Jiraiya and the sages glanced over in haste, only to see that the inferno conjured by their combined technique was being consumed by the space surrounding the water stop, vanishing bit by bit. Jiraiya understood that this trifecta of techniques could yield immense destructive power, theoretically capable of incinerating all tangible matter within a vast radius. However, astonishingly, the water stop, enveloped in flames, had merely singed the edges of his garment, leaving the rest of him utterly unscathed. as the water of the fire was fully consumed. Shisui chuckled and remarked, "Remarkable indeed. It has even scorched a portion of my attire. It appears that remaining passive is no longer an option." Upon finishing his words, Shisui willed the Kusanagi sword to transform into a dagger. He then infused the speed of the 8-gate shock gate along with Ninjutsu chakra onto his physique, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. Upon witnessing Shishui's disappearance, Jiraiya and the two sages were taken aback and swiftly began to move to avoid a potential attack. However, the moment they distanced themselves, Shisui reappeared at the very spot he had just vacated. Realizing his initial strike had yielded no results, Shishui's lips curled into a smirk as he murmured, "This is becoming increasingly intriguing." He then vanished once more. Jiraiya, who had retreated a considerable distance, urgently employed Ninjutsu chakra to sense Shishui's whereabouts, yet it was as if Shisui had dissipated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. During his earlier studies of Ninjutsu chakra, Shisui had conducted numerous experiments and ultimately discovered that it could be utilized to obscure one's presence from detection. Thus, he redirected his research towards this avenue. Now, with Shishui's figure eluding them, Jiraiya felt a surge of anxiety and quickly warned the two sages, "Gentlemen, be on guard. Uchiha Shisui could emerge from any direction." The sages nodded in agreement and responded, "Prepare an alternative technique to flush him out." Having collaborated with the sages numerous times, Jiraiya was well aware of their capabilities. Just then, Shisui materialized behind Jiraiya. In a swift motion, the Kusanagi sword sliced through Jiraiya's arm, initially aimed at his chest. Jiraiya, a seasoned warrior, instinctively sidestepped to evade the blow, yet he still suffered a gash on his arm. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya engaged Shisui in combat, and the two exchanged blows. Ultimately, Shisui executed a maneuver where he supported himself with his hands and delivered a powerful kick to Jiraiya, propelling him through the air. This kick, imbued with extraordinary strength and enhanced by Ninjutsu chakra, sent Jiraiya crashing into a large tree, which splintered with a series of cracking sounds. Jiraiya finally came to a halt after breaking through 3 trees of considerable girth, spitting blood and appearing gravely unwell. Nevertheless, he managed to prevent Shisui from disrupting the two sages. Shisui intended to capitalize on this moment to launch an attack, but at that instant, the two sages shouted in unison from Jiraiya's shoulders, "Frog Song," and began to sing. Upon hearing that exceptionally rare sound, Shisui sighed, exclaiming, "It is truly a melody that ought to exist only in the heavens, seldom heard by mortals." The sound left him somewhat nauseated. Meanwhile, Jiraiya promptly rose to his feet, forming hand seals and bellowing, "Sage art, frog song." In that moment, a series of unique stone swords from the mystical Mount Myaboku emerged, aimed directly at Shisui. Under the influence of the voices of the two immortals, Shisui found himself paralyzed, experiencing a sense of dizziness. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he shouted, "What nonsense is this?" He then channeled the chakra within his body towards his auditory nerves, effectively sealing off the middle and inner ear responsible for hearing. At that moment, Jiraiya, wielding a stone sword, bellowed, "Die, Uchiha Shisui." Shisui calmly gazed at Jiraiya, his expression serene. As Jiraiya's stone sword drew closer, Shisui prepared to eliminate him right there. However, a voice from the direction of Konoha shouted, "Jiraiya, stop." Recognizing Sarutobi's voice, Jiraiya gradually halted, believing Shisui was now a lamb to the slaughter. He turned to the approaching Sarutobi and asked, "Why, Teacher Sarutobi?" Sarutobi sighed and replied, "If Uchiha Shisui were to perish by your hand, Konoha would be doomed." Jiraiya acknowledged the truth in Sarutobi's words, for apart from Uchiha Shisui, there were also the Asura Army and the Uchiha clan. With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya remarked, "To let the tiger return to the mountain is indeed unwise." At that moment, Shisui suddenly burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Jiraiya, why not give it a try? Perhaps you might actually succeed in killing me." Chapter 53, The Fifth Mizukage. Terumi made Jiraiya was taken aback. He had initially thought Shisui was incapacitated, but this scene made him realize that if he were to act, it would likely mean his own demise. Cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's brow. Shisui, ignoring him, called out to the small creature engaged in battle in the distance, "Little one, come back." Upon hearing Jishui's call, the creature broke free from Fukasaku and swiftly flew over. Shisui examined the small creature closely, relieved to find it unscathed. However, it was not long before Fukasaku leapt over, covered in numerous gaping wounds. A sight that was truly distressing. Fukasaku glared fiercely at the small creature, but it paid no heed, cheerfully saying to Jisue, "Boss, that was exhilarating, haha." Jisue could only smile wryly, feeling a sense of sympathy for Fukasaku. At that moment, Sarutobi approached Jisue and said, "I was wrong about Uchiha Mei. I apologize to you. Let us consider this matter settled for today, shall we?" Witnessing Sarutobi's apology towards Jisue, Jiraiya felt utterly useless, filled with regret. Yet Jisue coldly regarded Sarutobi and replied, "This is not the conduct expected of someone in your position as Hokage. 2 years from now, I shall lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha, thereby fulfilling my promise to you." Sarutobi bore a bittersweet expression but chose not to respond further, while Jiraiya, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Uchiha Shisui, do not put your luck. Are you and your Uchiha clan truly planning to betray the village?" As Shisui was about to speak, Sarutobi raised his voice towards Jiraiya, exclaiming, "Jiraiya, do not utter another word." He then turned to Shisui and declared, "I accept your terms. However, you must acquiesce to a few conditions of my own." Jisue, uncertain of what Sarutobi intended to convey, replied, "Please, go ahead and speak." Confronted by Jisue's icy demeanor, Sarutobi found himself at a loss. However, for Konoha, Jisue was an indispensable figure. He not only represented the Uchiha clan, but also commanded the formidable Asura Army. Thus, Sarutobi felt compelled to intervene, even though, on the surface, it appeared that Jiraiya had subdued Jisue. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi articulated his plea. "I sincerely hope that you will extend your hand during Konoha's time of peril. I have grown old and no longer possess the vigor or time to safeguard Konoha. Furthermore, I wish for you to facilitate a collaboration between the Asura Army and our village, be it in terms of economic support or military strength." To his astonishment, Shisui never anticipated that a man once revered as a formidable ninja of Konoha would now speak to him in such a subservient manner. A stark contrast to the esteemed ninjutsu instructor he once was. "Nonetheless, let this matter rest here. I accept your terms." "Thank you, Shisui. Although we have experienced some discord between us, Konoha is, after all, the place of your upbringing." The aging face of Sarutobi displayed profound weariness. Jisue nodded, gazing towards the direction of Konoha, and declared, "I am departing. I shall hold steadfast to my promise." Jisue retracted the small object, and with a wave of his hand, a spatial fluctuation ensued. In an instant, Jisue's figure vanished from the sight of the crowd, leaving Sarutobi and Jiraiya with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, both in regard to Jisue's formidable strength and the prowess of his Asura army. In the hidden village of Konohagakure, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Zabuza was engaged in a spar with a squad leader when Jisue's figure materialized. Both Zabuza and the squad leader immediately halted their practice and bowed respectfully to Jisue. Jisue smiled and said, "Would you like to return to your hometown for a visit?" "Hometown? The Hidden Mist Village? I hold no nostalgic sentiments for that place. It was precisely because I disapproved of the fourth Mizuki's actions that I attempted to assassinate him, ultimately failing and fleeing. Since becoming a rogue ninja, I have never returned." Zabuza responded with a hint of confusion. Jisue smiled and said, "Come, let me take you back to have a look. It is said that the 5th generation Mizuki, Madarumi, is managing things quite well. The era of blood mist in Kirigakure has long since passed. Let us go and see. This time I have found you an opponent, CHJR, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I believe you have yet to meet." Indeed, Lord Jisue. After the recent events in Konoha, Shisui felt a sense of disappointment towards the village. He could hardly comprehend why the original characters would willingly sacrifice their lives without resisting. Gazing at the sky, he let out a soft sigh and addressed the squad leader, saying, "Take good care of Konoha, particularly of Miss Senju. If anything arises, be sure to send me news." "Yes, Captain." Upon seeing the squad leader nod, Shisui waved his left hand, causing a ripple in the air, and turned to Zabuza, saying, "Let us go and witness what the new Hidden Mist Village has to offer." After Shisui and Zabuza vanished, the squad leader began organizing personnel. In the Land of Water, within the office of the Mizuki, Ao remarked, "Although we were unable to bring back the remnants of the Mizuki and Kagaya clans, the information you provided regarding Uchiha Shisui's discord with the 3rd Hokage is quite valuable. Konoha remains formidable, yet if we can sow discord among them, devoid of Uchiha support, I believe Konoha would inevitably become the target of many. You have done well." The 5th Mizuki, Terumi Mei, languidly stated from her chair. "Indeed, Mizuki." Ao replied respectfully from the side. Terumi Mei then turned her gaze to Chojuro, playfully saying, "Chojuro, What do you think would happen if we were to collaborate with the Asura Army to obliterate Konoha? Chojuro, shy and often lacking in confidence, found himself at a loss. Who could have anticipated that Terumi, who had just been conversing with Ao, would suddenly shift the focus onto him? He hastily responded, Mizuki, regardless of your decisions, I will protect you with all my strength. Terumi chuckled and said, Chojuro, you are simply delightful. After finishing her sentence, she prepared to pinch Chojuro's cheek, and he, too timid to evade, braced himself. At that moment, Ao interjected, somewhat irritated, Mizuki, please be mindful of the occasion. For him, a Mizuki should uphold a certain decorum. My apologies, Ao. Chojuro, upon hearing Ao's words, immediately began to apologize, his demeanor quite meek. Terumi shot an annoyed glance at Ao, yet for the trio, such playful banter was a common occurrence whenever they were together. On the mountaintop outside the hidden mist village, Shisui and Zabuza stood, gazing down at the village below. Shisui remained remarkably calm, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Zabujan. What do you think? Upon returning this time, does it not feel somewhat familiar? Not in the slightest, Zabujan replied. By the way, esteemed captain, my opponent is C.H. Jur. However, according to your account, C.H. Jur is the personal bodyguard of the 5th Mizuki, Madarumi. How are we to approach him? With a mischievous smile, Shisui felt a sudden tightening in his heart and thought to himself, this is not good. At that moment, Shisui began to form hand seals, and suddenly unleashed a powerful fireball jutsu, illuminating the peak of the hidden mist village with a blazing inferno. The villagers below immediately sounded the alarm. With patrolling members of the hidden mist shouting, intruders are invading. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the hidden mist village. Observing this, Shisui chuckled and said to Zabuza, see? It's that simple. Haha. Shisui laughed unabashedly, while Zabujan wore a bewildered expression. He had anticipated that Shisui would possess some clever solution. But to his astonishment, it turned out to be this. As Shisui observed the dazed Zabujan, he patted his shoulder and remarked, look, there they come. Zabujan quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze toward the direction of the hidden mist village. Indeed, a woman donning a hat unique to the water shadow was sprinting towards them, accompanied by a one-eyed figure named Ching, alongside a seemingly young child carrying a large sword on their back. Zabujan, once a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the hidden mist, recognized the sword with a mere glance. It was the famed twin blades, Flatfish. As the figures from the hidden mist drew nearer, Jisui's smile widened. However, Zabujan's expression turned increasingly cold. Among the approaching individuals were former comrades, prompting Zabujan to reminisce about the bloody mist era of the hidden mist village. Upon the arrival of Terumi and others, she spotted Zabujan standing before Jisui and declared loudly, Zabujan, the demon. What brings you back to the village? Speak up. At that moment, Zabujan displayed no emotion, coldly responding, I returned to observe, seeking a worthy opponent. With that, he grasped the beheading sword from his back. The onlookers from the hidden mist assumed Zabujan was about to strike, prompting Cho Shichiro to swiftly draw the twin blades, Flatfish, and position himself in front of Terumi to shield her. Terumi sidestepped and addressed Zabujan, saying, You traitorous ninja, return to observe? Humph, since you are here, you might as well stay. A voice suddenly chimed in from behind Zabujan. Oh dear, how terrifying. I never expected the 5th Mizuki of the hidden mist to have such a fiery temper. Everyone was startled by this voice, immediately preparing for an assault. At that moment, Ching activated his Byakugan, only to find nothing within its range. Growing anxious, Ching shouted, Who goes there? Show yourself if you're merely playing tricks. Jisui observed Ching, whose face was etched with anxiety as his gaze began to scan the surroundings. Amused, Jisui stepped out slowly from behind Zabujan and remarked, It appears, Lord Ching, that you are indeed quite forgetful. We have been apart for merely a few days, and you no longer recognize me. Upon seeing Jisui, Ching immediately shouted to Changshu Lang, protect Lord Shueying. After Changshu Lang took action, Ching, with a somewhat awkward expression, addressed Jisui, saying, Uchiha Shisui, what brings you to our hidden mist village? With a playful smile, Jisui remarked, I have come to visit, having never set foot in Wuyin village before. One reason is to sightsee, the other, to seek out a worthy opponent for him. Jisui pointed at the formidable Zabuza before him, and upon noticing Ching's silence, he chuckled. Do not be so tense, simply relax. Yet, his words did little to alleviate the tension among the gathered crowd. On the contrary, anxiety escalated. For even someone as powerful as Shisui found himself in a village devoid of any formidable adversaries, leading him to inwardly scoff. Who on earth would believe you are here merely for sightseeing? At that moment, Terumi Mei, the Mizukage of the hidden mist village, emerged with a smile, addressing Shisui. So you are Uchiha Shisui? The Shura of the Asura Army, indeed quite striking. A man of such extraordinary appearance compels me to bestow upon you a molten kiss. As she spoke, she formed hand seals and called out, lava release, dissolution technique. Instantly, a viscous and highly corrosive magma erupted from her mouth. Shisui smiled faintly, waving his left hand and languidly uttering, space devour. As soon as Shisui finished speaking, Kagaya Otsutsuki witnessed her spewed magma being gradually consumed until it vanished completely from sight. Shisui chuckled lightly and remarked, there's no need to rush. This is hardly the manner of hospitality. Chapter 54. Zabuza Momochi vs. Chijiro witnessing Jisui's nonchalant dismissal of Terumi Mei's assault. The members of the Mist Village felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Terumi Mei addressed Shisui, stating, indeed, this is not the manner of hospitality, however. We in the Mist Village must distinguish between good guests and unwelcome intruders. Someone like you, who dares to enter our village without permission, is certainly not a welcome guest. Terumi Mei's words elicited a gentle smile from Shisui, who replied, I initially intended to be a good guest, but such an approach would be a waste of time. What is your true objective, Uchiha Shisui? This time, you have brought the rogue Zabuza back to the mist. Are you seeking to champion his cause? From the sidelines, Ao shouted loudly. Although he harbored great trepidation towards Shisui, the matter at hand concerned the reputation of the Mist Village, compelling him to take a stand. Shisui smiled and said, do not be anxious. I have already stated that I am here to find an opponent for Zabuza. Having once been a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, it is only fitting that I seek a rival of equal caliber for him. Upon hearing Jisui's earnest words, Kahaku Mei hesitantly inquired, Uchiha Shisui, are you truly here solely to provide Zabuza with a worthy adversary and nothing more? Jisui chuckled lightly and remarked, of course, do you truly expect me to idly destroy your village? Observing the expressions of Jisui and Zabuza, Kirigakure Mei began to believe that Jisui's words held truth. Mei inquired, who do you think is capable of confronting Zabuza? Shirzue remained silent, pointing at Chijiro, who stood beside Kei Mimi, before turning to Zaibu-Zhan and stating, Zaibu-Zhan, he is your adversary. Go forth and vanquish him. Zaibu-Zhan respectfully bowed to Shirzue, replying, rest assured, Captain. He then approached Chijiro with his executioner's blade in hand. Meanwhile, Chijiro turned his gaze towards Kei Mimi, feeling a sense of urgency. For someone of his somewhat timid disposition, Zaibu-Zhan was an overwhelmingly formidable opponent. However, upon receiving a nod from Kei Mimi, the flicker of panic in his eyes vanished entirely. Chijiro grasped his dual swords, Hiramiki and SZ, and approached Zaibu-Zhan with measured steps. Zaibu-Zhan, observing the previously seemingly timid Chijiro, felt a sudden surge of excitement. Young one, he declared. To have attained mastery of the dual swords at such a tender age is indeed remarkable. Yet, as the captain has commanded, I must defeat you. So be on your guard. The onlookers, witnessing the impending clash between the two, began to retreat hastily. Shirzue, meanwhile, sauntered over to a large stone in the back, seated himself, and cheerfully addressed Kamiyumi, would you care to join me for a seat? Jisue initially believed that Kamiyumi would decline, yet to his surprise, Kamiyumi smiled tenderly and replied, sure. Her enchanting smile momentarily captivated Jisue, leaving him slightly dazed, but he quickly regained his composure and made room for her. The expression of Shirzue was entirely captured in Terumi Mei's gaze. Approaching, Terumi Mei pointed at Zabuza and Chijiro, smiling as she inquired, Shirzue Uchiha, which of the two do you believe stands a better chance of victory? Jisue glanced at the two individuals who had come together, smiling as he remarked, although Nagato is commendable, he is merely an ordinary jonin. Even with the aid of the twin swords, he can only exhibit the prowess of an elite jonin. This may be impressive to some, yet Zabuza, once a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, is far superior. Consider this, when it comes to a quasi-kage level against an ordinary jonin, who holds the greater advantage? After Shirzue finished speaking, he cast a smile at Zomiai. Upon hearing Shirzue's words, Zomiai furrowed her brows slightly, beginning to ponder. On the field, Chijiro, wielding the dual blades known as Hiramiki, was gasping for breath, yet Zabuza remained unfazed, his expression relaxed. The 7 legendary swords of the mist each possessed unique characteristics. For instance, Zabuza's decapitating sword could regenerate through blood, while the dual blades Hiramiki could enhance their sharpness with the aid of chakra. Zabuza regarded Chur with a flicker of admiration in his eyes, but as he recalled Shirzue's words, he commenced his ninjutsu, exclaiming sharply, "Hidden mist technique." As a distinguished figure emerging from the blood mist era, Zabuza unleashed his signature move. The air thickened with dense mist, obscuring visibility. He used this to conceal himself. Swiftly employing his body flicker technique, Mist Body flickered a dart through the fog. Noticing Zabuza's disappearance into the mist, Chur gripped Hiramiki tightly. Suddenly, Chur shouted, "Here," and swung his blade into the mist. A sharp clash resonated as Zabuza and Chur's swords met, and they exchanged blows in rapid succession before both retreating momentarily. From his perch on a stone outside the mist, Shirzue called out to Zabuza, "Zabuza, pick up the pace. We have matters to attend to." Hearing Shirzue's words, Zabuza addressed Chur, "I had intended to play with you a while longer, but the captain is growing impatient. Let us settle this with one decisive blow." With that, Zabuza spun his decapitating sword in a wide arc, then, with a powerful thrust of his right foot, charged towards Chur. Noticing a sudden surge in Zabuza's speed, Chur realized the peril and quickly raised Hiramiki in defense. However, before he could fully brace himself, Zabuza's sword struck with a resounding thud against Chur's blade. The two swords clashed once more, and with a forceful push, Zabuza sent Chur hurtling backward, crashing into a large stone. Chur felt a wave of discomfort and spat blood. Yet Zabuza did not relent. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals. 3 seconds later, he bellowed, "Water release, great waterfall technique." Zabuza's chakra unleashed a torrent of water, akin to a cascading waterfall, directed at Chur. Aware he could not withstand the onslaught, Chur prepared to position his sword defensively to mitigate the impact, allowing the deluge to crash upon him. With a thunderous roar, the waterfall struck Chur, leaving him severely injured and unconscious. Though Aoi and Mei were poised to intervene, Shirzue's glance halted their movements. Upon seeing Chur's unconscious form, Zabuza approached, intent on delivering the final blow. At that moment, Shirzue interjected, "Zabuza, that's enough. Do not take his life." Zabuza sheathed his decapitating sword, casting a final glance at the fallen Chur before turning back to Shirzue. Observing Zabuza's approach, Shirzue smiled and remarked to Mei that Chur shows promise. He is worth cultivating. Mei offered a somewhat strained smile and moved to assess Chur's injuries, letting out a small sigh of relief. Jishue turned to Mei Ming and said, "I must take my leave now. I initially came merely for a brief visit. If you are still concerned, rest assured that I am departing." Ha ha ha. Upon concluding his words, Shirzue waved his left hand, and an instantaneous fluctuation in space materialized. He called out to Zabuza, "Zabuza, it is time to depart." Then, with a smile, he turned to Meitarumi and said, "If the opportunity arises, I shall return to the Hidden Mist Village. When that time comes, you must graciously extend your hospitality, haha." With that, the figures of Shirzue and Zabuza vanished before the onlookers. Upon witnessing their disappearance, Meitarumi exhaled in relief and turned to Ao, asking, "Ao, what do you perceive of Uchiha Shisui?" Ao sighed and replied, "Incomprehensible." After hearing this, Meitarumi chose to disregard his response and carried Chojuro into the village. Meanwhile, 50 miles away from the Hidden Mist Village, the figures of Shirzue and Zabuza reappeared. Shirzue smiled and inquired of Zabuza, "What did you think of today's opponent?" Zabuza, somewhat perplexed, responded, "It is hard to fathom. While Lord Shirzue refers to such a young one, his strength is commendable, yet there remains a significant disparity between our abilities." He then gazed at Shirzue. Jishue smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. This journey serves 2 purposes. One is to introduce you to the most promising young talents of the Mist-Hidden Village, as you will inevitably have dealings with them in the future. The other is to allow you to return and reminisce. Considering it has been many years since your last visit." Jean couldn't help but feel perplexed and asked, "Then, Lord Jishue, are you not going to help me enhance my strength?" Jishue chuckled softly and said, "Of course, but before that, you should relax a bit." He refrained from revealing to Zaibu Jean his intention to see Terumi Mei, who was renowned as one of the 10 most beautiful women in the Naruto world. Otherwise, Zaibu Jean might have been taken aback. As Jishue concluded his thoughts, the Kusanagi sword instantaneously transformed into its blade and fell into his grasp. With a deft motion of his hand, Jishue wielded the Kusanagi, cleaving through the mountain with a series of swift strokes, creating a cavernous opening. He then retracted the sword and addressed Zaibu-Zhan, saying, "Step inside. I shall elevate your abilities from this point onward." Initially, Shisui was reluctant to enhance another's strength, yet having been trapped at the threshold of the shadow level for 2 years, Zaibu-Zhan warranted this assistance to finally transcend into the realm of shadows. Shisui handed a bottle to Zabuza and said, "Drink this. Then sit cross-legged and channel your chakra as you usually do during your training." Following Jisui's instructions, Zabuza consumed the contents of the bottle and entered a meditative state. After a short while, he felt a warmth spreading through his body, bringing him a sense of comfort. At that moment, Jisui concentrated his chakra in his hand and placed it directly on Zabuza's head. Instantly, a flicker of pain crossed Zabuza's face. However, he trusted that Jisui meant him no harm, for if Jisui intended to kill him, he would not have gone through such elaborate means. Zabuza bore the pain and continued his training, and soon he felt his chakra, which had been stagnant for 2 years, beginning to swell gradually. As time passed, after 10 minutes, the anguish on Zabuza's face evaporated, and a surge of chakra, exponentially more potent than before, erupted within him. Ecstatic, Zabuza realized that from this day forth, he had truly ascended to the ranks of a Kaga-level warrior. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Jisui and noticed his complexion had paled, with beads of sweat dotting his brow. Setting aside his elation, Zabuza hastened to support Jisui, who offered a faint smile and said, "From today, you are a Kaga-level warrior. I hope you will lead the 3rd division of the Asura Army well." Upon hearing Jisui's words, Zabuza immediately knelt on one knee, expressing his deep gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Jisui, for your immense favor. I shall never forget this in my lifetime and will lead the 3rd division of the Asura Army to achieve great deeds for you." Jisui smiled slightly and said to Zaibu-Zhan, "You should step outside and test your abilities. I need a moment to recuperate." Zaibu-Zhan nodded and slowly retreated. Jisui hastily settled into a meditative position, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, this is utterly exhausting. I shall never assist another in enhancing their strength again. It drains both my vitality and energy." Chapter 55. The armor of lightning released the water-stopping essence is bestowed upon Zabuza's vessel, which contains the very blood of the water-stopping entity. Ever since this entity devoured the stars and the cells of Hashirama, it discovered an abundance of vitality within its own blood. However, Zabuza's prolonged missions have inflicted internal damage upon his body, rendering him unable to harness his chakra effectively. Hence, the water-stopping essence was administered to him. Yet, consuming this blood does not guarantee benefits, for it is infused with the essence of stellar power and the aura of wood release. Should the water-stopping entity activate the restrictions it has established, it possesses the capacity to diminish their strength to levels even lower than before. Ceasing to ponder, he concentrated fully on entering a state of meditative focus. To his astonishment, he discovered that the living cells within his body had proliferated to an impressive 95%, while his celestial physique had transcended a significant threshold, surpassing the 4th layer and commencing the development of the 5th layer of his ethereal form. Upon recovering from his meditative state, Jisui rose and stepped outside, filled with immense joy. As soon as he emerged, Zaibu-Zhan, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, hurried over to inquire, "Lord Jisui, are you feeling better?" Jisui smiled softly and remarked, "Of course. It is merely a matter of some expenditure. Now, I shall return to Konoha, while you can head directly back to the headquarters of the Asura Army from here. Given your speed, I believe it should take you no more than a day, correct?" "Indeed, Lord Jisui. If I travel at full speed, I should reach there in merely a few hours." Zaibu-Zhan regarded Jisui with deep respect, recalling how, 3 years prior, Jisui had effortlessly defeated him at the Asura Army headquarters. In Zaibu-Zhan's eyes, Jisui had become almost divine. Now, with Jisui having elevated his strength to the level of a Kage and having healed all his hidden injuries, Zaibu-Zhan's admiration for him only intensified. Observing the reverence in Zaibu-Zhan's gaze, Jisui understood that he had completely won his loyalty and could confidently entrust the Asura Army to him. Jisui nodded at Zabuza and said, "Go forth and lead the 3rd squad well." With that, Jisui waved his hand and vanished into the undulating space. Zabuza remained rooted in place, reflecting on his years within the Akatsuki, contrasting them with his days in the hidden mist village, 2 entirely disparate existences. In the Akatsuki, although he still undertook missions, the lives of his comrades were prioritized above all else, which accounted for the relatively low casualties over the years. Conversely, in the hidden mist village, missions took precedence over everything, and comrades could be used as bait when necessary. The stark contrast between these two realities solidified Zabuza's resolve to follow Shisui for a lifetime. Gazing at the sky, he felt a profound sense of joy, gathered his thoughts, and set off towards the Akatsuki headquarters. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, within the hidden leaf village, upon returning to Konoha, Shisui went straight home, where Fugaku was accompanying Sasuke and practicing ninjutsu. Upon seeing Shisui, both of them smiled with joy. Shizumi approached with a smile, gently ruffling Sasuke's hair, and addressed Fugaku, saying, "Father, I have returned." Fugaku nodded and replied, "You should not be leaving again for a while, should you?" Shisui smiled and remarked, "Not necessarily. If something comes to mind that needs attending to, I might simply vanish to take care of it. I believe you are aware of this and have grown accustomed to it." After speaking, Shisui shyly rubbed his nose, as he often departed without informing Fuyue, disappearing without a trace, much like that time he went as Shandong for cultivation. Fuyue chuckled and, after conversing with Shisui for a while, Shisui turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, please go practice on your own for now. I need to discuss some matters with my father." Sasuke, understanding the situation, left, though he wished to stay. However, the memory of Jishui's mischievous smile made him shiver involuntarily. Upon arriving in the secret chamber at home, Shisui conveyed to Fugaku the exact words he had spoken to Sarutobi. After listening, Fugaku fell into a contemplative silence. Although Shishui's actions over the years had ultimately proven to be correct, the burden of change weighed heavily upon him. Having lived in this land for the majority of his life, and considering it the ancestral territory of his clan, how could he possibly contemplate abandoning it so easily? "I comprehend the concept of water stop," patiently awaiting Fujimoto's conclusion of contemplation. "Where do you intend to settle our family?" Fujimoto inquired. Shisui pondered for a moment and said, "Father, I have yet to find a place. However, I have gathered some insights, so I wanted to inform you in advance. Of course, if you disagree, it is of no consequence, as there is still ample time, and I possess solutions at hand." Fuyu nodded slightly upon hearing Jishui's words, understanding that Jishui has always been a person of strong opinions, which allowed him to feel a sense of reassurance regarding his child. Upon returning to his chamber, Shisui contemplated a pressing dilemma. The first and most straightforward solution, albeit fraught with potential complications, was to directly isolate the Hidden Leaf and the Uchiha clan using a spatial array. The second option involved relocating to the Star-Hidden Village, where toxic miasma pervaded the atmosphere, serving as a natural barrier. However, this choice posed challenges in terms of accessibility and its remote location. Finally, Shisui pondered a more profound possibility. If he could gain a deeper understanding of spatial structures, he might indeed establish an independent realm. After pondering for a moment, Shisui felt a wave of irritation wash over him, prompting him to abandon his thoughts entirely. He then retrieved the Thunder Scroll he had acquired from the Ch-Nin during his inaugural mission. Upon unrolling it, he was taken aback by the contents inscribed within. The words Thunder Release Armor leapt into his view, startling him not because of the technique's profound significance, but rather due to the fact that it was a skill exclusive to the Reikage, within the village of Kumogakure. The Thunder Release Armor, also known as the Thunder Release Chakra Mode, enables the practitioner to concentrate lightning attribute chakra throughout their body, enveloping themselves in a shimmering aura of electricity. This technique not only revitalizes the physical form and grants the ability to utilize the lightning body flicker technique, but also greatly enhances defensive capabilities. Furthermore, as the volume of Thunder Release Chakra increases, both defense and speed are further augmented. In the original narrative, the Fourth Reikage employed this technique to deliver a single punch that nearly incapacitated the formidable Noki. Upon continuing to read, Jishui let out a sigh. The scroll contained only the initial segment, while the subsequent levels of Lei-In and the Lei-In Chio dance remained unchronicled. Nevertheless, Jishui felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for this was indeed an unexpected delight. Jishui experimented with the cultivation method inscribed on the scroll and discovered that the results were remarkably impressive. He surmised that if he were to fully unleash his chakra to activate this technique, his speed would rival that of his own sixth gate of the 8 gates of opening. The more I practice with Jishui, the more I come to appreciate its merits. Initially, I believed that no matter how good it was, it would not exceed my expectations, considering it was merely obtained from a chunin. Had I not idly opened it today, I would likely have regretted my decision for some time. After Jishui recorded it, he carefully rolled up the scroll and began to experiment, observing the transformations it might bring to his body. Half an hour later, Jishui awakened, murmuring, "What a remarkable treasure. It seems I must journey to the land of thunder." The following day, after dining with Fuji and the others, Shisui set off toward the land of thunder. According to the records of the Book of Soldiers, the land of thunder derives its name from its towering peaks that pierce the clouds and the resounding thunder that reverberates through the air. Upon reaching the border between the land of fire and the land of soup, Shisui observed numerous individuals clad in tattered garments, their faces reflecting the pallor of hardship. He couldn't help but lament that, aside from the 5 great nations, the populace of the Naruto world largely endured a life of suffering. Lacking strength, they not only failed to protect their possessions, but at times, their very lives were not theirs to command. Although Shisui had long recognized that the Naruto world operates on the principles of the survival of the fittest, witnessing such a scene before him proved to be an unsettling experience. As Shimizu strolled through the streets of the land of soup, he observed that every face bore the same expression, a countenance filled with numbness and despair towards this world. In that moment, Shimizu silently vowed to himself that if given the chance, he would undoubtedly extend a hand to assist them. Shisui felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and had to leave in haste. This time, he did not linger in the Frost Kingdom, but proceeded directly to the Thunder Kingdom. In close proximity to Yunin village, Shisui stood quietly, observing the populace of this nation. It was evident that they lived far more blissfully than the citizens of other smaller countries. As Shisui pondered this, a man approached from the opposite direction, clad in sunglasses. Shisui regarded him. He possessed bronze skin and light yellow hair, and he was adorned with 6 blades, bearing the character iron upon his right shoulder. Shisui suddenly broke into laughter, astonished that he would encounter this renowned figure from the world of Naruto Killer Bee. Indeed, he was the host of the 8 Tails and the most perfect Jinchuriki. As Killer Bee approached, rapping and singing, Shisui greeted him with a smile. Upon reaching Jishui's side, Killer Bee exclaimed, "Hey there, this young man is quite handsome. I see you're smiling all the time. Do you enjoy my rap?" Initially amused by Killer Bee's friendly demeanor, Shisui felt a wave of annoyance as he heard the rap, causing 3 dark lines to form on his forehead. In his heart, he silently cursed. "Damn it, I enjoy listening to rap, but while others require payment for their singing, your performance feels like a matter of life and death." Shisui chuckled faintly. "It's not that I particularly enjoy it. I merely find joy in certain thoughts." Without waiting for an invitation, Karabi promptly settled beside Shisui, launching into a lively rap conversation. After a while, Shisui grew increasingly exasperated and inadvertently released a hint of chakra. This startled the 8 Tails, Gyuki, within Karabi, who exclaimed, "Karabi, be cautious. This individual is quite formidable." Upon hearing Gyuki's warning, Karabi responded, "Hey there, you don't seem to be from this country, do you?" Shisui replied with a smile, "No, it's because I've never been here before, so I came to take a look." As soon as the words were spoken, Kairabai expressed unwavering agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, how splendid it would be. If only I could roam freely as you do, how delightful that would be." "So why can't you?" came the inquiry. "It is because of my brother, who governs my life with an iron fist, and at present, I am unable to contend with him." Kairabai lamented with a deep sense of frustration. Shisui smiled and remarked, "You must be quite formidable, right? Is there anyone in this nation stronger than you?" Currently, Shisui was fervently seeking a worthy opponent, which fueled his excitement. Upon witnessing Jishui's demeanor, Karabi discerned that he belonged to the archetype of a battle enthusiast. He then replied, "Indeed, my brother surpasses me in strength." Jishui said with a smile, "Could you perhaps take me to meet your brother, Laying?" As soon as Shishui finished speaking, Karabi leaped up, shouting at Shishui, "Who are you? How do you know my brother is the Reikage? What are your intentions in this country?" In response to Karabi's 3 inquiries, Shishui chuckled and said, "Oh dear, I let that slip." Without hesitation, Karabi unsheathed 2 of his 6 swords and pointed them at Shishui, demanding, "Who are you really? If you refuse to answer, don't blame me for being impolite." Undaunted by Karabi's fierce demeanor, Shishui replied with equal fervor, "Come on then. If you defeat me, I shall reveal the truth." Chapter 56. Shishui versus Karabi. With a spark of excitement, Shishui gazed at Karabi, and with a mere thought, he grasped the Kusanagi sword in his hand, instantly unleashing his formidable chakra. As Karabi sensed Shishui's overwhelming chakra and beheld the Kusanagi sword in his grip, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. However, for Karabi, no matter how formidable the opponent might be, he remained unfazed. After all, he was the epitome of a perfect Jinchuriki. Turning to the bull demon, he declared, It's time to engage. The bull demon nodded in response, and in an instant, a layer of tailed beast chakra enveloped Karabi. Shisui was engaged in his inaugural battle against the tailed beasts, and he was filled with a profound curiosity regarding the unique attributes of these formidable creatures. Shisui smiled and said, "Come on." However, in an instant, his body surged towards Karabi, the blade of the grass-cutting sword glimmering with a cold light. Before long, Shisui made contact with Karabi. Yet, as their swords met, a resounding clash echoed, and their weapons shattered into two pieces. The water-stopping grass pheasant sword swung towards Bai. Yet the eight-tailed bull demon within Bai's body instantaneously manifested a sharp spike aimed at Shisui. Had Shisui disregarded his injuries, he could have undoubtedly inflicted harm upon Karabi. However, Shisui was unwilling to exchange injury for injury. With a swift motion, the water-stopping sword slashed diagonally, severing the sharp spines of the eight-tailed bull demon. At that moment, Karabi quickly retreated, his heart racing with trepidation. Had it not been for the assistance of the bull demon, he would have sustained grave injuries in the initial encounter. "Thank you, bull demon." Karabi expressed his gratitude earnestly. "Fool, be more cautious. The opponent is formidable," the bull demon admonished. Shisui gazed at the tailed beast cloak he donned, sensing a peculiar resemblance between a portion of it and the chakra coursing through his own being. Unable to articulate the reason, he found himself filled with an overwhelming joy. For in the world of Naruto, tailed beasts are indeed remarkable creatures, particularly when they are wielded by formidable individuals. At that moment, however, Bai's body began to undergo a transformation reminiscent of a tailed beast. The physical manifestation of the eight tails emerged, prompting Shisui to chuckle and remark, "Hey, uncle, if you don't take this seriously, it could cost you your life." "Silence, brat. Allow me to show you my technique," Bai retorted. As two distinct chakras began to materialize before him, swiftly coalescing into a spherical form. As the water stopped, Shisui chuckled softly, refraining from launching an attack. Instead, choosing to observe the grand display of power before him, he was eager to witness firsthand the true strength of the so-called tailed beast bomb. With a thunderous roar, a purple chakra-tailed beast surged towards Shisui with astonishing speed. In a swift motion, he retracted the Kusanagi sword, formed hand seals, and declared, "Ninjutsu, space barrier." Instantly, a vast barrier materialized around him, encasing Shisui. He then turned his gaze towards the tailed beast bomb. At that moment, the tailed beast bomb collided with Jisui's space barrier, and he noticed cracks beginning to form, gradually spreading outward. "Ah, truly remarkable." Jisui couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He swiftly began to form seals again and shouted, "Ninjutsu, space devouring." A black hole of space emerged, initiating contact with the eight-tailed beast bomb. Meanwhile, Karabi observed the cracks appearing in Jisui's barrier and shouted at the eight tails, "You fool, are you overestimating yourself? This is my tailed beast bomb." Karabi turned his gaze towards Jisui, initially expecting an explosive confrontation, only to witness the tailed beast bomb gradually diminishing in size. Ultimately, the presence of the tailed beast bomb vanished entirely. Karabi's mouth fell agape as he exclaimed, "Hey, are you serious?" Jisui chuckled and said, "Uncle, do you possess any more formidable techniques? This one seems rather ineffective." Bai, filled with astonishment, retorted, "You fool. Cease your arrogance." Suddenly, tentacles began to emerge from Bai's body, ultimately transforming into an enormous octopus of colossal proportions. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the eight tails across from him, Jisui smiled and remarked, "Its size is rather imposing, rendering it less entertaining." In that case, as Jisui spoke, his eyes suddenly transformed into a windmill shape, radiating an enchanting light. In a low voice, he uttered, "Susanoo." Instantly, a colossal green figure, nearly the height of the eight tails, materialized, wielding a massive weapon resembling a rotor in one hand, while the other hand grasped a large shield. Indeed, this was Jisui's Susanoo. As soon as it appeared, Killer Bee and the eight tails Gyuki sensed impending trouble. "Hey, Bee, that kid is from the Uchiha clan. Be cautious," Gyuki remarked with concern, and Killer Bee nodded in agreement. The water-stopping Susanoo rushed towards the eight tails, which, though reluctant, braced itself for the confrontation. Among all the tailed beasts, the last ones desiring to engage in battle with the Uchiha clan were the most unfortunate. With the activation of Susanoo, their defense became nearly invincible, while simultaneously necessitating caution to avoid being ensnared by the ocular techniques. Upon witnessing the eight tails, Shisui felt an overwhelming urge to charge forward. With a flick of his hand, Susanoo mirrored his motion, bringing its weapon crashing down upon the Eight Tails. In an instant, the Eight Tails ensnared Susanoo with its powerful tentacles, engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Kurabi wielded his sword, launching a swift strike towards Shisui. With an unwavering smile, Shisui remained calm as Kurabi launched his assault. The sound of bang bang echoed as Kurabi witnessed Shisui's Susanoo forcefully slam the Eight Tails into the ground, preparing to sever its tentacles with his weapon. Swiftly, Kurabi moved to intervene, seeking to grant the Eight Tails a moment of respite. However, the instant Kurabi made contact with Shisui's Susanoo, a resounding bang reverberated, and he was sent flying. Shisui smiled and remarked, "It turns out that the power of the Uchiha is not as formidable as it seems." He then commanded his Susanoo to launch an assault on the Eight Tails. Upon witnessing Jishui's Susanoo preparing to engage the Eight Tails, the bull demon swiftly leapt away, distancing itself from the impending confrontation. Upon witnessing the Eight Tails retreat, Shisui came to a halt, patiently awaiting the reunion of Kurabi and the Eight Tails. From the outset, Shisui had no intention of vanquishing them. Rather, he sought to witness the true prowess of the most exceptional Jinchuriki. To be candid, Shisui felt a tinge of disappointment, for he had yet to unleash his full strength. Yet the battlefield was decidedly lopsided. Jishui gazed intently at Kurabi and the Eight Tails, addressing them with a teasing tone. "Hey, uncle, have you run out of impressive techniques? You cannot claim the title of the perfect Jinchuriki like this." Upon hearing Jishui's words, both Kurabi and Gyuki exchanged glances in silence before nodding in acknowledgement. In an instant, Kurabi leaped onto the back of the Eight Tails, and Gyuki seamlessly merged with him, drawing forth all the blades from his form. With a mighty shout, Kurabi declared, "Eighth Blade." Two of the swords before him bore broken tips. However, this did not hinder Kurabi's current state in the slightest. Jishui cast a puzzled glance, questioning why it was said that one attains their utmost strength only upon complete tailed beast transformation. Yet here he was, unable to prevail and retreating from such a formidable state. His confusion deepened. Moments later, Jishui witnessed Kurabi charging towards him with remarkable speed. He activated his Susanoo, ready to strike, but just as he initiated his attack, Kurabi's peculiar form vanished without a trace. Jisui was taken aback, for he sensed the presence of Killer Bee emerging behind Susanoo. He immediately prepared to turn around. At that moment, Killer Bee swung his 8 blades towards Jisui's Susanoo, and Jisui instantly felt a tremendous impact. Killer Bee continued his relentless assault, showing no signs of respite. Jisui steadied the form of Susanoo and retaliated with a shield, hurling it towards Killer Bee. With a resounding crash, the shield sent Killer Bee soaring through the air. However, Jisui realized that this strike had not truly struck its target, but rather Killer Bee had used his own momentum to propel himself away. Upon lowering his gaze to observe his Susanoo, Shizukawa perceived a critical vulnerability, its lamentable lack of swiftness. With a sigh of resignation, he brandished the weapon of Susanoo and struck fiercely at the location where Kurabi stood. In an instant, the ground trembled and shattered at Susanoo's assault, cleaving a vast chasm into the earth. Jishui nodded in satisfaction. Although the speed of Susanoo was not particularly swift, its power was undeniably impeccable. Jishui formed hand seals with both hands and exclaimed, "Release." In an instant, Susanoo vanished. Jishui waved his arms and murmured, "This feels much more comfortable." Jisui retrieved the grass pheasant sword and called out to the distant Kurabi, who was launching an attack with his Susanoo, saying, "Uncle, that move was quite impressive. Why not give it another go?" Upon witnessing Jisui retract his Susanoo, Bai, bewildered, shouted, "You fool! How could you possibly withdraw your Susanoo?" With a playful smile, Shizue remarked, "Since you have reclaimed the full form of the 8 tails, it is only natural that I shall refrain from employing Susanoo." His words, a blend of truth and jest, hinted at a desire for a fair contest, yet were primarily influenced by the overwhelming speed of Susanoo, which greatly affected his own capabilities. Upon hearing Shizue's statement, Killer Bee's gaze shifted. Yet as he witnessed Shizue advancing towards him, he promptly unleashed the techniques of his 8th blade. The two swiftly closed the distance, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows. After several exchanges, Shizue's Kusanagi sword severed Killer Bee's massive blade entirely. Resting the Kusanagi against Killer Bee's neck with a grin, he declared, "Uncle, you have lost." Killer Bee, ceasing his resistance, playfully retorted, "You keep calling me uncle. How could I possibly win?" Jisui chuckled heartily upon hearing this, sheathing his grasswheat sword. "Uncle, you are truly amusing. You don't even know my name yet. I am Uchiha Shisui. Shall we become friends?" Upon realizing that Jisui had spared his life, Karabi released his tailed beast transformation and, displaying his carefree nature, exclaimed with a grin, "How about you listen to my rap first? Deal, uncle? However, your singing leaves much to be desired. Allow me to teach you instead." Shisui replied with a smile, showing no concern for their recent skirmish. "You'll teach me? You can sing too? How delightful. I never expected that a little escapade would not only be exhilarating, but also lead me to a kindred spirit," Karabi joyfully remarked. With a gentle smile, Shisui placed her hand delicately upon her lips, producing a sound reminiscent of the box that captivates the hearts of the youth on Earth. In an instant, Karabi found herself entranced by Jisui's rhythm, lost within its allure. Chapter 57. The First Encounter with the Reikage. As Shisui patiently instructed Killer Bee in the art of box music, he simultaneously regaled him with tales of the enchanting world beyond, igniting a sense of envy within Killer Bee. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, residing within Killer Bee, contemplated the enigmatic nature of Uchiha Shisui. His strength was formidable, having subdued Bee. Yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, rendering him utterly inscrutable. "Uncle Bee, that's not quite right. Your voice is too soft. You should project a bit more," Shisui encouraged, striving to guide Killer Bee, who, unfortunately, possessed little aptitude for music. Nevertheless, Bee harbored aspirations of becoming a star and holding concerts, which left Shisui in a state of wistful contemplation. Killer Bee listened intently as Shisui elaborated on the novel musical techniques, each note a wondrous revelation he had never encountered before. He diligently practiced the box rhythms Shisui had taught him, and after over an hour of persistent effort, he began to grasp the fundamentals. "Shisui, is this how it's done?" Killer Bee exclaimed, launching into a performance of the box he had just mastered. Observing Killer Bee's earnest dedication, Shisui felt a pang of reluctance to dampen his spirits. Thus, he responded with a smile, "Uncle Bee, your talent truly shines. You've learned so much in just an hour. Once you realize your dream and hold a concert, do remember to invite me. I'll be your biggest cheerleader." As Killer Bee continued to play, he eventually concluded his performance, beaming at Shisui. "Thank you so much, Shisui. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to learn such beautiful music." Shisui chuckled and remarked, "Well, that is certainly better than the old man learning on his own. Otherwise, no amount of teaching would be effective." Upon hearing Jisui's words, Karabi was immensely pleased and exclaimed joyfully, "Indeed, you fool, you buffoon, haha." Upon seeing Karabi's exuberance, Jisui couldn't help but sigh internally. Truly, he is the Uncle Bai with a heart as pure as a child's. He must be one of the most innocent individuals I have encountered in this world. Jisui inquired with a smile, "Big Uncle, why have you ventured out alone? With your prowess, even if you were to encounter a formidable opponent, surely you could escape unharmed, could you not? How could you lack freedom?" "Indeed. My elder brother treats me with great kindness. His only concern is my safety, which is why he has prohibited my outings. However, living in a single place day after day is utterly tedious. Thus, I seized the moment when my brother was distracted and slipped away. As fortune would have it, I encountered you just as I stepped out. I believe my brother will come looking for me shortly," replied Karabi. "Big Uncle, it matters not. I shall visit you when time permits. Initially, I intended to challenge your elder brother to a duel and procure an item, but as we are now good friends, I shall let that go. Besides, our recent sparring was quite exhilarating and has illuminated some of my own shortcomings," Jisui remarked with a smile. The two engaged in an extensive conversation, covering various topics, including ninjutsu insights and the application of chakra, while deliberately omitting certain village secrets. Jisui found great benefit in Karabi's casual discussions about the utilization of tailed beast chakra. Meanwhile, at the Reikage's office in the Hidden Cloud Village, a towering figure, muscular and exuding an air of combat prowess, was roaring in frustration. "That scoundrel must have sneaked out again. If I catch him this time, I shall thrash him within an inch of his life." With a thunderous blow, he struck the iron table before him, shattering it into pieces. "Lord Reikage, please temper your rage. I believe he hasn't gone far. Given his nature, he is likely exploring the village vicinity. Furthermore, he has a penchant for music and may be in a crowded area outside the village," suggested a humble member of the Umbu, kneeling respectfully before the Reikage. Today was supposed to be his shift, but his luck had soured drastically with Karabi's unexpected departure. The Umbu was in a state of panic, should the Reikage's temper escalate, or if Karabi were to remain unaccounted for or sustain injuries. Who could fathom the consequences? Even a single blow from the Reikage could spell his demise. As these thoughts ran through his mind, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The Raikage, witnessing the man's distress, could hardly contain his fury. He punched the wall, creating a gaping hole large enough for 3 or 5 individuals to pass through. Anxious and restless, he imagined the chaos that could ensue from Kurabi's sudden disappearance. As the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, every action of Kurabi was under scrutiny. If word of his absence spread, the repercussions could be dire. Mobilize the personnel immediately. We must locate Kurabi without delay. The Raikage commanded, his voice booming as he ordered his team to follow him out of the Hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, Shisui was enjoying a moment of camaraderie with Kurabi, roasting delectable, glistening fish over an open flame. Kurabi, with his hands vigorously rubbing together, eagerly asked, "How much longer until we can eat? It smells so good, I can hardly wait." Upon seeing Kurabi in such a state, Shisui chuckled and said, "Uncle Bai, do not rush. It will be ready soon. By the way, what is with the drool at the corner of your mouth?" Kurabi grinned and replied, "Well, it's simply because it smells too delightful." Shisui smiled and said, "Of course. This is my specialty, grilled fish. It is Itachi's favorite, and the little one. That glutton can hardly resist it. Once he sees grilled fish, he loses all sense of restraint." "Itachi? The little one? Who are they? You seem quite fond of them. If I were to hold a concert, I would certainly invite them. Anyone who occupies such a special place in your heart must be remarkable." Kurabi inquired with curiosity. "Oh, well, Itachi is my younger brother, and the little one is my summoning beast, but in my heart, he is also like a brother to me. They both possess incredible strength," Shisui replied, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. "Oh, is that so? Now I'm even more intrigued. By the way, is the grilled fish ready? I'm absolutely craving it," Kurabi exclaimed, unabashedly drooling. All right, it's ready. Here is the largest one for you. Once you finish this, there will be more." Shisui chuckled as he handed Kurabi the biggest grilled fish. Kurabi eagerly took a hearty bite of the still steaming fish, ignoring the scorching heat as he grimaced in delight, giving Shisui a thumbs up while making muffled sounds of approval. Shisui laughed merrily, observing the comical antics of Kurabi, feeling as though time flew by. Before long, they had devoured all the grilled fish, contentedly patting their bellies as they reclined on the grass, gazing at the sky above. Their conversation was filled with joy, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Suddenly, Shisui sat up abruptly, casting a distant glance towards the direction of Yunin village. Kurabi immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no. My brother is coming." Within approximately 30 seconds, the voice of Raikage AI echoed through the air, "Bye, you scoundrel." As the water barrier observed the past, it became evident that it was the fourth Raikage, whose physique was remarkably robust and imposing, exuding an air of formidable strength. The Raikage swiftly dashed forward, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, his speed reached an astonishing pinnacle, and with a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful punch to Killer Bee. In an instant, Killer Bee was propelled through the air like a mere ball, crashing violently to the ground. The legendary man, known for his ability to confront tail beasts with sheer physical strength, discovered that the opponent's bodily resilience was nearly comparable to his own four-layered celestial form. Shisui felt a surge of excitement, his chakra beginning to overflow uncontrollably. In an instant, Raikage halted his movements, turning to face Shisui. "Who are you? And what are your intentions in being with me?" Raikage inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Shisui. Shisui chuckled quietly, remaining silent. At that moment, Kurabi, who had been sent flying, hastily rose and approached the two, addressing Raikage, "Brother, this is a new friend of mine. He harbors no ill intentions towards me." Kurabi quickly clarified, anxious that Shisui and Raikage might clash over mere misunderstandings. Given Jisui's formidable strength, he undoubtedly surpassed his brother. Should Shisui injure Raikage, Kurabi would find himself at a loss as to whom he ought to support. Upon hearing Kurabi's explanation, Raikage's demeanor softened slightly, yet the wariness in his eyes remained undiminished. His stance still poised for combat. He was prepared to subdue Shisui at the slightest indication of any wrongdoing. Shisui gazed at Lei Ying, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I merely came to the land of thunder to behold its renowned beauty. However, I encountered an elder along the way, which prompted me to pause and take a look around. Fear not, for I harbor no ill intentions. To be frank, even with your presence here, if I were inclined to act, I doubt you would be able to stop me." The words of Shisui bore a provocative undertone. Having come here with the intent of battling the Raikage, his appearance before him presented an opportunity that could not be squandered. The Raikage, known for his fiery temper, reacted to Shishui's taunt with a thunderous shout. What did you say, you little brat? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Observing the Rakige's readiness to engage in combat, Shisui remained unfazed and turned to Kurabi with a smile, inquiring, Uncle Bai, if I were to confront him in battle, would you join forces with him against me? The words of Shisui left Kurabi in a state of inner turmoil. On one hand stood his elder brother, and on the other, a friend who had introduced him to music and treated him to grilled fish. Kurabi remained silent. Meanwhile, the Rakige, witnessing his younger brother's hesitation to immediately assist him, was consumed by fury. He shouted vehemently at Shisui, You scoundrel, what have you done to my brother? With that, the Rakige launched a punch towards Shisui. However, Shisui, having anticipated the provocation, calmly met the Rakige's blow, countering with a punch of his own. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, releasing chakra that sent nearby blades of grass swaying wildly. The two embodied the raw aesthetic of violence in its purest form. After the clash, both Shisui and the Rakige stepped back. Shisui retreated 2 steps while the Rakige fell back 3, and the victor was immediately evident. Shisui remarked with a smile. Truly worthy of the Rakige, capable of confronting the existence of tailed beasts with your very body, how impressive. However, today, out of respect for my uncle, I shall refrain from battling you. I am confident that we shall have another opportunity. The light-hearted chuckle of Shisui only served to infuriate Rakige further. Yet he could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension towards the evident prowess displayed by Shisui, causing him to remain motionless. At that moment, Shisui turned to Kurabi with a smile and said, Uncle B, farewell for now. I shall come to visit you when the opportunity arises. No sooner had the words left his lips than he waved his hand, causing a ripple in space, and in an instant, Shisui vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 58. Takigakure Village. After the disappearance of the water barrier, the 4 generations of Rakige and Killer Bee remained at the same spot, bewildered and at a loss. The method by which Shisui vanished was a sight to behold for them, a phenomenon they had never witnessed before. Ordinary individuals either performed hand seals to disappear or utilized earth techniques, but to see Shisui simply wave his hand and dissolve into thin air was utterly astonishing. Who exactly is he? His strength is exceedingly formidable, and it appears he is also well-versed in advanced space-time ninjutsu. Such an individual. And yet I have never heard of him. The 4th Rakige turned to Killer Bee and inquired, his expression deep in contemplation. Observing that his elder brother had ceased to strike him, Killer Bee hastily responded, Brother, his name is Uchiha Shisui. What? Uchiha Shisui. So it is him. No wonder he possesses such strength. The 4th Rakige exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Brother, do you know him? Killer Bee asked, intrigued by the shock on his elder brother's face. Of course I know him. He is the leader of the most notorious organization, the Shura, which has emerged in recent years. 6 years ago, at the tender age of 10, he confronted over 100 individuals from an underground trade syndicate, many of whom were at the juncture of becoming Hunin and elite shinobi. Yet, he eliminated them all within the span of an hour. Since then, the Shura organization has risen to prominence, and after years of development, it has subtly become the foremost power in the ninja world, immensely strong. And Shura himself is shrouded in mystery. This information has even circulated from Konoha. The 4th Rakige's expression grew grave as he recounted this. Killer Bee was taken aback to discover that the friend he had just made was so formidable that even his elder brother was aware of him. Seemingly wary of the so-called Asura Army, noticing Killer Bee deep in thought, the Rakige inquired, B, I see signs of combat on you. Did you encounter him? Killer Bee, somewhat embarrassed, replied, That jerk, that fool. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have kept quiet. That little punk actually severed all my blades. Look. As he spoke, he produced his short sword, and the 4th Rakige's gaze shifted to the clean break, realizing it had been sliced with precision. How did it end? The 4th Rakige hastily asked. Killer Bee shot him a glare, thinking how obvious the answer was. The Rakige, irritated by Killer Bee's demeanor, raised his large fist to strike him. Before long, Killer Bee was left with a swollen head, casting a resentful glance at the 4th Rakige, muttering softly, I didn't expect that jerk to be so strong. Besides, you got bested by him and took it out on me. If I could win against you, humph. What did you say? The Rakige glared fiercely, his voice booming. Killer Bee quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Brother, I said nothing. In his heart, he mused, You fool. Do you think I would be so naive? If I told you the truth, wouldn't you just use me as a punching bag? The 4th Rakige was aware of Killer Bee's mumblings, yet he had always held a deep affection for this brother of his. Seeing him so candid now, he decided against continuing the beating. "Let us go back. If you dare to escape again, I shall break your legs," the fourth Raikage warned fiercely. Killer Bee dared not utter a word and obediently followed his brother back. Meanwhile, Shisui's figure appeared elsewhere. Jishui turned back to glance at the distant land of thunder, a smile gracing his lips. His journey to this realm was initially intended to engage with the formidable Raijin and the illustrious Chiyo dance. Although he did not achieve that goal, a tinge of regret lingered. Nevertheless, the opportunity to spar with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki allowed him to acquire valuable techniques, and the friendship of Killer Bee made the trip worthwhile. Jishui smiled softly as he contemplated the locations of the tailed beasts. Aside from the Eight Tails Gyuki and the Two Tails Matatabi residing in the Hidden Cloud Village, the One Tail Shikaka dwells in the Sand Village of the Land of Wind. The Three Tails Isabu and the Six Tails Saiken can be found in the Mist Village of the Land of Water, while the Four Tails Son Goku and the Five Tails Kokuo reside in the Rock Village of the Land of Earth. The Seven Tails Chime is located in the Waterfall Village of the Land of Waterfall, and the mightiest of them all, the Nine Tails Kurama, resides in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, among all the tailed beasts, only Chome possesses the ability to soar through the skies. Thus, Jishui felt compelled to explore what set this unique tailed beast apart from the others. After departing from the Land of Thunder, Shisuai did not return directly to Kanagakur, but instead traversed the territory of the Sound Shinobi, making his way directly to the Land of Waterfalls. Jisui gazed upon the hidden village of Takigakure, which was shrouded by a magnificent waterfall. Were it not for his mastery of Senjutsu chakra detection, the village would have remained elusive. Although Takigakure is encircled by 4 nations, its unique geographical position has rendered it impervious to invasions from foreign lands. Even amidst the tumult of the Fourth Great Ninja War, this nation stood steadfast and unyielding. Jisui gazed at the majestic waterfall, then summoned his mystical chakra to envelop himself. With a swift motion, he plunged into the cascade. The moment he made contact with the waterfall, he sensed a wave of chakra sweeping toward him, scanning his body. After lingering for a brief moment, it continued to explore other areas. Amused by this rudimentary detection, Jisui smiled faintly. If he were to be discovered by such elementary chakra, he might as well abandon all hope of survival. Shizuki traversed the waterfall and, upon sensing his surroundings, discerned several formidable chakra signatures within the village of Rien. Among them, one emanated an aura of Near-Kage-level power, while several others resonated at the elite Jonin tier. However, as he expanded his sensory range, Shizuki ultimately detected a young girl. Though her outward chakra appeared feeble, there lingered within her a remarkably potent chakra fluctuation. The corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards, for he recognized that this was the objective at hand. Fu, the Jinchuriki of the seven-tailed beast. Jisui continued to conceal himself with chakra, hastening towards the direction of Fu. Before long, he beheld a young girl with verdant hair, clad in a brief white top and a short white skirt. Her appearance was exceedingly charming as she frolicked with a group of children. As Jisui beheld this scene, a sense of contemplation washed over him. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto was regarded by nearly everyone as a monster, eliciting disdain. Yet here, every child considered Fu as a cherished companion and a dear friend. Moreover, observing their expressions revealed a profound admiration in their eyes when they looked at Fu, treating her as their idol. In my heart, I cannot help but mourn for Naruto and Gaara for 3 seconds. Jisui observed Fu and the others reveling in their joy, feeling a twinge of reluctance to disturb the tranquility of the village. At that moment, Fu glanced in Jisui's direction, her brow furrowing as if she were deep in thought. After a brief interval, Fu swiftly formed hand seals and, exhaling a flurry of scale powder, directed her voice towards Jisui, inquiring, "Who is there?" Upon being discovered by Fu, Jisui no longer intended to remain concealed. With a swift motion of his hand, he dispelled all traces of the scale powder, thereby revealing his true presence. Jisui emerged and smiled at Fu, saying, "Little girl, you are truly remarkable. Everyone else failed to notice my presence, yet you did." Upon seeing Jisui, Fu was taken aback, realizing that he was not from her village. However, the fact that he could arrive here so silently was alarming. Had it not been for the warning from her internal Chongming, she might have remained oblivious to his presence. With an expression of heightened vigilance, Fu cautiously inquired, "Big brother, who are you? You are not one of us from the village. What brings you here?" Jisui smiled gently and said, "I find myself quite lonely, so I wander around, hoping to make some friends." "Really?" The older brother replied, "I too wish to make many friends." Upon hearing Jisui's words, Fu immediately lowered her guard, and inquired with a smile. With a gentle smile, Shisui understood that Fu cherished friendship above all else. In the original narrative, during the Chunin exams held in Sunagakure, Fu busied herself with making acquaintances, nearly jeopardizing her own safety in the process. Ultimately, it was Gaara, another Jinchuriki, who came to her rescue, and together they valiantly overcame their adversaries. Shisui smiled and said, "Indeed, I too desire to make numerous friends. However, this is my first visit here, and I am not familiar with the surroundings. Could you possibly show me around?" Fu felt a surge of joy. It was delightful to encounter someone willing to befriend her, especially someone from afar. She nodded enthusiastically. At that moment, a companion of Fu's appeared to notice Jisui's formidable presence. With a mere flick of the hand, he effortlessly dispelled the scales that had gathered around Fu, indicating that he was not someone to be trifled with. This companion approached cautiously, eyeing Jisui with suspicion. Turning to Fu, he warned, "Be careful, Fu. This individual seems quite powerful. If he were to harbor ill intentions, we could find ourselves in peril." Fu, initially brimming with happiness, now exhibited signs of hesitation upon hearing her friend's concerns. She pondered whether it would be wise to show Jisui around. What if the seemingly kind older brother turned out to be a villain? Jisui smiled gently and said, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I have come here merely to see you." The words of restraint resonated within Fu, causing a subtle tremor in her inner being. She immediately felt a wave of discomfort, her surprise evident as the usually dormant presence stirred with unusual activity. Yet today, it vibrated not once, but twice. With her innocent, wide eyes, Fu inquired, "Dearest elder brother, who exactly are you? Why does the entity within me seem to be in turmoil since your arrival?" Upon hearing Fu's words, Shisui attentively sensed the chakra within her. He recalled the moment he faced the Eight Tails, where he noticed a faint resemblance between her chakra and that of the beast. Initially, he believed it to be an illusion. However, this new sensation confirmed its genuine existence. Rather than responding to Fu's inquiry, Shisui delved deeper into his thoughts, pondering why his chakra bore such a striking similarity to that of the tailed beasts. Seeing Shisui lost in contemplation, Fu refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to address her companion beside her. "Please seek Lord Shimoku and inform him of the situation here." After her companion nodded and departed, Shisui was suddenly reminded of a past incident in the caves of Konoha, where he had nearly been consumed by the cells of Hashirama during their fusion. It was only through the infusion of Suki's chakra and its subsequent reversal that he managed to save himself. Yet, upon awakening, he found Suki had vanished, leaving only a trace of powder behind. Reflecting on this, Shisui began to uncover a sliver of a mystery. Ever since that incident, not only had his regenerative abilities grown remarkably, but his chakra seemed imbued with a sentient quality. The blood infused with his chakra could heal others and enhance their physical constitution. In his heart, Jisui boldly conceived a notion. The stars might very well be a fragment of the Ten Tails, and indeed, the most exquisite part of it. Jisui, initially taken aback with delight, soon regained composure and, smiling at Fu, remarked, I am but a mere visitor now." Chapter 59, Jisui vs. Chiwei Chongming. Jisui's words took Fu Wei by surprise. She had expected him to share something of value, yet he merely revealed himself to be a visitor. Fu pouted, thinking to herself, "This big brother is truly mischievous. If he doesn't wish to speak, he could simply remain silent. He was far more charming during his earlier contemplation." "Humph." Jisui chuckled softly and said, "All right, I shall not tease you any longer. My name is Xiao Luo." "Xiao Luo? Big brother. Why do you have such an unusual name? It sounds quite fierce," Fu remarked, gazing at Jisui with innocent curiosity. Jisui chuckled and said, "The term sure itself evokes a sense of fear, doesn't it? Moreover, consider this. I lack a formidable reputation, which leads others to perceive me as an easy target. They incessantly seek to trouble me. What am I to do?" Upon witnessing Fu's innocent demeanor, Jisui could not help but feel a playful impulse arise within him. However, to his surprise, Fu earnestly nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing Jisui's perspective. Jisui felt a surge of happiness, for he had initially contemplated capturing a tailed beast for transportation. While space ninjutsu was indeed convenient, nothing could compare to the allure of a tailed beast that exuded a sense of coolness. However, the innocent purity of Fu made him hesitate. For Jisui understood that if he were to capture Chongming, the delightful young girl Fu would undoubtedly meet her demise, leaving him in a profound dilemma. Just as Jisui and Fu were engrossed in their cheerful conversation, he sensed several formidable individuals approaching swiftly in his direction. As Jisui gazed into the distance, He discerned that at the forefront stood a young man, possessing an exceptionally refined visage. His dark hair lent him an air of striking handsomeness. Trailing closely behind the leader was an elderly man, whose gaze struck Shisui as somewhat sinister, suggesting he was not of benevolent character. Shisui remained silent, quietly observing the group of approximately 20 individuals, all of whom were at least of Nin rank. Upon their arrival, they noticed Shisui engaged in pleasant conversation with Fu. Upon turning to see the young man, Fu immediately dashed over, joyfully exclaiming, "Lord Shimoku, Lord Suan." Shimoku, relieved to see that Fu had sustained no harm, sighed in relief. However, the elder named Suan standing beside him briefly exhibited a flicker of disdain in his eyes, though it quickly dissipated. Suan smiled and inquired, "Fu, are you unharmed?" Fu eagerly nodded, spinning around to demonstrate her well-being. At that moment, Shimoku approached Shisui with a hint of wariness and asked, "Friend, from whence do you hail? And what brings you to our Takigakure village? Do you have any particular business here?" Noticing Shimoku's inquiry directed at him, Shisui replied with a smile, "I am but a traveler. Upon arriving in the land of waterfalls, I discovered a magnificent waterfall. However, I sensed that there was something unusual within the waterfall, which compelled me to venture in." Shisui, without a hint of hesitation, spun a flimsy excuse to placate Shimu, managing to make it sound plausible to the assembled crowd. However, only the charming girl Fu addressed Shimu directly, saying, "Shimu Darren, this older brother is called Xiao Luo. He seems to have come specifically to see me." "What?" As soon as Fu's words concluded, both Shimu and Shui Yin exclaimed loudly in unison. Shimu, unfamiliar with Shishui's reputation, was primarily concerned that Shisui might pose a threat to Fu, and promptly drew her behind him for protection. Meanwhile, Shui Yin, having heard of the name Xiao Luo, could not suppress her outburst.